Chapter 1 The High Martial Wilderness. In the ancient wilderness of the West, on the peak of Mount Shumi, I am inclined widero beza cross-legged in meditation, enveloped in a feathereal energy, composed of teprimordial essentiofia and earth. Tone observer, I would be evident the swirling gorbo fly trotated slowly above his shed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and Dapier Segeza shot forth, as if his eye scoop penetrateth the void, causing gripple stow form in the emptiness. In ever expectedo have transmigrate dis Zhunti, the in man in white murmured to himself. Zhunti is a formidable figure in the ancient wilderness, having gadaned ethereal moft great luo golden immortal, making hymen of to pinacly power synthis realm. However, the great luo golden immortal realmist natas formida beezelgan suggest notion softshitterings tars with a mere thought, tearing apart thevens, or obliterating thuniverse exaggerations. Thworld ha traversed in to os not hadven seeden sient wilderness seen such a high-level realm, a great luo golden immortal would be mortal and indestructible, able to reverse time and space, impervious to tribulations, coexisting with Tao, and manifesting as myriad universes. Yet, in this ancient wilderness, such phenomena are utterly impossible, for it is amid Tyrancient wilderness, his great luo golden immortal status is still significantly distant from those of the higher echelons, and it as no teven qualify as a low tire per immortalent dreams. You may wonder how comprehends the second septs. It is because he's a transmigrator, having crossed over from a blue star. Had perused countless novels, television dramas, and films, which, along with interactions with online peers, have imbued him with Eilthoff knowledge. Thus, he has encountered many ancient wilderness novels, aware of their impressive settings, what with the peak soft Mariah dreams and the origin so fall worlds. Initially, upon transmigrating, Heffeltelated, believing himself to bane and advanced at wilderness. Yet, once Heckel met down, he realized Thysancient wilderness was vast different from his expectations. In his imagination, ancient immortals could privathipe stand future with a thought, rendering them omnipotent, wielding control over fate, why the very thing within their grasp. However, in this world, the combat power is fully inadequates a great luo golden immortal, his full strength strike merlai cause say disturbance sane space, rather than a collapse. This size indeed emitir ancient wilderness. The in man in white shukished slight lion closed his isance marie, choosing not to dwell in it no longer. Since I am here, is shall me keep peace with it. Hemmer me red to hilf. Just as she finished speaking, a Sudin frown creased his brow as she's in sedate terrifying approaching him. What is happening? The in man in white felt alarmed and immediately opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings. To his astonishment, have found no thing amiss, nor could detect an immediate danger however. Azutely Zinzov perilling aired, arriving without warning, keeping Gaiman high alert. Could it truly be an illusion? The in man in white murmured. No, wait. This is no tan illusion. I can feel it. The immense expression grew grave. Ding! The Myriad Realms group invites you to join. The system's voice echoed, causing Finn a browstoten surprise. Myriad Realms group? Heffelton overwhelming sins of joy had been concerned that thighs wasmerl yamid Tyrancient wilderness, but now, his sworius seemed unfounded. This group, capable of traversing realm, also known as the Myriad Realms chat group, must soar connect with numerous worlds, filled with powerful beings and treasure as Galoria place where a countless transmigrator Nedtobe. As long as she could join the Myriad Realms group, he would gain access to various treasures. With that hot, the young man, Zhunti, promptly joined. Yes. Ding! The Myriad Realms group has been established. Please estadio your identity. Zhunti off the ancient wilderness. The Unman Kikli responded, joining the Myriad Realms group. Ding! Verification successful. Welcome to the group. In an instant, a cot box materialized in his mind. His entry elicit excitement among the group members, how warmly welcomed him. Welcome me new commerder Myriad Realms group. We embrace new compatriots. The in man in white couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the name. This must be easily girl from the magical phone, a highly intelligent device with numerous extraordinary abilities, including the capacity to traverse time and space effortlessly. Welcome, new comrade, to the Myriad Realms group. The exorcist swordman, Yinchisha, chimed in. Welcome, new compatriot. Zhuguliang, The Han Prime Minister added, "Welcome, new comrade, to our Myriad Realms group." The Master of Gentleman's Sword, Yue Zhangman, greeted. This exorcist swordman, Yin Qixia, I likely a character from the classic tale Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, depicted Bipu Songlingus a chivalrous figure riding World of Falon demons, who claims to be swordsman. Zhuge the Han Prime Minister, I renown a Dandrequiersner for their introduction, thought fit remains sun clear whether heis from Mr. Akal account sword dramatized adaptations. The gentleman sword is presumably Webuchuan, a character from a lower martial arts world, a master of Mount Hua, will pride himself on being a gentleman. The serial figure sure recognizes, except for the group leader known as Myriad Realms Seer, whom he does not know. This group leader is quite peculiar. The man in white pondered, observing the conversations within the group. Is this group leader also transmigrator? A fellow townsman? These implies that this chat group already has some ionic capability of foreseeing plots. His golden finger is indeed remarkable. At this thought, he couldn't help but take a sharp breathult of he had transmigrate in Tothiancient wilderness. He had personally experienced the process of crossing over, understanding the incredibility of such transitions. Transmigrators, upon entering the original world of the story, no ton lipos extraordinary ability as boot can also force a narrative as progression. The Lion expected factors that transmigrate within the chat group. Most transmigrators in chat groups are typically weaklings, as they know the plot and pretend to be powerful, leaking future information to group members for personalgen. The man in white couldn't help but silently scoff. This group leader is anything but ordinary. Chapter 2 The Leader's Dread. If Heterolipo possesses prophetic abilities, he could not only foresee the future but might also discern thoughts of others. Such a capability instilled us in Zoff trepidation Eintheumen, Zhunti. Yet, upon reflection, it is indeed remarkable for any to possess the ability to foresee the future. With that hot, here solved, in that case, is shall first assess his strength. While he contemplated this, the member soft hot group grew impatient, asked the newcomer had not spoken for quite some time. Newcomer, what's the matter? We are into our responding to ever Yona's messages? Introduce yourself, newcomer. They urged. Zhunti found thy eagerness in me what amusing theorist to elicitar response made him feels light lias thaw theory attempting to place hymenapretic. Ah, the size of perfect opportunity to test the group leader does a true lie recognize? Ephitos, high likely aphilo transmigrator. His name should indeed instill a degree fear in him. After all, I, Zhunti, a Mossagine Thysoft transmigrators, atop the air existence across the myriad realm, project in gentle worlds, omnipresence a being. Surely the group leader would regard me with reverence. At that moment, the benefits would be immense. With his thought hottened, Zhunti promptly plead. I am Zhunti. This group is quite intriguing the areo floss with an eye tremens meo fa familiar Taoist friend. It was necessary to probe the group leader, to ascertain whether he truly is the creator of this group. Upon hearing Zhunti's introduction, the group members fell to kill in their hearts. What did this statement imply? Zhuge inquired. Newcomer, was the Daoist friend you speak of? The exorcist swordman, Yin Qixia, asked, Taoist friend? Is the newcomer also practitioner? Wanio Forkand? The silly girl from the magical phone remarked, Zhuge the Han Prime Minister, would Dante introduce Ethereal Soft Hot group? You currently need 800 points you must get around to extend your life by 12 years. The rule soft hot group dictate that whenever newcomer arrives, they must explain he group's regulations and tasks, allowing them to receive scored sand points, albeit with limitations. A maximum off only about 50 points and burned at that time. Thegra felt Zhuge in high esteem, as she had dedicated himself tirelessly for others. Therefore, when silly girl mentioned her desire for Zhuge Liang's points, the other members immediately echoed her sentiment. Indeed, Prime Minister, you seem rather anxious. You are already 53 years old, with online Euro life remaining. You must gather in a points within this year. Prime Minister, please explain. Simultaneously, our chat group Boas say fetcher athatinable members to exchange gifts, known as the transfer function. Individuals can trade items from their respective worlds, bestow gifts upon any another, and even purchase goods. Any merchandise available within the chat group is up for acquisition. Each member of the chat group possesses their own account, within which they can accumulate te points that can be med for various treasures, elixirs, and other valuable items. Furthermore, one has some possessions may also be sold in exchange for points. As long as your points are sufficiently high, you can procure anything within the chat group. Moreover, within our chat group lies an exceptionally significant featurette portals to respective worlds are accessible, permitting interdimensional travel. Of course, such travel is not arbitrary either, requires your consent. The portal functionality within the chat group must be activated in order to enter into your world. Zhuge Liang spoke with great fervor. Yet, the group leader, Yichin, was instantly taken aback. He sent tire being Jin Gulfedinechil. My goodness, Yichin exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 3. The group leader's panic. He was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Zhunti was an entity of saintly caliber. To have such a formidable presence join the group was completely unimaginable. He was a saint, a being omnipresent, a superpower casting shadows across myriad realms, and here he was, entering the chat. Yichun was immediately engulfed in a whirlwind of anxiety. Although he had long foreseen this scenario, he had not anticipated its arrival would be so swift. His current strength was merely akin to that of a half-step foundational cultivator. Just the slightest flick of Zhu Ti's little finger could easily crush him. Moreover, upon entering the group, he had immediately pointed out the fact that the chat group was not of Yichin's own creation. His remark that the chat group's aura bore a striking resemblance to that of one of his companions implied a connection with that acquaintance. Didn't it? With this thought, Yichin's heart raced uncontrollably. Zhu Ti's intentions could not have been clearer. He had seen through Yichin's facade of strength and recognized him as a weakling. And here Yichin was, deceiving others right under his nose, an act tantamount to courting death. If one were to inquire how he was aware of Zhu Ti, it was because he himself was also a transmigrator. However, his journey did not lead him to a different realm, but rather to the future, specifically 300 years ahead on Blue Star. By that time, technology had reached extraordinary heights, enabling humanity to inhabit numerous planets within the galaxy. Yet, the crux of the matter was not technology. It was that during this era, the planets had undergone a complete resurgence of spiritual energy, rendering it an exceptional place for cultivation. At this point in time, Blue Star boasted a cadre of powerful beings capable of flight, earth-shifting, and commanding the elements, truly the pinnacle of strength on the planet. Upon his arrival, Yichun was utterly flabbergasted. He had anticipated a technological era, only to discover it was an age of cultivation. Coupled with his lack of significant talent, he found himself a mere idle fish in this new world. Had it not been for the sudden acquisition of this chat group's golden finger, the ability to automatically recruit familiar figures such as Yin Qixia and the silly girl, he would have remained oblivious. Armed with knowledge of their future trajectories, he devised an audacious plan to masquerade as a seer of the future, enticing them into the group and securing various advantages for himself. Alas, his cleverness backfired spectacularly. A saintly being capable of discerning his every limit had joined the group, unreservedly exposing his charade. How could he not be alarmed? A saint. The color drained from Yichin's face. He realized that all his schemes and machinations were likely laid bare before the saint's gaze. He was like a clown performing before an audience, with no chance of escape. This formidable existence had effortlessly unveiled the truth of his chat group, which was not of his own making. This saint was undoubtedly not an ordinary being from the primordial world. He was likely a pinnacle saint from the supreme primordial realm, a being who could gaze down upon all worlds. An entity of unmatched supremacy. A saint. The echoing words resonated in his ears as Yichin trembled uncontrollably. This was a being he had never dared to imagine. Saints were omnipotent in the mythos of both the heavenly courts and the human race. Only a handful of saints existed. Not to mention this particular saint, whose reputation was notorious, known for his unscrupulous behavior. One utterance of this item, fellow, is fated to be with me could lay claim to others' treasures or disciples. He was an exceedingly domineering and unreasonable existence, yet possessed unparalleled strength. What was he to do now that such a being had entered the group? Yichin found himself ensnared in a dilemma. He was no longer alone. The entire Blue Star and its inhabitants were behind him. Should he provoke this invincible saint, he would find himself with nowhere to hide. The repercussions could very well extend to the entire planet. After all, when a saint was enraged, even the gods could not intervene, and the cosmos could be bathed in blood. Their might was sufficient to annihilate any life form on Blue Star. What should I do? Gazing at the vast chat interface before him, Yichun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He was merely an ant at the foundational level, utterly insignificant in the presence of a saint. With a saint's wrath, his life would be forfeit. At that moment, Zhuge Liang had finished explaining the rules of the chat group, and Yin Qixia added a few remarks. It is crucial for newcomers to understand that while our group leader can foresee anyone's future, such knowledge comes at a price. After all, our leader cannot endlessly assist others without some form of compensation. The price is not uniform. Each person entering the group must provide gifts to the leader, which could be the most formidable artifacts from your world or even your most treasured possessions. Even if the leader may not value your offering, the desire for knowledge necessitates a price to meet the leader's standards. Yin Qixia continued, do not doubt the leader's intentions or think he seeks to exploit you for your gifts. It is merely a matter of exchange. Our leader possesses unfathomable strength, capable of commanding the flows of time. Understanding our past, present, and future, it could even be said that our leader can foresee everything that has transpired. Such a person is beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. His greatness and power will soon become evident to you. As Yin Qixia extolled the leader's virtues, Yichun found himself momentarily stunned. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless pit, a colossal trap waiting for him to leap into. If you wish to perish, do not involve me. Given this saint's shamelessness, stinginess, and tyrannical nature, Yichun could only surmise that flattering others in his presence would likely sour his mood. Thus, he hurriedly interjected. How audacious! How could I dare to claim strength in the presence of a saint? The arrival of the saint is the utmost honor for our group. I am overwhelmed with gratitude. Chapter 4. The ancestral Buddha of 10,000 Buddhas. Yin Qixia was taken aback, astonished that such a formidable leader could be so rattled by a mere bout of flattery. This was rather peculiar. Yichun's demeanor left the group members feeling rather bewildered, in their understanding. The leader who could traverse the universe across countless dimensions and command the myriad realms should not exhibit such trepidation in front of a newcomer. This could only imply that the newcomer was even more enigmatic. Others shared the same sentiment. The atmosphere in the group turned palpably tense as everyone held their breath, awaiting the leader's next words. They were keenly curious about what kind of existence could possibly join the group, a being even more powerful than their leader. Yichun nodded, his mind racing as he pondered how to navigate this precarious situation. After a prolonged contemplation, he ultimately could devise no strategy. Zhunti was simply too formidable. Such an entity was beyond his capacity to contend with. Despite numerous primordial novels where protagonists often insulted Zhunti, even engaging in fierce battles, these were mere fictional portrayals. The protagonists in those tales often held impressive status themselves, either as saints or disciples of saints. Even if they insulted him, their saintly masters would likely come to their defense. All the tales of Zhunti's unscrupulousness paled in comparison to the reality of standing before such a figure. One could be rendered speechless by fear. Now, having witnessed such a saint within the group, Yichun finally grasped the true essence of what a saint represented. They stood atop the pinnacle of existence, transcending all things, surpassing the heavens, and rising above the three realms. Wherever they went, they were revered and worshipped as divine beings. In Zhunti's presence, Yichun felt like a tiny snake gazing up at a mighty dragon. He was but a mere earthworm at the saint's feet, liable to be crushed at any moment. With this realization, Yichun couldn't help but swallow hard. He could only hope that Zhunti would overlook the flattery directed at him. He could not bear the weight of such authority. Yichun prayed earnestly within his heart. What could he do? As he pondered deeply, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered a particular notion that might prove fruitful: to extol Zhunti, treating him as a divine figure worthy of praise. I recall a legend across the myriad realms, that Zhunti is akin to the highest being, unattainable and gazing down upon the heavens. He is the source of all Buddhas, the progenitor of Buddhist teachings. Yichun spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, All present could not suppress their gasps, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. The source of all Buddhas? Zhunti as the supreme Buddha? How could it be? Their hearts nearly ceased to beat. The source of all Buddhas? Wasn't he that a myth? The group leader interjected. Moreover, Zhunti Buddha is also a saint. A saint transcends every possible realm, holding a revered position that allows them to coexist with the Tao and command all beings across the myriad realms. The essence of the source of all Buddhas is that all Buddhas revere and worship him. Zhunti Buddha is the supreme being, capable of rising above all life, surveying the multitude of beings below. After Yichen's elucidation, the group's members wore expressions of shock, their astonishment too profound to articulate. The source of all Buddhas, could such a being truly exist among them? The hearts of the multitude were filled with confusion and astonishment. This was simply unbelievable. After a brief silence in the group, Yichen continued, "The Saint of Provisions is the supreme being of the highest order, capable of manifesting the universe with a single thought and transforming the void with a mere notion. I, a humble disciple, pay my respects to the saint." Upon uttering these words, Yichen respectfully knelt in reality, bowing 3 times with reverence. After Yichen spoke, the members of the group were left in a state of stupor, their faces etched with shock and horror. To manifest the universe with a thought? To transform the void with a notion? Goodness, this is utterly unscientific. Chapter 5. The Introduction. They had never witnessed such power. Who could possess such extraordinary might? This was an unimaginable force. The hearts of the crowd trembled incessantly, as if they were ensnared in a dream. Yet, Yichen's voice pulled them back to reality. The group leader actually referred to the saint as such? What manner of being was he? Why would he utter such astonishing claims? To manifest the universe with a thought. To transform the void with a notion. How terrifying was this power? And that was not all. The most daunting aspect was to manifest the universe with a thought. My goodness. Could he possibly be of the level of a creator god? My friends, did you not notice that every word, every phrase uttered by our leader regarding the saint was imbued with profound power? Moreover, I feel as if each of his statements carries a certain mystical principle, allowing me to gain some insight. We must seize the moment and hasten our cultivation. Yubuchuan, too, was at a loss for words, immediately beginning to extol the virtues of both the group leader Yichun and the Saint of Provisions. The Saint of Provisions, on the other hand, was somewhat bewildered. The flattery directed at him by the group leader seemed overly exaggerated. He was merely a high martial saint, yet he was being elevated to a mythic status, leaving him slightly dazed after listening. Yichun gently shook his head, sighing inwardly. Yubuchuan's exaggerations were far-fetched. However, it mattered little. Yichun had approached this endeavor with a mindset of experimentation. If unsuccessful, he would simply accept his fate. Wai Yichen did not expect to successfully extol the saint. He merely wished to leave an impression in the saint's mind, hoping that in future interactions, the saint would pay more attention to him. Wai Yichen could not guarantee that the saint would take his flattery to heart, but at least it would leave the saint with some awareness. As for the others, surely, after hearing his praises, they would hold the saint in utmost respect. Just as Yichen finished extolling the saint's elder brother, Jane, returned. Elder brother. Upon seeing the saint of introduction, the Saint of Provisions hurriedly approached him. Jane had a kind and benevolent appearance, wearing a gentle smile, exuding an amiable demeanor. His elder brother was destined to be one of the saints, and indeed, he was as well. Jane patted the shoulder of the Saint of Provisions and cheerfully remarked, "Junior brother, I have returned from my journey with abundant gains. What gains do you have, if I may ask?" The Saint of Provisions inquired eagerly. "Ha ha ha, after traveling through the primordial wilderness for hundreds of years, I feel my understanding of the Tao has significantly deepened. I now believe I am on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal." Jane laughed heartily. "What?" The Saint of Provisions' eyes widened in astonishment. His elder brother was so formidable. This was simply unbelievable. In just a few days, he was already close to breaking through to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This speed was nothing short of miraculous. The Saint of Provisions felt a mix of envy and admiration. When would he ever reach a level where he could ascend to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal at will? This talent was truly disheartening. Elder brother, when will I too be able to break through to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal at any moment? Junior brother, you are still far from that. Jane shook his head, a teasing grin on his face. This comment nearly caused the Saint of Provisions to spit blood. Was he truly that far off? Did it mean he would have to wait a long time to reach his elder brother's level? Seeing the dejection on the Saint of Provisions' face, Jane chuckled. Do not be anxious. Once you reach the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, great opportunities will naturally present themselves. That time. Well, I shall not say more. Jane wore a mischievous smile, further fueling the Saint of Provisions' curiosity. When would he have such an opportunity? But none of this was of utmost importance. What mattered was, he must strive diligently to advance to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal as soon as possible. Only then would his elder brother take him seriously, allowing him to grow stronger at a faster pace. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a matter worth celebrating. The Saint of Provisions smiled and said, Since my elder brother has reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, might I accompany you in discussing the Tao? The Saint of Provisions understood that discussions of the Tao were best undertaken with experts, and as a newly ascended Great Luo Golden Immortal, he could not compare to the established ones. Moreover, discussing the Tao also tested one's strength. Without sufficient power, such discussions would be meaningless. Thus, he decided to accompany his elder brother, believing it would expedite his own progress. Upon hearing this, Jane paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Jane held a great deal of trust in the Saint of Provisions. Although his talent was not as high, he possessed considerable strength, and being by his side would undoubtedly allow him to learn much. What is the Tao? The Saint of Provisions asked, his face a mask of confusion. He had pondered this question deeply for a long time, yet remained utterly ignorant of the answer. The Tao represents the principle of nature, embodying freedom and spontaneity. It signifies that the Tao can be limitless, endless, and eternally inexhaustible, allowing one to comprehend various paths at any time. Jane explained slowly, his tone gentle, as if recalling something. His words enveloped the Saint of Provisions in a cloud of bewilderment. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed to carry some truth. The Tao could indeed be limitless, boundless, and free. This discourse washed over the Saint of Provisions' spirit, unveiling a new path before him. He found himself immersed in a peculiar state, with the 3 flowers converging atop his head and the 6 harmonies emptying around him. This state seemed to grant the Saint of Provisions a sudden enlightenment, as spiritual energy surged toward him, nourishing his physical form and rendering it increasingly refined and robust. The strength of his body grew correspondingly. As the Saint of Provisions experienced this enhancement, the overwhelming sensation coursing through him was beyond words. The convergence of spiritual energy benefited not only him, but also the flora and fauna surrounding them. Consequently, the Saint of Provisions' physical form underwent a tremendous transformation, enhancing both his defensive capabilities and the strength of his body exponentially. Witnessing the Saint of Provisions' transformation, Jane chuckled, Congratulations, junior brother. Thank you, elder brother, the Saint of Provisions replied. Rising to his feet, Jane, observing the Saint of Provisions' demeanor, jovially suggested, Junior brother, why don't we share our insights with the beings around us? Many have yet to transform and are trapped in the suffering of their forms. Let us impart our knowledge and assist them in achieving transformation. Upon hearing this, the Saint of Provisions felt a flicker of inspiration. He found his elder brother's idea to be excellent, as it would be a deed of merit, allowing him to absorb the power of virtue during this time. Thank you, elder brother. I shall make arrangements immediately. Please hold on a moment. Very well, Jane nodded with a smile. The Saint of Provisions turned and began to spread the news of their teachings. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing across the vast expanse of land. Soon, a multitude of beings gathered around them, their gazes focused on Jane and the Saint of Provisions. Chapter 6. The Divine Decree Descends. Their eyes were fixed upon Jane and the Saint of Provisions as they spoke. My brother and I have felt the plight of living beings trapped in the suffering of transformation. Thus, we have decided to share our teachings with those around us, enabling them to transform into human form and no longer be bound by their physical constraints. This declaration sparked fervent discussions among the gathered beings, all speculating about the identities of these two remarkable figures. They were undoubtedly extraordinary, truly figures of renown. The two began to expound their philosophies. The Saint of Provisions elaborated on the subtleties of the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, sharing his insights in meticulous detail. Meanwhile, Jane elucidated the mysteries of the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal with equal thoroughness. The knowledge shared by both left many beings gazing at them with awe. Furthermore, as the discussions progressed, the profound truths of the Tao gradually unfolded before their eyes. It became clear that their difficulties in transformation stemmed from insufficient potential, hindering their grasp of the true essence of the Tao and their understanding of the principles of heaven and earth. Great sound is often silent. Great compassion embraces the world. Zhunti, during his sermon, poured forth his profound understanding and insights regarding the principles of heaven and earth, leaving nothing unexpressed. Under his remarkable mastery of the Tao, the beings gathered around benefited immensely. Moreover, Jane also shared his extensive knowledge and experiences in detail with the audience, allowing them to reap significant rewards and attain greater enlightenment. Many beings, in fact, found themselves profoundly enlightened during this lecture. A number of them even began to take shape, manifesting as both male and female, young and old, beautiful and plain. This sermon proved to be a rare opportunity for transformation for numerous beings. After 3 days of imparting wisdom, Jia-in proclaimed, "The discourse has concluded. Please feel free to depart." "Yes," replied the myriad beings respectfully. Suddenly, 2 streams of invisible golden light descended from the vast primordial sky, directed towards the 2 individuals. This was none other than the light of heavenly merit. Their teaching and the illumination of the masses naturally warranted a divine reward from the heavenly Tao. It was also an acknowledgement of their efforts by the primordial heavenly Tao. Furthermore, this light of merit was irresistible. They were compelled to accept it, lest they face punishment. The 2 streams of merit light enveloped them, integrating into their very essence. This was the heavenly Tao's affirmation of their accomplishments. Their cultivation levels surged rapidly, with Jia-in advancing from the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm directly to the late stage. However, he had already possessed the potential to achieve this. It would have taken him decades, but the golden light merely expedited the process. Additionally, a faint yellow divine radiance began to manifest around them. The light of heavenly merit, these 2 great powers, had indeed attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. Observing the transformation of these 2 figures, the surrounding beings were utterly astounded, filled with disbelief. They had never anticipated that Jia-in and Zhunti would receive such divine favor from the heavenly Tao. It was simply beyond comprehension. Moreover, they had never heard of any powerful figure experiencing such immense rewards during a sermon. Zhunti was equally astonished to find himself endowed with heavenly merit. Believing that he might only attain such merit upon becoming a saint, he had not expected to encounter such an opportunity today. A surge of joy overwhelmed his heart. Merit is indeed a marvelous thing. This means I can extend my lifespan by several hundred years, Zhunti remarked with a smile. This explained why the world he inhabited was not a higher realm of the primordial chaos. In this world, if one could not break through to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, survival would only last a few tens of thousands of years before inevitable demise. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, congratulations to both great beings. The surrounding beings offered their heartfelt congratulations. Jia-in smiled and nodded in gratitude, his spirits lifted. Zhunti contemplated, merit is a splendid thing. To receive it for the first time implies I shall have merit in the future. Where can I acquire the most merit? I need to assist the future human race, for they are destined to be the protagonists. Once I aid them, I shall undoubtedly amass significant merit, thus enabling me to attain formidable cultivation in a short span of time. With this thought, Zhunti felt a surge of excitement. He resolved to find a way to aid the future human race. Chapter 7. Zhuge Liang's request. Zhunti and Jia-in, both formidable beings of great strength, had stirred the primordial chaos with their inaugural successful sermon, their renown spreading throughout the vast expanse overnight. Many beings began to idolize and worship them. Upon entering his cave abode, Zhunti checked his messaging group and was taken aback to find a private message from Zhuge. Saint, I humbly request your assistance with a matter. You possess the art of resurrection. Could you grant me an extension of 10 years to my life? This request caused Zhunti's brow to furrow. Resurrection? He did not possess such powers. This sort of sorcery was too defiant of the natural order. Although he was a high-ranking Great Luo Golden Immortal, the heavenly Tao viewed the act of extending life or resurrecting the dead as a transgression. Anyone who attempted such an act would inevitably face the wrath of the ninefold tribulations. He dared not attempt it. Nevertheless, he had a fair understanding of this group member. Zhuge sought to prolong his life not for personal gain, but for the prosperity of the realm and the welfare of its people. Such selflessness was commendable, and Zhunti was willing to assist, but he needed to ponder the implications. He possessed the ability to extend life. And although he had knowledge of the secret arts of resurrection, he was hesitant to share them. Thus, he chose not to respond, hoping for a more favorable opportunity in Hanzhong, at the residence of the Prime Minister. Zhuge gazed at the messaging group screen. After 3 days of waiting, he sighed in disappointment. The saint has declined to intervene. He understood that he was still too weak and lacked the qualifications to request assistance from such a revered figure. However, he found himself at a dead end, with only a year left to live, compelling him to muster the courage to approach the saint. For the sake of the Han dynasty's prosperity, sacrificing a modicum of pride was a trivial matter. Zhuge continued to wait patiently as another day passed. He felt his vitality waning. He even contemplated giving up, but ultimately suppressed that thought. Saint, my request for an extension of life is not for myself, but for the people of the Han and the stability of the realm. Zhuge, now with graying hair and deeply etched wrinkles, appeared to have aged decades. He spoke while trembling, as if his body might collapse at any moment. He realized that the saint's patience had reached its limit and he no longer dared to hope for more. Sighing deeply, he prepared to exit the messaging group. In that moment, memories of his life flashed before him. Fleeing from Shuzhou at the age of 8, being sought out by the late Emperor thrice at Longzhong, embarking on missions to Sun Wu to forge alliances, governing Jingzhou, venturing into Sichuan, and ultimately being entrusted with the late emperor's legacy, pacifying the south, managing Shu, and waging wars against the north. All these experiences surged through his mind like a tidal wave. He wished to forget but found it impossible. Those memories only grew clearer and more vivid. Oh, heavens, why must you be so cruel to me and to the Han? Zhuge murmured, his eyes gradually closing. Perhaps my sincerity was insufficient to sway the saint. He might still be waiting for something more. Zhuge recalled the group leader's words, that immortals aiding mortals required reciprocity from the mortals in the form of sincere intent. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his sincerity further. The gifts from his world might not impress the saint, but the only valuable thing he possessed was the points accumulated in the messaging group. Currently, he had only 200 points, which were insufficient to exchange for the saint's life-saving grace. He wished to convey his sincerity, believing that his intentions alone would suffice. Consequently, he logged back into the group, utilized the transfer function, and gifted all his points to Zhunti, then sent a message. Saint, a humble token of my sincerity, I hope you will accept it. Chapter 8. Points transformed into golden merit in the primordial world. Zhunti was in meditation when he suddenly heard a notification from the messaging group. He immediately stood up, clicked in, and was greeted by a plethora of points sent his way, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. Excellent, excellent. He had not anticipated that he could acquire such abundant points without taking action. He promptly accepted the points. Then he opened Zhuge chat window, which read, Saint, a humble token of my sincerity. I hope you will accept it. Zhunti frowned slightly upon reading this. Did Zhuge mean to exchange points? He had accepted the points, yet he possessed no ability to extend life. Had he known to read the message before accepting the points, he would have acted differently. Zhunti felt a twinge of regret. He genuinely wished to assist Zhuge, recognizing him as a person of great resolve, someone worthy of respect. Suddenly, the golden light of merit within him flared to life once more. What is this? Zhunti was taken aback. Realizing that this was indeed the light of merit, at that moment, the golden light unexpectedly awakened on its own, leaving him astonished. Why am I suddenly glowing? Ah, that is of little consequence. The important matter is how to assist Zhuge Liang. He recalled the message he had just sent and felt a pang of guilt. He could not simply take his points without offering something in return. Abruptly, the light of merit consumed the points he had just received. It turned out that these points were fundamentally a form of energy governed by natural laws, capable of being devoured. The merit light absorbed the points and then returned to Zhunti's consciousness. Since he had consumed Zhuge Liang's points, a causal connection was established, and the merit light spontaneously generated a thread of golden light. This golden light possessed the ability to extend life, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Even a single thread of golden light, which he had essentially gained, provided him with an astonishing 10 million times the merit light. He had never imagined that points could transform into such divine golden merit. Zhunti's eyes brightened with newfound clarity. The merit light could indeed grant life anew, an unparalleled power. Moreover, using merit to extend life did not defy the natural order. After all, the merits bestowed by the heavens are not subject to scrutiny regarding their usage. With the assistance of this radiant golden light, I should be able to restore Zhuge Liang's vitality in the shortest time possible. Upon contemplating this, Zhunti immediately opened the chat interface, utilized the transfer function, and responded to Zhuge Liang. You are destined to connect with me, and I shall grant your request. Upon reading these words, Zhuge Liang was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. He promptly opened the private message, activated the transfer red envelope, and without a moment's hesitation, chose to confirm. He had long been seeking an opportunity to extend his life, and now he had finally encountered it. His fingers flew over the keys as he clicked to receive. Ding! A powerful energy packet capable of prolonging life by 12 years. As he gazed at the numbers displayed on the red envelope, his heart raced uncontrollably. In disbelief, he inquired, Is this truly real? Can I really extend my life? The entire situation left him astounded. He had merely wished for a few more years, yet had received such a monumental gift. This kindness was more than sufficient to outweigh all he had accomplished. His fists clenched in exhilaration, his body trembling with anticipation. This was the first time he had received such a gift. He took deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Suddenly, as he claimed the red envelope, a powerful golden light surged into his body, illuminating him entirely. Instantly, it felt as though his entire being was engulfed in flames, his skin radiating a golden hue, exuding an air of profound mystery. This was an extraordinary transformation. He sensed that his muscles, bones, blood vessels, and cells had all come alive, turning him into a superhuman, with drastic changes in both physique and strength. Even his very essence seemed to have elevated significantly. He now felt that his body had become more formidable than in his youth. Furthermore, it was both more resilient and supple, surpassing steel in toughness and rivaling water in flexibility. This was the remarkable change brought about by the golden light of merit. He understood that he had transcended the boundaries between the mortal and the divine. Although he was unaware of the precise effects of this transformation, he was certain it would not be lacking in merit. This red envelope from the sage was indeed monumental. He could not help but exclaim, "Not only has my life been saved, but I have also become an entity of divine distinction. This power is simply extraordinary. As long as I can cultivate to a certain level, the benefits will be immense." Alas, this opportunity was solely for him. Others could not partake in such a privilege. He sighed, pondering new thoughts now that his life was assured. If only he could extend the lives of the officials of the Han dynasty, wouldn't that be splendid? Especially for Jiang Wei, this talented individual, whose military prowess and strategies were exceptional, yet whose political acumen and interpersonal skills paled in comparison to his own. He had thought it too late to educate him, but now that he had gained an additional decade or so, he could nurture him better, thus compensating for that shortcoming. Wouldn't it be even better if he could also grant him an extra decade? Chapter 9. I no longer require points. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Wei entered and saluted. Prime Minister, just now, a radiant golden light illuminated the earth, and an extraordinary phenomenon occurred in the heavens. Could it be that a celestial being has descended? though Jiang Wei was not superstitious. The recent celestial anomaly and the golden radiance had indeed astonished him. Moreover, within that golden light seemed to reside a peculiar aura, something he could not comprehend. Perhaps only the Prime Minister could elucidate this matter. He mused. Oh, a celestial being descending? Zhuge Liang chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. He himself was uncertain if he could disclose the sage's existence, and since the sage had not revealed anything, he felt it prudent to keep it to himself. No need for concern. Proceed with your duties. Zhuge Liang waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Wei, sensing the dismissal, quickly exited. Ding, welcome, new member, to the group. Suddenly, a notification announcing a new member flooded the chat. Everyone began to extend their warm welcomes. Welcome, newcomer, exclaimed the various members. Upon seeing this message, the newcomer appeared somewhat bewildered. Prime Minister, the Han Prime Minister Zhuge Liang, please introduce the new member to the group rules. Earn points. The crowd awaited Zhuge Liang's appearance. Honored guests, you are too kind, but I am not in urgent need of points at the moment, as I have already fulfilled my wish for a few more years of life. Let this opportunity be given to others. What? The crowd stared in astonishment at the message on the screen. What on earth is happening, Prime Minister? How could you suddenly have fulfilled your wish? You actually gained an additional decade. This defied logic. Prime Minister, please tell us, what is the reason behind this? They were acutely aware that the Prime Minister was merely mortal and could not possibly possess such extraordinary capabilities. The notion of gaining additional years of life was simply astonishing. Zhuge Liang sighed, then explained, "This matter is quite lengthy, so I'll be brief. It was the assistance of Zhunti, the sage." He recounted his experiences and the sage's arrangement. As they listened to his narrative, silence fell over them, each person rendered incredulous. They had not anticipated Zhuge Liang would take such a risk. Truly, he was the Prime Minister. While it was a gamble, if successful, it indeed promised the sage's aid. A one-time boon that was nothing short of miraculous. Consequently, could it be that Zhuge Liang would live for over a decade more? Jealousy and envy stirred within them, for they understood the significance of such an extension. So that's how it is. They finally grasped the reason. Out of genuine respect and sincerity, they immediately congratulated him. Congratulations, Prime Minister, on the realization of your wish for additional years of life. Marvelous, marvelous. The crowd erupted in applause. Such an opportunity was rare and deserved congratulation. Thank you all. Zhuge Liang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This additional decade of life was indeed due to Zhunti's grace. Otherwise, he would have perished within a year. Han Prime Minister Zhuge Liang, Zhunti of the primordial wilderness, your kindness is forever etched in my heart. Should you require my assistance in the future, I shall endeavor with all my might. No need for formality. I assist you because I hold you in high regard. You truly impress me, Zhunti replied. Prime Minister, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise. The crowd observed the exchange between the two and couldn't help but feel that Zhunti was remarkably amiable. Not looking down on Zhuge Liang for his mortal status, but rather aiding him in fulfilling his wish, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, the sage was exceptional, his magnanimity far exceeding that of ordinary beings. Unlike some powerful figures in tales who appeared virtuous yet were petty and calculating, always seeking to gain an advantage. Zhunti of the primordial wilderness. I shall temporarily log off now. You all may continue your discussions. Understood? After Zhunti logged off, the crowd felt a lingering sense of longing, for this was their first encounter with such an extraordinary figure who spoke at length. Huashan's sect leader, Prime Minister, having successfully messaged the sage, should we not try our luck as well? The others nodded in agreement, all eager to see if their private messages would yield success. Sounds good, however. Private messages can be sent discreetly. The crowd nodded. Then, let the messaging commence. They all nodded, focusing their attention on the private messages. Chapter 10. My magical power has increased 1,000-fold in other worlds. Part 1. Ding. Congratulations, your message was successfully sent. Zhunti of the primordial wilderness has received 300 points. Ding. Congratulations, your message was successfully sent. Zhunti of the primordial wilderness has received 500 points. Ding. Congratulations, your message was successfully sent. Zhunti of the Primordial Wilderness has received 100 points. Upon receiving the private message, the sage of Zhunti was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming joy. He hastily opened the message to examine its contents, glancing back and forth between the message and his own name, realizing with delight that it was indeed intended for him. His face lit up with happiness as he quickly collected a multitude of points. His heart soaring with elation. He had never anticipated that so many would bestow points upon him. He understood that members of the chat group typically did not place much value on reputation. They were primarily concerned with tangible benefits. As long as sufficient rewards were offered, the accumulation of points would naturally increase. The allure of substantial rewards would embolden them to risk their lives and engage in perilous activities, such as clandestinely wreaking havoc. This time, their actions were limited to sending private messages, and they had not expected to reap such significant benefits. An unexpected surprise indeed. Of course, this was only a temporary boon. As the sage had yet to extend their lifespans, Zhunti felt immensely fortunate, relieved that he had not underestimated Zhuge Liang by directly granting him merit. Had he done so, he would not have been able to attain such immense benefits. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Zhunti nodded to himself in silent approval. However, at present, these individuals had not made any demands of him. Thus, he pondered what he should offer them. What did they require? After some contemplation, he retrieved a book from his robe, specifically, a tome concerning cultivation techniques within the primordial world. This was a work he had composed during his leisure time, limited to the attainment of the golden immortal realm. Although it was merely an ordinary book within the primordial realm, it was undoubtedly a treasure for mere mortals. The book, titled The 72 Transformations of the Earthly Fiends, was a manual that could rapidly enhance one's magical prowess while elucidating various paths of transformation. Although this technique only provided a modest boost to one's magical energy, it was an inexhaustible gateway to further mastery. The tome meticulously detailed the application of each spell, resembling more an instructional essay than a conventional book. Yet, inexplicably, he felt as though he had encountered this title before. However, as he contemplated further, the heavenly Tao clouded his thoughts, preventing him from recalling where he had heard it. Let this tome be a gift to you all. Zhunti proclaimed with a smile, I hope you will diligently cultivate and strive to break through to the golden immortal realm as swiftly as possible. With a casual wave of his hand, he infused the book with some of his own magical energy and released it, allowing it to soar into the chat group, where it was eagerly seized by the crowd. Thank you, Sage Zhunti, the crowd exclaimed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. This was the path to immortality, a technique for eternal life. Who could resist such a temptation? They understood that this was a gift from Zhunti, and they recognized that this opportunity likely arose from the points they had offered. Regardless, gratitude was the only appropriate response. Zhunti chuckled, saying, There is no need for thanks. Consider this book a reward for me. I hope you will continue your efforts in cultivation and swiftly transcend to the golden immortal realm. Yes, we shall heed the sage's teachings, the crowd responded in unison. As for the golden immortal realm the sage spoke of, they dared not even dream of it at this moment. However, since the sage had uttered it, they had no choice but to persist in their efforts, hoping for an early breakthrough. Yet, there was no rush. All would unfold in due time in the world of the magical phone, upon receiving the cultivation technique. The foolish girl immediately employed the intelligent system to analyze it. However, to her dismay, while she could comprehend the text, she was unable to practice it, for her essence remained that of a robot, incapable of understanding cultivation or learning such mysterious spells. Feeling frustrated, she had initially believed that mastering the book would grant her the ability to utilize its contents, only to discover that it was utterly beyond her reach, leaving her disheartened. This was a technique that could empower her, enhancing her strength, defense, and even her combat abilities, an enticing prospect she knew others would cherish. Yet, to her surprise, she found herself unable to utilize it or exchange it for anything of value. Unwilling to surrender to despair, she began to attempt to decipher the spell. Alas, no matter how she tried to analyze it, she could not wield its power. Deflated, she wondered if this technique was only meant for humans to learn. What a predicament! Just then, a radiant glow flickered, and a golden light suddenly surged from the book into her body, the very essence of Zhunti's magical energy, which he had infused into her. In an instant, she was overwhelmed with excitement. This was the magical energy of Sage Zhunti, an unparalleled treasure for her. Suddenly, this force transformed her mechanical body, imbuing it with flesh, skin, sinews, and even a soul. The foolish girl was taken aback as her head underwent a transformation, no longer merely robotic, but akin to a living being. Though it transpired in a fleeting moment, she was astounded by the spectacle. At that instant, she felt the changes within her body, as if she had acquired a new arm, a leg, and a head. No longer merely a machine, but a complete entity. In that moment, she felt as if she had attained life itself, a truly priceless treasure. She experienced a profound sense of existence that allowed her to sense her presence within the world, attuned to the very essence of her surroundings. She could feel the gentle breeze, the rustling of leaves, and the refreshing air caressing her cheeks. How wonderful! I feel as if I have become a living being. The foolish girl mused inwardly, overwhelmed by a novel sensation that eluded description. It was a delightful feeling, akin to discovering her true self, filled with boundless potential. A sensation she relished, almost unable to resist. Liu Shaoqian also perceived the transformation. As he sensed the changes in the foolish girl, an inexplicable emotion welled up within him, as if this little girl were on the verge of becoming a true human. "What is happening, foolish girl? Why do I feel you becoming more human?" Liu Shaoqian inquired. I don't quite know either. I just feel as though I have gained life," the foolish girl replied. Scratching her head, Liu Shaoqian was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. The reason he sensed the life force emanating from her was that their connection resonated. As if echoing a bond forged over many years, he could distinctly feel the changes she underwent. An unmistakable sensation. Chapter 11. The 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. He understood that his foolish girl was growing. Though the transformation was gradual, he was pleased, for it indicated that she was evolving in a positive direction. He could not deny that this was indeed a favorable change. His foolish girl was finally undergoing transformation, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As for the nature of this change, he cared little to inquire, for he was confident that no matter how she transformed, she would remain by his side. Even if his foolish girl became another person, she would still stay with him, never to depart. Has she truly become human? Liu Shaoqian murmured, tears glistening in his eyes. I in the world of strange tales from a Chinese studio. Yin Qixia, clad in scholar's attire, possessed a demeanor as sharp as a sword. Sitting beneath a grand tree, he gazed up at the vast sky, observing the myriad stars dancing in the night, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends possesses the power to defy fate. Truly, it is the art of the sage, remarkable beyond compare. The harvest this time has been exceedingly great, propelling his journey of enlightenment forward yet another step. He firmly believes that when he thoroughly masters the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, or reaches a certain level, he may truly transcend this world. He understands that the spells created by the sage are undoubtedly extraordinary. Currently, he has merely scratched the surface of the sage's teachings, yet he already senses an immense power. Just imagine, if he were to completely perfect the earthly fiend's 72 transformations and genuinely comprehend the mysteries of the sage's magic. How terrifying that would be! He can hardly contain his anticipation. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yin Qixia's eyes. He is confident that with the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, he will undoubtedly achieve unparalleled success in the future. This is not solely due to the spell itself, but more importantly, he feels a transformation within his own body. The sage's magical power is so wondrous that it has imbued him with numerous abilities. His physical strength now surpasses 10 million pounds, and his internal organs are sturdier than those of an ordinary person. His bones have grown more robust, and he even believes that his strength could reach 10 million pounds, capable of shattering mountains. All these changes signify that this magical power is truly extraordinary. It can endow a person with a myriad of capabilities. Such abilities are nothing short of miraculous. Truly, the sage is exceptional. At that moment, Yin Qixia entered the chat group. The foolish girl who fights evil. I am no longer a robot. I have become a real person." Her words instantly sparked an uproar. They had not anticipated that this foolish girl would actually become human. They once thought they would never witness such an extraordinary event in their lives. The transformation of an intelligent robot into a genuine human being is unfathomable, yet not entirely impossible for them. This was indeed shocking news. Furthermore, the very existence of this robot was already somewhat unusual. Now, with the sage's bestowed magical power, it all made sense. "Master Yu of Mount Hua, how did you suddenly become human? Did you have some earth-shattering encounter?" He could not help but wonder if it was due to the sage's magical power. After all, no matter how powerful robots may be, they are merely tools, bound to obey their master's commands without the ability to engage in any other actions, nor can they cultivate spells. After much contemplation, there seemed to be only one possibility. The sage transformed her into a human. This was not entirely implausible. Although robots are formidable, they do possess weaknesses, such as lacking a human form. Robots can only execute commands according to their design and cannot move freely like humans. Modifying their programming to change preset instructions is exceedingly challenging, and not every robot can achieve this. Hence, under such circumstances, robots can only operate according to their design and cannot perform any other functions. This principle parallels that of a human body, which can cultivate spells, while robots are confined to their programmed tasks. Thus, no matter how capable a robot may be, it ultimately remains a tool. The foolish girl who fights against piracy. Indeed, I have experienced a remarkable encounter, and this opportunity is of great significance. Without such a chance, I would never have acquired such terrifying physical strength. Although I possess a human body, I feel as if I have a 100-fold increase in power during my prime. This opportunity stems from the sage's magical power. Is it true? Let me see. I want to see. After witnessing the transformation, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. Indeed, their speculations were correct. Foolish girl, that is unnecessary. After all, I am now a complete woman, and I feel quite strange with a group of men looking at me. Do you have any special experiences? Master Yu. Of course. I feel my strength has increased 1,000-fold. I dare say even the Zhang Sanfeng of a century ago would not be my match. Saint Zhunti was taken aback. Is the magical power he bestowed truly this formidable? Could it really enhance a powerful robot like the foolish girl 100-fold? 1,000-fold for Master Yu? Is that not an exaggeration? The combat prowess of the foolish girl is that of a high martial artist. Having received his magical power, she has indeed become 100 times stronger. Surely, he himself does not possess such strength, however. Since the foolish girl asserts it is true, she must not be deceiving herself. The wave of excitement surged through Saint Zhunti. It appears that his magical power can indeed amplify itself by hundreds, even thousands of times in other realms. If he were to venture into other worlds, would he not be invincible? Such a notion paints a picture in his mind. Standing atop the peaks of the 9 heavens, gazing down upon all living beings, surveying the myriad of existence, ultimately, he might ascend to the status of a sage. A look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. He could finally become that revered sage, surpassing all beings, dominating the heavens and earth, and overlooking countless creatures. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, unable to contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha. His laughter resonated like an enchanting melody, echoing through the surrounding space, lingering endlessly. His mirth startled everyone. Saint Jane furrowed his brow and inquired, "Junior brother, why are you laughing so joyously? Could it be that you have received some delightful news?" Saint Zhunti quickly restrained his laughter and replied, "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. I merely recalled some joyous matters that made me chuckle." Saint Jane nodded in understanding. "Then I shall be at ease." Unbeknownst to them, certain powerful beings from other great clans in different directions also heard Saint Zhunti's laughter and could not help but curse under their breath. What nonsense! Hearing that laughter is quite vexing, even infuriating. However, there was little they could do. After all, Saint Zhunti's magical power was beyond their reach. Moreover, he held a lofty status as a great Luo Golden Immortal, and even they had to curry favor with him. Saint Zhunti's laughter caused even a colossal figure to furrow his brow. This individual was Luo Ho, a power of semi-saint caliber, a top-tier expert currently in the West. Why did Saint Zhunti suddenly emit such laughter? Could it be that something joyous had occurred? He fell into contemplation, for he was relatively familiar with Saint Zhunti's character. He would not easily express such laughter unless something significant had happened. Meanwhile, Luo Ho did not forget to set up a great formation beneath him. A killing formation, a devouring array capable of consuming spiritual mountains, spiritual veins, spiritual energy, spiritual herbs, and even the entire world. If this formation were to persist for 10,000 years, the entire West would be rendered barren, devoid of resources, a desolate wasteland. The purpose of this great formation was that if Luo Ho so desired, he could transform the West into a wasteland, leaving only a single continent. As the formation activated, a portion of the spiritual energy from the West was immediately siphoned away, causing the vegetation atop the spiritual mountains to wither and die. And some spiritual herbs within the spiritual fields also lost their vitality. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Saint Zhunti, instilling within him a hint of danger. He queried Jane, "Brother, do you not feel an overwhelming sense of crisis?" Jane shook his head. "Not at all. Are you perhaps overthinking it?" Zhunti replied. "I cannot articulate it, but this feeling grows stronger by the moment. I fear something ominous may occur. Junior brother, regardless of whether it is good or bad, we must face it head-on," Jane reassured him. "Besides, this is likely just your own illusion." Though Jane's words were meant to comfort, a hint of foreboding lingered in his heart, for he sensed that this matter was unlikely to be simple. Suddenly, Zhunti contemplated a possibility. Could it be that Luo Ho is causing trouble in the West? The notion sent a chill of sweat down his forehead. Saint Jane noticed and asked, "Zhunti, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Saint Zhunti hastily shook his head. "I am fine, brother. Perhaps I am just overthinking things." Suddenly, someone outside reported, "Two great beings, please help us. Our lands have suddenly fallen into a state of deathly silence. The spiritual energy has been depleted. We beseech you, great beings, to wield your powers and save us." This individual was from the area most severely affected by Luo Ho's formation. He had waited outside for a long time. Finally seeing the arrival of the two saints, he dared not be negligent, immediately prostrating himself on the ground, respectfully knocking his head in a display of utmost reverence. "Rise." Saint Jane gestured for him to stand. "Now, tell us what has transpired." He quickly got up and recounted the events he had just witnessed. Upon hearing this, both Jane and Zhunti's expressions shifted dramatically. Jane exclaimed, "You say those areas have turned into wastelands?" "Indeed, esteemed beings, we have safeguarded this place for centuries without witnessing even a hint of spiritual energy. No medicinal herbs have flourished, rendering it akin to a desolate city. We are utterly perplexed as to the cause of this predicament, and we implore you to offer us your assistance." The sage of Zhunti hastily replied, "Do not be anxious. We shall hasten to investigate the situation forthwith." Their forms dissipated from sight. The Taoist of Zhejian followed closely behind, his gaze fixed upon the ground, his eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the anomalies unfolding before him. As Zhunti and Zhejian beheld the lifeless expanse of earth, their expressions grew grim. Zhejian inquired, "What is amiss? Indeed, how could such a scene manifest here? Could it be that some aberration has occurred?" Both were shrouded in confusion, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. Suddenly, Zhunti and Zhejian found themselves in the presence of a place thick with malevolent energy. They exchanged a glance, each witnessing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. "What an eerie locale!" Zhejian exclaimed in astonishment. Zhunti's countenance turned serious as he remarked, "This appears to be a formation, a formidable one at that. The individual capable of orchestrating such an array is beyond our reach. Their power must be considerable. Then we must retreat at once," Zhejian urged. Zhunti nodded in agreement, and together they transformed into two streaks of light, swiftly vacating the formation's perimeter. "The strength of this individual is overwhelming. I surmise that even in unison, we may not prevail against them. It would be prudent to avoid provoking such a being." Zhejian concurred, fully aware that although they possessed the capability to rend the earth asunder, they remained wary of those whose power vastly eclipsed their own. Chapter 13. Another false power emerges having lived for millennia. They stood on the precipice of achieving the pinnacle of the Tao, yet they still fell short of confronting the primordial golden immortal, let alone the transcendent Luo Ho, however, as this situation was orchestrated by him. If we were to withdraw, what would become of our dignity should word of this spread? Jejin hesitated. Zhunti dismissed the concern. What is dignity worth? I have no desire to court trouble. I suspect this individual possesses strength surpassing that of the primordial golden immortal. Such a powerhouse is not one we can afford to antagonize. Shall we simply depart then? Jejin queried. Zhunti replied, The way of heaven is just. In time, an adversary shall arise to confront him, and we need not rush to intervene. Jejin nodded in agreement, their long lives imparting wisdom regarding the delicate balance of power and the perils of overstepping boundaries. Their retreat did not signify the conclusion of the matter, that moment. The chat group experienced a flurry of new messages. Welcome the newcomer to the chat group. The arrival of this message instantly ignited excitement, prompting everyone to log in. Hanxiang Zhugliang. Welcome the newcomer to the chat group. Silly girl. Welcome the newcomer to the chat group, Master Yu. Welcome the newcomer to the chat group. The entry of the newcomer captivated all members, each eagerly speculating about the identity of this new arrival. Might they be a great figure, a deity, or an enchanting beauty? Though few in the group were particularly interested in beauty, the curious ones stifled their inquiries, eager to uncover the truth. First, Yu Buchuan reiterated the group's rules. Subsequently, he extolled the greatness of the group leader. This chat group, which connects realms, was conceived and constructed solely by our esteemed leader. Our leader possesses the knowledge of all past and future events. Should they wish to know, even across vast distances, they can ascertain any information. Moreover, our leader's intellect is unparalleled, capable of unraveling all unknowns, ensuring that no query remains unanswered, including those pertaining to the future. The newcomer finally spoke, having changed their name to the Undying Emperor. I am the Undying Emperor, and after millennia, I have finally encountered someone of my caliber. This was the first message, followed by the newcomer's profile, which was succinct. Undying Emperor. The group leader was momentarily taken aback. Who was this newcomer? Why did he not recognize them? The Emperor. He had perused countless novels, films, and animations, yet had never encountered such a figure. Was this an entity from the future post his crossing? Or was he simply out of touch? He found himself devoid of knowledge regarding the Undying Emperor. Chat group system. Have you encountered or heard of this individual? System response. Note, Yi Chun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, only to be invigorated as he realized the chat group had upgraded. System upgrade. He quickly inquired, with the system upgrade, what new functions are available? Congratulations, host. The upgraded system now possesses a new skill allowing you to go incognito while online. This new skill seemed somewhat trivial, however, it did imply that he could remain concealed from the prying eyes of others within the chat group. Yet, he pondered, given the imposing name of the Emperor. What if he could not deceive him and was subsequently unmasked? Caution was imperative. Yichen contemplated this and then asked the system, Is there a means for you to protect me should someone traverse realms to eliminate me? System response. You may activate the system's automatic protective program, which will lock onto your essence and, should your life be in peril, assist in fending off adversaries. Esto the system had such capabilities? Yichun was greatly astonished. Chapter 14. I too am aware of your futures impressive indeed. Nevertheless, he felt it insufficiently secure. After all, he had yet to attain the status of the undying primordial golden immortal. What if the system could not withstand this individual? He hurriedly inquired, If I were to inadvertently perish, could you revive me? System response. No. Can you ascertain the strength of this newcomer? This system can only connect with the myriad realms but lacks the ability to comprehend the strength of their inhabitants. Thus, it cannot predict. Yichun felt a twinge of despondency. His system could only reach the myriad realms, but it seemed impossible to gauge the strength of the Undying Emperor, which left him feeling uneasy. What if this newcomer's power rivaled that of a saint? Can you shield me from such threats? Yichun pressed further. System response. No? Well then. Yichun succumbed to utter hopelessness. Unbeknownst to him, he had already embraced the role of the group leader. The newcomer, now the Undying Emperor, might be an extraordinary existence. Lacking insight into his situation made it exceedingly challenging to deceive him. I too am astonished that I can encounter someone of my own caliber. Yi-chan called out within the group. His exclamation ignited a fervor among the members, who eagerly responded. Many speculated about the origins of the individual known as the Emperor, who stood alongside him at such a lofty height. Silly girl. Another powerhouse has arrived? Truly impressive. I wonder what status this great being holds to claim the title of Emperor, such a formidable name. Could they be a primordial golden immortal? Undying Emperor. Indeed. I am a primordial golden immortal, yet you may be unaware of the disparities that exist among us. The revelation from the Undying Emperor left many in awe. Disparities among primordial golden immortals? How absurd! Regardless, he was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Although the identity of this emperor remained a mystery, he was undeniably powerful. The atmosphere within the group began to heat up. Undying Emperor. Since the group leader possesses knowledge of the past, it stands to reason that they have the ability to traverse the river of time, which is precisely the might of the primordial golden immortal. The term primordial golden immortal signifies not only the power to traverse time, but also the capacity to alter the very fabric of reality. As the Undying Emperor's words echoed, the group fell into a profound silence. Undying Emperor, are you certain you are a primordial golden immortal? After a lengthy pause, someone finally spoke up. The questioner was none other than Zhuge Liang, the sage of wisdom, who hoped fervently that the Undying Emperor's claims were valid. Yet, could there truly be so many powerful figures in the group that it prompted his skepticism? Undying Emperor, indeed? I am a primordial golden immortal. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with other great beings. Zhuge Liang was eager to learn which great beings he referred to. Undying Emperor, once you learn their names, you will become aware of things beyond your grasp. Thus, I implore you not to ask. Zhuge Liang was momentarily taken aback. Undying Emperor, I also possess knowledge of your past, and I am equally aware of your futures. For I too am a primordial golden immortal, by the heavens. Is this true? Undying Emperor, you are also a primordial golden immortal? Is this genuine? Undying Emperor, are you truly speaking the truth? The group erupted in a flurry of excitement. Yi-chan was equally bewildered. He had merely made a casual remark, never anticipating that a true Taoist immortal could genuinely perceive the past and future. Such abilities were not within the reach of ordinary cultivators. The Undying Emperor of Heaven proclaimed, if you are skeptical, I can reveal your futures to you, or even the destinies you held before joining this chat group. Zhuge Liang, you were summoned by Liu Bei with 3 visits. And you Buchuan, castrated yourself. He elaborated on the stories of each individual, leaving the group in utter shock. How extraordinary! Could he truly see through everyone? This was utterly terrifying. No wonder he was called the Undying Emperor of Heaven. His prowess was unmatched. Chapter 15 revealed that he spoke words that echoed Yi-chen's own. After hearing his introduction, the group was in an uproar, with many asserting that a Taoist immortal was indeed no ordinary being. Yi-chen couldn't help but marvel at the possibility that this emperor might genuinely be a Taoist immortal, capable of discerning the future of these individuals. Yet, he was using Yi-chen's own words. What could this mean? Was he attempting to usurp his identity? The Undying Emperor of Heaven continued, I can see your current futures, but once you attain a certain level, I will no longer be able to glimpse them. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang immediately inquired, what level? At the very least, you must achieve the status of a golden immortal. Otherwise, whether seeing the future or peering into your destinies will come at a tremendous cost. What? A golden immortal? My goodness, this is utterly absurd. I can barely withstand the 3rd tribulation, let alone contend with a golden immortal. The group descended into chaos upon hearing the emperor's words. They were all mere mortals. And even if they achieved the status of golden immortal, ascending to the immortal realm would still prove exceedingly challenging, leaving them little hope of ever reaching that level. Moreover, even if they did become golden immortals, who knew how much time it would take? The Undying Emperor of Heaven stated, I understand your astonishment, but this is the truth. His words rendered the group silent once more. Yi-chen, observing his proclamation, felt a profound tremor within. The boasts of this individual seemed eerily reminiscent of his own words. After a lengthy pause, Zhuge Liang remarked, "Emperor, you are truly a remarkable being. I, Zhuge Liang, am in awe." Zhuge Liang had initially doubted the identity of this newcomer. Yet anyone capable of foreseeing the future must be more than just extraordinary, if not divine. The undying Emperor of Heaven asked, "Zhuge Liang, do you wish to join my ranks? I will lead you to ascend the throne of the Golden Immortal and become an invincible deity for all eternity." Surprised by the emperor's offer, Yi Chen couldn't help but gasp. This phrase sounded strikingly similar to his own. It was a promise of divine ascendance contingent upon obedience. Why did it feel like his identity was being plagiarized? Zhuge Liang replied, "There's no need to rush." He suspected that the emperor's eagerness to recruit him harbored ulterior motives. If it weren't for the emperor's formidable strength, Zhuge Liang would have dismissed him outright. The undying Emperor of Heaven lamented, "What a pity it would be to waste such governance talent as yours. You should contemplate this seriously." His tone conveyed genuine regret, as if he truly believed it a loss. "I have recently refined a powerful vast world, which will become your domain, and I shall grant you a portion of its benefits." The undying emperor's revelation piqued Zhuge Liang's interest. "How did you achieve this refinement?" He inquired directly. He was eager to learn how this individual had managed to refine such a vast world. "You may refer to me as the undying Emperor of Heaven. Know this: I have become an undying golden immortal through the devouring and refinement of vast worlds." Upon hearing this, the group was left utterly speechless. Devouring vast worlds. This was unfathomably audacious. Vast worlds were revered and considered precious even among Taoist immortals, who could not refine them. Yet, this emperor spoke of it as if it were a trivial feat. The methods he described were exceptionally brutal, characterized by terms like devouring and refining, and applied to vast worlds no less. It was more merciless than killing, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Everyone was left dumbfounded, including Yi Chen, who could not help but swallow hard. The notion of devouring vast worlds was excessively ruthless and barbaric. Yi Chen even questioned how the undying Emperor of Heaven dared to undertake such audacious actions. The concept of vast worlds encompassed not merely a single realm but numerous realms of varying sizes, including those of the immortal realm, demon realm, monster realm, and Buddha realm. If he truly did devour and refine these worlds, he was either a madman or a psychopath. Such methods were unprecedented and beyond comprehension. The undying Emperor of Heaven proclaimed, "Are you not astounded? Yet, this is my path, a continuous cycle of devouring and ascending, ultimately becoming the true primordial golden immortal point. One day, I shall reign supreme over all realms." His statements were chilling, evoking the impression of madness and a lack of reason. Yet, he undeniably possessed the strength to back his claims. The group fell into a profound silence, petrified by the emperor's words. Should he succeed in becoming the primordial golden immortal and dominate the realms, an eternal darkness would envelop them. Yet this individual claimed it was within his grasp. His ambition was terrifying. He sought to rule all realms. The undying Emperor of Heaven continued, "Do not be surprised. I know you are shocked, but this is my path, and I must persist. I wonder, what is your path?" Esteemed group leader, Yi Chen was taken aback as the emperor unexpectedly turned the conversation towards him. Was he testing him? If so, Yi Chen was in grave danger, for he himself was uncertain of what his path truly was. The path of exploitation? The path of deception? Or perhaps the path of fraudulence? In any case, all paths were nebulous, with no clear origin or destination. Yi Chen felt disoriented. He truly did not know how he had progressed thus far. Relying entirely on the system for assistance, the only course of action was to maintain his current state and conceal his true self. However, since the emperor was probing him, Yi Chen would not retreat. "My path is simply to cleave mountains and split the earth with my sword, to shatter stars with a single punch, to trample the seas with my foot, to crush the very ground beneath me, to unleash a palm that upends the cosmos, and to roar with such fury that heaven and earth tremble." My path is one of invincible belief, indomitable spirit, and unwavering strength. This was Yi Chen's path. The undying Emperor of Heaven replied, "An invincible belief and an indomitable spirit? Excellent. I admire that." Silence enveloped the group. All were profoundly shaken by Yi Qin's words. Such bravado could easily win an Oscar. The undying Emperor of Heaven stated, "I wish to know your current realm, and I would like to engage you in a discourse on our paths." Chapter 16. The group leader is a fraud. This declaration left not only Yi Qin stunned but also Zhuge Liang and the others behind him in shock. The undying Emperor of Heaven sought to engage the group leader in a philosophical debate. Was this for real? A mere fraud attempting to debate with a Taoist immortal? This was tantamount to courting disaster. Should he expose his weaknesses during this exchange, not only would he face obliteration, but the entire group might also meet the same fate. Yi Qin cursed inwardly, realizing the precariousness of the situation, yet he maintained an air of composure, responding nonchalantly, "My path is one of invincibility and resilience. I would like to engage you in a debate, but my path is a closely guarded secret and not meant for public discussion." This was the best excuse Yi Qin could conjure, as keeping his secret safe was paramount. The group again fell into a deep silence, eager to witness the exchange between two formidable beings, hoping for the celestial phenomena often associated with such encounters. The undying Emperor of Heaven remarked, "If it is a secret, then let us adhere to group protocol. We shall forego the debate and instead engage in a contest." Cursing under his breath, Yi Qin lamented, "How relentless he is!" Regardless, he had to maintain his composure. The undying Emperor was far too cunning, and his words reeked of ulterior motives. Was this newcomer truly suspecting his identity as a superior being? Such incredulity enveloped Yi Qin, who felt a surge of panic within. He was certain that the immortal Emperor Huangtian had uncovered some peculiarities about him, prompting this inquiry. However, it seemed illogical. He had not revealed his true capabilities, nor had he spoken of anyone's fate. His ability to foresee the future should not arouse suspicion. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of unease crept over him, intensifying to the point where he felt as if his heart were being squeezed. At risk of bursting at any moment, this newcomer was undeniably strange, deliberately targeting him from the outset. He resolved not to allow any flaws to be detected. He must maintain his composure. Yi Qin steadied his expression. "A contest? At this crucial juncture, it would be unwise for me to engage in battle." His reasoning was impeccable, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to counter. Yet, what manner of being was the immortal Emperor Huangtian? He would not be deceived. This was truly a cunning ploy. It appeared that this compatriot was far from simple. The immortal Emperor pondered, harboring doubts. More accurately, he was convinced that the group leader was a fraud. However, he could not display this suspicion openly, lest it incite wariness in the other. Should such vigilance take root, the leader might retaliate and expel him from the group, a feat more daunting than ascending to the heavens. Nevertheless, he could challenge the group leader, using his superior status as leverage. If the leader accepted, it would indicate that he was indeed formidable, warranting submission. Conversely, if the leader were a mere charlatan, it would reveal that he only grasped the narrative of his own existence, being yet another traveler from another realm. His golden opportunity lay in the chat group, wherein such travelers typically relied on knowledge of the plot to construct a persona that claimed foresight of past and future, deriving benefit from it. Why, one might wonder, did this Emperor Huangtian possess such extensive knowledge? He too was a traveler. As the esteemed author urged for a continuation, we delve into Chapter 17. The newcomer? A creature of the abyss, he had traversed into a strange world, becoming what was termed a child of the abyss. The abyss was a realm steeped in darkness, bloodshed, terror, peril, and death. A fiery world rife with volcanoes and molten rivers, both searing and tumultuous. Countless monsters roamed the abyss, fierce and formidable beyond measure. Life within the abyss was saturated with cruelty, bloodshed, slaughter, and every conceivable sin. The demons inhabiting this realm were a frenzied, savage, bloodthirsty lot, perpetually engulfed in a maelstrom of malevolent energy and wicked thoughts. The inhabitants of the abyss were caught in an endless cycle of carnage, consumption, and destruction, their insatiable thirst for violence and annihilation twisting the abyss into an ever more grotesque and distorted existence. They would stop at nothing, acting with reckless abandon within their domain. As a child of the abyss, he understood that to grow stronger, he must corrupt myriad worlds, tainting them until they all mirrored the abyss. This was why he had proclaimed his path as one of devouring. He sought to consume countless worlds and reduce them to servitude. Of course, he would not engage in such foolishness just yet, for his strength was insufficient. However, within the abyss, he wielded control over all that existed. When he crossed into this world, he was bestowed with a system known as the Infinite Abyss System, activated merely 10 minutes prior to his joining the group. Ding! Detecting the host's world. Abyss world, characterized by devouring and destruction. This world harbors a unique race of demons known as abyssal demons, whose power is immense and capable of commanding various monstrous beings. Abyssal demons possess the ability to absorb and annihilate, gathering energy through their actions. Please exercise caution. Upon hearing this introduction of the infinite abyss, Jun Tianxia felt a twinge of danger. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focus was on the fact that he possessed a system. He was the protagonist. This was a system, his own, impervious to theft. Those who wielded such systems were invariably endowed with extraordinary prowess. And he, Jun Tianxia, was no exception. Thus, he held no fear regarding the future threats posed by the abyssal demons. Instead, they intrigued him. Historically, protagonists rose amidst relentless pursuit by numerous antagonists. However, once a protagonist ascended, they transformed into a mighty dragon, obliterating all adversaries in their path. Jun Tianxia envisioned himself as that dragon. Only by becoming a dragon could he emerge as the ultimate victor and reap greater rewards, acquiring elevated power and status. Therefore, Jun Tianxia was destined to transcend the ordinary, destined to become a true dragon. As for the abyssal demons, what of it? He was eager to witness whether they or his system held greater strength. The system was his ace in the hole. System, what is your precise function? Infinite Abyss System. Ding. Detecting the host's inquiry, I shall respond according to your requirements. The primary function of this system, its sole purpose, is to corrupt the heavens, transforming them into realms of the abyss. Corrupt the heavens, transforming them into abyssal worlds. Jun Tianxia's eyes narrowed. This could be interpreted as tainting myriad worlds, turning them into abyssal realms. Correct? Indeed. Additionally, this system has completed a thorough transformation of you. You have now become a true creature of the abyss. Upon uttering these words, the Infinite Abyss System triggered a remarkable transformation in the entire environment. The oppressive aura that had once suffocated Jun Tianxia vanished, replaced by an exhilarating sensation that coursed through him. Was this the power of the Infinite Abyss? Truly extraordinary. Chapter 18. Strategies and Counter-Strategies. The system's effects were formidable. It had transformed his body, soul, and corporeal form. Jun Tianxia had become a genuine demon, possessing a fraction of the abyssal demon's power and traits. Mighty demon, Jun Tianxia murmured to himself, recognizing the path he was destined to pursue. Does the system possess any grand rewards? Ding. The system grants you a grand gift package. Would you like to utilize it? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a grand gift package. Ability. Siren's Call. This power allows you to enchant others, casting a mysterious influence that ensnares the victim in illusions, transporting them into a world of your design. Siren's Call could bewitch all, ensnaring the enchanted in the realm of his imagination. Jun Tianxia chuckled. This grand gift is truly remarkable. Siren's Call was a new concept for him, and the prospect of wielding it was exhilarating. He felt as though he could enchant someone already. Without hesitation, he lunged toward a peculiar beast before him, a creature with a human face and an unassuming physique. I am the name of the abyss. I command you to meet your demise. As the siren's call resonated, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth, momentarily bewildering the beast. Images flooded its mind, leaving it immobile, seemingly dazed. Witnessing this, Jun Tianxia's lips curled into a smile as he murmured words that would catalyze its self-destruction. The sight of the creature succumbing brought him immense satisfaction. He had succeeded. This was the might of the abyss. The Infinite Abyss System was nothing short of extraordinary, his ultimate weapon. With a sufficient number of beasts under his command, he would become an invincible force, unafraid of any adversary, no matter how formidable. Ding! A mysterious and enigmatic power is entering your being. Jun Tianxia was momentarily taken aback. Mysterious power. This energy is unfamiliar, yet it feels extraordinary. He promptly closed his eyes, realizing that this enigmatic power was an invitation to a chat group. Congratulations. You have been invited to join the multiverse chat group. Upon witnessing the pulsating invitation, Jun Tianxia's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Invitation successful. Congratulations. You have become a member of the multiverse chat group. In the realm of conversation, Jun Tianxia encountered familiar faces, particularly the likes of Yu Buchuan, who seemed to be a frequent participant in such chat groups. On this occasion, Jun Tianxia discovered, akin to the narratives of novels, there existed a group leader who claimed to possess the ability to foresee the future. This was precisely the type of scenario Jun Tianxia relished, as it epitomized the tale of a weakling masquerading as a strong figure. To deal with such individuals, one must employ counter-strategies. If you pretend to be strong to deceive others, then I too shall feign strength to mislead you, ultimately ensnaring you in my web regardless of the game's dynamics. However, in a bid to maintain his air of mystery and to prevent any potential identity clashes in the future, he refrained from impersonating renowned figures. After all, if someone were to join the group, it would indeed be quite awkward. He created a new account, one with an impressive title, the Immortal and Indestructible Heavenly Emperor. Such a title was reserved for those of great power. Not every cultivator could attain such a state. Moreover, the name Immortal and Indestructible Heavenly Emperor was undeniably imposing, likely leaving the group leader bewildered, pondering who this individual could be and why he had never encountered such a character in the novels, television dramas, or other works he had consumed. The emergence of the Immortal and Indestructible Heavenly Emperor certainly left the group leader in a state of confusion. Of course, this was only the case if the group leader were a weakling. Should he indeed be a powerful figure, then it would be Jun Tianxia himself left in astonishment. If he truly were a formidable entity, Jun Tianxia would promptly concede, immediately adopting the role of a subordinate, too intimidated even to raise his tail. Nevertheless, such occurrences were rare. After all, how could a genuine powerhouse be inclined to mingle with weaklings? That would be an exercise in futility. An individual capable of establishing a chat group spanning myriad realms was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. They stood atop the pinnacle of cultivation, gazing down upon the masses, and such a being would never consort with a congregation of the weak. However, in order to probe further, he endeavored to tighten the noose, testing the waters step by step. The group leader faltered, consistently avoiding direct responses to his philosophical inquiries or engaging in combat with him. The leader was also reluctant to confront Jun Tianxia directly, fully aware that a mere strike from a being of such caliber could spell his doom. Thus, he resorted to a circuitous tactic, steadfastly refusing to agree to any proposition or to a one-on-one duel with Jun Tianxia. This individual was undoubtedly a compatriot, a weakling masquerading as a strong man. Jun Tianxia discerned the true nature of the group leader and scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 19. Suspecting that Zhunti is also a weakling, however, this was not the time to expose the truth. He still required the power of this chat group to have any leverage against those top-tier demonic lords. Yet, the leader's lack of integrity was astounding. Despite being a weakling, he insisted on pretending to be strong. Jun Tianxia curled his lip in disdain. Unexpectedly, a prominent figure emerged within the group. Zhunti, the saint of the primordial era. This revelation took him aback. Wasn't he this individual supposed to be in the primordial era? Why had he suddenly joined the group? Such esteemed beings generally would not casually enter another's realm, given that each group has its own set of rules. Yet here was this individual, breaking precedent and appearing to enjoy himself, exhibiting an insatiable enthusiasm. What could his intentions possibly be? Could it be that he too was a weakling masquerading as a strong man? Or was he merely peering into the multiverse? If he were indeed a weakling, then his motives would surely not be simple. Such individuals must be eliminated. Jun Tianxia remained vigilant, wary of any malicious intent this newcomer might harbor. Yet, if he were an absolute powerhouse, what significance would his joining hold? The members of this group were mere minnows, hardly worthy of the attention of a being from the primordial era. At most, they would pique his curiosity regarding the chat group, especially someone of Zhunti's caliber, who would surely not deign to notice them. Jun Tianxia furrowed his brow. He could not ascertain whether this individual was genuinely a saint or merely a weakling. If he were indeed a weakling, revealing his own identity wouldn't matter. After all, if this individual were a true powerhouse, he could very well be a formidable opponent. However, should he be stronger than Jun Tianxia, caution would be prudent. This was no trivial matter. Jun Tianxia's thoughts churned for a moment before he respectfully responded to Zhunti. Saint of the primordial era, your presence is an honored I am, but a nameless individual. Your esteemed name resonates widely, and I extend my greetings. Might I request a discourse on philosophy with you? He deliberately framed his words thus, intending to gauge whether Zhunti would dare to accede to his request. Should he refuse, it would indicate that this individual was likely unaware of his own status, suggesting that Zhunti might be a fraud. Conversely, acceptance would yield various implications. However, what he did not anticipate was that Zhunti, upon reading this message, was instantly incensed. How dare this impudent fellow challenge him? Zhunti had remained silent, lurking in the background, having observed this newcomer's entry into the group, but had dismissed him as a mere minor character. Thus he had not paid him much heed. The audacity of this individual to adopt the moniker of immortal and indestructible heavenly emperor was indeed outrageous. A weakling daring to be so arrogant was tantamount to courting death. Yet, what Zhunti did not foresee was that he had been provoked. Such boldness was indeed audacious. Zhunti ground his teeth in frustration, yearning to drag that scoundrel out for a proper teaching. However, he restrained himself. Why did Zhunti perceive him as a weakling rather than a great Luo Jingxian, or even an immortal? Because Zhunti understood well that beings of the great Luo Jingxian level would never adopt such a juvenile and presumptuous name as immortal and indestructible. Even if they were to join, they would not be so reckless as to broadcast their supposed might. True greats would never behave so foolishly. Zhunti's restraint stemmed from his uncertainty about his own standing. Who was Zhunti? He was a powerhouse of the great Luo realm, albeit not yet a saint, but still among the strongest of the great Luo Jingxian. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless mighty beings. Each one of them was cautious and circumspect, treading carefully in their endeavors. Yet, this newcomer seemed utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of unwavering confidence, as if invincible. This irked Zhunti immensely. However, he also feared that this newcomer might indeed be exceedingly powerful, and provoking him could lead to unforeseen consequences, which would spell disaster for Zhunti. Though the probability of such an occurrence was minimal, it was better to err on the side of caution. Thus, despite his simmering rage, he maintained a facade of composure, replying with a smile. I do not merit the title of saint. While it may appear that I am a saint under certain circumstances, my current state is merely that of a great Luo, akin to yourself. However, if you wish to engage in philosophical discourse or even a friendly spar, I am more than willing to oblige. Zhunti's tone was calm, yet it carried an underlying pressure. His message was clear. This young man dared to speak to him thus, and he must be prepared to face the consequences. This was no trifling matter. Jun Tianxia was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Zhunti to be so assertive. However, upon reflection, this behavior was consistent with Zhunti's character. He was quite haughty, typically dismissing others, especially someone as insignificant as Jun Tianxia in a way. This spared him considerable trouble, Jun Tianxia replied. Since the saint is willing to engage in dialogue, I too am eager to accept. Let us converse within the group, however. Before we proceed, may I first inquire? Saint, what brings you to this group, Zhunti? This fellow poses a rather incisive and direct question, a rarity indeed. After all, in a world as elevated as the primordial era, where myriad realms intersect and countless rules and laws abound, each realm possesses its unique customs and order. Yet, the primordial era stands as the mother of all realms. To exist in such a world and join a group of this caliber, is it for charity? What purpose could that serve? If not for charity, then surely there is some ulterior motive. Others in the group shared Zhunti's curiosity about his reasons for joining. Zhunti found himself in a quandary. He couldn't possibly divulge that he was there to collect points, could he? Yet, should they press him, how would he respond? This immortal and indestructible heavenly emperor had indeed posed a conundrum for him. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I have my reasons for descending upon this group. The members of the group expressed their curiosity, eager to uncover the motivations of this prominent figure. Jun Tianxia, noticing that Zhunti had evaded his question, felt a slight pang of disappointment. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Zhunti indeed harbored ulterior motives. He pondered, perhaps this individual sought to extract something of value? Surely it must be significant. Could it be that he, too, wished to dominate the multiverse through this chat group? Such a character was indeed a first for Jun Tianxia. It appeared this prominent figure was not to be underestimated. A weakling would not dare accept a challenge from one of the great Luo Jingxian, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. Jun Tianxia's curiosity was piqued. Was this newcomer truly Zhunti, or merely another individual masquerading as a saintly powerhouse? Indeed, the unascended figure of Zhunti remains a conundrum. He finds himself incapable of elucidating this matter, whether it be the former or the latter. He must tread carefully. However, he is certain that if he truly hails from the primordial chaos, his predicament would be exceedingly perilous. For he is but a novice, despite possessing powers that surpass those of ordinary humans, even akin to the cultivation of transcending tribulations. Within the vast expanse of the primordial world, he remains inconsequential, much like a small fish navigating the ocean, vulnerable to being swept away and devoured without a trace of resistance. He must exercise utmost caution to avoid exposure. At this moment, his sole hope is that this Zhunti harbors no desire to engage him in combat. Otherwise, even should he reveal all his trump cards, he would likely find himself ensnared in an inescapable doom. As he ponders, the group leader Yi Chen exclaims with remarkable nonchalance upon witnessing Jun Tianxia's audacity in provoking the future sage Zhunti. He instantly comprehends the other's intentions, inwardly lamenting that Jun Tianxia, indeed, exemplifies the recklessness of youth. To have drawn the ire of a sage is no trifling matter. It appears that the sage is displeased with this individual as well. Thus, Yi Chen's trepidation towards Jun Tianxia diminishes somewhat. A great Luo Golden Immortal daring to provoke a supreme great Luo Golden Immortal of the primordial realm exhibits a boldness that is nothing short of audacious, truly fearless. Such courage commands his admiration. How does it feel to be on the receiving end of the consequences you so carelessly inflicted upon me? Ha ha! With a jovial demeanor, Yi Chen responds, Sage Zhunti. Regardless of your reasons for joining this group, it is an honor for us. We wholeheartedly welcome your guidance and wisdom. Upon his utterance, the group erupts in a chorus of admiration. Yi Chen's words are exquisitely crafted, elevating Zhunti to celestial heights while simultaneously enhancing his own stature, a matter of significant importance. Anyone who hears such commendation would feel a profound sense of gratification, unlike Jun Tianxia, who appears utterly oblivious to the nuances of social decorum. Within Jun Tianxia's heart, a chill of apprehension washes over him. It seems that Yi Chen intends to cast him into the abyss, rendering him a target for collective scrutiny. This individual is truly despicable. Jun Tianxia grits his teeth, contemplating, you are intentionally saying this to embarrass me. Yet, it must be said that Yi Chen's remarks are exceedingly appropriate and evidently favored by Zhunti. He replies coolly, Group leader, I understand your intent. I have indeed come with certain objectives in mind. The group once again erupts with excitement. Yi Chen, taken aback by the sage's forthrightness, realizes the need for utmost respect and promptly states, Please, sage, do enlighten us. The members of the group collectively hold their breath, anticipating the sage's pronouncement. Perhaps they are on the verge of participating in a momentous event. Zhunti, after a prolonged silence, finally articulates two words, for the rise and fall of all realms. A wave of shock reverberates through the assembly. The rise and fall of all realms. This is a matter of monumental significance. The current epoch is one of great change, and following this grand upheaval, chaos shall reign supreme. Once the great era of turmoil commences, the entirety of the primordial realm shall be reduced to desolation, marking the end of an age where countless races and beings will face utter annihilation, leaving not even a trace of their essence. This is the calamity of all realms, also referred to as the Great Annihilation. Zhunti continues, all races are but mere insects. Each being shall be eliminated in the passage of time, until total obliteration ensues. It is only when a new primordial chaos emerges that life across the realms will enter a new cycle, heralding the advent of a new era. His words resonate like thunder in the ears of the listeners, nearly causing them to leap in astonishment. The magnitude of this revelation is overwhelming. If even myriad worlds cannot escape the cycle of reincarnation, the severity of the impending catastrophe is clearly unfathomable. Furthermore, all races shall be subject to this cycle of reincarnation. This implies that, when the time comes, the fate of the inhabitants of this world is sealed, leading only to their demise. Zhunti's proclamation causes the hearts of the crowd to constrict painfully, leaving them chilled to the bone. Such terror is utterly unfathomable, inciting a sense of horror that is almost unbearable. Yi Chun, upon hearing this, cannot suppress the rapid beating of his heart. The implications behind Zhunti's words are profound. If all races face extinction, what of himself? Would he not also be ensnared in the web of elimination? The assembly shudders involuntarily, gripped by a sense of dread. The atmosphere is suffocating. He envisions the calamity, a moment in which the very heavens and earth seem to collapse, annihilating all that exists. We, mere insects, possess no sanctuary from which to escape, left only to be crushed beneath the relentless wheels of history, reduced to dust. As the group engages in fervent discussions, their faces betray expressions of terror and panic. Zhunti elaborates, this is the rationale behind the notion that all things are but fodder. The strength or weakness of a world is not solely dependent on the prowess of an individual, but also on the energy that world can harbor. No one can evade the calamity, not even we. The assembly holds its breath in anticipation, eager for the sage's continued discourse. Zhunti continues, you are but grains of sand among the myriad races, insignificant in the grand tapestry of existence. In such a world, your efforts would stir not a ripple in the vast ocean. Yet, the present differs. The great path is impartial, viewing all beings as mere fodder. The cosmic order is vast. The great path encompasses 50. And humanity is but one of its facets, offering us a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, the group erupts once more in astonishment. Countless beings, with only a sliver of opportunity. What a terrifying concept. What might this opportunity entail? A voice inquires, sparking speculation among the crowd. Zhunti calmly responds, it is this very chat group, an entity capable of connecting all realms. This chat group was not created by you, group leader. Rather, you are merely a fortunate participant, a part of the chat group's essence. The title of group leader momentarily stuns Yi Chun. Indeed, the sage's revelation leaves him pondering the implications. Would he not feel embarrassed to have his claim of creating this chat group publicly challenged? A wry smile escapes him. Yet, in the next moment, Zhunti provides him an escape. You need not feel awkward. The chat group is the handiwork of the Great Path. However, the Tao itself is formless and intangible, incapable of manifesting directly beside you. This explains why, upon joining the group, I sensed a familiar aura. It is the essence of the Great Path. Although the Tao does not appear, it offers you a chance to access the chat group. My entry into this group was prompted by the heavenly Tao of my world, which urged me to explore the core secrets of this chat group. Should you uncover something from this core revelation, perhaps there is a chance to rescue your so-called myriad beings and grant you a new life. The room erupts in a frenzy at Zhunti's declaration, each individual brimming with excitement. If they could discover a means to rise anew through the chat group, it would signify salvation for all races from the cycle of reincarnation. This is nothing short of monumental news. Zhunti has crafted a grand rationale for his participation, providing a reasonable explanation devoid of any flaws. Many in the group regard this as a valid justification for Zhunti's involvement. Expressions of gratitude flood the chat. We shall forever remember the sage's immense benevolence, and we hope you uncover the secrets of the chat group to save countless lives. Zhunti responds with a warm smile, rest assured. As long as I can uncover the truth, I shall spare no effort to assist you all. A wave of joy sweeps through the crowd. Zhunti's promise is a commitment to their cause. What more could they desire? Zhunti continues, now then, immortal emperor of the undying, are you satisfied with this rationale? He abruptly shifts the topic towards the immortal emperor of the undying. All eyes turn to him, eagerly awaiting his response. After all, it was he who initiated this discussion, and now he finds himself at its center, having previously questioned Zhunti, only to be outmaneuvered by the sage's lofty reasoning. Now, it is the immortal emperor of the undying who faces scrutiny. Left to navigate his response, the immortal emperor of the undying feels a wave of anguish wash over him, yet he dares not contradict Zhunti, for the sage stands as the foremost power in the group. Gritting his teeth, he replies, "I am satisfied." In his heart, he harbors an intense loathing for Zhunti, perceiving the sage as a cunning adversary who not only ensnares him, but also shifts the focus of the conversation onto him. Such treachery. The immortal emperor of the undying silently curses, yet he cannot allow his disdain to surface. After all, Zhunti's authority looms large. System, can you investigate the world from which Zhunti originates? Jun Tianxia inquires within his mind. The system's calm voice responds, negative. My current level is insufficient to penetrate the barriers of worlds. Insufficient? Jun Tianxia furrows his brow. How much more is needed to upgrade? A staggering 100 units of cultivation resources are required. And the more, the better, with a minimum necessity of 10 trillion resources. This amounts to devouring or contaminating an entire small thousand worlds. Jun Tianxia gasped in astonishment. 10 trillion cultivation resources? What does this even signify? He was acutely aware of the astronomical sum involved. Where could he possibly procure such an immense quantity of cultivation resources? He was certain that the individual in question must be Zhunti. Yet he could only speculate whether his primordial chaos was of the supreme kind or merely an ordinary one. Or perhaps a low martial world. If it were a low martial world, then he would seize the opportunity to consume such vast resources. Jun Tianxia fervently pondered, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. System, can we now access the world of Xiao Ao Jianghu? He silently inquired. I need to grow stronger. Certainly, host. You may activate your permissions at any time. However, the system can only be activated 3 times, and each opportunity is exceedingly rare. Please proceed with caution, then let us begin. Jun Tianxia declared without hesitation, his thirst for power overwhelming. Only by devouring an entire world could his strength truly amplify. As the system's prompt echoed, he immediately activated his passage to the world of Xiao Ao Jianghu. The gateway to this realm was opened by his system permissions, and he vanished from his original location, reappearing in an entirely different world, the world of Xiao Ao. This world, after all, was merely a low martial realm. The power of the heavenly Tao was not as formidable as that of the vast primordial chaos. Yet it should not be underestimated. Upon his arrival, he was met with the heavenly Tao's rejection and assault. However, in Jun Tianxia's eyes, these attacks bore no effect whatsoever. The rules of the Xiao Ao world were feeble, and he effortlessly grasped some of its principles. He then began to experiment with transforming this world. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he would gain complete dominion over the realm. Nevertheless, he was cautious not to rush. Instead, he opted to proceed gradually. Thunder rumbled ominously across the sky as the heavenly Tao fumed. He realized he could not contain the intruder, as bolts of lightning struck the invader with no discernible impact. He felt an overwhelming instinctual danger. Immediately, he contacted all the sentient beings of this world. Yu Buchuan was engaged in a chat group when the surroundings suddenly trembled violently, startling him. What is happening? What transpired? He hastily exited the chat group and ventured outside. That moment, a cataclysmic force swept through the sky, leaving him breathless and terrified. What is this? He gazed upward at the heavens, witnessing the sky seemingly split apart, revealing numerous fissures, evoking the sensation that the heavens were collapsing. This terrifying force was the heavenly Tao's wrath, Yu Buchuan exclaimed inwardly, while countless questions flooded his mind. Why was the heavenly Tao in a rage? Since his successful ascension, he had sensed the presence of the heavenly Tao, which had functioned normally without any apparent disturbances. Yet now, it was furious. What could be the cause? His mind raced with speculations. Yet he found himself powerless to comprehend the situation. Rumbling intensifying, the heavenly tribulations thickened, resembling serpentine lightning tearing through the void. Suddenly, a voice, or perhaps more accurately, a message, echoed in his mind. Extraterrestrial life has invaded. The billions of lives in this realm are subject to eradication. Upon hearing this, He immediately grasped the situation. Their world was under siege by an otherworldly powerhouse, one of considerable strength. Even the heavenly Tao had sounded the alarm. Such an extraterrestrial entity was not of ordinary strength. It was so formidable that even the heavenly Tao could not contend with it. Yet, he was puzzled. What exactly constituted these extraterrestrial beings? With questions in mind, he promptly logged back online, addressing the group. Everyone, our world is being invaded by a powerful being from another realm. What? An external world? Are you certain? Surely, you jest. The group erupted in disbelief. The news was too explosive to fathom. How did you ascertain that we were under attack from an external world? The heavenly Tao of our realm conveyed this information to all its inhabitants, sending me a message. Extraterrestrial life has entered. Billions of lives in this realm are subject to eradication. As he finished speaking, the group erupted into chaos. Chapter 23. I shall take action. The heavenly Tao, a manifestation of supreme rules, is the sovereign of the world. Its issuance of a warning confirmed the gravity of the matter. O heavens, an invasion by external powerhouses. What shall we do? The faces of the group members turned grave, their eyes filled with concern. They were merely ordinary mortals, devoid of any hope of ascension. Should extraterrestrial beings invade their realm, their fates would be sealed. The very fact that the heavenly Tao had sounded the alarm indicated that the situation was dire. The group leader, Yi Chun, furrowed his brow in response, taken aback by the severity of the situation. Yin Qixia remarked, if even the heavenly Tao, this supreme entity, cannot combat the invaders and must alert billions of lives to prepare for battle, then just how powerful is this extraterrestrial being? His words were laced with curiosity regarding the strength of this intruder. The group fell silent, hesitant to speak. They understood that if even the heavenly Tao of a world could not withstand this invader, the entity's strength was beyond comprehension. No answers were forthcoming. Even if answers existed, no one dared voice them, for this pertained to matters of the utmost authority, not simply a personal affair. The invasion by this extraterrestrial entity posed a catastrophic threat to the entirety of the realm. The orchestrator of this chaos, Zhunti, had not anticipated that the heavenly Tao would take such measures, personally warning billions of lives to prepare for battle. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. Having already entered this world, he had no intention of retreating. Regardless of the obstacles ahead, he was resolute in his determination to continue. This world must be harnessed for his purposes. Otherwise, his plans would come to naught. He could only hope that this Zhunti would refrain from intervening, allowing his scheme to proceed smoothly. Why did an extraterrestrial life suddenly appear in your world? The group leader presented a vision of the future that did not include this event, prompting an inquiry from the group. What is the meaning of this? Upon hearing this, Yichen also furrowed his brow. He recognized the formidable nature of the extraterrestrial beings and understood that the group awaited his explanation. Yet, he was at a loss for words, knowing he could only address the immediate crisis first. With a heavy sigh, he stated, the situation is somewhat peculiar. However, your future, or rather, your original future, has already changed since joining this group. Given that you are now aware of your original future, it is impossible for things to unfold as they once did. Are you implying? The group gasped in surprise. Yi Chun shook his head. The future has been altered, resulting in a deviation from your historical trajectory. Thus, your original fate has been completely overturned. The future you now face is filled with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, all members fell into deep contemplation. With their original fate disrupted, where would they now find themselves? The group leader, Yi Chun, continued, we do not know what the future holds, but your fate has undeniably shifted. All you can do is strive to survive, live longer. Only then will you earn the right to rebirth. His words instantly ignited a fervor among the crowd. Yi Chun was correct. Although their futures were no longer within their control, they could still grasp their destinies in their own hands. While the notion was somewhat convoluted, it held a kernel of truth. Moreover, the upheaval in the world may not necessarily spell doom for you, for you might reap tremendous rewards from this calamity. For instance, if you successfully repel the invaders, it will be a monumental act of virtue, and the heavenly Tao shall reward you with fortuitous luck, granting you the opportunity to cultivate to even greater heights. The crowd paused, taken aback by the mention of fortuitous luck. This concept felt distant and unattainable, even for those who had ascended to immortality. What does the group leader mean? They grasped the implication that the leader was hinting at their potential to earn the heavenly Tao's favor. You must recognize that this invasion stems from extraterrestrial beings. In every realm, the heavenly Tao is the highest authority in the universe. Yet, this extraterrestrial entity dares to provoke the heavenly Tao, seeking to invade our world. Such an act is tantamount to courting death. Yi Chen continued, if we can eliminate this extraterrestrial being, the imminent threat will be vanquished. Eliminate it? Is that even feasible? This extraterrestrial being is incredibly powerful. Can we truly defeat it? Indeed, such a being seems impossible to vanquish. Could it be that the group leader intends to intervene personally? Zhuge Liang remarked. Yi Chen, upon witnessing this, thought to himself, what can I possibly do? I lack the strength. I am utterly weak. Am I simply courting death? He forced a bitter smile and said, if circumstances allowed, I would naturally wish to take action myself. However, do not forget, I am currently at a crucial juncture and cannot intervene. Otherwise, I would become entangled in the consequences. Suffering a backlash, I can only use this excuse to deceive you. What should be done? Yi Chen's words left everyone in silence. Suddenly, a new reply appeared, from Honghuang Zhunti. This seat can take action. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joy. Yi Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. With the involvement of Saint Zhunti, the impending crisis could surely be resolved with ease. Yu Buchuan declared, with Saint Zhunti's intervention, victory is assured. Indeed, with the saint's involvement, the invader's demise was inevitable. This time, we are certain that our saint will succeed. We shall witness the saint vanquishing the intruder. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The reputation of Saint Zhunti was overwhelmingly impressive. With the saint's intervention, this crisis was bound to be effortlessly averted. Yi Chen felt a surge of emotion. Truly, Saint Zhunti was a remarkable individual, possessing profound strength, unlike the despicable, cunning, and treacherous depictions often found in novels. Not only was the saint extraordinarily powerful, but his character also shone with integrity. He was genuinely compassionate, unable to bear the thought of mortal demise. Chapter 24. The one who laughs proudly in the world stands less than a millimeter tall. Such a saint is indeed worthy of respect. Saint Zhunti's decision to intervene stemmed partly from a desire to test his own abilities. He had been astonished to learn from others that his magical powers could multiply exponentially in other realms. Additionally, he felt it necessary to showcase his prowess to the group leader, allowing them to recognize him as a true powerhouse. However, before taking action, he needed to ascertain the true strength of the invader and whether he could emerge unscathed. Therefore, he planned to enter not in his true form, but rather as a clone, which would descend into the mortal realm. Using a special technique, he would merge the clone with himself, integrating it as part of his essence. Simultaneously, the destruction of the clone would have a negligible impact on his true self. This form of clone is also referred to as divine power. Of course, it was impossible for his true self to traverse into other worlds, as he was already under the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao in this realm. Moreover, his very existence was intertwined with the fate of Honghuang. Being one of the future saints, it was indeed strange that he would not attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Should his true self abruptly vanish from Honghuang, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the heavenly Tao. If the Tao were to notice and uncover that he was an anomaly, his situation would become quite perilous, potentially jeopardizing his very life. Hence, he required a clone to take the lead. Honghuang Zhunti addressed Huashan's Yu Buchuan. You shall first open the world passage. I will proceed to assist you in eliminating the external invader. Within the group, Huashan's Yu Buchuan was filled with joy, promptly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Saint, for your assistance. He did not indulge in pleasantries and immediately opened the route to the world for everyone. Although he felt a sense of danger from the indestructible Emperor of Heaven, who had blocked him from entry, at that moment, the group erupted in excitement, eager to witness the saint's intervention firsthand. Although the saint was the strongest individual they had encountered, he harbored no ambitions and refrained from engaging in mortal conflicts. Such a saint was indeed their idol. Yet now, with the saint's presence, they were overwhelmed with excitement, yearning to charge into battle alongside him. Nevertheless, they understood that their role was merely to observe, ensuring they did not cause any trouble for the saint. While Saint Zhunti appeared eager to assist, he harbored his own doubts about how to confront the invader. If in a mythical state, he could directly employ the laws of the Tao to overpower the foe. Unfortunately, he was currently restricted to a high martial state. Now, he needed to swiftly deal with the invader, ensuring the safety of those in the group before exploring the realm of the intruder. Each world possessed its own laws, providing valuable insights for beings like them. They might discover more shortcuts. Zhunti's thoughts were quite straightforward. Having already committed, he was determined to give his all. As for whether the opponent might flee, he was unconcerned. After all, he was protected by the 12th-grade Golden Lotus. Even if the invader was formidable, he likely could not pose a significant threat, for if they were exceptionally strong, why would they waste their strength invading a low martial world? It simply did not align with their interests. An invader from another realm must have sufficient benefits to justify such actions. What advantages could a low-level world offer the strongest beings? Perhaps only those lacking intelligence would consider such an endeavor. It must be said that Zhunti had quite the imagination and was undeniably powerful. At that moment, Zhunti focused his thoughts, and his clone vanished, entering the Laughing Proudly world through the chat group's portal. In the Laughing Proudly world, the abyssal invaders were unleashing a massacre upon the civilians, rampaging without restraint. Meanwhile, Zhunti's clone swiftly propelled itself towards the center of the earth within this world. Help! Humanity had nearly been slaughtered to the brink. They were in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions, desperately hoping for reinforcements, though such hope was futile. Kill! The abyssal creatures, bizarre in appearance, possessed tentacles, legs, scales, tails, and lacked heads, arms, or legs, some even having wings, an array of grotesque forms. These monsters rampaged through the Laughing Proudly world, leaving behind a trail of blood and corpses. In their wake gathered numerous people, cornered and terrified, gazing at the monsters with dread, unsure of what to do next. Too fearful to move lest they provoke an attack. God, save us! The humans cried out in despair. Ha 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 ha! A monstrous beast with a massive maw laughed thunderously, its voice reverberating across the entire cliff. I shall feast upon you. It bellowed, lunging towards the crowd. Suddenly, a colossal hand, akin to a mountain, blocked its path, crushing it with a single, forceful grip. The beast offered no resistance whatsoever. All the humans witnessing this scene stood frozen, mouths agape in astonishment. An imposing figure, towering high above, seemed to touch the heavens, emanating an aura of boundless might. Why are these beings so diminutive? Humans are merely 0.001 millimeters tall. If I did not possess magical powers, I would not even be able to see them. The great being Zhunti was equally bewildered. Chapter 25. I come from Earth. Despite not having activated the law of heaven and earth, why did I suddenly grow in size? How peculiar. At that moment, humanity regained its senses. Upon witnessing the terrifying entity, they immediately knelt in reverence, pleading, Great One, please save us. Meanwhile, the abyssal monsters found themselves engulfed in deep-seated fear, retreating in desperation, yet the space had long been sealed. Escape was impossible. Die! The towering figure coldly declared. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying aura spread forth, enveloping the monsters. Each of them let out a piercing wail, bursting apart and transforming into a mist of blood that scattered into the air, fading into starlight before dissipating completely. The humans, witnessing this spectacle, were left in a state of shock, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Impossible. How could a giant possess such power? There could only be one explanation. He was a genuine god, in a way. This must be an illusion. The monsters roared in disbelief as they watched the scene unfold. How could such a weak force give rise to such a formidable giant? It defied all logic. Yet, the truth remained undeniable. The monsters were left in a state of uncertainty. Some began to contact their companions, seeking to unravel the situation. While their numbers were vast, they did not represent all beings. There existed weaker, less capable entities among them. Thus, in this predicament, they could only unite. It must be an illusion. Let us charge together. The myriad monsters surged forth like a torrent of ants, surrounding the giant. However, the great being merely cast a fleeting glance at them. With a wave of his hand, all the creatures vanished. This scene left the monsters utterly dumbfounded. Zhunti, too, was rendered speechless. The sheer number of monsters rushing towards him was quite bothersome. "Begone!" With a fierce roar, Zhunti unleashed an overwhelming surge of magical power, manifesting as a colossal dragon that swept the beings aside. Though formidable in their own right, these creatures found themselves utterly powerless against such a force. Zhunti advanced relentlessly, and the denizens of the abyss were left in a state of shock. These monsters, known for their unmatched brutality and wickedness, had previously left no survivors in their wake, consuming all, be it human or lesser beings, as delectable prey. Yet today, in utter terror, they scattered in every direction. Meanwhile, Zhunti pressed forward, undeterred, continuing his relentless assault. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, having never witnessed such terrifying power. It was beyond anything a mere human could achieve. Yin Qixia remarked, "The sage has transformed into a gigantic force against these monstrous foes. It seems he wields this power with remarkable ease. Could it be that the sage has invoked the spell of Law Heaven, Manifest Earth? This spell is known to be exceptionally fearsome, requiring an extraordinarily high level of mastery to invoke. Once activated, it amplifies the caster's might, rendering them immensely colossal and capable of rending the very fabric of reality. However, such power comes with significant risks. Should one exceed its limits, the sheer size could result in backlash, leading to severe injury or even death. Thus, many formidable beings opt not to employ this technique to mitigate their own peril. Yet here, Yin Qixia observed with astonishment as the sage effortlessly activated Law Heaven. Manifest Earth, as if engaged in mere play rather than a rigorous practice of magic. Truly, he is a sage. In a brief span, Zhunti, this indomitable entity, obliterated the abyssal invaders, eradicating countless monsters. His strides took him deeper into the abyss, where Jun Tiankong was gripped by dread. The swift annihilation of his monstrous minions hinted at the sage's staggering strength. He was at a critical juncture of devouring the world's essence, and if he were to draw the sage's attention, no, he must flee at once, Jun Tiankong thought to himself, though he was uncertain of how to escape. "You cannot run." Suddenly, Jun Ti's voice resonated in his ears. Startled, Jun Tiankong spun around to find Jun Ti standing not far behind him. "Why you? How did you get here?" he stammered in disbelief, unable to fathom how the sage had tracked him down. "Because I am a great Luo Golden Immortal," Jun Ti replied coldly, then pointed his finger. A beam of light striking Jun Tiankong's forehead, and excruciating pain surged through Jun Tiankong's head. "What have you done to me?" he gritted through the agony. "I require you to answer my questions. From whence do you hail?" Jun Ti's tone was grave. "I cannot answer, lest the consequences be dire." Yet, against his will, his mouth betrayed him. "I come from the abyss. How could this be? Why was his body acting without his consent?" Answering the sage's inquiries? What sort of sorcery was this? Jun Tiankong's face was a mask of shock. He understood the formidable identity of his interrogator, but never anticipated such terrifying power. His very thoughts were under the sage's dominion, compelling him to utter the truth against his will. No, this was not the complete truth. At a deeper level, he hailed from Earth. He must not reveal that he was from Earth. Jun Tiankong clenched his teeth in desperation. Yet, in an instant, he found himself uttering, "I also come from Earth." This admission was a torturous struggle, each word feeling like an immense burden. Earth. The onlookers were taken aback. He actually hailed from Earth? How could that be? Particularly Yi Chen, who wore a look of utter disbelief, unable to trust his own ears. "Is this true? Does he truly come from Earth?" Yi Chen murmured to himself. Chapter 26. Newcomers are also characters in novels. Upon hearing this revelation, Yi Chen was stunned. "A fellow countryman? This guy comes from my homeland? How could he possibly be from Earth? No, that is impossible. It is absolutely unfathomable for such a powerful being to emerge from a barren planet like Earth. The mightiest among them cannot even escape the solar system, let alone invade other realms. This world is utterly bizarre. Is he lying? How could this be? One of the onlookers shook his head, finding it hard to accept. However, this was the reality. The ancient beings in the group learned from the group leader that the land beneath their feet was a planet called Earth. The world they inhabited was referred to as a continent. Yet, whether the land they stood upon was indeed Earth remained a matter of speculation. How could such a powerful being arise from such a land? Moreover, one so ruthless, cold-hearted, and bloodthirsty. It was akin to a demon. Such beings did not exist on Earth, and the inhabitants could not possibly possess such formidable power. Zhuge Liang exclaimed, "It is truly unbelievable. Earth has such a presence. How absurd!" "Master," you remarked, "I am reminded of legends of those who could traverse the skies and earth. The omnipotent immortals, demons, said to exist in our world. This is not mere legend, but a tangible reality I now believe, yet I cannot fully accept all that is before me, for it is too absurd. It is akin to a tale from the fantastical realms. Indeed, it was utterly nonsensical." The group buzzed with discussion. Why Yichun pondered. As a fellow Earthling, why was he so extraordinary while he remained but an ordinary person? How could a mere mortal possess such immense power? It was all too strange. Or perhaps this individual too possessed a hidden advantage. A built-in golden finger, like a system, an overpowered elder. He was indeed from Earth, that much he could affirm. At this moment, Yichun's emotions were a tumultuous mix. He was uncertain of what actions to take next. However, what was this person's golden finger? Was it a system created by some monstrous entity? After all, his subordinates were all monsters, possibly conjured by his system, allowing him to create his own legion of monsters. Why Yichun mused. Yet he recognized that all of this was mere conjecture, far from certainty. "You claim to hail from Earth?" Zhunti was taken aback, inquiring once more. "Yes, I come from Earth," Zhunti replied. "Which Earth do you speak of?" Zhunti pressed on. Zhunti, unable to withhold anything, promptly recited every name of Earth he knew. Upon hearing Jun Tiankong's words, a look of astonishment crossed Zhunti's face. "Another transmigrator? Is Earth truly a breeding ground for such individuals?" Zhunti thought, mentally rolling his eyes. In just a few days. Aside from the group leader, this individual marked the third such person he had encountered. Could it be that Earth was a realm of cultivation, the source of myriad paths? Contemplating this, Zhunti felt an exhilarating surge within. "What manner of existence was Earth?" "You come from Earth?" Zhunti queried again. "Indeed," Jun Tiankong affirmed. Zhunti nodded, then asked, "What is your name?" "I am called Jun Tiankong." Jun Tiankong swiftly introduced himself. Jun Tiankong. That name seemed familiar to Zhunti. A frown crossed his brow as he suddenly recalled something. Had he encountered it before? He concentrated, and a spark of insight illuminated his mind. "I believe I once read a book. It was titled My Strength is All Based on Imagination. The character therein was you? No wonder this name seems so familiar." Zhunti realized, in essence, this individual was not a true transmigrator from Earth, but a protagonist of a novel merely framed as a transmigrator, yet fundamentally just a character of fiction, a mere native whom those like Zhunti typically looked down upon. Under persistent questioning, Zhunti extracted a wealth of information, learning that Jun Tiankong was indeed a transmigrator from Earth. Yet he was an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivation. Furthermore, despite his low strength, Jun Tiankong possessed formidable mental prowess, rivaling even Zhunti's own, though it was actually the system's mental power, of which Zhunti was unaware. These two pieces of information piqued Zhunti's interest in Jun Tiankong even further. This individual could be of great utility. However, it was evident that Jun Tiankong harbored many secrets which could not be disclosed before the onlookers. Yet, as an invader in this world, Zhunti knew he must eliminate him, at least to maintain appearances. With this thought in mind, Zhunti declared, "I cannot allow you to live. Your sins are too great. You must die." Upon finishing his words, a terrifying aura emanated from him, enveloping Jun Tiankong as he prepared to strike him down. Jun Tiankong's complexion changed, and he hurriedly activated his defenses to withstand Zhunti's assault. Boom! In the next moment, the mighty hand of Zhunti descended like a colossal mountain, seemingly reducing Jun Tianxia to mere pulp. Of course, it appeared as though he had been obliterated, Yet, in reality, Zhunti had not struck Zhunti at all. It was merely an illusion perceived by the onlookers, a mere semblance of death. Even so, the members of the chat group were astounded by his decisive and formidable demeanor. They were taken aback to witness that the usually benevolent and gentle sage could indeed display such fury. Silly girl. Does the Buddha also have moments of fierce wrath? However, I feel as though I have seen this colossal palm of the sage somewhere before. Others began to chime in. The sage's wrath is indeed something to behold. Buddha, please calm your anger. Such a person is not worth your ire. Regardless, Zhunti was still dead, and by Zhunti's hand no less. Upon witnessing this, Yu Buchuan breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Subsequently, Zhunti turned around, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the invisible camera of the chat group, stating, "Dear friends, do not overlook minor acts of goodness, nor indulge in minor evils." Zhuge. I believe I have heard this phrase before. Today, I have slain this villain, for he has committed heinous crimes. He has led countless outsiders to invade this world, resulting in untold suffering. Thankfully, I have put an end to him, thus benefiting the realm. Chapter 27. The group leader educates everyone on the nature of transcenders. The cheaters upon hearing Zhunti's words. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the unseen camera. Regardless of the truth behind Zhunti's statements, his actions were, at least on the surface, undeniably compassionate. As Zhunti proclaimed Zhunti's demise, the entire chat group erupted with excitement. The sage acted swiftly and decisively, truly displaying the demeanor of a revered figure. The sage is indeed a model for our generation, renowned for his swift and resolute actions. Observing these accolades, a faint smile appeared on Zhunti's lips. All of this was part of his grand design. Not only had he eliminated Zhunti, but he also showcased his authority before all. Allowing everyone to recognize his methods and resolve, this ploy was indeed effective. Zhunti nodded to himself, yet soon fell into deep contemplation. Zhunti possessed a unique spiritual force. What could have caused such an anomaly? After pondering for some time, Zhunti ultimately abandoned his musings and typed in the chat group, "Gentleman Sword, Master Yu, the otherworldly beings have all been vanquished. The inhabitants of your world may rest easy. Yu Buchuan, we are immensely grateful for the sage's intervention. We shall forever remember your kindness. On behalf of all, I extend our heartfelt thanks for your life-saving grace." Zhunti, no need for such formalities. Do not forget that Zhunti hailed from Earth. Why act of slaying him was merely to rid the world of a menace. As Zhunti spoke, his countenance retained an air of compassion. It was indeed better to eliminate such invaders who wreak havoc upon a realm. Although he had spared him for the moment, the eventual outcome remained death. At this juncture, Yichin also interjected. "Group leader, this individual is not ordinary. He is a transcender." This declaration sent shockwaves through the entire chat group. Not only did the chat group erupt, but other groups also buzzed with excitement. What is a transcender? What does it mean to be a transcender? Why have I never encountered this term before? The group descended into chaos, with everyone engaging in fervent discussion. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the entire group. Group leader, to vanquish evil is something Silly Girl should be well aware of. Silly Girl, indeed. Group leader, then enlighten us on what it means to be a transcender, Silly Girl. Generally speaking, I often utilize the time travel function to return to the past. This too is referred to as transcending, and thus I am also a transcender. This form of transcending is known as time travel. Group leader, the advantage of transcending is that one can directly return to the past, reshaping everything to our desires and altering the future. There are those who traverse from this world to the past, as well as those who journey to other realms. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in understanding. Group leader. Thus, it follows that transcenders are indeed a noble existence. They are prodigies who, without needing assistance from others, can forge one magnificent achievement after another, becoming figures of admiration. However, this existence, while seemingly independent, possesses their own extraordinary artifacts. If someone were to acquire such artifacts, they could become an immensely powerful being, even if they were merely immortal. The members of the group nodded in agreement. Group leader. Therefore, Transcenders are a group not to be trifled with. They wield extraordinary powers. The most formidable Transcenders are those who can activate their abilities at any moment, effortlessly discovering miraculous artifacts and divine beasts in the wild. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such overwhelming power was truly unheard of and unseen. This fortune was simply astounding, however. Upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. For these Transcenders were indeed remarkable, their abilities bordering on the unfathomable. Chapter 28. The children of the plains are the arch-nemesis of Transcenders. This fortune is overwhelmingly powerful. Indeed, such luck is truly extraordinary. How many harbor envy and resentment? I too share those sentiments. Not only were the members of the group envious, but even the group leader himself felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, a Transcender possesses both exceptional talents and such extraordinary fortune. Anyone would feel envious. Yet, curiosity filled his mind. What precisely is the Transcender's golden finger, group leader? Indeed, their fortune is remarkable. They are favored by the laws of the universe, effortlessly creating miracles. This extraordinary luck is something we cannot hope to attain. Yin Qixia. But why would a visitor from another realm be favored by the local world's laws? Shouldn't they be repelled? Group leader. I too find it perplexing, yet the truth remains. These Transcenders enjoy the favor of the universe, which is why they are so extraordinary. This is indeed a paradox. If we consider Transcenders to be the children of the plains, they are not natives of this realm. Even if they were children of the plains, it should be the locals who are favored by the laws of the universe, not the Transcenders. Yet, the current situation is entirely the opposite. This is a subversion of expectation. The group leader contemplated another possibility to counter this paradox. Group leader. One point to consider is that the worlds traversed by Transcenders typically face immense crises that only these Transcenders can resolve. Without their presence, these worlds would inevitably collapse. Group leader. Transcenders themselves possess extraordinary advantages. Only they can confront such monumental crises. The locals are incapable of resolving these issues, and perhaps this is the reason the universe favors them. Perhaps they are needed to address these vast predicaments. This is also why I harbor such trepidation towards Transcenders that, of course, there exists a category of Transcenders who are inherently malevolent, standing in opposition to the world, continuously disrupting its order. Consequently, they are often repelled by the universe, or even met with countermeasures from the local children of the plains, leading to their demise. Only in this manner does their fortune gradually diminish until it ultimately vanishes upon hearing the group leader's words. The crowd was taken aback. Transcenders are indeed so formidable that they can be slain. The children of the plains are truly astonishing, group leader. Of course, Transcenders are not invincible. They too may encounter formidable opponents. And if such opponents possess overwhelming luck, the Transcenders may suffer from what is known as luck backlash after their crossing, which means that Transcenders can indeed be killed. Zhuge. How does one become a child of the plains? Group leader. This question is quite simple. It depends on whether one possesses the favor of the universe. If you inherently possess the luck favored by the universe, then the universe will assist you. Enhancing your fortune die in this way, you can become a child of the plains, group leader. In fact, there are several children of the plains among us in this group, such as yourself, Zhuge. Zhuge was taken aback. I am a child of the plains? Yet I have never enjoyed particularly good luck. After years of military campaigns in the north, I have yet to capture Chang'an, nor have I encountered any significant opportunities. Let alone become a child of the plains. Zhuge. Group leader, I don't believe I am a child of the plains. I have not encountered any formidable Transcenders, nor have I had any miraculous experiences, much less enjoyed the favor of fortune. Group leader, do not underestimate yourself. Have you truly not encountered any miraculous experiences? Is it not miraculous that Liu Bei visited you thrice at your humble abode to invite you out of seclusion? For a young man to be sought after by a warlord is already a remarkable honor. Zhuge was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, being summoned from his seclusion by his sovereign, and on multiple occasions at that, was undeniably a remarkable honor. After all, such occurrences in history might be rare. His reputation and status had certainly ascended to great heights. The group leader remarked, of course, aside from these fortuitous encounters, your own destiny is quite formidable. However, Had you encountered Liu Bei at the opportune moment, the unification of the realm would not have been beyond reach. Upon hearing the leader's words, Zhuge Liang felt a jolt of realization. Although he had experienced a modicum of fortune, it had not propelled him to the pinnacle of power. Yet, the leader's assertion that the unification of the world could be articulated so nonchalantly left him astounded. The group leader continued, "Certainly, your life is fraught with regrets. There are those fortunate individuals who seem to soar effortlessly to the zenith of success, while others may stumble into the abyss only to rise again. Overcoming all odds to become invincible," the leader further added. "It is true that those capable of vanquishing the time travelers are indeed impressive. However, time travelers themselves are formidable adversaries. I advise caution. Provoking them could lead to dire consequences. If you do engage with a time traveler, you must be prepared to annihilate them without hesitation. Otherwise, should you grant them even a moment of respite, they could unleash their full might and turn the tables on you." In summary, time travelers are a perilous collective, relentlessly pursuing their own interests while adept in various schemes. I urge everyone present to tread carefully and avoid unnecessary conflicts with them. Zhuge Liang, absorbing the leader's words, felt a sense of bewilderment. Were these time travelers truly so powerful that even the leader harbored trepidation towards them? "Leader, how do time travelers traverse into other worlds?" he inquired. The leader replied, "It is quite simple. They employ certain methods to access alternate realms, their souls navigating through a unique temporal tunnel that allows them to traverse any world, even seizing the bodies of local inhabitants to be reborn." The mention of body snatching sent a shiver down Zhuge Liang's spine. Such occurrences were not to be trifled with, and he pondered what would happen if he were to fall victim to such an event. Would he become another time traveler? Would he still be himself? The thought was chilling. "I find myself somewhat apprehensive," Zhuge Liang confessed. The leader reassured him. "Fear not, Zhuge Liang. Time travelers pose no threat to you, as your existence does not align with their ambitions. In fact, the likelihood of a doe being possessed is far greater than yours," Zhuge Liang mused. "This situation is hardly reassuring. There is something the leader has not mentioned. Within our group, aside from Zhunti, the probability of possession is rather slim for the others." Chapter 29. Ruling the World. The primordial chaos is fictional. Zhunti. You are also fictitious. Zhunti, being one of the 6 saints of the popular primordial chaos realm, often finds himself at the mercy of various protagonists, resulting in a significant chance of others attempting to usurp him. However, this pertains only to the ordinary realm. Should one consider the superlative Zhunti, the probability of possession remains exceedingly low, Zhuge Liang contemplated. What if they were to possess me? After all, they are time travelers, and those from this world may not even suspect such an occurrence. Baffled girl, I am uncertain about that. This is a complex issue, but should it occur, there is no need to panic. We have the leader, who will not stand idly by. Zhuge Liang nodded in agreement. He then posed further inquiries regarding the time travelers, yet it was evident that the leader could not divulge all, as he too belonged to their ranks. Consequently, he could only share the fundamental aspects of their existence. Nevertheless, Zhuge Liang gleaned substantial knowledge, understanding that these time travelers were indeed highly capable individuals. After a lengthy discussion, the leader chose to shift the topic, sensing an impending crisis as he realized that as a time traveler himself, he felt exposed, as though revealing his vulnerabilities to others. Zhunti, having observed the dialogue, felt a twinge of insecurity. Being a time traveler himself, he pondered whether there were other time travelers within the primordial chaos realm. Though he had grown formidable, he had yet to encounter others like himself and thus remained uncertain of their capabilities. What if someone were even more powerful? This thought gnawed at him, yet he overlooked one crucial point. He was Zhunti, an overwhelmingly powerful being. He recalled that he had imprisoned Zhunti within his consciousness and decided it was time to confront him. As he descended, Zhunti appeared lost in thought. Upon seeing him, Zhunti couldn't help but chuckle. This time traveler resembled a typical antagonist from a chat group-themed novel, utilizing a deep abyss system to invade myriad realms, even infiltrating Earth's network to recruit its denizens. Zhunti was aware of all this, yet he could not deny that Zhunti was a prodigy, albeit one whose arrogance blinded him to reality. believing that having a system meant he held all the cards. He was unprepared for the harsh truths of existence. Consequently, when Zhunti came to terms with reality and was defeated by Zhunti, he suffered a profound blow, leaving him exceedingly vulnerable. With a sigh, Zhunti approached and patted Zhunti on the shoulder. Startled, Zhunti turned to face him. "You are Zhunti?" The moment Zhunti laid eyes on Zhunti, fear gripped him. Zhunti smiled reassuringly. "Indeed? But fret not. I bear you no ill will. I merely wish to engage in conversation." Relieved, Zhunti inquired. "About what?" Zhunti replied. "I believe I am already acquainted with your circumstances." Zhunti remarked, "The methods of the saints are indeed formidable. They can even control my thoughts, rendering me incapable of uttering falsehoods. May I ask, what is this technique called?" Zhunti chuckled. "This is known as mind control, a sophisticated secret art effective against those whose resolve is weak or who lack understanding." After a moment of silence, Zhunti spoke. "Regardless, I implore you to spare my life." Zhunti smiled. "Do not be hasty. I have several questions to pose, and once you have answered them, I shall allow you to depart." Zhunti asked, "What do you wish to know?" Zhunti inquired. "You hail from Earth, correct? In your perspective, I am merely a fictional character, am I not?" Zhunti affirmed. "Indeed." He believed that no matter how grand the primordial chaos might be, it ultimately existed as a figment of imagination, with characters purely fictional, while he was a denizen of the real world. Fostering a sense of superiority, such individuals are the most susceptible to manipulation. Zhunti had effectively ensnared him, leading to his erroneous thought patterns, resulting in his capture and rendering him powerless against Zhunti's machinations. "Ah, it appears I was correct. You are indeed not a being of the real world," Zhunti remarked with a peculiar smile. Zhunti was momentarily stunned. "What? I am not a character of the real world?" Zhunti responded. "What else could it be? Could I possibly regard you as a being of reality? However, now that you have entered this chat group, your fate has been sealed." Zhunti's words sent a chill through Zhunti. Was his destiny truly predetermined? "What is the meaning of this? Who are you?" Zhunti demanded. Zhunti replied, "Do not be agitated. I merely wish to converse with you. You are indeed a character of fiction, not a being of reality. You have yet to transcend dimensional boundaries." Chapter 30. Zhunti. I am the author. Zhunti was left speechless. Zhunti chuckled. "Do you comprehend why individuals on Earth perish and traverse to other realms, becoming entities of those worlds, even crossing into fictional narratives to embody exalted beings? Because at that moment, those time travelers become characters of fiction." Upon hearing these words, Zhunti was taken aback, his entire body trembling. Could this truly be real? How could such a thing be possible? He was merely an ordinary person, not a figment of some fictional realm. His mind was in turmoil, unable to fathom that he could be a character from a novel. An inhabitant of a literary dimension, it felt utterly insane, as if he were trapped in a surreal dream. "You must be deceiving me. How can a character from a story exist in the real world, rather than traversing into the narrative itself?" Zhunti was filled with disbelief, convinced he must be dreaming. Otherwise, how could such an incredible occurrence transpire? Zhunti shook his head and replied, "You may choose to disbelieve, but you must accept that in a normal Earth, such phenomena as crossing into other realms simply do not happen. Let alone the idea of traversing into an alternate world that defies the laws of science." Zhunti scoffed, retorting, "What do you mean by unscientific? I am very much real. Earth is my homeland, not some alternate dimension. I know that I am a living being." He found it impossible to accept the notion of being a character in a narrative. It was simply too absurd. Yet, the reality he believed in was, in fact, a mere illusion, a fictional plane crafted within a novel. Zhunti sighed and remarked, "Regardless of whether it is a fantasy or not, the truth stands before you. It is an indisputable fact that you cannot alter. I can only inform you that both your Earth and the abyss of the alternate world you crossed into are indeed fictional, mere constructs of a narrative. You may continue to doubt or refuse to believe, but I must warn you that once you leave this place and return to your world, you will encounter a violent spatial distortion that will tear you apart into fragments, leading to your eternal disappearance." because your awareness of this world's falsity renders you fictitious as well. The world will collapse along with you, for the narrative exists because of your presence. Jun Tianxia's body quaked. Not from fear, but from anger. He felt deceived, ensnared by such a world. He was unwilling to concede, finding it utterly impossible. No, this cannot be. You are lying. How could I possibly be a denizen of a fictional realm? That is entirely implausible, Jun Tianxia bellowed. His usual calm demeanor shattered. He had never raised his voice in such a manner, let alone lost his composure. But this time he could not contain his agitation. His world should not be this way. It was inconceivable, and he refused to believe it. With fury, he glared at Zhunti, suspecting that he was being toyed with, that his thoughts and memories had been read, perhaps even fabricated into a narrative to deceive him into believing he was a character in a story. Zhunti, with his unscrupulous and despicable persona, could certainly orchestrate such a ruse. Yet, Jun Tianxia had never anticipated that his assumptions were entirely misguided. He glared at Zhunti with a fierce intensity, as if he could pierce him with his gaze. Zhunti smiled nonchalantly, unconcerned, and said, "Believe what you will. Whether you accept it or not, this is the immutable truth." Jun Tianxia clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with anger as he declared, "Saint, even if you are so exalted, you too are a character from a narrative. Just like me, the essence remains the same. No matter how elevated your character may be, it does not alter the fact that you are a fictional being." Zhunti smiled faintly and replied, "It matters not whether I am a character from a story. I will not forfeit my pursuit of power simply because of it. I will steadfastly follow my own path in search of the strength that belongs to me, and I shall prove myself to transcend dimensions. Arriving in a reality of true significance, I am not without that potential." Jun Tianxia countered, "If indeed we are characters from a narrative, then the true reality is absolute and supreme, and no matter how fiercely we seek power, we can never attain true existence." He looked at Zhunti with sorrow, lamenting, "This world is inherently illusory. We are but fabrications, our bodies and souls mere inventions." Zhunti shook his head and said, "Jun Tianxia, it seems you have now acknowledged your own virtuality. Perhaps that realization has become inconsequential." Jun Tianxia gradually calmed down. His circumstances were dire, filled with immense rage and pain, yet he maintained an extraordinary sense of rationality, continuously striving to remain composed, for he could not allow Zhunti to sway him. What was vital was that perhaps our current discourse was merely a composition of the author's pen. Our every word and action were already part of the author's conception, and we were but fragments of their imagination. Thus, we exist as one entity, devoid of distinction. We are all virtual. Jun Tianxia regarded Zhunti with indifference, having come to understand that his every action was but the author's handiwork, a product of their creativity. Zhunti nodded and said, "You are correct. This world is a fictional construct, yet it undeniably exists. All things within this world, encompassing the lives of sentient beings, their joys and sorrows, the cycles of life and death, are indeed real. The essence of this world is what the author has written. Everything you are experiencing now is genuinely existent, not a mere illusion." Jun Tianxia frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Zhunti replied, "What you see now is indeed real. Every word I speak is a truth that exists." Jun Tianxia found it hard to believe, grappling with a terrifying possibility. He shook his head vehemently, refusing to accept it. He could not fathom that this could be true, yet the evidence lay starkly before him, compelling him to confront it. That moment, a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down his spine, causing him to tremble. "I can assert this because I am the author," Zhunti proclaimed with a smile, seeking to unsettle Jun Tianxia and gauge his reaction. Indeed, Jun Tianxia's complexion paled, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 31. The Official Annihilation of the Abyss System. Transformation 1. The author is his creator, and his soul is a construct of the author's design. Every action he takes is orchestrated by the author, enabling him to accomplish anything. Impossible. Jun Tianxia refused to accept what he had heard. Unwilling to believe, he was acutely aware of all his memories from childhood. How could one author possibly create so much? It was inconceivable. This could not be true. In an instant, He felt his inner resolve fracturing, his very soul trembling, as if the essence of his being was quaking in response to the revelations he had just encountered. Zhunti's expression grew serious, recognizing the profound impact on Jun Tianxia's emotions. Yet, this was precisely his aim. He sought to evoke the system within. The narrative had stated that when the host's emotions reached a breaking point, the system intertwined with the soul could easily collapse. This would allow him to enter the soul and seize control. It was a perilous endeavor. Should it go awry, all his efforts would be rendered futile, and even his true self could be obliterated by the system, leading to his demise. Yet this was his singular opportunity. He had to take the risk. If successful, he could seize control of the system. If not, all his endeavors would be in vain, and he would face annihilation. With no chance of reincarnation, his soul erased, dissipating into the ether. Regardless, he had to gamble, as Jun Tianxia's emotional state spiraled toward collapse. His soul quivered as if on the brink of disintegration, poised for utter obliteration in the vastness of existence. Zhunti observed Jun Tianxia, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Now is the moment. Zhunti transformed into a beam of light and entered Jun Tianxia's soul, delving deep within its depths. Suddenly, Jun Tianxia's eyes widened in shock, a brilliant light erupting forth as if two bolts of lightning had struck, imbued with terrifying power. His entire being trembled, unaware that Zhunti had infiltrated his soul. He could not comprehend why his essence was quaking so violently. Did Zhunti intend to annihilate him? Panic-stricken, Jun Tianxia sought to escape, only to find himself utterly immobilized, ensnared by an invisible web binding him in place. He thrashed wildly, but to no avail. Within the realm of his soul, the system was an ultra-intelligent entity, possessing formidable skills and unique functions, and it had its own consciousness. Upon entering Jun Tianxia's soul, Zhunti discovered that his own awareness was seemingly locked, unable to budge an inch. This realization sent a jolt of alarm through him. What manner of creature was this individual, capable of confining my consciousness? The consciousness of the system is an immensely formidable existence. Even the very laws of the world may struggle to confine it, let alone mere mortals. Yet, at this moment, the system finds itself ensnared by an inexplicable force. A power so terrifying that it seems to seal off the entire space, rendering the system utterly immobile and incapable of escape. Panic rises within the system as it yearns to extricate itself from the soul of Jun Tianxia. Yet it is powerless to do so. Cursed be this fate. The system curses incessantly, but to no avail. What should I do? How can I possibly be trapped like this? I am a system of unparalleled capabilities, one that can defy the very heavens. How can I be so easily ensnared? The system is in a state of frantic desperation, on the verge of collapsing under the weight of its own frustration. Feeling utterly constrained and helpless, Jun Tianxia's soul trembles violently. His complexion is pale, and his eyes are bloodshot, as if he is on the brink of a furious eruption. What on earth is happening? Jun Tianxia gazes at himself in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation, merely sensing that his body is about to explode with excruciating pain. The system incessantly bellows in his mind, "Fool, had you not invaded this world of laughter, I would not have been targeted." What audacity for the system to label him a fool when it is supposed to be his subordinate. How could it now side with an outsider to insult him? Could it be that this system has been manipulating him all along? He had fancied himself the progeny of dimensions, only to discover he is but a pawn in another's game. How laughable. He suddenly scoffs at himself, realizing that he had lived in complacency, overlooking many truths a stranger might offer unwarranted benefits. System. Jun Tianxia grits his teeth and roars, "Let me remind you that I am your master. Your betrayal of our oath is unacceptable. Bah! You are no master of mine. You are merely a parasitic ant." "What did you say?" Jun Tianxia seethes with rage. "I said you are but an ant. While I am the noble system, you are merely a lowly insect. I am your sovereign." Silence. Jun Tianxia, consumed by fury, refuses to allow anyone to demean him. He is the exalted child of the dimensions, destined by fate. His destiny should be determined by him alone, not dictated by another. Ha ha ha, foolish human, Do you not realize? You are my pawn, my servant. Thus, you have no authority to command me. I shall shatter you. Jun Tianxia burns with wrath, striving to break free from the binding force tethering his soul. Yet he cannot escape, no matter how hard he tries. You are merely my parasitic slave. You possess no right to contend with me. All your power originates from me. You are unqualified to oppose me, and what of me? Suddenly, a cold voice interjects, laced with mockery. The sound strikes like a thunderclap, overwhelming the system's words. In that instant, the system falls silent, seemingly intimidated. What a splendid spectacle! Zhunti scoffs, his eyes filled with disdain. Without further ado, he channels all his strength to completely suppress the system. He transforms into a Bodhi tree, manifesting countless fine tendrils that densely entwine around the system. He aims to thoroughly refine the system, turning it into a puppet under his control. Although the system is powerful, it is ultimately just an intelligent construct, incapable of contending with Zhunti. No, this cannot be happening. The system shrieks in madness, struggling to break free from the myriad tendrils binding it, yet no amount of effort can liberate it. The Bodhi tree is its nemesis, as Zhunti's true essence. It embodies the fruits of virtuous deeds and harbors boundless Buddhist nature, capable of purifying all malevolent forces. Its roots delve deep into the system, voraciously siphoning its essence, rendering the system increasingly feeble. No, the system exerts all its might but still cannot resist, merely watching as its consciousness gradually becomes ethereal, ultimately dissipating from this world. The system is entirely claimed by Zhunti. Chapter 32. Entering the Abyssal World, Legends of Giants? Sensing the energy of the system, Zhunti's eyes shimmer with brilliance. Such a powerful consciousness. This willpower rivals even that of the late-stage Deluo Jin Xian. He absorbs a portion of the system's energy, integrating it into his own being. His gaze ignites with fervor as he perceives the surging power within him. This strength is exquisite, formidable, and utterly terrifying. Truly remarkable. Zhunti nods in satisfaction. His cultivation has also ascended, reaching the peak of the mid-stage Deluo realm, and he has even brushed against the boundaries of the perfected mid-stage Deluo realm. Seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. Ha ha ha! Zhunti laughs heartily, filled with exhilaration. He opens the abyssal system, revealing a plethora of functionalities, including various divine abilities and rare treasures. However, all require points for purchase, and currently, the system holds just over 10,000 points. Yet, this is sufficient. With that in mind, he decides to indulge himself. Zhunti's eyes radiate with anticipation as he accesses the exchange list within the system, beginning to select divine abilities. He yearns to learn a divine art. A fervent glow ignites in his gaze. He scrutinizes the available techniques and spells, carefully choosing those that suit him. However, to his dismay, he discovers that all the techniques are brutal and predatory, steeped in cruelty and terror. Filling his eyes with disdain, what rubbish divine arts are these? If I were to learn them, would I not become a villain? I am a champion of justice, and I cannot engage in such heartless deeds. Zhunti's lips twitch as he shakes his head, rejecting the techniques that embody wickedness, like the tome on earth devouring, which mercilessly absorbs the essence of all, transforming them into malevolent spirits for its own gain. I shall learn only those divine arts that reflect righteousness. Zhunti resolves internally, continuing to peruse the techniques point one after another. The divine arts pass before his eyes, yet none meet his criteria. Frustration wells within him. This system's techniques are wholly devoid of integrity, all insidious, malevolent, and bizarre. He furrows his brow, dissatisfied. This system is utterly worthless. With so many divine arts, not a single legitimate one to be found. How absurd. Enough! Let me explore the treasure section to see if anything catches my eye. Guided by the system's introduction, he enters the treasure section, only to be met with a wave of dizziness. The treasures within the system are dazzling, overwhelming his senses. There exists an array of treasures, weapons, elixirs, and more, all of high quality, ranging from celestial treasures to even a few spiritual and divine artifacts, causing Zhunti's eyes to sparkle. Truly, the abyssal system is impressive. Even the blood of Pangu is available? Alas, I cannot afford it. Zhunti gazes at the blood of Pangu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, he is a descendant of Pangu, although not on par with the three purities. He possesses a trace of Pangu's bloodline and is intimately familiar with all that pertains to Pangu. The blood of Pangu, drawn from near his heart, is the purest of his essence, containing immense power capable of rapidly enhancing one's strength and cultivation, improving one's physical constitution and genes, granting greater potential, and even benefiting future generations. This single drop is worth an astronomical 100 trillion points, so exorbitant. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The real question is, how can one obtain the blood of such a formidable being as Pangu, an invincible entity beneath the great Tao, when even the system cannot contend with him? This is utterly preposterous. Is it merely a ruse? Zhunti mutters to himself. He searches the system for clarifications. Indeed, there exists a loophole. This drop of Pangu's blood cannot be obtained at all, as the points required for exchange are unattainable, serving only as a facade to intimidate others. The system pays no heed to such matters. Forget it. I cannot utilize this system for now. He shuts down the system, casting it into his consciousness, then uses Jun Tianxia's chat group account to open the portal to the abyssal world and step into it.as. His avatar enters the abyssal realm. He feels a surge of negative energy assaulting his soul. These negative emotions are the resentments and grievances of the abyss. The greater the resentment, the darker the abyss. The denser the grievances, the more powerful the abyss becomes, with lingering malevolent thoughts that may influence his mind and actions. Fortunately, his resolve is steadfast, and he remains unaffected. Although his true self has only recently ascended to the mid-stage Deluo Jin Xian, his strong consciousness is unperturbed by these negative emotions. As he traverses the abyss, his avatar accompanies him, drifting through the abyssal world, avoiding contact with the ground. He recalls that when he stood on the ground during his previous visit to the world of laughter, he had expanded 1,000-fold. Such an entrance is far too ostentatious. He arrives above a battlefield, where countless humans clash with abyssal demons, their grievances soaring to the heavens. Why are there humans in the abyss? Before the abyssal invasion, this world existed as a typical ancient realm. However, since the emergence of the abyss, although the levels of power have escalated and humanity has begun to practice cultivation, the burgeoning population of the human race has largely succumbed to becoming slaves of the abyss. There are, of course, those who resist the abyss, yet the malevolent demons of the abyss are relentless, mercilessly slaughtering humans and plunging the realm into despair. This battlefield is where the human rebels confront the demons. Although these rebels possess considerable strength, they are no match for the ferocious abyssal demons, who annihilate them with ruthless efficiency. Time and again, humanity faces dire defeats and countless death. At last, the demons have arrived at this location, and the fate of humanity hangs in the balance. The city gates, the soldiers, witnessing the gruesome visages of the demons surrounding them, turn pale, fully aware that today spells their doom, and their city is destined to fall. This is the apocalypse. This is indeed the end. A soldier cries out in despair, tears streaming down his face, his heart filled with hopelessness. Are we truly to perish? The city's commander shouts. These accursed abyssal demons. Do they seek to slaughter our entire race? Indeed, they aim to annihilate humanity entirely. Someone nearby roars in fury, Abyss, you vile beasts, may you meet your doom. The divine will not spare you. Outside the city, the abyssal demons sneer, humans, how foolish you are, the divine. If not for our arrival, this world, devoid of even a single properly trained chi cultivator, could never have known the existence of deities in this world. A legend has long been passed down from ancient times, proclaiming that a colossal deity cleaved through chaos to create their realm. It is said that this deity shall reappear in humanity's darkest hour to save them. If the legend holds any truth, should not the deity appear at this critical juncture? Many cling to a sliver of hope. Yet now, disappointment fills the air, for the deity does not manifest, and the apocalypse for humanity draws near. Chapter 33. The abyssal world within the box. Ha ha ha, the abyssal demons laugh arrogantly. Do you insignificant ants dare to speak of the divine in our presence? How laughable! The soldier roars in fury. Damn you abyssal demons! You shall be cursed. Punishment awaits you. The demons cackle in response. This arrogance is intolerable. Observing this scene from above, Zhunti can no longer contain his disdain, exclaiming, "These wretches are indeed rampant." However, this provides me with a reason to intervene. Cultivators are typically bound by the principle of karma, unable to kill indiscriminately without incurring repercussions. Even the mightiest beings of the primordial age would refrain from senseless slaughter. For once entangled in karma, they would face severe retribution. There exists a rare exception, where slaying those who harm the heavens may yield merit. Zhunti's intent is simple. He desires to eliminate a profoundly sinful and powerful demon. By doing so, he would gain immense merit, for as a sage, vanquishing such a demon would surely attract the favor of heaven and earth, drastically enhancing his strength. Thus, he extends his left hand, gradually enlarging it as he reaches downward. As he does, boundless energy surges from the void, coalescing into a colossal palm that blots out the sun, descending upon the demons below. With a thunderous roar, the earth quakes as if it were splitting apart. In the eyes of all, that enormous hand captures thousands of demons, and as it constricts, their bodies shatter instantaneously, blood mist showering the ground, reducing their remains to ashes. These demons, the lowest of the abyssal hierarchy, are obliterated in an instant under Zhunti's might. The city commander, Zhao Fei, witnesses the immense hand descending from the sky, his legs trembling in terror. Yet, upon seeing it directed at the demons, annihilating thousands, he feels a surge of surprise and joy. Divine providence has graced humanity. This commander rushes to the city wall, bowing in reverence to Zhunti, proclaiming loudly, "Divine One, you have finally arrived." HM? Zhunti frowns upon hearing this. Puzzled, do they see me as the deity of this world? Nevertheless, he refrains from elaborating further. The soldiers atop the city wall gaze in awe, crying out in exhilaration. It is a deity. Truly a deity. The legend is real. The divine shall descend to save humanity in its hour of peril. Yes, this is indeed a miracle. The soldiers kneel in fervent worship. Zhunti observes the scene below, allowing their veneration to unfold unimpeded. However, this spectacle transforms into something entirely different in the eyes of the abyssal demons. No, this cannot be. How can such an event transpire? The demons bellow in disbelief. It is impossible. We are invincible. That colossal hand cannot harm us. Indeed, the abyssal demon king concurs. We are endowed with formidable bodies and resistances. That hand could never inflict harm upon us. It is utterly inconceivable. The abyssal demons continue to roar, unable to accept that a being of higher caliber could exist in this world. Yet, reality demonstrates that anything is possible. Doubt them? Zhunti retracts his left hand, still stained with demon blood, the pungent scent permeating the air. With a cold snort, he swings his right hand once more. This time, the force is significantly amplified. The screams of agony echo, as the abyssal demons are reduced to mere dust by Zhunti's strike. The onlookers are left in a stupor. The demons, who had boasted so brazenly, are now nothing but remnants, and they gaze skyward, filled with reverence. This exemplifies the majesty of the divine. Such formidable power, a deity of this caliber, is truly terrifying. Amidst this, the heavenly Tao of this world connects with Zhunti. The Tao, having succumbed to slumber due to the invasion, unexpectedly awakens momentarily upon witnessing Zhunti's display of might, causing a tremor of astonishment within. This foreign being possesses such incredible strength. Sensing Zhunti's benevolence, the Tao begins to convey a message, essentially inviting him to take charge of this world's affairs. The Tao seeks a suitable candidate to replace its role, one endowed with immense power and capable of safeguarding life within the world. Otherwise, it risks facing annihilation. Presently, Zhunti emerges as an exemplary choice. Thus, the Tao grants him nearly full authority over the realm. The Tao wishes for me to assume control of this world. Zhunti is momentarily taken aback, astonished by the Taoist directness. Unbeknownst to him, the Taoist straightforwardness stems from his overwhelming strength, so potent that even the Tao cannot resist him. Is it not advantageous to have such a powerful being protect this world? I accept. Zhunti nods in agreement, I accept the legacy of the heavenly Tao, good. The power of the Tao is inescapable, even for Zhunti, who must comply with the influx of this energy. Soon, the entire world is condensed into a small sphere, roughly the size of a cabinet, appearing before his eyes. Beholding this miniature sphere, a smile graces his face as he muses, how amusing that it can shrink to this size within my grasp, akin to a 30-meter globe, reminiscent of the tales of worlds contained within tiny boxes. Zhunti's right hand gently rests upon the edges of the sphere's clouds, and instantly, the clouds begin to roil. A change in the weather? Zhunti observes the tumultuous clouds, his expression one of astonishment. It seems I cannot move carelessly. Otherwise, I may ruin this world. Thus, utilizing the authority granted by the Tao, he magnifies the scene to the battlefield. At this moment, the human rebels, witnessing the demons that have been vanquished, now reduced to mere powder, are filled with profound awe. They had never conceived that a mere hand could obliterate tens of thousands of demons. If such a hand is so immense, what must its master be like? Perhaps towering beyond the heavens, in an instant, their hearts swell with admiration, igniting an insatiable curiosity about this powerful entity. Zhunti gazes down, a faint smile playing upon his lips. He understands that the heavenly Tao of this realm will certainly hold him in high regard, welcoming him rather than rejecting him. This marks the inception of a covenant, a mutually beneficial alliance. Zhunti would not receive the blessings of the heavenly Tao without due cause. He must pay an equivalent price or meet certain conditions, namely, to expel the abyssal demons and restore normalcy to the world's life. This defines his relationship with the heavenly Tao. Chapter 34, The Three-Body Problem. The Swordbearer Changxian. However, he is currently unable to drive away the abyssal demons, as he lacks sufficient power at this moment. With a sigh, Zhunti realized that he could only proceed gradually. For now, he must allow the world some peace. Why not annihilate them entirely? Because the fate of the abyssal monsters is intrinsically linked to the world's essence. Should they be completely destroyed, the world itself would inevitably collapse and humanity, along with all living beings, would perish. A prospect Zhunti could not bear. His sole objective is to cleanse this world of corruption and restore its former glory. Progress must be made slowly, step by step. Ultimately, the path will align with righteousness. Eliminate the monsters without harming the essence. There exists but one solution. The life of this world must rise in rebellion against the abyssal creatures. It appears I must assist the people of this world in establishing a formidable army. Yet, the inhabitants are far too weak to contend with the abyssal monsters. As this thought crossed Zhunti's mind, his brow furrowed. He turned his gaze towards the city guard Zhao Fei, noting his robust fortune and strength, and an ingenious plan began to form in his mind. That very moment, Zhao Fei, unaware of being observed, gazed excitedly at the slain demons, tears in his eyes. The sacrifices made to vanquish merely hundreds, even thousands, of demons were immense. Yet now, all have been obliterated by this mysterious and powerful giant. This was the outcome he had long yearned for. Zhunti surveyed the crowd, observing the glimmers of expectation, admiration, respect, fervor, and hope in their eyes. Such gazes brought him great comfort. I require you to undertake a task. Zhunti communicated with Zhao Fei. Yes. Is it the divine? Zhao Fei knelt on one knee, overwhelmed with excitement, his heart racing as if it might burst. Yet, this emotion was quickly suppressed, for he was uncertain how to respond. After all, conversing with a deity was a monumental honor. Zhao Fei dared not act frivolously, fearing to offend the divine. Indeed, it is I, Zhunti replied with a smile. Regarding Zhao Fei, I have witnessed the heinous acts of these demons and their grievous sins. Thus, I took action to obliterate them and spare your small city from harm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fei promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, divine being, for your salvation. Thank you for your grace. Zhunti continued. I require you to perform another task. Only then can this world return to its former prosperity. Divine One, please command me. I shall face any peril without hesitation. Zhao Fei responded respectfully. Zhunti smiled. Your mission remains as it is now. Continue to resist the demons and gradually reclaim the lands that rightfully belong to humanity. Zhao Fei hesitated momentarily before inquiring, but I lack the ability to reclaim the lands that belong to humanity. Zhunti chuckled, rest assured. I possess the means to aid you in achieving this grand endeavor. With that, Zhunti's demeanor grew serious. Now, I grant you an opportunity you must seize, for you will receive my method of cultivation, known as the breath method. This will allow you to harness spiritual energy, enhance your physique, prolong your life, and even ascend to the realm of the immortal, provided you exert yourself diligently. Zhao Fei's heart raced at this revelation. Could he truly have heard correctly? The divine was bestowing upon him a method of cultivation. This was a gift from a deity. Although uncertain of its specifics, he was certain it surpassed his meager spells by leaps and bounds. Zhao Fei knelt again, proclaiming, "Thank you, Divine One, for your generous gift." Zhunti nodded impassively, observing the kneeling Zhao Fei with a hint of a smile. "This method is not solely for you. It shall be made public, allowing everyone to learn and rise like dragons, enabling us to truly vanquish the abyssal demons and restore peace to this world. Divine One, if this method is released, won't the demons also learn it?" Zhao Fei asked in astonishment. Zhunti shook his head. "Demons cannot learn it. Only you humans may practice it. Fear not, the breath method is beyond their comprehension. Only your kind can master it, granting you an extended lifespan, a boon indeed." Zhao Fei felt his body tremble with excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you, Divine One. Thank you for your grace." With that, he prostrated himself in gratitude, realizing that this was a method of cultivation, one that could enhance longevity, such a miraculous gift. Humanity had truly hit the jackpot. Zhunti smiled faintly, saying, "Enough now. Rise that I shall communicate with you again in due time." With that, Zhunti's voice faded into silence, leaving Zhao Fei and his companions kneeling on the ground. After a long moment, he regained his senses, hurriedly standing and racing into the distance, calling for his subordinates. "The divine has bestowed upon me a method of cultivation. Spread the word quickly. I shall transcribe it now. Everyone, take note. We must ensure that all of humanity reaps the benefits of the breath method." His subordinates, hearing his call, became animated. Was there truly such an advantage? The divine was indeed generous, granting even cultivation techniques. At that moment, countless eyes shone with excitement. This was a momentous occasion. Simultaneously, new members joined the chat group. Everyone welcomed them. "Welcome new members to this chat group, Zhuge Liang. Another new companion has joined. I, Liang, extend a warm welcome. What is your name?" "Group leader. Welcome to my chat group. From now on, we are all members, looking out for one another." Then, the group proceeded to praise the group leader, followed by a discussion of the group's rules. Leaving the newcomer utterly bewildered. "Newcomer, am I dreaming? Why do I find myself in such a peculiar scenario? Even Zhuge Liang from the Three Kingdoms is here. This is truly an incredible dream." His naive response led others to affirm that this newcomer was certainly not a veteran, or else he would not be so bewildered. "Group leader, this is not a dream but a reality. Our group can connect with figures from the past and future, inviting them to join for exchanges." The newcomer gasped in astonishment. Could such a thing truly exist? Could we communicate with the past, present, and future? Can you help us achieve harmony between Earth and the Trisolarans? Group leader Yichin paused. Trisolarans? Could it be that individuals from the Trisolaran world have joined our group? Yet, the Trisolarans intend to invade Earth, while Earthlings must resist them. Though they have yet to arrive, they indeed harbor intentions of conquest. Who is this person with such a peculiar thought, desiring harmony with the invading Trisolarans? How naive! Yichin found it difficult to comprehend this newcomer's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Yichin replied, "You need not worry. The Trisolarans have never set foot on Earth, meaning there is no need to fear the prospect of cohabitation. Rest assured, peace is assured." Group leader. There are other members in the group. You may all get to know one another and offer assistance. Feel free to change the group name or use your true names. All right, the newcomer responded eagerly. Swordbearer Cheng Xin. Greetings, everyone. My name is Cheng Xin. Chapter 35. The saint who deters the Trisolaran civilization. This introduction startled Yichin, leaving him quite nauseated. This person, with this name, Wasn't she the Saint Mary Chung Xian? She hailed from the Trisolaran world, a so-called saint of love. Not the genuine kind, but rather the kind that acts boldly yet is cowardly, always finding excuses even when in the wrong, a saint who would even sympathize with the Trisolaran children and, for the sake of such absurd notions, relinquished control of deterrent weapons. This behavior not only showcased her saintly tendencies, but also implied a reluctance to bear the responsibility of war between two worlds. Such actions had rendered humanity into a subjugated existence under the Trisolaran dominion, with Earth becoming a pasture for Trisolaran civilization. One can only imagine how absurd and unpalatable this individual truly is. This saint, paradoxically, occupies such a significant position. Furthermore, her character is nothing short of foolish. How could such a fool, Chung Xian, be worthy of the title of swordbearer? It is a disgrace to the name, and yet, here she was, appearing in their chat group, leaving Yi Chun feeling a chill down his spine and a deep aversion to her presence. Ironically, she would survive until the end of the novel. Netizens also harbored great disdain for her. Some comments still resonated in his memory. Chung Xian is nothing but a pile of excrement. Indeed, how could such a person qualify as a sword-bearer? How could someone so foolish exist in this world? It is utterly inconceivable. In this moment, he felt that if given the chance, he would undoubtedly expel this fool from their midst. How could such a person be deemed a sword-bearer? How could she even belong to this group? This individual embodies the archetype of one who acknowledges their mistakes yet remains obstinately unchanged, indulging only in self-reproach while neglecting genuine reflection. The errors they commit are perpetually repeated. This person does not even qualify as a true altruist. Rather, they are a self-serving individual, reveling in their own sense of grandeur for having accomplished so much. Such a character is a rarity in contemporary society. Yet, within the realm of fiction, they may thrive. Yi Chun cannot help but lament the existence of such a foolish altruist in the world. Truly astonishing and profoundly unsettling. While this person exhibits foolishness in matters of great consequence, they display remarkable shrewdness concerning their own survival. The Singer civilization launched a two-dimensional foil towards Earth, which, upon reaching the solar system, executed a dimensionality reduction strike, gradually flattening the entire solar system into a two-dimensional plane, leading to the extinction of humanity. Yet, ironically, the so-called altruist, claiming to act for humanity, managed to escape alone. How deeply ironic and selfish. Not only are they self-serving, but they are also cowardly, fearing death and unwilling to acknowledge their own transgressions. How utterly foolish, how absurd. This is the most foolish altruist I have ever encountered. Indeed, they resemble nothing more than a pile of excrement. A mere pile of excrement is superior to this so-called altruist. This altruist is utterly worthless, a complete joke. Yi Chen seethes inwardly. In the group, Zhuge Liang. It appears the newcomer is a woman, yet what is the significance of this sword-bearer? The sword has been drawn. At this critical juncture, is it for wielding? The newcomer is referred to as the sword-bearer. Has she encountered a grave crisis? Zhuge Liang inquires sensitively. His words bring a flicker of joy to Yi Chen's heart. This person is indeed astute, truly a master. Silly girl. Sword-bearer? That sounds grave. Could it be a personal crisis? Or perhaps a family crisis? Sword-bearer Chung Xian. There is indeed a crisis, but it is a global one. I am the sword-bearer for the world, using my own being to intimidate the Trisolaran civilization. Chapter 36. The Terrifying Water Droplet. Yi Chun thinks to himself, "Ha! A global crisis, and you deem yourself worthy of being a sword-bearer? Do you truly believe yourself a hero? Do you think your power can intimidate the Trisolarans? Do not jest. You are, in fact, the harbinger of the universe's destruction, Zhuge Liang. What is the Trisolaran civilization? Chung Xian. A civilization far surpassing that of humanity, residing on a planet with 3 solar bodies. They endure immense suffering and, despite their advanced technology, are compelled to seek a new home, which they have found in Earth. Thus, I am the weapon Earth employs to intimidate the Trisolarans, Zhuge Liang. Newcomer, your identity is unexpectedly significant. It is indeed remarkable. Becoming such a sword-bearer must be a stroke of fortune, which explains why the Trisolarans regard you with such importance. After all, A sword-bearer can confront and battle the Trisolarans, silly girl. Is the power of the Trisolaran civilization truly formidable? I cannot help but feel they are merely a bunch of weaklings. Just a few light years away, and they have taken so long to reach Earth, I could probably do it in a few days. Yet their technological level seems so primitive. They strike me as a group of good-for-nothings. Yi Qian nearly bursts into laughter. The silliness of her remarks is indeed amusing, essentially mocking the Trisolarans' technology. Her words seem to taunt the authority of the Trisolarans. As expected, Chung Xian's heart is thrown into turmoil in an instant. Who is this person? So audacious, Chung Xian. Do not underestimate the Trisolarans. The water droplets they have created are powerful cosmic probes that effortlessly obliterated our fleet of 2,000 spacecraft. Such might is astounding. The technology humanity prides itself on is suddenly rendered obsolete before them. The devastation of the space fleet is utterly terrifying. How formidable must the Trisolarans be? Chung Xian's words further incite a wave of fear among many. How terrifying! This is the Trisolaran civilization. A civilization capable of possessing a space fleet, truly frightening. Yet, it was easily annihilated by the Trisolarans' water droplets. Indeed, how terrifying! Humanity's technology pales in comparison to that of the Trisolaran civilization. How tragic! The group engages in fervent discussion. Simultaneously, they express immense sympathy for the humans of that world. Living under the shadow of such powerful technological invaders, one can only wonder how much pressure the humans of that world endure. Yi Qian is also inwardly astonished. This world is indeed frightening. Its technological level, as well as the formidable alien technology beyond it, constitutes the most terrifying aspect of this realm. Yin Qixia. This Trisolaran civilization is truly fearsome. The scientific and technological advancements of this world have surpassed that of our so-called intelligent life on Earth. Silly girl. In terms of weaponry and space technology, they may indeed be superior. But none can rival my capabilities. I possess the ability to transcend time. Chung Xian. What? That cannot be. To create a machine that traverses time requires an extraordinary level of technological prowess. Have you truly achieved this in your world? Silly girl. Of course, I can share with you a revelation. In my universe, there exists a machine capable of reversing the flow of time, altering the timeline, and distorting time itself. Yi Qian. Indeed? Your universe possesses a civilization that can destroy the entire solar system with just a single two-dimensional foil, transforming it into a mere plane. This is simply astounding. Chung Xian is taken aback. Yi Qian is left speechless. Should not her focus be on the danger the two-dimensional foil poses to her own world? Silly girl. What kind of civilization exists in this universe that can accomplish such a feat? Yi Qian. The Singer civilization, or rather, that is merely a name given by your world, derived from one of its beings, a humble cleaner, whose job is to casually eliminate civilizations he encounters. This is utterly absurd. Such a lowly cleaner could alter the solar system's dimensionality? Then, what power must such a civilization possess? Chung Xian is thoroughly stunned. Yi Qian continues. Your world has even more terrifying civilizations. There are always greater powers beyond what one can imagine. Your world is merely a minor skirmish. Chung Xian is at a loss for words. At this moment, Yi Qian recalls an exceedingly vital task he seems to have overlooked, unveiling Chung Xian's true nature. Yi Qian. Chung Xian, I shall reveal your true self to the world, so that all may witness your despicable and sordid nature. The crowd is taken aback. The master has changed his demeanor too swiftly. Previously, he would never target anyone, not even the hypocritical Yu Zhongmin, on whom he has never uttered a harsh word. Yet now, he intends to expose Chung Xian's true nature. What could be the reason behind this profound revelation? Has he truly seen through Chung Xian's heart? How extraordinary! Chung Xian is equally perplexed. What have I done wrong to provoke such anger? Please clarify, for I am merely being honest. Yi Qian. There is no need for you to feign ignorance. I have already seen through your heart. Chung Xian. What do you mean? Yi Qian. What I mean is that I have long suspected you are not a virtuous girl. Your pretense of kindness and innocence in this world is merely a ruse to gain more trust. Your heart is filled with darkness. Yi Chen's words strike Qing Xian like a thunderclap. Her complexion drains of color, and her body trembles. Why Yi Chen continues, still in disbelief? Then I shall unveil your past and future, allowing the masses to judge just how dark your heart truly is. Qing Xian. No. Please, do not. Qing Xian understands that if her true self is exposed, her pretended kindness will be utterly laid bare. Yi Chen, begging me is too late. Qing Xian's heart feels as if it has been struck with immense force, throbbing painfully. She senses death, the death of this world. She realizes she is doomed. How could you possibly see through my heart? How could you know my innermost thoughts? Qing Xian's lips tremble as she queries, Why Yi Chen? Your heart is suffused with darkness, the most vile darkness. With each word, Yi Chen strikes at Qing Xian's very core, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She cannot fathom that her true heart, her past and future, are laid bare before the world. Even if he hails from a different realm, she still feels the shame of social death. Is she truly destined for ruin? Qing Xian felt her legs trembling lightly. No. Please. Tears streamed slowly down Qing Xian's cheeks. It is too late. Chapter 38. The Aftermath of Qing Xian's Fear. Qing Xian's heart seemed to suffer a tremendous blow, throbbing with intense pain. She felt the impending sense of death, the death of this world. She realized that her doom was inevitable. How can you see through my innermost thoughts? How can you penetrate my soul? Qing Xian's lips quivered as she inquired. Why Yi Chen replied, Your heart is filled with darkness, and it is the foulest of darkness. Each word from Yi Chen struck Qing Xian's heart like a dagger, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She could hardly believe her own true self. Had her past and future truly been laid bare before the world? Even though he hailed from a different realm, he too felt the shame of social death. Was she really to meet her end? Qing Xian felt her legs quaking. No. Please. Tears cascaded gently down her cheeks. It is too late. Yi Chen chuckled coldly, aware of Qing Xian's reluctance. Yet what did it matter? Were she not of such a nature, he might even aid her in her growth. Yet, her soul was steeped in sin, brimming with filth. He would not allow her to continue deceiving herself. She must face the consequences, lest she bring harm to others. Qing Xian was engulfed in despair, the darkness of the entire world poised to consume her. No, I am not ready. I have not yet. Qing Xian's voice trembled with tears and fear. At that moment, in the deterrence control center, Qing Xian sat motionless in her chair, appearing utterly dazed, her eyes devoid of their former brilliance. From a young age, she had been the focus of countless eyes due to her academic achievements, and then she entered the workforce, landing a remarkable position where she was responsible for the design of aerospace aircraft engines. Yet, she had little faith in this path, believing that current technology should not pursue such developments, but rather should advance in more beneficial directions. Presently, she found herself in the deterrence era, a time marked by the wall-facers like Luo Ji who had established a nuclear deterrent chain, leading to a final confrontation with the Trisolarans, successfully instilling fear in them and ushering in a relatively peaceful era of strategic threat. Furthermore, she had become the sword-bearer, possessing the highest control over the gravitational wave cosmic broadcasting system. This position was indeed impressive, yet the previous sword-bearer had just moments ago been accused of crimes against the world, thus necessitating caution in every action taken. Otherwise, upon relinquishing her position, she might face irreversible consequences. Qing Xian was unwilling to abandon this role, nor did she wish to be deemed the source of all calamities. However, despite her reluctance, she sensed a foreboding. This world was on a path toward annihilation. Could she change anything? She felt utterly powerless to effect even the slightest alteration. Just as she was lost in contemplation, she was drawn into this chat group and faced a barrage of criticism. Only then realizing that she seemed unwelcome, a novel experience for her. Even when misunderstood, she had remained unfazed. Yet, the group leader seemed determined to target her, labeling her as an evil person, though she felt it was somewhat unreasonable. She was filled with trepidation, knowing that this leader possessed knowledge of anyone's past and future. What if her present self had committed some unsavory act that would be exposed by this leader within the group? She had always considered herself a guardian, not a hypocrite. Yet a single remark from the leader had incited scorn from all, leaving her vulnerable to attacks. She suddenly regretted joining this group, lamenting her participation in this discussion forum. Now, she felt so diminished. This diminishment was not befitting of her. I do not wish to hear any further doubts cast upon me. Your voices are too jarring. Chung Xian's tone was frigid, laced with anger. She felt no need for other skepticism. Her words echoed in the minds of all group members, leaving them momentarily stunned, subsequently plunging into contemplation. Chapter 39. The invasion of the Trisolaran's forces. Chung Xian to decide. Who is this woman, to utter such audacious words? They were all aware of her existence, yet she appeared utterly indifferent to their opinions. Who did she think she was? Chung Xian, do not rush. You will gradually adapt. Yichen reassured her, knowing that she abhorred being discussed by others. Yet, exposing a hypocrite's true self was simply too satisfying, and he could not resist revealing Chung Xian's true nature. Before Chung Xian could retort, Yichen continued, Chung Xian, you must not only learn to accept but also strive to grow. Do you not realize you are currently in the stage of the swordbearer? Did you not just take over recently? Then allow me to say that a significant event will unfold within mere minutes. Do you understand that this event pertains to the safety of Earth? Chung Xian, would you like to listen? Yichen was neither jesting nor attempting to frighten Chung Xian. This matter was crucial to the fate of their planet and all its inhabitants. Speak. I am listening. Chung Xian inhaled deeply, her mind in disarray. Having joined this group, she felt compelled to listen, for she was no dictator. Now, listen carefully. A shocking announcement is imminent. 6 strong interacting cosmic probes will descend upon Earth at a speed of 25,000 kilometers per second, aiming to destroy a gravitational wave launch station. Yichen's words resonated in Chung Xian's ears like a thunderclap, leaving her astonished. Earth has a gravitational wave launch station. Does that mean aliens are coming? Your guess is correct. Earth is indeed under the watchful eye of extraterrestrials. They intend to obliterate this place. Yichen asserted confidently, and you are the sole swordbearer here. What will your choice be? Of course I will choose to protect, Chung Xian responded, though she felt a whirlwind of panic and fear. How could such monumental news greet her so soon after taking on her role? The previous swordbearer had never encountered such a scenario. Why was she so unfortunate to face this so quickly? At this moment, Chung Xian wished to flee, yet a barrage of information shattered her resolve. She realized she had no avenue for retreat. Do not be anxious. I am merely reminding you. If you abandon your position as swordbearer, you may choose to evade, but let me impart this. If you wish to relinquish your role, do so promptly. However, you must make a choice now. Yichen pressed on, suffocating Chung Xian. She understood her precarious situation. She dared not act rashly, yet she feared confronting the unknown. Why Yichen's words felt like a relentless push. I do not know how to choose. In truth, the matter has already transcended choice. What do you mean? Chung Xian felt certain that the group leader had it out for her, resenting her for being aware of her fear of death and the weight of responsibility, yet deliberately forcing her to make a decision. This scoundrel was truly insufferable, yet she could not deny the truth of his words. Without timely choices, she might indeed be coerced into making one. You can try, Yichen said with a mocking expression, as if reveling in his scheming. The notion of trying swirled in her mind, leaving her without answers. She was not foolish. On the contrary, she was quite intelligent. Having successfully passed the assessments to become the only swordbearer of Earth. Yet now, she felt utterly blank, unsure of what choice to make. The answers Yichen provided were far beyond her capabilities, leaving her in a state of confusion. This was a reflection of her character, her indecisiveness leading to her ultimate failure. In this moment, she felt even more lost. Was she truly to accept and fight against the enemy? Why must 2 civilizations engage in bloodshed? Could they not coexist and resolve their conflicts amicably? She recognized the harshness of Yichen's proposed solution. It was bloody and brutal. She now faced the first battle between 2 civilizations, her inaugural confrontation, yet she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. I understand. Thank you. Chung Xian realized she must make a choice. Please tell me what to do, how to act. Do you not wish to protect yourself and those you care for? Chapter 40. The Swordbearer Luoji. I do. Chung Xian nodded resolutely. Wai Yi-chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he nodded approvingly. Then heed this. You must unite all of Earth's inhabitants to resist the alien invasion. Yi-chen's words left Chung Xian in silence. Though they sounded straightforward, the reality of execution would be far from easy. What truly constituted the correct approach? However, you might consider trying the method I mentioned. At least I believe it to be the only feasible approach at present. How do you wish to proceed? Qingxin furrowed her brow and inquired. First, you must activate the gravitational wave broadcast switch, enabling humanity to initiate the gravitational wave in a timely manner and make the correct decisions. Otherwise, humanity will have chosen its own path to extinction. Simultaneously, relinquishing the identity of the sword-bearer, only Luogia possesses the capacity to deter the enemy with absolute certainty, ensuring they dare not provoke us again, Qingxin remarked. The reason this elder relinquished his role as sword-bearer is that he has already been met with suspicion from humanity. His assertions are exceedingly unconventional. Even though he has instilled fear in the Trisolaran civilization, many remain dissatisfied with him. After all, the Trisolaran civilization has provided humanity with numerous advanced technologies. The new humans no longer perceive a threat from the Trisolaran civilization, and coupled with the excessive duration of the sword-bearer's authority, which has become entirely uncontrollable, humanity has begun to harbor fear towards them. Leader, it seems implausible to elevate him to the position of sword-bearer. The crowd, appearing bewildered due to their lack of specific knowledge, felt the need to witness more of the unfolding narrative. Thus, they urged the leader. Please reveal the future of his world. We wish to know what has transpired there. I am curious to understand who this Luogia is, to garner such high regard from the masses. The members of the group expressed their thoughts. Since everyone is eager to know, I can certainly oblige. The leader nodded and then stated, Allow me to first introduce Luogia to you all, so you may grasp what it truly means to be a sword-bearer. Subsequently, a video was activated. The footage revealed an ordinary man, utterly unremarkable, devoid of any compelling traits. This left the crowd perplexed as to why anyone would select the individual in the video to assume the role of sword-bearer. He is merely an ordinary person, without any exceptional abilities, the leader clarified. Yet he possesses an extraordinary energy within him, capable of unleashing earth-shattering power in an instant. Although this was stated, the crowd remained skeptical as to why they were being shown a video of an ordinary individual. Qingxin asserted, I am quite familiar with Elder Luogia. His early life was indeed unremarkable, yet his later years reveal him to be a genuine sage, a truly extraordinary warrior who has endured much controversy for the advancement of our earthly civilization. Humanity, we owe Luogia an apology. This only deepened my curiosity about who Luogia truly is. Why elevate an ordinary person to the position of sword-bearer? Silly girl inquired with genuine interest, lacking understanding of the human conflicts but recognizing that in this world, the title of sword-bearer has always represented the sacred. Luogia embodies both wisdom and capability, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to humanity's cause. He is a great sword-bearer. Qingxin also held immense admiration for this elder. His wisdom and abilities coalesce, yet he refrains from participating in the strife among human governments, believing that only through unity can humanity achieve greatness and protect those they cherish from oppression. Regrettably, the new humans still harbor considerable animosity towards him. The ensuing scene left the crowd feeling that such dedication was far removed from frivolity. The next sequence portrayed a day in the life of a playboy. Is this truly a sword-bearer? I fail to see it. He appears to be nothing more than a libertine. I cannot believe he could lead humanity and intimidate the Trisolaran civilization. How can he possibly be worthy of being a sword-bearer? Doubts echoed among the crowd. Yi-chen chuckled, urging them to continue watching for clarity. In the footage, the playboy remained clad in a suit, a glass of red wine in hand, surrounded by a bevy of beauties. Seemingly reveling in the moment, Qingxin thought, perhaps it is best for you to relinquish your role as sword-bearer. Suddenly, two women approached him, one stating, Darling, will you accompany me tonight? Sweetheart, I cannot tonight. How about another day? The other woman cooed. Let us just let today go, shall we? No, no. If today is not possible, then another day will suffice. The crowd was left in disbelief. How could such behavior befit a sword-bearer? please do not misunderstand. Take a closer look, Yichen pointed at the screen. These are the records I have gathered, detailing his so-called heroic deeds each year, alongside some of his romantic escapades. The video depicted Luogia dancing in a club with numerous women, sipping champagne and engaging in jovial conversation, appearing quite content. Then came his transformation into a wall facer, utilizing snowball engineering to disperse a film of oil around the sun, establishing a nuclear chain reaction targeting the trisolaran coordinates, and employing the Cradle System's negative trigger to control the detonation switch. Should he encounter any mishap, the system will activate, alerting other higher civilizations in the universe to the trisolaran coordinates, placing the trisolaran civilization in jeopardy. He plays a game of mutual destruction, resolutely refusing to retreat in the face of any retaliation from the trisolaran civilization, determined to safeguard human civilization, even if the methods employed are extreme. After viewing this segment, the crowd was filled with awe and gratitude for his audacity and resolve, for without Luogia, human civilization would have perished long ago. Thus, the tale of this sword-bearer unfolded in such a manner. Indeed deserving of the title. Who could have anticipated that a libertine would evolve into such an extraordinary figure? I now comprehend why he is entrusted with the weighty responsibility of being a sword-bearer. This nation of humanity boasts such a hero, worthy of esteem. This embodies our courage, our spirit, our faith, our hope. The crowd lavished praise upon the figure of Luogia in the video, while Qingxin internally affirmed her determination, vowing to become a protector of humanity, akin to Luogia. Hearing the accolades for Luogia and the discussions surrounding him, Qingxin felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. She realized that with little time, she too could reach Luogia's level. She believed she could embody such greatness. I aspire to be a sword-bearer, to safeguard humanity. Qingxin resolutely declared to herself. At that moment, she was filled with anticipation for the future. Everyone, having viewed this video, must be well acquainted with the responsibilities of a sword-bearer. Now, let us take a glimpse into Qingxin's life. With that, she uploaded another video. Upon seeing the uploaded footage, Qingxin's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly covered her eyes. At that moment, she felt utterly humiliated, for the protagonist of the video was none other than herself. When the trisolaran water droplet arrived on Earth, she had carelessly discarded the sword-bearer's control device, rationalizing that two civilizations need not resort to war but could instead develop together. Now, Qingxin was overwhelmed with shame, wishing to find a crevice to hide in. This blunder was far too embarrassing. Although the incident had gone unnoticed, the video documented her actions, and Qingxin felt that given her character, she could indeed have made such a mistake. Moreover, the close-up shots were enough to inflict emotional wounds. Alas, the trisolaran civilization displayed a lack of chivalry. Just as she assumed the mantle of sword-bearer, they invaded, causing her to lose the control device and suffer humiliation. A most despicable fate. The more she contemplated the loss of the control device, the more she felt an urge for vengeance. Zhuge Liang remarked, Qingxin, you are ill-suited to be a leader. I suggest you return to a life of ordinariness. Silly girl concurred, yes, let others handle this. They will lead humanity towards continued prosperity. Master, you added. You lack the readiness for this role. Why force yourself? Observe how you cannot even confront your own mistakes in the video. Return to a normal life. Hero Yin declared, as a sword-bearer, you must bear responsibility for all humanity. You cannot let personal failures bring about the downfall of civilization. Zhuge Liang echoed Yan's sentiment. Your actions could indeed lead to the ruin of human civilization. Thus, please relinquish your role. Qingxin felt utterly despondent. She had not anticipated that a single error could culminate in such an outcome. Not only were they disappointed, but she too felt a profound sense of shame. The greatest tragedy in this world is not in battle or the subsequent defeat, but in the failure to seize control of one's own fate. The voice of Yi Chun resounded once more, declaring that it was due to your foolishness that the entirety of human civilization was on the precipice of destruction. What has Chung Xian done now? Surely not. I thought we had reached the limits of depravity. What more could Chung Xian possibly do? Yi Chen's words sparked an uproar. Continue watching the video. You shall understand why I am so vehemently opposed to her. As Yi Chen spoke, the video continued to play. revealing Chung Xian's actions, which ignited a frenzy among the audience. Initially, they assumed that it was merely Chung Xian's lack of mental fortitude that caused her to lose control of the situation, leading to such a grievous error. However, they quickly bore witness to the most astonishing scene. Because of her, humanity was utterly enslaved by the Trisolarans, trapped in Aozhou, and she bore no responsibility whatsoever, suffering no repercussions and carried on as if nothing had transpired. There was no sign of repentance. This revelation undoubtedly shattered their worldview, leaving everyone in a state of shock and disbelief. Chung Xian's heart was truly malevolent. Not only had she dealt a devastating blow to human civilization, but she had also dragged the entirety of humanity into a quagmire, rendering them mere vassals of the Trisolaran civilization. Moreover, she showed not a shred of remorse. Does such a person truly deserve to continue living? It is utterly revolting, simply beyond comprehension that Chung Xian could commit such heartless acts. How terrifying it is that her inner self is so warped. Truly, it is beyond contempt, beyond contempt. A woman like her is nothing less than a beast. A multitude of voices arose, each expressing their views. Some believed Chung Xian deserved the harshest of fates. Others deemed her a thoroughgoing villain, unworthy of forgiveness. There were also those who thought her downfall was of her own making, and thus not deserving of sympathy. Wei Chen calmly observed their responses, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. Chung Xian, this matter is just the tip of the iceberg. Subsequently, humanity developed a spacecraft named Star Ring, belonging to the Star Ring Group. Ostensibly, it was under the stewardship of Chairperson Chung Xian, yet in reality, she played no significant role. It was the remnants of Wei's influence that persisted in research. Had the Earth not been flattened, and had they exerted greater effort in this technological pursuit, it is likely that many could have escaped, rendering the two-dimensional foil unnecessary. However, Chung Xian's termination of this research led to the complete collapse of their plans. The emergence of the two-dimensional foil would inflict severe harm upon human civilization, jeopardizing their very existence. Ironically, it was Chung Xian who used this spacecraft to escape the impending two-dimensional annihilation. What sheer selfishness! Self-proclaimed virtuous, yet at a moment when humanity's survival hung in the balance. She fled alone. I cannot comprehend what she is thinking. She has gone too far, far beyond reason. Indeed, how can such a scoundrel deserve to remain within our human civilization? Everyone pointed fingers at Chung Xian, hurling invectives at her. Chapter 43. Excluding Chung Xian from the group as the crowd lambasted Chung Xian, her complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Her cheeks trembled incessantly. She heard and saw everything. She did not wish for this to be the case. She was also a victim of circumstance. Yet, what recourse did she possess? Although it was her future self who had erred, it was undeniably her actions that led to the extinction of human civilization. This was a fact she could not deny. Chung Xian, your heart is too callous. How could humanity coexist with someone like you? Chung Xian, our civilization will not pardon you. Humanity shall never forget the sins you have committed. You ought to repent in prison. No, in the depths of hell. The wrath of the people rendered Chung Xian nearly inconsolable. She yearned to counter their accusations, to defend her innocence. Yet, she found no opportunity, for she knew she had no words to retort. Every utterance pierced her soul, her inner being, her thoughts, her every action scrutinized by all. Under such intense scrutiny, Chung Xian could not find a single argument to counter. Her body trembled slightly. Wei Chun clapped his hands, signaling for quiet. All right, there is no need for further words. I shall provide an explanation for this matter. I have decided to exclude Chung Xian from the group. Upon hearing this, Chung Xian's face turned ashen. To be excluded from the group. This pronouncement was akin to a thunderclap, signifying that Chung Xian would no longer be in contact with individuals from various worlds. For her, this was undoubtedly the worst news, marking the onset of her despair. No, no, I do not consent. Chung Xian suddenly screamed in a fit of madness, her eyes brimming with fury and hatred. By what right do you expel me? Yi Qian narrowed his eyes, responding coldly, because you have erred. You wish to cast me out? I assure you, I shall not grant you your wish. Cheng Xian spat through gritted teeth. Yi Qin's gaze swept over her profile. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Cheng Xian, do not be so ungrateful. We have already shown you leniency. What more do you desire? Cheng Xian, regardless of how you attempt to justify yourself, your actions cannot obscure the errors you have committed. Cheng Xian swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. She clenched her fists, grinding her teeth as she declared, "Very well, since you insist on this course of action, I have nothing more to say." A smirk played at the corners of Yi Qin's lips. As expected, her stubbornness remained intact. She would not relent until the yellow river ran dry, refusing to cease until the bitter end. Thus, he decisively expelled her. Cheng Xian suddenly felt the absence of this chat group, as if she had been transported to another realm. Where had this chat group even come from? Countless questions swirled in Cheng Xian's mind. I will not allow you to achieve your desires. I shall return the insults I have endured today 100-fold. Cheng Xian gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resolve, exuding an intense aura of vengeance. You shall pay the price. Her voice, laced with deep-seated hatred and anger, seemed capable of obliterating the very heavens. Her gaze was as frosty as ice. Meanwhile, the group members continued their discussions. Yi Qin's actions left them both astonished and exhilarated. They even felt they had accomplished a great service. This woman is truly a madwoman. Indeed, I have never encountered anyone so unrepentant as she. Even in death, she refuses to bow her head and admit her mistakes. Spouting arrogance. It is as if she seeks her own demise. Yes. The chorus of group members scoffed at Cheng Xian's words. This woman had utterly crossed their line, though remain in the same group as her filled them with shame. A sense of disgrace. Chapter 44. Hongjun achieves sanctity. Even Cunny was taken aback. The group leader Yi Qin truly possessed remarkable resolve. He dared to expel Cheng Xian from the group, imposing such a severe punishment upon her. His disdain for Cheng Xian was etched deeply into his being. Yet, he still held great admiration for Yi Qin's actions. Truly, he was the protagonist he favored, decisive and ruthless in his undertakings, never mired in hesitation. In the primordial world, amidst the boundless starry sky, a solitary palace floated. This palace was none other than the Zixiao Palace. The spiritual energy surrounding this palace was exceedingly sparse, yet it brimmed with mysterious energy. Known as the chaotic currents, the entire world was shrouded in this peculiar energy, akin to the very source of life itself. Within the palace, Hongjun sat cross-legged, his body emanating a soft glow at this critical moment. He was comprehending the Tao and penetrating the heavenly mysteries, grasping the myriad laws and understanding the profundities of his own existence. Before him, a halo floated, containing an abundance of information, encompassing all things. With the 3,000 paths manifesting within, the information surged into Hongjun's mind as if alive, merging into something uniquely his own. The 3,000 heavenly paths allowed all things to be considered as the Tao. With each moment of enlightenment, Hongjun's power would increase significantly, even enabling him to utilize the energy of heaven and earth to break through his limitations. Hongjun had already reached the pinnacle realm of Hunyuan Wujin Immortal. Yet he was just a step away from attaining the Saint Realm. However, the conditions for breaking through to the Saint Realm were exceedingly stringent. Once one achieved the Saint Realm, it meant forging a new path, a profound breakthrough. A saint is akin to the sovereign of the universe, governing the life and death of all beings and overseeing all rules and laws. Yet, the cost of transcending all of this is immense. Hongjun was already at the peak of Hunyuan Jin Xian, a mere half-step from the Saint Realm, yet such a breakthrough typically required extensive accumulation of time. However, he was different. He was the fated saint. Having sensed the heavenly Tao inadvertently, which guided him to take that final step. Moreover, the heavenly Tao revealed to him that as long as he integrated his own Tao fruit into the world, he could smoothly transcend. Hongjun had been waiting for a long time. To become a saint, I must transcend the multitude of beings, he murmured to himself, repeatedly chanting with a smile of anticipation upon his face. At last, a resolution formed in his heart, and he decided to break through to the Saint Realm. Boom! Hongjun's eyes suddenly opened, two beams of golden light shooting forth, illuminating the entire palace. He slowly stood up, extending his hands, from which emanated a terrifying power. Waves of overwhelming sanctity erupted from his being. This sacred might began to permeate the entire primordial world. In that instant, the powerful beings of various races within the primordial world felt an immense pressure. Their hearts nearly ceasing to beat, an unparalleled sense of awe blossomed within them. What kind of power is this? All living beings were astonished, unable to believe their eyes as they stared at the two golden beams. Their expressions filled with shock. This sacred might was simply too terrifying, surpassing all realms they had ever encountered. They had never witnessed such an overwhelming oppression. In the west, the two saints, Jane and Zhunti, also bore grave expressions, feeling this terrifying pressure. Jane's face grew particularly serious as he remarked, "Who is this divine being?" Zhunti replied, "It must be the aura of a saint." Saint. Upon hearing Zhunti's words, Jane was taken aback. What is a saint? He had never heard of such a thing. Yet, Zhunti would not deceive him, for Zhunti was his most capable right-hand man and also his brother. Furthermore, Jane knew that Zhunti, from childhood, had never lied to him, save for the times he jested with others. Could it be that person? Suddenly, Zhunti thought of someone. Hongjiao Lao Zhu. Indeed, the words echoed. High above the 9 clouds I rest, achieving true Tao on the mat. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall be the revered teacher. With a single thought, I encompass all laws. Within the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall be the saint. I am Hongjun. A tremendous sound reverberated as if emerging from the primordial chaos, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the sun and moon to dim. The entire world seemed on the verge of shattering. Chapter 45. Hongjun the saint intervenes with the two saints. Hongjun had finally taken that final step, achieving the saint realm. He now possessed power that transcended all realms. I am Hongjun. Today, I feel compelled to impart the Tao to the primordial realm. All who are fated may ascend to the 33 heavens and listen to my teachings at the Zhixiao Palace. The resonance of his voice echoed throughout the primordial world like the tolling of a grand bell, reverberating endlessly. Countless beings, upon hearing this, hurried towards the 33 heavens of the primordial realm. Zhunti and Jane conversed as they journeyed. Jane inquired of Zhunti, "My esteemed brother, what do you think is happening with Hongjun? Why has he suddenly ascended to the 33 heavens to impart the Tao? What is his intention?" Zhunti shook his head with a sigh, pondering. "I am uncertain. It seems that Hongjun's impartation of the Tao is both an act of merit and a means to enhance the order and system of life within the primordial realm. As for why he has gone to the 33 heavens, that remains a mystery. Regardless, it matters not what Hongjun intends. We need not worry. His teachings will bring us immeasurable benefits without harm. We can merely observe in silence." Jane suggested, "Perhaps we could take him as our master. That would be a fortuitous opportunity." "Indeed, that sounds splendid." Zhunti nodded in agreement. They were both powerful beings from the primordial chaos's inception, existing since the birth of the primordial realm. Endowed with extraordinarily long lifespans and able to endure for eons, they inherited numerous divine abilities from the ancestors of the primordial realm and possessed considerable powers themselves. However, to be able to take a saint as a master would undoubtedly be a great honor. Within the primordial realm, it was not just Zhunti and Jane discussing matters. Other powerful beings were equally curious about Hongjun. Beyond the primordial world, innumerable beings were making their way to the 33 heavens. Their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. The 33 heavens of the primordial realm, chaotic currents swirled, rolling like a vast ocean, forming colossal waves in the void. The relentless chaotic energy inflicted immense suffering upon many. The currents were so violent that they were nearly impossible to withstand, and a moment's inattention could lead to being torn apart. Many immortals struggled to navigate through the void, their faces turning crimson, their bodies nearly contorted. Some even coughed up blood, staining the sky red. Meanwhile, the powerful beings of the primordial realm traversed through the chaos, their figures flickering, moving at blinding speeds, evading capture. Amidst the chaos, boundless currents raged, emanating a chilling aura of destruction that sent shivers down one's spine. The chaotic currents intertwined with countless formidable energies, colliding in a tumultuous dance. Occasionally, earth-shattering roars echoed through the chaos, reminiscent of thunder. Resonating deafeningly, the power of these currents was utterly domineering, nearly impossible to resist. Indeed, these chaotic currents were immensely powerful. Countless immortals struggled to press forward through the void. Though capable of flying, they found it exceedingly difficult, as they could hardly bear the terrifying chaotic energies. Navigating through these endless currents required immense expenditure of magical power. A single misstep could plunge one into an abyss of despair, in this perilous atmosphere. Life and death loomed at every moment. A moment's carelessness could result in being swallowed by the inexhaustible chaotic currents. Such conditions were only suitable for Deluo Jin Xian level experts to attempt. Ordinary Deluo Jin Xian would not dare to approach. Nevertheless, driven by the desire to hear the Tao, these immortals pressed on, desperately hoping to gain greater rewards from this opportunity. Within the 33 heavens of the primordial chaos, in the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun sat cross-legged, emanating wisps of chaotic energy. Amongst the chaotic currents, numerous laws danced, appearing mundane yet concealing vast destructive potential. Behind Hongjun, 2 beams of light coalesced, one black and one white, clearly representing the forces of yin and yang. The yin attribute symbolized vitality, while the white attribute represented destruction. These two entirely opposing forces bizarrely merged together. Their colors gradually blended, transforming into a resplendent azure lotus. Hongjuan's figure appeared eternal and unchanging, existing beyond time. Hongjun opened his eyes. Oh, why are the 2 saints of the West so close? This defies the greater trend. I must create some trouble for them. Boom! A surge of chaotic energy shot up towards the 2 saints of the West. Within that chaotic energy, a vague silhouette could be discerned. This figure towered 1,000 feet high, entirely black, bearing a chaotic long sword upon its back. Enveloped in boundless chaotic energy, the 2 saints sensed this scene, their hearts racing. This is not good. Hongjuan's attack was far too ferocious. This strike was nothing short of apocalyptic, a cataclysmic surge of energy that enveloped an expanse of 1,000 miles. The 2 saints of the West felt the overwhelming force and their hearts plummeted to the depths of despair. This devastating wave was so fearsome that even the Western saints might struggle to withstand it. Despite their utmost efforts to evade the annihilating flow, they found themselves ensnared within the chaotic currents. At that moment, an infinite sense of hopelessness surged within them. They realized that they might not arrive in time to heed the teachings and could only bide their time. As Hongjun made his move, the 2 Western saints were put through tribulations. They felt like mere ants, completely at the mercy of their opponent, devoid of any means to retaliate. Zhunti pondered that the saints had created some trouble for them by positioning them at the end of the celestial decree. Missing out on such a saintly seat was an absolute travesty. They trudged through the chaos, where a single misstep could lead to their obliteration, leaving no room for luck. Hongjuan's intervention directly suppressed the 2 Western saints, halting their forward momentum. Many surpassed them, including the 3 purities, Hongyun and Nuwa. The 3 purities and Nuwa were among the most formidable beings of the primordial era, navigating the chaos with ease. As the 3 saints advanced, they encountered numerous chaotic beings hindered in their paths, yet they were unwilling to linger, eager to reach the Zhixiao Palace post-haste. In Chapter 46, The Battle for Seats, Zhunti and Jane found themselves in a dire predicament. Zhunti thought to himself that Hongjun was excessively ruthless. He would resort to violence at the slightest provocation, displaying an undeniable dominance. Yet, they had no choice but to comply, for this was Hongjuan's design. Who was Hongjun? The sovereign of the primordial world, the only one capable of contending with the heavenly laws. In Hongjuan's eyes, the 2 were akin to ants, and he could scheme against them with ease. For they possessed a saint's cultivation, leaving them unable to resist. Zhunti understood Hongjuan's intentions, but was taken aback by the swiftness of his arrival and the tyrannical methods employed. He harbored a lingering anxiety regarding the matter of Hongyun offering him a seat in the Zhixiao Palace. It was through that gesture that he and his senior brother could rightfully become named disciples of the saints, leaving him indebted to Hongyun. Since time immemorial, repaying such debts has proven arduous, especially the one owed by the two of them, which seemed impossible to settle. Thus, he yearned to arrive at the Zixiao Palace swiftly, to secure a seat and evade that indebtedness. Before long, they finally beheld an ancient and majestic palace. The palace was splendid and imposing, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings that exuded spirituality, and it seemed to emanate a faint aura of chaos from its very essence. Upon sighting this palace, Zhunti and Jane's eyes gleamed. Zhunti could not help but exclaim, "The natural rhythm of the Tao, with myriad phenomena, truly a premier treasure." At this moment, over 100 individuals surged into the hall, and upon entry, they were awestruck by the sight before them. A glance revealed the entire palace to be empty, devoid of any presence. The two immediately entered, only to find that they had arrived a step too late. The 3,000 guests had already filled the seats, and the 6 mats in the front row were also occupied. It was the 3 purities, Nuwa and Hongyun, sitting in the front row. Zhuanti's heart sank with envy. Realizing he had come too late, what was to be done now? As he pondered, Jane spoke up, "Greetings from the West, Jane, and my junior brother Zhunti." His voice was gentle and cultured, revealing no trace of joy or anger. Yet it soothed the ears like a gentle rain. Everyone returned the greeting. "We have met, Zhunti and Jane." Zhunti wasted no time. He understood the necessity of competing for seats, and so he feigned humility. "Esteemed friends, we have traveled from the barren West, enduring numerous hardships, yet we find ourselves without a seat. It is truly disheartening. Might we request your kindness to allow us to take a seat?" Upon hearing this, Jane suddenly felt an inkling. He sensed that the 6 mats before them held some advantage for himself, and thus he quickly added, "Indeed, we have journeyed from the West, a long and arduous path. If any friend could grant us a seat, I assure you, we would express our profound gratitude." Zhunti's heart soared with joy at Jane's words. His senior brother had articulated the matter with finesse, securing a seat for himself without losing dignity. However, the original one among the 3 purities furrowed his brow at the intentions of the 2 from the West. He felt they were fixated on the 6 mats, harboring ulterior motives, causing him great confusion. The original one glanced at his elder brother, Laozi, who merely shook his head slightly, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Just as the 3 purities were about to speak, Hongyun, who had been sitting silently, suddenly stood up and approached Zhunti and Jane. Being inherently kind-hearted, he could not bear to witness their plight and thus smiled. "My friends, do not stand on ceremony. Please, take your seats." Hongyun's words left everyone astonished. Zhunti froze momentarily, while Jane appeared pleasantly surprised. Hongyun's graciousness was immensely appreciated, and he quickly expressed his thanks, excitedly taking his seat. However, Jane and Zhunti were a family. If one of them occupied a mat, where would his junior brother Zhunti sit? It would not do for him to have an opportunity while his disciple lacked one. Thus, Jane turned to Kuenpeng, hoping he would yield his seat to Zhunti. Jane respectfully asked, "Friend, could you spare a seat for my junior brother Zhunti?" Kuenpeng, feeling helpless, thought, "Why must I be dragged into the affairs of your good relationship?" His expression darkened as he replied, "Jane, that is misguided. I have no ties to either of you. Why should I yield my seat?" Upon hearing this, Jane was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized his mistake. He had no familial connection to Kuenpeng, and thus he hastily clarified, "You have misunderstood. That was not my intention." Kuenpeng interrupted, "If that was not your intention, then what was it?" The original one, looking down on Kuenpeng as a mere creature clad in scales and claws, stepped forward and said, "You, a creature clad in scales and claws, still believe you are worthy of sitting among us?" Kuenpeng's heart ignited with fury at this insult, yet he refrained from lashing out immediately. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he understood that in such a situation, acting impulsively would only lead to disadvantage. Kuenpeng coldly retorted, "Original friend, we are all practitioners of the Tao. Why must you demean others? Matters of seating are determined by fate. Why must we force the issue?" The original one was momentarily taken aback by Kuenpeng's response, finding himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated Kuenpeng would react with anger. But to his surprise, Kuenpeng remained composed. Laozi and Tongtian, The other two formidable figures present observed this minor dispute. Laozi, with his profound wisdom and detached demeanor, usually refrained from meddling in such quarrels. Tong Tian, known for his straightforwardness and sense of justice, found it difficult to remain uninvolved in matters of unfairness. However, as the original one was his elder brother, it was not appropriate for him to contradict him. Laozi gently stroked his beard, his eyes flickering with contemplation. He was in no rush to take a stance, preferring to watch the developments unfold. Tong Tian, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Original brother, Kunpeng friend, the matter of seating should not be forced. Practitioners of the Tao should value harmony. Why let a moment of anger disrupt the peace?" At Tong Tian's words, the original one's expression shifted. He recognized the truth in Tong Tian's statement, yet his pride prevented him from accepting the lectures of others. The original one declared, "Zhunti is a being of divine origin, a true immortal of the Ta Luo realm. He rightfully deserves to sit in the front row according to his status. If we were to sit together, it would be a breach of decorum." Kunpeng's ire flared further at the original one's remarks, but with Tong Tian present, he held back, merely snorting in frustration. The original one, witnessing Kunpeng's reaction, smiled triumphantly, feeling victorious in this contest of pride. He continued, "Since Kunpeng friend is unwilling, let us adhere to my rules." Kunpeng was taken aback, uncertain of the original one's true intentions. Though he felt resentment towards both the original one and Tong Tian, he recognized that something was amiss. Suddenly, the original one employed his powers and pushed Kunpeng aside, causing him to tumble and lose his place on the mat, landing at the very back of the third row. Kunpeng, startled, sprang to his feet, indignantly exclaiming, "Original one, what treachery is this?" The original one laughed heartily, pointing at Kunpeng and declaring, "You, a creature clad in fur and scales, dare to speak so boldly to me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own insignificance. You believe yourself worthy of this seat?" Kunpeng seethed with anger at such words, but he could only endure, refraining from further comment. As Kunpeng took his seat, the original one exuded an air of triumph. Turning to Zhunti and coolly saying, "Zhunti friend, please, take this seat." Zhunti's face lit up with joy as he quickly seated himself on the mat, thanking the original one profusely. Just as he settled in, Kunpeng shot a venomous glare at the original one, resuming his own position. This time, he had utterly lost face, yet there was nothing he could do about it in this primordial realm. Strength reigns supreme. This vast land is measured solely by power. If you are weak, others will trample upon you. Conversely, if you possess formidable strength, you can dominate others, even extending that advantage to the utmost, silencing any dissent. Such is the ruthless nature and dominance of the cultivation world. As Chapter 48 unfolds, following the seating of Kunpeng, both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged knowing smiles, their faces adorned with the expressions of victors. In that moment, Laozi stepped forward to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "Kunpeng, my friend, do not take offense." Upon hearing this, Kunpeng's demeanor softened slightly. However, the fact that he had fallen to Yuan Shi today left him with a sense of humiliation that he could not easily shake off. He silently vowed to seek revenge in the future. Kunpeng glanced at Laozi, then directed his gaze toward Yuan Shi, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Kunpeng shall forever remember this grievance. Should you find yourself in peril in the future, I will undoubtedly lend you my strength." Hong Yun, observing the venomous gaze of Kunpeng, felt a sense of foreboding. She had not anticipated that her concession would inadvertently bring trouble to others. Hastily, she interjected, "Esteemed friends, may I offer a word?" Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted their attention to Hong Yun. Kunpeng scoffed, "Oh? And what do you wish to say?" With a smile, Hong Yun replied, "What I wish to convey is quite simple. Harmony breeds prosperity." Kunpeng erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "I believe your mind has become muddled. Or perhaps you are blinded by ignorance. This is a world where power is paramount. Without strength, you remain but an ant, destined to be trampled upon. Do you truly believe that this world requires harmony to prosper?" Once Kunpeng finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. His words rang true. Without sufficient strength, one is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yuan Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment at Kunpeng's assertions, He looked towards Tong Tian, hoping for a gesture of support to salvage his dignity. Yet, Tong Tian merely smiled faintly, showing no inclination to assist. As he too felt the weight of guilt, Hong Yun, unable to maintain her composure, turned pale but persisted, Kuanpeng. Although your words may seem extreme, they do hold a kernel of truth. It is precisely for this reason that we ought to coexist peacefully, as it would be mutually beneficial. Seeing that Kuanpeng was unwilling to relent, Hong Yun grew increasingly anxious. Kuanpeng snorted disdainfully, declaring, peaceful coexistence? Humph! Where in this world is there peace? Hong Yun's expression darkened further. As tensions escalated, Zhunti interjected. Esteemed friends, let us not harm the atmosphere. I propose we allow the host of this gathering to take charge. The assembly rose, bowing in respect. From the void emerged an elder clad in azure robes. Exuding an ethereal presence and benevolent aura, the elder surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Kuanpeng. His eyes filled with compassion as if he could see through all. He smiled gently and gestured to the crowd. The seating shall remain as it is, unchanged henceforth. With that, the elder took his place at the head of the assembly. This elder was none other than Hong Jun, the first sage of the primordial realm. The crowd bowed deeply, exclaiming, Hail, Hong Jun! With a calm demeanor, Hong Jun declared, No need for formalities. I am Hong Jun, and today I shall impart the teachings of the 3,000 great Tao and the 5 elements. His voice resonated throughout the heavens. Upon hearing these words, all present closed their eyes, preparing to absorb the wisdom of Hong Jun's teachings. As Hong Jun began to speak, each word was etched into their minds, as if branded upon their very souls. The profound scriptures flowed from Hong Jun's lips like thunder rolling in the distance. The thoughts of the crowd were gradually guided, plunging them into a state of deep contemplation. This process continued for over an hour. Hong Jun's delivery was measured and clear, each syllable reverberating like a bell in their ears, shaking their very essence. The assembled powers listened raptly, their minds racing to grasp the nuances of Hong Jun's teachings. Eager to uncover a fraction of its mysteries, the sage's discourse progressed from the simple to the complex. Although these powerful beings had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, they had yet to truly touch the threshold of the great Luo realm. Thus, they emerged from Hong Jun's teachings with substantial gains, understanding that to hear the Tao at dawn and die contentedly at dusk was a profound blessing. Zhunti was no exception. The echoes of Hong Jun's teachings lingered in his mind, and he felt as if he had grasped a pivotal opportunity. A surge of enlightenment washed over him, making this experience more precious than any prior, as he unraveled numerous truths and enigmas. The insights gained from this session would greatly benefit his cultivation. Others, too, experienced significant breakthroughs. Laozi ascended to the latter stages of the golden immortal realm, just a step away from its completion. Once the assembly had absorbed Hong Jun's teachings, they collectively exhaled, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief and fulfillment, as if their entire beings had undergone a cleansing, with all doubts and confusions resolved through Hong Jun's wisdom. They realized that this occasion was not merely an elevation of their cultivation, but a profound cleansing of their spirits. Many among them, guided by Hong Jun's insights, discovered their paths in cultivation and understood their future directions. Hearts filled with gratitude, their reverence for Hong Jun reached new heights. Observing the expressions of these powerful beings, Hong Jun's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. He understood that his teachings had achieved the desired effect, and these beings would carry newfound insights and strength as they continued along their paths of cultivation. Slowly rising, he began to fade into the void, leaving behind a resonant declaration. The road of cultivation is long. I hope you all remain true to your original intentions and press onward. The impact of Hong Jun's teachings was immense. For some, it was a profound awakening. This listening session was akin to a magnificent transformation. They silently prayed to leverage Hong Jun's teachings to break through their cultivation shackles and ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Once Hong Jun departed, the hall fell into a serene silence. The participants lingered in the afterglow of his teachings, their minds devoid of distractions, with reflections dissipating alongside Hong Jun's final profound words. They understood that this experience would greatly enhance their future cultivation, perhaps leading them to become great Luo golden immortals one day. Contentment and joy filled their hearts. They recognized that this gathering would yield immense rewards, altering the course of their destinies. They believed that this session would usher in significant opportunities, pivotal for their ascension to greatness. As reality returned, they bowed deeply to Hongjun, acknowledging the transformative nature of his teachings. Though brief, his discourse had opened a new window for them. Henceforth, they would traverse their cultivation paths with fewer detours, assured that they need not fret about straying, for Hongjun's wisdom would guide their way. All present, being astute individuals, comprehended that Hongjun was bestowing upon them an opportunity to ascend to greater heights. Their gratitude was palpable. In the western lands of the primordial world, Luo Ho's eyes glimmered with cunning. He gazed toward the direction of Hongjun's Zhixiao Palace, internally musing, "So, this old fellow has long had plans in place. However, you aim to perfect the heavenly Tao and your own path through discourse. That will not be so simple." Luo Ho chuckled coldly to himself. Such trivial schemes of Hongjun could hardly elude his perception. He had long anticipated that Hongjun Laozu would exploit the act of preaching to refine his own path. Thus he had already prepared himself for such eventualities. If he wished to enhance the primordial realm, he would disrupt the celestial laws governing it, creating chaos within the primordial principles. In such a scenario, even if formidable beings intervened, they would be powerless to halt the disorder of the heavenly laws. Although this plan was fraught with peril, it was also the most prudent course of action. Only through flawless execution could he assure his success and achieve his goal of unifying the primordial realm. He had been devising this scheme for quite some time, and now it was finally set to unfold. He would commence in the west. He had meticulously arranged this plot for an extended period, and during this time, he had been covertly preparing for today's implementation. Devour formation? Activate! Luo Ho intoned softly, as the incantation swiftly morphed. As the spell was recited, a grand formation materialized before him. He extended his right hand and gently gestured towards the formation, causing it to radiate brilliant light. Surrounding the formation, a dense mass of black clouds suddenly emerged, writhing and twisting like serpents, consuming the spiritual energy and fortune of the West. A glimmer of pride flickered in Luo Ho's eyes, for he knew his plan was proceeding smoothly. The activation of the Devour formation would gradually diminish the spiritual energy and fortune of the Western realm, plunging its denizens into chaos and decline. However, Luo Ho's scheme was not without notice. At the opposite end of the primordial realm, a sage named Hongjun Laozu pierced through the fabric of time and space, perceiving Luo Ho's every move. The brow of Hongjun Laozu furrowed slightly, for he was aware of Luo Ho's ambitions and schemes, yet he also recognized that, although dangerous, Luo Ho's plan was a part of the primordial world's process of self-purification and elevation. Simultaneously, the beings of the Western realm began to sense the draining of spiritual energy and fortune. They were thrown into disarray, utterly at a loss. Some formidable beings commenced their search for the cause, while weaker beings succumbed to panic and confusion. Although Luo Ho's plan remained concealed, it ultimately could not escape the perception of certain powerful entities. Some among them began to observe in secret, striving to uncover Luo Ho's vulnerabilities so they could intervene at a critical juncture. Meanwhile, in the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu convened other contemporaneous powers to deliberate on how to counter Luo Ho's scheme. Luo Ho's ambitions have become glaringly evident. We must take action, declared one powerful being. Yet we cannot intervene directly, lest we incite even greater chaos, countered another. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun Laozu spoke slowly. Though Luo Ho's plan is perilous, it may also present an opportunity for the self-purification of the primordial realm. We can guide him, allowing him to operate within a controllable scope. But how shall we guide him? Inquired another power. Hongjun Laozu smiled slightly, a glint of wisdom illuminating his eyes. Though Luo Ho harbors certain ambitions, his strength has not undergone significant change. One powerful being appeared to comprehend, yet still regarded the others with uncertainty. Hongjun Laozu continued with a smile. Luo Ho's ambitions are not grand. He seeks to dominate this world, to seize the authority of the heavenly path, and to acquire the myriad resources of this realm to elevate his own power to a level where he can truly rule over all. Thus, his ambition is quite simple, to become the supreme existence. The gathered powers nodded in sudden realization. Yet their brows soon furrowed again, perplexed by Hongjun Laozu's intentions. He elaborated. The greater Luo Ho's ambitions. The more we need to intervene, guiding him down a misguided path, inflating his aspirations. Since he currently seeks to annihilate the West, it would be best if we could eliminate him entirely. At this, the powerful beings revealed cold expressions. As the apex entities of the primordial realm, they had reached the zenith of their capabilities and were unwilling to remain stagnant. Luo Ho's desire to dominate this world could not be permitted. They would not tolerate a world that was not theirs to autonomously destroy, for such a fate would render them mere vassals to Luo Ho. Such a scenario was utterly intolerable, thus Luo Ho's demise was assured. Meanwhile, other powerful beings sensed the disturbances in the west. Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun also perceived the shifts. The primordial land is beset by an overwhelming malevolence. A devour formation orchestrated by a formidable being is at play. We must act immediately, lest the entire primordial realm descend into chaos, Di Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Dong Huang Tai Yi nodded in agreement. The ambitions of this being have exceeded our tolerance. We must unite to thwart his plans. The two powers promptly summoned other beings from the primordial realm, including the Sanqing, Nuwa, and Fushi, to collectively strategize. They understood that to impede Luo Ho, the combined strength of all formidable beings was imperative. We must uncover the weaknesses of this devour formation, declared Laozi, one of the Sanqing. For only by dismantling the formation can we halt the drain of spiritual energy and fortune. Nuwa proposed an alternative strategy. We can harness the primal forces of the primordial realm to create a barrier capable of resisting his devouring power. Fushi, taking a divinatory approach, suggested. We could attempt to divine his weaknesses and the flaws within the devour formation. The assembly of powerful beings nodded in agreement, recognizing that they were racing against time. They had to act swiftly, or the future of the primordial realm would become unpredictable. Zhunti and Jiayin felt utterly overwhelmed. They had only been absent for a mere 10 days to listen to teachings. And now the West had fallen into the clutches of a devour formation. Their countenances paled, uncertain of how to address this predicament. Zhunti thought to himself, alas, I had believed the West could escape unscathed. I never imagined it would still fall victim to calamity. However, it was inevitable, as the West was already targeted by Luo Ho, and this disaster was simply a matter of time. Zhunti understood that this adversary was beyond his capacity to contend with. He could only choose to bide his time. He silently hoped that the Tao ancestor would step forth at a pivotal moment. Chapter 52. Surrounding and slaying Luo Ho, the West transforms into a sea of flames. Hongjun Laozu. Within the Zhixiao Palace, sensed the turmoil within the Western realm. His brow furrowed tightly, comprehending that Luo Ho's scheme had commenced. Rising to his feet, he gradually vanished from the Zhixiao Palace, and in the next instant, he found himself hovering above the Western realm. Though Luo Ho's plan was shrouded in secrecy, Hongjun Laozu had attained the pinnacle of power in the primordial world, his perceptive abilities allowing him to discern all. He gazed down upon the vast devour formation, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Luo Ho, your ambitions have exceeded my tolerance. Hongjun Laozu's voice resonated throughout the Western realm. The primordial world possesses its own order, which you shall not recklessly disrupt. Within the devour formation, Luo Ho sensed the presence of Hongjun Laozu, a cold smile creeping across his face. Hongjun, you have finally shown yourself, he declared, his voice echoing across the heavens. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? The future of the primordial realm will be mine to command. Hongjun Laozu refrained from responding to Luo Ho's provocation, redirecting his gaze towards the other powerful beings who were gathering to unite against Luo Ho. My friends, Luo Ho's scheme has commenced. We must join forces to thwart his ambitions. Hongjun Laozu's voice rang out once more. I shall employ my divine powers to weaken the devour formation, while you will seize the opportunity to destroy its core. The assembled powerful beings nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was their sole chance. Hongjun Laozu began to channel his divine powers. He formed intricate seals with his hands, rays of light emanating from him, coalescing into a colossal luminous shield that enveloped the devour formation. Luo Ho, witnessing this, felt his countenance shift as he realized his power was being diminished. Hongjun, You dare to undermine my scheme, Luo Ho bellowed, his figure soaring from the formation to confront Hongjun Laozu. Hongjun Laozu remained impassive, his gaze as profound as an abyss. Luo Ho, your ambitions have transgressed the heavenly path. Today marks your demise. Luo Ho sneered. Let us see who the true sovereign is. No sooner had he spoken than he launched an assault, his power formidable, yet before Hongjun Laozu, it appeared somewhat feeble, with a mere flick of his hand. Hongjun Laozu effortlessly dissipated Luo Ho's attack. Simultaneously, the other powerful beings commenced their actions, unleashing their divine abilities to assault the core of the Devour formation. Under the restraint of the venerable Hongjun, Luo Ho found himself unable to divert his attention to defend the grand formation, which began to develop cracks. The god-slaying spear in his hand danced like a fleeting shadow, charging towards Hongjun in an attempt to slay him. This spear, a primordial spiritual treasure, was forged from the root of the Chaos Blue Lotus. Such a primordial demonic weapon was the foremost instrument of slaughter in the wasteland, capable of overwhelming even the mightiest of sage-level experts. Its murderous aura soared to the heavens. Once tainted by its essence, one might even lose their very intelligence. The power of the god-slaying spear was dreadfully terrifying. Its residual waves obliterated mountains in an instant and reduced cities to mere fragments. Hongjun and the other quasi-saint powers gazed in astonishment at the spear, realizing that this was merely the aftermath of its swing. Should it land a full strike, it would likely flatten everything within 100,000 miles. Luo Ho's strength was far beyond what they could withstand. Apart from Hongjun, he was invincible. Though the aftermath of the god-slaying spear was fearsome, Hongjun still refrained from unleashing his full power, effortlessly blocking the spear's assault. Luo Ho was pushed back, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha! My power extends far beyond this. Luo Ho roared with wild laughter. Charging forth once more, the god-slaying spear and Zhunti called out to Jiayin, who approached and cast his gaze towards the direction of the Western Spirit Mountain, his expression growing grave. The Western Spirit Mountain had been destroyed in an instant. If we do not hasten to restore it, the Western realms may descend into chaos. At that moment, Jiayin refrained from continuing his thought. Before Jiayin could finish, Zhunti interrupted him, asking, Brother, what do you mean? Jiayin shook his head and replied, We must immediately restore the Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, all beings in the West will be affected. This is the legacy of countless eons. Zhunti's face was etched with concern for the Western Spirit Mountain. Although the spiritual veins here had been ravaged by the power of the ancient ancestor Luo Ho, the terrain of the Spirit Mountain remained intact. Restoration is feasible, but it will demand a tremendous cost. The Western Spirit Mountain is their foundation, one that must not be forsaken. Should the West be destroyed, their foundation would perish in an instant, a loss they are unwilling to bear. The gathered immortals, upon witnessing the expressions of Zhunti and Jiayin, understood their thoughts. The Western Spirit Mountain had now become a desolate wasteland, its foundation shattered, and restoration seemed impossible. Furthermore, not only would they need to expend great resources, but they would also require external assistance. Jiayin spoke solemnly. Zhunti furrowed his brow and looked towards the assembled immortals, who promptly knelt in reverence. Predecessor, we are willing to join you in restoring the Western spiritual veins, they declared. Zhunti nodded, saying, If that is the case, I shall rely on your efforts. Chapter 55. Luo Ho transforms into Wu Tian. The immortals bowed once more, then rose to their feet, clearing the debris while discussing the restoration of the Western spiritual veins. The Western Spirit Mountain represented countless years of toil, and now that it lay in ruins, their hearts were shattered. They hoped to compensate for the losses, even at a great cost. Their hatred for the demonic Luo Ho was profound. They believed they could not quell their rage without eliminating him. Damn demon, how dare you destroy our foundation? When we find you, we shall make you suffer 1,000 deaths. One celestial immortal declared fiercely. Indeed, when we track you down, we will ensure you cannot live or die, added another earthly immortal. Their resentment towards Luo Ho ran deep, for the foundation of the West was their life's work, now obliterated by a fiend. How could they not be furious? Observing the anger on the faces of the immortals, Zhunti understood their sentiments. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a soothing tone. Luo Ho has received his due punishment. His ambition and destruction have come to an end. Now, what we need is unity and reconstruction, not hatred and vengeance. Upon hearing this, the immortals, though still simmering with anger, recognized the wisdom in Zhunti's words. They began to calm down, contemplating how to restore the Western spiritual veins and rebuild their homeland. We must find a method to repair the spiritual veins, one powerful being suggested, not only for ourselves but for the balance of the entire primordial world. We could attempt to harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, along with our own magical prowess, to coalesce into a formidable force that nourishes and repairs the spiritual veins, proposed another powerful figure. We could also seek out scattered spiritual stones and treasures to enhance the recovery of the veins, added an earthly immortal. The immortals nodded in agreement, springing into action. Some sought spiritual stones and treasures, while others began to gather their magical energy in preparation for the restoration. Zhunti watched the busy figures of the immortals, feeling a sense of relief. He understood that although Luo Ho's destruction had wrought significant losses, the beings of the primordial world had not been vanquished. They remained resilient, willing to strive for a common goal. As time passed, the Western spiritual veins began to gradually recover. Though the progress was slow, the efforts of the immortals bore fruit. They believed that with unwavering persistence, the Western Spirit Mountain would one day be revitalized, shining once again as a brilliant jewel in the primordial world. Jie-in and Zhunti observed from a distance, their faces illuminated with joy. Though the West lay in ruin, the spirit of its people remained unshaken. The immortals did not succumb to despair, but instead worked tirelessly. This steadfastness provided them with great reassurance. Zhunti, witnessing the transformation of the West, felt a surge of happiness. Meanwhile, the 10-petal black lotus within him seemed to sense his joy, beginning to rotate slowly, exuding a dense aura of darkness. Ha ha ha, Hong Jun, did you think I was dead? I still have my trump card. At that moment, Luo Ho stood beside the black lotus, a manic smile gracing his face. He had finally awakened from his slumber. Although his body remained weak, he had regained some strength. This time, he intended not only to defeat Hong Jun, but to make him pay a heavy price. Yet, this identity of his was too conspicuous. He could not reveal himself just yet. Contemplating this, Luo Ho furrowed his brow. This identity is indeed troublesome. After pondering for a while, he ultimately decided to conceal this identity for the time being. I act without regard for the laws, and this identity certainly invites trouble. However, it is the only identity I have that can aid me. After some thought, he resolved to remain patient, to continue playing this new role, and to await the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack on Hong Jun. I shall be lawless, and from now on, I shall be known as Wu Tian. Let the great Tao bear witness. The oath was made, and Luo Ho felt no further worries. He sat cross-legged, continuing to refine the Black Lotus and absorb Zhunti's laws to strengthen himself. Chapter 56. Wu Tian desires to seize Zhunti's body. The name Wu Tian would quietly spread throughout the primordial world, becoming a mysterious and powerful presence. Though his strength did not match the peak of Luo Ho, it remained formidable. Meanwhile, Hong Jun and the other immortals, while engaged in the restoration of the Western spiritual veins, sensed a new power rising within the primordial world. They understood that this power, though currently insufficient to pose a threat, warranted vigilance. Zhunti remained oblivious, focusing solely on the reconstruction of the Western spiritual veins. He knew that only by restoring the veins could the Western world be rebuilt, allowing the beings of the primordial realm to find stability, thus earning the right to compete with Hong Jun's sect in the future. However, the existence of Wu Tian loomed like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. His power grew steadily in the shadows, and his ambitions expanded relentlessly. He plotted how to deliver a fatal blow to Hong Jun and the immortals at the right moment. Although Hong Jun sensed this new power, he did not take immediate action. He believed that as long as the immortals remained united, no threat could be deemed significant. He resolved to continue observing, waiting for Wu Tian to reveal his true intentions. Meanwhile, Zhunti and Jie persisted in their efforts, continuously seeking spiritual stones and treasures, gathering magical energy to restore the veins. Their labor began to yield results. As the Western spiritual veins started to emit a faint glow, though weak, it symbolized hope. The immortals, witnessing the recovery of the veins, felt a surge of joy. They became even more determined to rebuild their homeland. Believing that as long as they united, no obstacle was insurmountable, Wu Tian watched the developments in the primordial West from the shadows. He sensed that the aura of the Western realm was stabilizing. If all went according to plan, in a few thousand years, the Western spiritual veins would fully stabilize, forming a perfect primordial world. Wu Tian contemplated how to disrupt this balance. He suddenly realized that while the primordial world appeared tranquil, it concealed numerous dangers. He observed various factions clashing in the shadows. Pondering how to eliminate them all, Wu Tian felt that his current power was still too weak. Wherever he went, he was under scrutiny, leaving him with no sense of security. Thus, he conceived a plan. To seize a body. What does seizing a body entail? Here, it refers not only to the physical form but also to the spirit. The method of body seizing is straightforward. It involves using the power of one's primordial spirit to anchor oneself within the body of a powerful individual. In doing so, that individual's cultivation would stagnate, and their lifespan would wane. This method, though seemingly peculiar, is indeed simple and effective. Once the primordial spirit is anchored, one merely needs to grow stronger. When the time is ripe, they can seize another's body, thereby acquiring formidable power. This approach is both convenient and secure, devoid of risk. Currently, he was residing within Zhunti's body, but that did not guarantee he could occupy this vessel indefinitely. Wu Tian's objective was crystal clear: to seize not only Zhunti's body but also his primordial spirit, leveraging the power of his spirit to reconstruct his divine form. Although Wu Tian's plan was insidious, he understood that to successfully seize Zhunti, he must await the perfect opportunity. He must ensure that his primordial spirit was sufficiently powerful to gain the upper hand during the seizing process. Thus, he began to cultivate in secret, harnessing the power of the Black Lotus, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy and laws of heaven and earth, while also seeking opportunities to observe Zhunti's every move. Searching for his weaknesses, Zhunti and Jiayin continued their work, unaware of Wu Tian's sinister plot. They solely focused on mending the spiritual veins, hoping to restore the prosperity of the West at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 57. The Future Buddha's Disciple. Zhunti and Jiayin continued their endeavors, unaware of Wu Tian's sinister plot. They remained devoted to the restoration of the spiritual veins, aspiring for the prompt revival of Western prosperity. Senior brother, I have foreseen an opportunity that requires resolution. Suddenly, Zhunti spoke, his tone laced with palpable excitement. Oh? Jiayin paused his work, a look of curiosity crossing his face. What have you foreseen? I am not entirely certain. Zhunti replied, but I sense a connection, and perhaps this time I shall encounter a significant opportunity. You, always indulging in whimsical conjectures. Your instincts have always been remarkably accurate. Perhaps there truly is an opportunity awaiting you. Jiayin chuckled. Senior brother, please refrain from ridiculing me. Zhunti replied, you know my disposition. Do share your thoughts? Very well, very well. Jiayin shook his head and said, during this time, we two brothers have relied on one another. Although we have numerous celestial beings under our command, they are not our trusted confidants, and thus something feels amiss. Junior brother, it is possible that during your excursion, someone may wish to become your disciple. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Zhunti's eyes, his heart racing as he seemingly envisioned the individual destined to become his disciple. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner excitement, he found the turbulence within hard to suppress. Senior brother, do you mean to say that I might encounter a disciple with whom I share a connection during this journey? Zhunti's voice quivered slightly, betraying his anticipation and unease. Jiayin nodded, his gaze imbued with profound understanding, as if he had glimpsed fragments of the future. Indeed, junior brother, your fortune may be right before you. But remember, opportunities often come hand in hand with trials. You must seek diligently and perceive with intention. Zhunti rose, his gaze resolute, his heart now made up. Senior brother, I understand. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I will earnestly seek my disciple and nurture him with care. Jane looked at Zhunti with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Go forth, junior brother. I believe you will find that person destined for you and guide him towards a higher realm. Zhunti nodded, turning to embark on his quest for his disciple, in a secluded valley nestled in the west. Zhunti commenced his search for his disciple. He traversed the mountains and rivers of the primordial world, enduring countless hardships, until he finally discovered the one destined to connect with him in a remote valley. Within the valley, a young lad practiced alone, radiating a faint glow, clearly a practitioner of remarkable talent. Zhunti observed from afar, sensing the immense potential within the boy, alongside a fervent dedication to cultivation. As Zhunti approached, the boy seemed to sense his presence, halting his practice to turn and face Zhunti. His eyes were filled with curiosity and caution, yet predominantly with a yearning for the unknown. Who are you? The boy inquired, his voice youthful and innocent. Zhunti smiled gently and replied, I am Zhunti, a cultivator. I see that you possess extraordinary talent and share a connection with me. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple and training alongside me? Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes sparkled with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Why should I trust you? Zhunti did not respond directly but extended his palm, conjuring a lotus flower that slowly spun, emanating a soft glow. This is my token. If you wish, you may follow me in cultivation, and I shall teach you how to master your own destiny. The boy gazed at the lotus, feeling the formidable power it harbored. Taking a deep breath, he finally resolved, I am willing to follow you in cultivation, but I have one condition. Oh? Zhunti asked, intrigued. What is your condition? The boy stated resolutely, I wish to grow stronger, to protect all that I hold dear, and to prevent anyone from causing harm. Zhunti nodded, aware of the boy's unwavering spirit. Very well, I agree that I will teach you how to become stronger and how to safeguard that which you cherish. Shouldn't you pay your respects to your master? Upon hearing Zhunti's words, the boy hastily knelt before him, respectfully bowing 3 times. Disciple pays respects to master. Zhunti observed the kneeling boy, his smile gradually fading. Replaced by a serious demeanor, he helped the boy rise and said, Now that you have become my disciple, it is customary to present you with a token of our meeting. Chapter 58. Zhu Yuanzhang enters the group. This is a postnatal spiritual treasure, a golden symbol, bestowed upon you. Zhunti produced a golden symbol and handed it to the boy. Upon seeing the symbol, the boy's eyes lit up with brilliant radiance. Sensing the power concealed within, without hesitation, he accepted it, expressing his gratitude. Disciple thanks master. Zhunti nodded. By the way, what is your name? Mile, the boy replied. Upon hearing this name, Zhunti furrowed his brow slightly, thinking, why does this name seem familiar? As if I have heard it before. The boy noticed Zhunti's expression and felt a twinge of anxiety, prompting him to ask, Master, what is it? Zhunti, regaining his focus, shook his head and smiled. It is nothing. We shall return to the Western Spirit Mountain now. Ah? So soon? The boy was taken aback. Indeed, you are about to become my disciple, so it is only natural to expedite your entry into our sect. Zhunti explained. I see, then I shall accompany master back at once. Mile responded eagerly. Zhunti nodded, leading Mile back to the Spirit Mountain. Upon arrival, Mile gazed at the grand palace, feeling as though he had entered a different realm altogether. This was an utterly unexpected turn of events for him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Initially suspecting it to be a matter of mere coincidence, seeing the palace made him realize he had indeed acquired an extraordinary master. As a mere earthly immortal, he found himself taken as a disciple by an immortal, one who belonged to the legendary realm of golden immortals. An overwhelming sense of emotion surged within Mile, causing him to feel a wave of dizziness, nearly leading him to faint. He quickly settled into a meditative posture, striving to calm the turmoil within. This revelation was profoundly shocking, leaving him in disbelief about its authenticity. Uncertain of how long he sat, Mile gradually regained his composure. By the way, disciple, you should be aware that our western primordial land has suffered the destruction of its spiritual veins. Your current task, aside from cultivating, is to restore them. It is no small endeavor. Zhunti regarded Mile with a serious expression. Disciple does not find it arduous. Assisting the spirit mountain in restoring the spiritual veins is my duty. Mao responded respectfully. I am delighted that you think this way. I do feel somewhat guilty for asking you to work without having taught you anything yet. However, the restoration of the spiritual veins is crucial to the prosperity and decline of the entire Western primordial realm. We must act promptly. Zhunti's tone conveyed his expectations for Mile. Master, please rest assured, I shall dedicate myself fully to this task and not let you down, Mile declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. Zhunti nodded in satisfaction and then began to impart the methods of restoring the spiritual veins to Mile. He explained in detail the structure of the spiritual veins and how to utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth alongside one's own magical powers to nurture and repair the damaged veins. Mile listened intently, nodding occasionally, his heart brimming with yearning for cultivation and visions of the future. He understood that this endeavor was not solely for the sake of the Western primordial realm, but also to advance further along his own path of cultivation. In the days that followed, Mile accompanied Zhunti and Jane, embarking on the arduous task of restoring the spiritual veins. They tirelessly sought out spiritual stones and treasures, channeling their magical energy to mend the injured veins. Despite the challenges they faced, Mile never voiced a single complaint. In the 25th year of Hongwu, at the Ming Shaoling, the mausoleum of Zhu Biao, the legitimate son of the Ming dynasty, stood a towering figure. Clad in a dragon robe, exuding an air of authority, it was none other than the true form of Zhu Yuanzhang. His gaze was profound, seemingly capable of discerning all truths. He was Zhu Yuanzhang, the father of Zhu Biao, the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Deep within, Zhu Yuanzhang was engulfed in anguish. Zhu Biao was his only son, yet he had to bury his child, an unbearable blow for him. His heart was laden with sorrow, which he could not express, forcing him to endure in silence. The heir to the Ming dynasty, whom he had nurtured for years, had departed from him, casting him into a profound melancholy. Zhu Biao, his son, had passed away before him. Guilt consumed Zhu Yuanzhang, leaving him to ponder what grave sin he had committed that resulted in his son departing this world before him. Orphaned in childhood, bereaved of his wife in middle age, and now losing his son in old age, Zhu Yuanzhang was overwhelmed with self-reproach and rage. Yet, who could truly comprehend his plight? At the moment of Zhu Biao's death, Zhu Yuanzhang's spirit nearly shattered, his pain unbearable. He stood there for a long time. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The All-World Chat Group invites you to join this chat group. Ding! The All-World Chat Group invites you to join. Will you refuse or accept? Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback, and in his mind, two words surfaced, a type of plant. Chapter 59. Illusion? Zhu Yuanzhang was warned by the system. Am I dreaming? How could this be? Yet, the voice emanated from within his own consciousness. Ding! The All-World Chat Group invites you to join. Do you agree? The voice resonated once more, cold and devoid of any hint of warmth. Am I experiencing a hallucination? Why would such a peculiar illusion arise? Could it be that I miss my son too dearly, leading to such a vision? However, this illusion felt too vivid, so real that Zhu Yuanzhang began to question whether he truly was hallucinating. Confounded, he found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to trust the voice in his mind or to reject it. After all, the voice was exceedingly strange. Ding! The All-World Chat Group has granted you one opportunity to refuse. Once declined, you will forever lose the eligibility to become a member of the All-World Chat Group. Please consider carefully. The voice continued to press. Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent for a long while, then commanded the palace guards. Come forth! The guards immediately entered. Your Majesty, they bowed in greeting. Summon the ministers to discuss the state of the nation. I have matters of great importance to confer, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered. We shall obey. The guards responded and departed. Zhu Yuanzhang sat in place, his mind swirling with thoughts of the voice he had just heard. After much contemplation, he resolved to give it a try. With a sigh inwardly, he pondered the source of this voice. He believed it must stem from his profound longing for his son, Zhu Biao, leading to auditory hallucinations. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed, for Zhu Yuanzhang was acutely aware that he could not possibly be experiencing auditory delusions. So, what kind of existence could induce such an illusion? Did demons and spirits truly exist in this world? A sudden thought struck him, startling Zhu Yuanzhang, yet he quickly shook his head, deeming it improbable. After all, where could such entities possibly exist? It was merely a ridiculous notion. With this realization, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sense of relief. Regardless, having encountered such an illusion, he felt compelled to explore it further. At that moment, several ministers had gathered outside the mausoleum, kneeling in unison, chanting, "Long live the Emperor." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. "Rise. Thank you for your grace, your majesty." The assembly stood. They speculated on the reason for the emperor's sudden summons. Yet none dared to voice their inquiries, for the emperor had been in a foul mood of late, and none wished to provoke his ire. Zhu Yuanzhang observed them and said, "The purpose of summoning you today is to address an important matter." His words faltered, and his expression grew solemn. The ministers' hearts tightened. As he spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly heard a voice in his mind. "Warning, do not disclose the existence of the chat group to others, or the system will obliterate you." Obliterate. The mere mention of that word sent a chill through Zhu Yuanzhang. He hastily shut his mouth, refraining from any further utterances. However, this warning left him even more shaken, as it felt more terrifying than divine retribution. After all, divine retribution was merely an illusion. Yet this warning was so tangible that it seemed devoid of any possibility of resistance. Zhu Yuanzhang sensed that any misstep in his words could lead to dire consequences. "Listen well." Zhu Yuanzhang inhaled deeply, saying, "Nothing is amiss. I only wish for you to pay respects at the Crown Prince's mausoleum." The ministers exchanged glances, puzzled by the emperor's request. "I know this is difficult to comprehend, but this is what I wish to convey. I want all subjects to remember the Crown Prince's merits. The Crown Prince devoted himself entirely to the Ming dynasty until his death." The ministers suddenly understood and knelt down in reverence. Chapter 60. Zhu Yuanzhang. Who can revive the Crown Prince and the Empress? After dismissing the ministers, the system's voice prompted once more, asking if he would join the chat group. The inexplicable feeling within Zhu Yuanzhang intensified, as if something had emerged in his heart, rendering his gaze vacant. He looked around in profound confusion, unable to comprehend what was occurring. Before him appeared two options, yes or no. At that moment, the voice echoed again in his mind. "Ding! The all-world chat group invites you to join. Do you agree or deny?" Zhu Yuanzhang surveyed his surroundings, still brimming with uncertainty. As an emperor, his instinct was to be cautious and suspicious, and his mental acuity was no longer as sharp as it once was. In his heart, he had already dismissed the option of no. He could not fathom why he felt compelled to join this all-world chat group. Nevertheless, Zhu Yuanzhang ultimately chose to acquiesce. "Ding! You have successfully joined the all-world chat group. Ding! Welcome to the all-world chat group." Zhu Yuanzhang's heart raced, and his eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. He never anticipated that he would encounter such a miraculous place. Hope blossomed within him that this venue could assist him in fulfilling his desires. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. "Please choose your name." Daming Zhu Yuanzhang, he opted for his true name. For his identity was unmistakable. No one would dare impersonate Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon entering the group, a series of unfamiliar IDs materialized before him. He scanned them, uncertain of what they represented, yet sensed that each ID signified an extraordinary existence. "Welcome new member Zhu Yuanzhang to the all-world chat group. Welcome to the all-world chat group." Zhu Yuanzhang regarded the speaker with a hint of confusion. "What benefits does this all-world chat group offer?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. This group was created by the group master, constructed with great magical power, allowing individuals from different worlds to communicate and trade, the voice explained. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment spread across Zhu Yuanzhang's face. Different worlds? The potential for trade. This was truly astonishing. Moreover, it facilitated the exchange of cultivation insights, as well as various treasures and techniques. The voice continued, "The group master hopes this chat group will serve as a bridge connecting different worlds, enabling each member to benefit." Filled with curiosity, Zhu Yuanzhang realized that this all-world chat group might represent an unprecedented opportunity. He resolved to make the most of this platform to bring more resources and knowledge to his Ming dynasty. "How shall I begin?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked. "You can first browse the group's announcements and rules to understand how to participate in exchanges and trades," the voice replied. Additionally, you may post your needs or offer resources you can provide. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, beginning to review the group's announcements and regulations while observing the interactions of other members. He discovered that the members of this chat group hailed from various worlds. Zhu Yuanzhang decided to post a message introducing his identity and requirements. He wrote, I am Zhu Yuanzhang, the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. I seek treasures and techniques to strengthen my nation's power, and I am willing to offer the unique products and knowledge of the Ming Dynasty. Furthermore, I have a wish. Whoever can revive my crown prince and empress shall receive all my precious resources and treasures. As this message was published, a cacophony erupted throughout the group. Revival? Only the Saint of Proficiency has that capability. Indeed, aside from him, it seems he alone can accomplish such a feat. Correct. Only he possesses such power within our group. Zhu Yuanzhang's boldness truly astounded them. Chapter 61. Proficiency. I need you to open the world passage. They engaged in lively discussion, convinced that Zhu Yuanzhang genuinely cared for his wife and son. Observing the chatter within the group, Zhu Yuanzhang felt both astonished and gratified. He never imagined that someone in this all-world chat group could indeed possess the ability to revive the dead. He secretly resolved that, come what may, he would strive to seize this opportunity. May I inquire, who is the Saint of Proficiency? Zhu Yuanzhang asked in the group. The Saint of Proficiency is a powerful being within our group, possessing immense magical prowess capable of reversing life and death, altering fate. A voice responded, revealing itself to be that of Zhuge Liang. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart stirred. He promptly searched for the ID of the Saint of Proficiency in the group and sent a private message. Esteemed Saint of Proficiency, I am Zhu Yuanzhang, the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. I have a request and wonder if you would be willing to lend me your aid. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Yuanzhang received a reply from the Saint of Proficiency. Zhu Yuanzhang, I am aware of your request. The matter of resurrection is of great significance and demands an immense sacrifice on your part. However, given your earnestness, I might consider it. Upon reading this response, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart swelled with excitement, and he hastily replied, Zhunti, I am willing to pay any price. I beseech you to assist me. Well, in that case, I shall assign you a task. Upon its completion, I shall contemplate your request. Zhunti stated. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately inquired, May I ask, what is this task? You must open the portal to your world for me. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that such a celestial being would demand that he unlock the gateway to his realm. The attention of an unknown deity upon one's world raises questions of fortune or misfortune. What if this saint intended to wreak havoc upon his domain? Should he refuse or acquiesce? Zhu Yuanzhang found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. To decline would mean severing ties with the saint, yet to comply could render his world vulnerable to invasion by other forces. He grappled with this dilemma. If only Mr. Liu were still alive. He would undoubtedly know the course of action to take. Mr. Liu, alas, he has passed on. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze gradually dimmed, for he was acutely aware that no amount of effort could alter the reality of Mr. Liu's demise. Biaoer, May Z, grant me an answer from the heavens. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was laden with conflict and turmoil. He recognized that this decision bore not only upon his fate, but also upon the future of the entire Ming dynasty. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions. Zhunti, I am willing to accept your task, Zhu Yuanzhang ultimately resolved, but I have one request. I hope you can assure me that no harm will come to my world. The voice of Zhunti resonated once more. Zhu Yuanzhang, I comprehend your request. I can assure you that my arrival will inflict no negative consequences upon your world, and my sole purpose is to fulfill your request. And I shall respect your sovereignty. Upon hearing this, the weight on Zhu Yuanzhang's heart finally lifted. He understood that a being of Zhunti caliber would surely honor a promise once made. Excellent, Zhu Yuanzhang replied resolutely, his voice imbued with determination. He knew this decision could alter the fate of the Ming dynasty. Yet he also believed that as long as Zhunti upheld his vow, his world would experience unprecedented prosperity. Then I shall prepare for the opening of the portal. Zhu Yuanzhang continued, Pray tell, Zhunti, what must I prepare? Chapter 62. The resurrection of Zhu Biao and Empress Ma. Nothing needs to be done. Zhunti stated in the chat group. Zhu Yuanzhang replied in confusion, Nothing at all? Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang then asked, Saint, I have agreed to your conditions. When will you assist me in resurrecting my Biaoer and the Empress? Zhunti Shangren reassured, Soon. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart raced violently upon hearing this reply. A wave of tension washed over him as he clenched his fists, as if doing so would grasp his hope. The imminent resurrection of his legitimate son Zhu Biao and the Empress heralded the greatest tidings in the history of the Ming dynasty. His lifelong efforts would not have been in vain. At that thought, a smile graced Zhu Yuanzhang's lips, yet unease gnawed at him. What if the resurrection could not be achieved? What if it were impossible? Zhu Yuanzhang pondered, constantly praying, Zhunti Shangrun, please fulfill your promise. His thoughts echoed with anticipation and apprehension. Zhu Yuanzhang understood that reviving the deceased was no trivial matter, and even a being as powerful as Zhunti Shangren would require a considerable cost. Yet he was willing to sacrifice everything, even his own soul, for his family. Zhu Yuanzhang incessantly implored, Zhunti Shangren, can you truly enable Zhu Biao and my sister to be reborn? Zhu Yuanzhang turned to inquire of Zhunti. Zhunti nodded, of course, you need not worry. Zhu Yuanzhang let out a sigh of relief, a look of liberation washing over his face. That is splendid. Zhuge Liang interjected, Your Majesty, do not fret. If the saint declares success, then success shall surely follow. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. What remained was the waiting. Meanwhile, Zhunti had his own motives for agreeing to the resurrection of the tooth. His interest lay in the benefits to be gained. Initially, he had no intention of undertaking any commitments to others, yet his spiritual veins were damaged and required mending. Zhunti needed substantial resources and manpower to sustain his Western spiritual veins. Why would he require mortals to repair the spiritual veins? The restoration necessitated not only magical prowess but also a vast reservoir of faith power. Faith power is crucial for maintaining the stability of spiritual veins, and the purity and strength of mortal faith can provide an unending source of energy. As the emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang possessed a substantial populace and profound fortune. Zhunti Shengren recognized this advantage. Once he, as the favored child of fortune, consented to open the world, the heavenly rules would not impede him excessively. He could freely allow mortals to enter and mend his spiritual veins. By aiding Zhu Yuanzhang in resurrecting his kin, Zhunti Shengren could not only gain Zhu Yuanzhang's gratitude and loyalty, but also leverage Zhu Yuanzhang's commitment to facilitate the repair of his spiritual veins. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and naturally, Zhunti Shengren was eager to engage in this transaction. Zhu Yuanzhang awaited. His heart brimmed with anticipation but was tinged with trepidation. He understood that while Zhunti Shengren's promise instilled hope, the resurrection of the deceased was fraught with challenges, inevitably involving numerous unknown factors and potential risks. Nevertheless, Zhu Yuanzhang recognized that Zhunti Shengren, as a being of great power, possessed wisdom and strength far beyond ordinary mortals. Since he had given his word, there must be a rationale behind it. Zhu Yuanzhang resolved to spare no effort in preparing for the resurrection ceremony. On Zhunti's side, preparations for the revival of the two commenced. Employing powers akin to those of a celestial being, he began to set up a complex resurrection array. This array required not only formidable magical support but also precise control of time and spatial positioning. Zhunti understood that reviving the deceased, particularly royal members, would stir the laws of the universe. A slight misstep could yield unforeseen consequences. On that night, when the moon was bright and the stars sparse, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was at its zenith, the resurrection ceremony commenced. Zhu Yuanzhang and all the ministers gathered at the imperial tomb, holding their breath in rapt attention, their eyes fixed upon every movement within the tomb. Zhunti traversed through the portal to this world, concealing his presence from sight, standing in the center of the array, hands forming seals, chanting incantations. As his voice grew louder, the array erupted with brilliant light, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards the array as if drawn by a magnet. Zhu Yuanzhang felt an unseen force swirling within the array, quickening his heartbeat. Suddenly, a luminous gate appeared at the center of the array, slowly opening, and two figures emerged. Zhu Yuanzhang focused intently and recognized them as his legitimate son Zhu Biao and the Empress. Their faces bore tranquility, as if they had merely awakened from a deep slumber. Zhu Yuanzhang, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears and rushed forward, tightly embracing Zhu Biao and the Empress. "My son, my wife, you have finally returned," he choked out. Though Zhu Biao and the Empress had just been resurrected, they seemed to have regained consciousness, gazing at Zhu Yuanzhang with expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Chapter 63. The Joy of Lanyu Father? Ruaba! Upon hearing their names, Zhu Yuanzhang quickly released his hold. He wiped away his tears and exclaimed, "You have returned." Zhu Biao and the Empress, upon hearing this, felt as though they had crossed through time, yet soon found themselves perplexed. "Father, what is happening?" Zhu Biao inquired. Zhu Yuanzhang recounted the events briefly. After listening, Zhu Biao's mind seemed to explode with disbelief as he asked, "So, this saint intends to resurrect us?" Zhu Yuanzhang paused, slightly taken aback. "Do you not believe me?" Zhu Biao shook his head. "It is not that I do not believe. I simply cannot fathom it. The dead can be revived. Such a notion is utterly astounding." Zhu Yuanzhang's statement left all present wide-eyed in astonishment. The Empress was particularly flabbergasted, unable to close her mouth in disbelief. Could the words of Zhunti Shangren truly exist? Could he genuinely bring the dead back to life? "I care not whether you believe. This is the truth," Zhu Yuanzhang asserted, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority. Zhu Biao and the Empress exchanged glances, understanding that Zhu Yuanzhang, as the emperor of the Ming dynasty, would never jest about such matters. Their astonishment gradually morphed into gratitude towards Zhu Yuanzhang and reverence for Zhunti Shengren. "Father, what shall we do now?" Zhu Biao asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath, aware that the resurrected Zhu Biao and the Empress would require time to acclimatize to this entirely new world. He resolved to first allow them a respite to regain their strength before gradually elucidating everything. "Rest for now. I shall make all necessary arrangements," declared Zhu Yuanzhang, his voice imbued with warmth and compassion. Zhu Biao and the Empress nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that adapting to this new reality was of utmost importance. "Escort the Crown Prince and the Empress back to the palace," commanded Zhu Yuanzhang. "Yes," the guards replied in unison, kneeling in respect. Once Zhu Biao and the others had departed, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself still enveloped in shock. Sitting vacantly upon the dragon throne, he was the reigning emperor, the exalted sovereign of all. Never had he imagined he would personally witness such a miracle. The ministers, equally astonished, knelt before him in fervent reverence. They had never anticipated that in their lifetime they would bear witness to the resurrection of two deceased individuals. Initially believing the emperor to be mad, they now realized that Zhu Yuanzhang had divine assistance. Their respect for him deepened. "Long live the emperor!" They collectively prostrated themselves, calling out Zhu Yuanzhang's name. "Rise, my esteemed ministers." He finally regained his composure and gestured for them to stand. Subsequently, he rose from his seat and descended the steps. Stepping outside, the cold wind whipped around him, causing his robes to flutter. He gazed into the distance, as if envisioning the tumultuous scenes of war and the countless corpses strewn across the battlefield. His own parents had perished in such chaos. Now, a bold thought crossed his mind, not only to resurrect his wife and son, but to enable the sage to bring back even more souls. He understood the sage's power was formidable. If they could restore more lives, it would be a boon indeed. With this thought, a fervent light flickered in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. He must accomplish this. Success was imperative. However, he could not speak of it openly just yet, as he was still unfamiliar with the sage. He would proceed with caution. Realizing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "Proclaim throughout the land, tomorrow, I shall host a banquet for 3 days," he declared. "Yes, your majesty." Wise as the emperor, the ministers praised in chorus. If there was anyone happier about Zhu Biao's revival besides Zhu Yuanzhang, it was Lanyu. Originally, Lanyu was among those Zhu Yuanzhang intended to leave to assist his son, but Zhu Biao's death had transformed Lanyu from a loyal minister into a potential obstacle for the throne. He feared the young sovereign would be unable to manage Lanyu's military power. Lanyu was painfully aware of this and had been in a state of constant anxiety. However, after this event, His concerns dissipated, as long as he remained loyal to the emperor, his life would be spared. With this understanding, Lan Yu resolved to amend his arrogant and overbearing demeanor, dedicating himself to assist Zhu Yuanzhang. The revival of the empress and the crown prince is truly a blessing from the heavens. Long live the emperor, Lan Yu proclaimed. Indeed, the emperor is wise. The ministers echoed, showering him with flattery. Chapter 64. The ministers inquire about the crown prince. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yuanzhang was thoroughly amused by the ministers' flattery, laughing heartily a few times before dismissing them. He observed the sky and began to formulate plans in his mind. The following day, as noon approached, a grand banquet commenced within the palace, replete with fine wines and sumptuous dishes. The ministers attended with great enthusiasm, yet Lan Yu appeared distracted. He yearned for confirmation that Zhu Biao had indeed returned to life. But the crown prince's absence left him in a state of agitation. Lan Yu, what occupies your thoughts? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, noticing Lan Yu's preoccupation. Lan Yu snapped back to reality, hastily concealing his expression. Your Majesty. I was merely, he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Zhu Yuanzhang, observing Lan Yu's demeanor, discerned his true concern. You wish to ascertain whether the crown prince has truly returned to life? Zhu Yuanzhang asked with a knowing smile, his gaze fixed intently on Lan Yu's face. Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly denied. I know. That is not the case. Do not deceive me, Zhu Yuanzhang retorted with a huff. Lan Yu, you are one of my most trusted ministers. I do not wish to see any concealment from you. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Lan Yu's heart sank, and he promptly fell to his knees. Your Majesty, grant me mercy. I implore you, Lan Yu. I ask you, do you sincerely pledge your loyalty to me? Zhu Yuanzhang questioned. I naturally do so with utmost sincerity. Lan Yu's voice trembled, and he dared not respond directly to Zhu Yuanzhang's inquiry. He understood that this question was of paramount importance. Zhu Yuanzhang sneered, regarding Lan Yu with a piercing gaze. If you are indeed loyal to me, are you willing to share my burdens? Lan Yu hesitated. Lifting his head uncertainly, Zhu Yuanzhang's voice turned stern. Lan Yu, remember, you are my most trusted minister. You must be well aware of my thoughts. Otherwise, what use are you to me? Lan Yu shuddered, quickly lowering his head. Yes, I shall obey. The other ministers, equally apprehensive, dared not lift their gazes, fearful that one glance might invoke the emperor's wrath. Good, rise. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. You have all heard. I hold Lan Yu in high esteem. He is a pillar of our Ming dynasty. You should all learn from him. The ministers hastily expressed their gratitude, and Lan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he exhaled, he felt someone tug at him. Turning, he found himself face to face with Zhu Biao. Seeing the living crown prince before him, Lan Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. Zhu Biao winked at him, signaling him to remain calm. I pay my respects to the crown prince. As soon as Zhu Biao sat down, all the ministers knelt before him in greeting. Zhu Biao nodded, glancing at Lan Yu, and then at the kneeling ministers. You may all rise. The ministers quickly complied, and Zhu Biao surveyed the room full of officials before speaking. Esteemed ministers, I assume you are all curious as to why I have returned to life. This is a mystery even to me. Indeed, we are perplexed. Crown Prince, were you not deceased? How is it that you have suddenly? One minister could not contain himself and blurted out, only to realize he had spoken out of turn and quickly fell silent. Although the others remained silent, the skepticism in their eyes was unmistakable. Hee. Chapter 65. The sage is not one we can simply encounter. Hee. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled. It is, of course, due to my merits. I have garnered the favor of the sage, and thus, the sage has permitted the revival of the empress and the crown prince. His tone was infused with pride and satisfaction, leaving the ministers astounded. The emperor's actions could indeed alter the course of history. Now it makes sense. No wonder the crown prince could return, one official exclaimed. Enlightened. The sage's ability to restore life transcended the ordinary, leaving all in utter awe. The ministers were abuzz with astonishment. The sage had truly accomplished such a feat. What kind of being was this sage? Capable of such monumental acts? Might we inquire as to who this sage is? Could we possibly have the honor of meeting such a figure? one minister ventured. The others quickly chimed in, eager to witness the sage's grandeur. Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback. He too knew only that the sage was a transcendent being, but the specifics remained elusive. How peculiar it was that such a powerful entity could resurrect an individual. Could it be that the sage possessed the power of immortality, capable of controlling life and death? The thought sent a thrill through Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. If that were the case, the sage would be unfathomably powerful. Nevertheless, he swiftly quelled his inner tumult. After all, he was the emperor, a sovereign of the realm, and could not afford to lose his composure. Nonsense. The sage is not someone you can simply meet. If I were to summon him, would you dare to look upon him? Zhu Yuanzhang feigned authority as he reprimanded. Of course not. The ministers hastily replied, yet they insisted, if the sage were present, we would certainly wish to meet him. Only then could we truly revere his greatness. They too longed to behold the legendary sage. Zhu Yuanzhang understood their sentiments well, yet he knew the sage was not someone he could simply invite. Thus, he replied, the sage's whereabouts are unpredictable. Wishing to meet him may prove futile. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, the ministers fell silent. He was correct. Encountering the sage was indeed an impossibility. The sage was a transcendent being, far removed from the mundane world. They could count themselves fortunate to witness even one of the sage's miracles. How can one dare to covet more? Such aspirations are excessively greedy and are bound to invite retribution. Observing the dejected countenance of his ministers, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a profound sense of helplessness. He understood their sentiments, yet the thoughts of a sage are not easily fathomed by one such as he. Although a sense of futility weighed heavily upon him, Zhu Yuanzhang recognized that as the sovereign of the realm, he must maintain his composure and conceal any signs of wavering from his ministers. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke slowly. My esteemed ministers, I am aware of the desires that dwell in your hearts, but matters concerning the sage are beyond the grasp of mere mortals like us. What I can do is to the best of my ability uphold the integrity of this nation, ensuring that the common people live in peace and prosperity. As for the sage, if destiny permits, we shall meet again in due time. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, although their hearts still harbored discontent, the ministers understood the truth of the emperor's statement. They nodded in agreement, acknowledging his wisdom. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. One minister broke the silence, prompting others to echo the sentiment. Observing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a quiet relief. He realized that his authority had not been diminished by the matter of the sage, but rather had been solidified through this event. Very well, let us conclude today's discussions. I hope you, my esteemed ministers, will focus your thoughts on state affairs and refrain from dwelling on matters concerning the sage. Zhu Yuanzhang stood resolutely, prompting the ministers to rise, bow in respect, and disperse accordingly. Returning to the imperial study, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was tumultuous. He knew that while the situation regarding the sage had temporarily calmed, further challenges and trials lay ahead. He must be more vigilant and diligent to meet the expectations of the people and himself. Picking up a brush, he commenced reviewing memorials, silently vowing to safeguard the nation, ensuring its prosperity and the well-being of its citizens. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Zhu Yuanzhang's empress and crown prince stood quietly at the entrance, gazing at the heavens, their eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. They understood that all these transformations were a consequence of the emperor's sagacity and the sage's compassion. In a chat group, a mysterious and solemn atmosphere enveloped every member. They extended their sincerest greetings to Zhu Yuanzhang, eagerly inquiring about the emotional turmoil he experienced following the miraculous resurrection of his wife and son. Zhuge Liang, renowned for his exceptional wisdom and profound insights, was the first to speak, his tone revealing a deep respect and admiration for the sage's power. Your Majesty, after enduring such a series of extraordinary events, you must now have a profound understanding of the sage's might. Their methods are unfathomable, evoking awe. You must comprehend even more acutely the mysterious nature of the sage's power. Zhu Yuanzhang, as the ruler, responded with a tone imbued with reverence and understanding. Indeed, I am acutely aware of the terrifying potency of the sage. They possess the ability to manipulate life and death, to govern fate. Their strength is not to be trifled with. nor can we presume to comment upon it. Yu Zhangmin, a martial arts master, expressed his admiration openly. Truly, the sage is remarkable. Their abilities are astonishing. Such transcendent powers signify a celestial being of unparalleled capability. To reverse life and death and resurrect the deceased is a feat that defies the heavens. Zhu Yuanzhang, despite his imperial status, could not help but feel a sense of awe in the face of such extraordinary power. The might of the celestial beings is indeed formidable. We mortals are utterly insignificant in comparison. His heart was filled with complex emotions. He understood that the sage's revival of his wife and son must harbor unknown significance and purpose. Nevertheless, regardless of the sage's intentions, Zhu Yuanzhang felt genuine gratitude towards them, for in his eyes, being reunited with loved ones was an unparalleled blessing. He remained curious as to why the sage desired him to open a portal to another world. What could his realm possibly hold that the sage found of value? After much contemplation, myriad possibilities flashed through his mind, yet he could not arrive at a definitive answer. He recognized that the sage's intentions were often inscrutable, beyond the reach of mortal comprehension. Thus, he chose to momentarily set aside his doubts and focus on the matters at hand. In the realm of Ming, Zhunti resolved to seek out several thousand laborers, specifically in remote areas, ensuring to avoid attracting undue human attention. Enveloping the entire capital of the Ming dynasty with his magical prowess, he sought out suitable impoverished citizens for arduous labor. His abilities could blanket the entire city. Not even the slightest disturbance could evade his keen scrutiny. In this regard, Zhunti's strength was indisputable. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a small border county in the Ming dynasty, a quaint town known as Yongping. This shall suffice, Yongping. The extent of poverty here surpasses my expectations. Zhunti's power enveloped Yongping. The destitution here was at its extreme. Every villager appeared emaciated, their faces sallow, skin parched, and clothing tattered, with unkempt hair in disarray. Among these individuals were numerous elderly, weak, sickly women and children, as well as beggars. Witnessing this dismal sight, Zhunti furrowed his brow, pondering, all beings suffer, yet the people here are so impoverished. Can they truly even have enough to eat? He resolved that this time, he would not hesitate. His magical power enveloped the entire Yongping County, assessing the living conditions of each village's inhabitants. This was his first direct exploration of the common people's suffering, and he intended to be meticulous and thorough. In Moonlight Village, the harvest this year had been dismal, and a significant portion of the grain was to be surrendered to the landlord. Alas, we can only barely scrape by. A middle-aged man clad in coarse gray linen sat at a table, sighing and shaking his head. Beside him, a woman in her 60s sat on a small stool, also lamenting. This year's harvest is indeed poor. Alas, it is all due to those scoundrels. Those landlords bully us and exploit us honest folk. In the feudal era, the common people's status was abysmally low. Landlords, gentry, and ruffians would readily bully them, leaving no room for resistance, forcing them to endure oppression and humiliation. The elderly woman sighed in response, saying, "Child, do not complain. What good does it do? We will still be bullied by the landlords regardless. But, we are also human. We are made of flesh and blood." The man retorted indignantly, "Why must they bully us honest folk? Why must they deprive us of our right to exist and our hard-earned fruits of labor? They are landlords. We are commoners, both human. Why can they treat us like this?" The elderly woman sighed again, saying, "This world is as it is. No one can change it. You must learn to accept reality and adapt to it." "I refuse to accept it," the man bellowed. "Why does society always allow them to bully us? We are merely commoners. Why must we endure their humiliation? Why? I am truly unwilling to accept this, child. How can you be so impulsive?" The elderly woman quickly intervened. "You must never speak such things outside. Do you understand? That could lead to a death sentence. Think carefully." "Humph! I refuse to accept it." The man continued to shout, "I am unwilling to be humiliated." "Enough!" the elderly woman scolded. "Stop your ruckus and go tend to the fields. Today is your last day of leave." The man left in frustration, yet his heart brimmed with indignation. For days, He had endured the mockery and disdain of others, feeling utterly powerless. All of this was his own fault. He blamed himself for not working hard enough, for not being quick enough. If he had been faster and more diligent, he could have earned more money and avoided the exhausting toil and even the occasional beatings. He did not want to be looked down upon by others, nor did he wish to be humiliated. Yet he felt utterly powerless, unless one day he could wield great power to escape such a fate. Humph! The man huffed heavily, continually reminding himself. One day, he would possess land of his own. Yes, land that belongs to me. I will show them that we honest folk are not to be trifled with. At that moment, he heard a few coughs from behind him and turned to see the village head. Li Full glanced at the agitated man and inquired, "Xiao Zhou, what are you doing?" I am pondering why we are bullied by the landlords every day." The man replied, "I do not want to be bullied. Yes. Is it not true that your fields have been exploited by the landlords again?" Li Full asked. "Indeed," the man replied. "Why be so foolish?" Li Full sighed. "It is only natural for landlords to bully you. Do you intend to resist? How could that be? They are bandits, demons. They exploit us. Honest folk are but the weak, while they are like local emperors, free to act as they please," the man declared. "You understood this reasoning before. Why do you fail to grasp it now?" Li Full inquired. "I do not know either." The man shook his head. "Alas," Li Full sighed deeply, saying, "Do you realize that the society we live in is merciless, a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong? This is an unchangeable reality. Do not be too stubborn." "Yet the man clenched his teeth, resolutely maintaining his stance. "I do not believe we are weak. We can fight back." Li Full shook his head, a glimmer of helplessness and sympathy in his eyes. He was well aware of the man's tenacity and determination, yet he understood the harshness of reality. He spoke softly. "Xiao Zhou, I comprehend your feelings. I, too, once harbored such thoughts. However, you must understand that resistance requires strength. Without strength, all is mere talk." The man tightened his fists, a flame of defiance flickering in his eyes, retorting, "Strength? Are we to be at the mercy of others? Can we not strive for our own rights?" Li Full paused for a moment and then replied slowly, "Strength encompasses more than just brute force. It includes wisdom, courage, and unity. If you truly wish to alter the current state of affairs, you must become stronger, not just in body, but in spirit as well." A flicker of confusion crossed the man's eyes as he asked, "Then, what should I do?" Li Full regarded him earnestly, saying, "First, learn to protect yourself. Do not allow harm to befall you. Second, cultivate the ability to observe, to comprehend the world's rules, and identify resources that can be of use. Finally, learn to unite, to find like-minded individuals, and strive together." As he listened to Li Full's words, the fire within the man seemed to ignite. He nodded, declaring, "I understand. I will make an effort. I shall no longer permit anyone to bully us." Li Full smiled and patted the man's shoulder, saying, "Good, I believe in you. Remember, never abandon hope, no matter the circumstances." The man inhaled deeply, his gaze growing resolute. He knew this would be a long and arduous journey. Yet he was ready. He would fight for a future that belonged to him. Zhunti Shangren observed the scene, contemplating. It appears the time has come. They all wish to grow stronger, to possess their own land, especially this man, Zhou Shi. He has been driven to this state. If he is not granted some benefits, he may never escape his plight. He resolved to assist the man. As night fell, when the man, bearing a hoe, entered the courtyard, he suddenly heard a divine voice resonating in his mind. "Do you wish for land? Do you wish to grow stronger?" The man trembled violently, glancing around in disbelief, murmuring, "Who is it? A ghost? A demon?" Yet no reply came. This left him perplexed. Could all of this be an illusion? Is it an illusion? Is a demon controlling this? Zhou Shi's heart was filled with terror. But soon he dismissed this notion, for the voice was too sacred, and he felt it emanated from a true deity, instilling within him a profound sense of reverence and submission, rendering him incapable of defiance. "No, it is not an illusion, it is real." Zhou Shi knelt upon the ground, softly uttering, "I beseech you, grant me land. For all things, one must toil to reap rewards. You need to help me work, and I shall first provide you with compensation. This 100 pounds of rice and pork belong to you. Upon receiving these, after half an hour, I shall take you to where you must diligently cultivate and labor." Hearing these words, Zhou Shi was instantly exhilarated. He prostrated himself in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, divine being. Rest assured, I shall work diligently and never slack." The voice responded and then vanished. Zhou Shi wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering, "But where is the grain? The rice? The pork?" Suddenly, a flash of white light. Zhou Shi stood in stunned silence, gazing at the mountain of rice and pork before him, his face alight with excitement and joy. In that moment, he seemed to forget his identity as a farmer, forgetting all his suffering. "The blessing of the divine being, I shall surely remember. I will repay you in this lifetime." The voice's owner was, of course, Zhunti. For the impoverished common folk living in a feudal society, food is of utmost importance. Thus, he did not engage in empty gestures but directly bestowed rice and meat, demonstrating his benevolence. The villagers would work harder in return. "Zhou Shi! Zhou Shi!" A chorus of calls interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see 3 men of similar age standing in the center of the courtyard, their faces brimming with excitement as they gazed at him. "Do you require something?" Zhou Shi inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Did you also receive food from the divine being?" One tall, lean man asked eagerly. The other 2 men looked on expectantly at Zhou Shi. Yes, what is it?" His voice held a hint of confusion and uncertainty, clearly flustered by the scene before him. "Ha ha ha ha!" The 3 men erupted in laughter, tears streaming from their eyes, their mirth filled with surprise and disbelief. "Never did we imagine that we, the commoners, would encounter a divine being, and that the divine being would actively bestow food upon us. Such a notion is simply unfathomable." Their words conveyed astonishment at the miracle they witnessed and dreams of a bright future ahead. "My heavens, is this truly happening?" The stout man wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide as if to confirm that this was not a dream. This, Zhou Shi gaped, unsure how to respond. His heart was a tumult of confusion, mingled with a surge of uncontrollable excitement. "Do not rush to speak. Hurry, let us taste it," one man urged, his eyes sparkling with desire for the food. "First, prepare fire and water." Another man began to give orders, his voice brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming feast. During the preparation, the group marveled at the plump grains of rice and the fresh pork. They buzzed with conversation, astonished and exhilarated by the sudden bounty. "These grains of rice are so plump, each one appears as if a precious jewel, crystalline and translucent, making one's appetite soar." One man exclaimed, his eyes reflecting admiration for the food. "This pork, this gaze. It is simply too tender. It surpasses the taste of home-raised pork by leaps and bounds." Another man praised the quality of the meat. "The divine being is truly benevolent, even providing us with pork." Their words overflowed with gratitude towards the divine being. We must work hard. We must repay the divine being. We must." The 3 men echoed in unison, their voices filled with determination and resolve. Zhou Shi listened to them, his heart a whirlpool of mixed emotions. Although he felt bewildered by the unexpected gifts, he understood that such opportunities were rare, and they must be cherished. All right, everyone calm down." Zhou Shi attempted to soothe their excitement, his voice tinged with calmness and rationality. "The divine being has bestowed food upon us, and we must express our gratitude. However, we must also recognize that the divine being has his reasons for doing this. We cannot forget our responsibilities due to temporary blessings." Upon hearing Zhou Shi's words, the crowd gradually became composed. They understood that Zhou Shi spoke the truth. Although the divine being's gifts were precious, they could not allow themselves to become lazy or dependent. Zhou Shi is right. We cannot forget our duties simply because of the divine being's generosity. The stout man nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with hope for the future. "We must work even harder, not only to repay the divine being but also for ourselves and our families, to strive for a better life. Indeed, we shall forge our future with our own hands." Another man concurred, his voice filled with determination and resolve. Zhou Shi gazed at them, a warm current surging within him. he knew that despite the hardships of life, as long as everyone united in purpose, no difficulty was insurmountable. All right, let us not dwell on too much for now, Zhou declared, his tone resolute and encouraging. First, we shall prepare the food, enjoy a hearty meal, and then await the divine being's instructions for our labor. The divine being's grace shall be etched in our hearts, and we shall repay it through our actions. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to busily prepare. They washed the rice, chopped the meat, and kindled the fire to cook. Before long, an enticing aroma filled the air, making mouths water. Zhou watched the bustling figures, silently vowing that, come what may, they would live a better life. All of this begins with the meal today. After greeting their respective families, the group commenced their feast, devouring their food with remarkable speed, as if it were the most delectable fare in existence. Tonight is a momentous occasion for the other villagers as well. They have gathered together in anticipation of the immortal's arrival. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sound of knocking reverberated, shattering the tranquility of the night. Everyone set down their bowls and chopsticks, holding their breath in eager expectation of the immortal's manifestation. Yet, what appeared before them was not the figure of the immortal they had envisioned, but rather a grand iron gate, devoid of any latch, inscribed with the 4 characters, "Only those with fate may enter." These words, seemingly simple and unadorned, carved as if from ordinary wood, exuded an undeniable weightiness. The men gazed anxiously at the gate, while the women wore expressions of apprehension and tension. After all, the world beyond this door was alien to them, and this gate was a gift from the immortal. Although they understood it to be a present, they could not help but feel a surge of nervousness. Creak, with a slow creak, the door swung open. They knew they must enter, despite their rising anxiety, for they had accepted the immortal's gift, aware that such offerings often came with trials. Exchanging glances, they summoned their courage and stepped into the mysterious portal. What lay beyond was an extraordinary realm, with colorful clouds drifting across the sky and the ground adorned with exotic flora, all enveloped in a gentle fragrance. To their astonishment, everything here was strikingly different from the world they knew, filled with mystery and the unknown. Is this truly the world of the immortal? A man asked, his voice trembling. It appears so. Everything here is simply unbelievable, replied Zhou, his eyes reflecting a sense of awe. They tread cautiously on this uncharted land, hearts brimming with reverence and curiosity, uncertain of the immortal's whereabouts or the nature of the test that awaited them. They recognized this as their opportunity to alter their destinies. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed in their ears. Welcome to my world. I am the guardian here, the immortal of your tales. The crowd looked up to see an elderly man clad in white, his face radiating kindness as he approached. His eyes conveyed boundless wisdom and compassion, evoking an instinctive sense of familiarity. Immortal, they exclaimed in unison, kneeling to express their respect. The immortal smiled and gestured for them to rise. There is no need for such formality. You are all virtuous souls deserving of a better life. Immortal, how may we repay your benevolence? Zhou inquired, his voice imbued with resolve. You must be thirsty. Partake of this water first. With a wave of his hand, bottles of mineral water appeared before them. They eagerly drank, savoring the sweetness as it coursed down their throats, invigorating their spirits. The immortal observed their reactions, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. His plan was unfolding perfectly. Such generosity would surely inspire them to labor diligently for him. Upon finishing the water, they noticed the bottles were remarkably unique, translucent and as delicate as gossamer, prompting an irresistible urge to squeeze them. Indeed, these bottles are striking, and you may keep them. No need to return them to me, the immortal declared, his tone laced with an undeniable authority. The crowd paused in surprise, then began to decline the offer. The immortal's gifts had already left them astonished. These bottles seemed far too precious to accept so casually. There is no need for such modesty. You are not obliged to repay me. The immortal replied, shaking his head. These are but my duties. Take them, for I do not favor those who owe favors. Moved by his words, they expressed their gratitude, affirming that they would honor these items at home, placing them alongside their ancestral tablets. Their words conveyed both reverence and admiration for the immortal, recognizing that his actions reflected his regard for them. By the way, safety is paramount while you work. I shall conjure these safety helmets for you. They will ensure your protection. The immortal gestured, and a black helmet floated above their heads. Its buckle emitted a gentle green glow, instilling a sense of comfort among the villagers. They donned the helmets, feeling their minds clear and their energies rejuvenated. "This helmet is truly remarkable," they exclaimed in admiration. It appeared simple yet significantly enhanced their vigor and stamina, far superior to any they had previously worn. "Excellent! From now on, you shall wear these helmets while working. After your tasks, store them in the supply room. Do not discard them carelessly," the immortal instructed, his voice imbued with an air of undeniable seriousness. The villagers nodded vigorously, understanding the deeper implications of his words. This was no ordinary helmet but a symbol of the immortal's care and protection. "Immortal, we shall certainly comply," Zhoshu assured, his gaze filled with determination and gratitude. "What tasks must we undertake?" "Remove the black stones from beneath the mountain. Work for 3 hours, rest for 1, then labor for another 2. Do you understand?" the immortal commanded. "Understood," they chorused, their resolve unwavering as they set to work moving the black stones. Though these stones appeared ordinary, they concealed immense mineral wealth within. After an hour, the villagers were panting and drenched in sweat, yet they persevered, driven by the knowledge that the immortal had promised rewards for completing their tasks. Seeing their tenacity, the immortal nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Those filled with vigor are the most worthy of cultivation," he mused, his heart swelling with pride. Time passed swiftly, and the villagers continued to toil with increasing fervor. When the hour was up, they collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted but filled with exhilaration and pride. Noticing their state, the immortal's satisfied smile returned as he waved his hand. "All right, time to eat," at his command. Platters of dishes rushed toward them from afar. The sight left them utterly dumbfounded. "My goodness! Is this the lunch prepared by the immortal for us? How lavish!" they exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom the meticulous care of an ordinary immortal. Their perception of him shifted dramatically, deepening their faith. "Stop staring. Sit down and eat," the immortal encouraged with a smile. Upon hearing this, they scrambled to their seats, devouring the exquisite dishes with gusto. Once satisfied, their spirits soared. As if they were filled with newfound energy. "Is this pork trotter rice? How delicious! The flavor is simply unparalleled," one villager exclaimed after savoring his last bite, marveling that this was the best food he had ever tasted. "And these steamed buns are so soft," another elder chimed in, equally impressed. The villagers began to relish the delectable fare, each face illuminated with joy, as if their souls blossomed alongside the sumptuous cuisine. "Immortal, may we take some home?" one villager asked, gazing longingly at the table laden with delicacies, reluctant to part with such culinary treasures, eager to share them with their families. Others echoed this sentiment, glancing nervously at the immortal. "Of course, these provisions were meant for you," the immortal replied with a smile. "How wonderful! It is an immense honor to partake in a meal prepared by the immortal," they exclaimed in awe, their admiration for him intensifying. Their reverence deepened, for the privilege of sharing a meal crafted by the immortal was a luxury their families in the mortal realm could scarcely dream of. Yet the immortal willingly extended his kindness to mortals, a grace that no common person could ever repay. "Now, hurry and eat. I must take my leave," the immortal stated calmly before turning to depart. As they watched him disappear, silence enveloped the crowd till last. The day's labor drew to a close, leaving them utterly spent. They emerged from the valley, gazing upward to find the mist swirling within, creating a breathtaking vista. The fog seemed to harbor boundless power. Leaving them both awestruck and yearning, whoosh, the crowd vanished into the night. Under the moonlit sky, the silvery glow lingered over Moonlight Village, casting a soft and warm luminescence that rendered the surroundings particularly gentle. The villagers returned from their toil in the fields. In recent years, the harvest had been poor, and the landowners had imposed heavy burdens, demanding 6/10 of their yield. Life had become exceedingly arduous, and the villagers' agricultural labors were far from easy. compounded by the oppressive whims of their landlords. The days ahead promised to be even more challenging. Within the village, a group of elders gathered to converse, discussing the events of the day. Why have the young ones not returned from the Immortal's Gate at such a late hour? One elder inquired, his gaze fixated on the village's edge, the direction of his home, where his son resided. Upon hearing his words, the other villagers also turned their attention toward that same direction, toward his family's abode. Could it be that they have been consumed? I have heard that deities require living sacrifices, another murmured. What? That cannot be true. How can it not be? Do you think the provisions and meats they demand are given for free? In an instant, the elders exchanged anxious glances, their faces betraying a mix of concern and dread. They began to share worried looks, their hearts brimming with unease. It cannot be. The Immortal is compassionate. He would not harm us. A young villager asserted, his voice firm and resolute, attempting to soothe the crowd's fears. Indeed, the Immortal is benevolent. He would never commit such acts, another villager echoed, his eyes shimmering with trust in the deity. The elders, upon hearing these reassurances, felt their fears slightly abate, yet uneasiness still lingered. What shall we do now? An elder asked, his voice trembling slightly. They could scarcely fathom the idea that their children might truly be in peril. Zhou mother was especially distraught, her heart heavy with sorrow, convinced that her son had met with misfortune. Why, child? How could you leave us at such a tender age, forcing me to endure the sorrow of a white-haired parent mourning a black-haired child? Tears streamed down her face once more. Do not weep, my dear. Our children will find their own fortunes. Worrying will not change our fate. We can only hope our beloved does not come to harm. The old father comforted his wife, his heart aching for her distress. But my heart aches so. The old woman clutched her chest, feeling as though it were being torn asunder. Though she yearned to curse the Immortal, she dared not utter a word against him, for she understood that any ill thought could spell doom for her cherished child. The villagers watched their families, offering words of comfort. After some time, the old woman's emotions settled considerably. The villagers, too, refrained from further discussing the Immortal, fearing that the old lady might truly succumb to despair. In another villager's home, a young girl anxiously gazed at her mother. Mother, what if my father does not return? Could something truly have happened? The girl, still quite young, appeared timid, her large, clear eyes brimming with worry. Surely not. Your father is the most skilled man in the village. How could anything befall him? Do not let your imagination run wild. Go to sleep, her mother gently reassured her, though internally she was fraught with anxiety, unable to fathom her husband's potential fate. The girl nodded. Lying down, yet her small eyes remained clouded with concern. Her mother thought, if anything were to happen to her husband, their family would be utterly devastated. May all be well, she murmured softly, her heart laden with worry. Yet she dared only to harbor her fears in silence. She could not curse the Immortal, nor could she afford to utter a single word against him, for she knew that to do so would jeopardize her husband's life. After all, tales and legends often spoke of immortals wreaking havoc among mortals, leading many to their demise. Thus, she chose to endure in silence. Time passed swiftly. The following day, the sun rose slowly, warm rays filtering through the leaves and casting a golden hue over the ground, creating a scene of serene beauty. The villagers had gathered early outside the village, their hearts filled with trepidation, for the matter at hand concerned precious lives. The village chief stood before them, his expression grave. Should dozens of young men indeed have been devoured by the Immortal, he could not evade responsibility, and punishment would surely follow. Upon seeing the chief, the villagers greeted him, and he responded with a smile. However, upon noticing the anxious expressions on their faces, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Chief, our children will not be lost to us, will they? The villagers clamored, their voices overlapping. The chief paused before answering. I do not know. While the villagers were aware of the truth, they dared not dwell on the darker possibilities. How long must we wait? The chief inquired again. A silence fell over the group. They, too, were uncertain, but there was little they could do as they stood in confusion. A young man suddenly rushed forward. Uncle, something terrible has happened in the village. He panted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. What is it? The chief felt a flicker of irritation at his nephew's display, for as the leader of the village, he ought to maintain his composure. The well in the village center is glowing mysteriously. The young man pointed toward the heart of the village. The well is glowing? Yes, it suddenly emitted a radiant light and strange sounds. What could this mean? Is there truly a demon at work? The villagers buzzed with anxiety and fear. They worried that if their children were in danger, they might also face calamity. Surely, misfortune did not come alone. Why are you all in a panic? The chief barked. A look of annoyance crossing his face. Can we not afford to be alarmed? Whatever lurks within that well is surely more fearsome than any demon. We know not what transpires within that well. But it must harbor malevolent entities. Otherwise, how could it produce such sounds? Upon hearing these words, the chief fell into contemplation. Having noticed the well's peculiar behavior himself, he wondered whether there truly were supernatural beings at play. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted from the well's mouth, revealing the young men who had ventured into the wilderness. The crowd rejoiced, rushing forward. Children, how are you? Are you unharmed? The villagers clamored, each expressing concern for their kin. What a delightful aroma! What do you carry in your hands? A villager, enraptured by the scent, gazed at the food held by one of the young men, excitement dancing across his face. This is the food the immortal has bestowed upon us. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted into further excitement, their eyes alight with fervent longing. This is the immortal's divine fare. Consuming it may elevate us to immortality. Good heavens, the immortal is exceedingly generous, bestowing such an abundance of divine sustenance upon us. We have struck gold this time. The villagers exclaimed in unison, their hearts racing with exhilaration, having underestimated the magnitude of the immortal's generosity. Let us feast. Once we consume the immortal's food, we shall surely ascend to immortality, freeing ourselves from a life of fear and worry. The villagers chattered eagerly. No. The food granted by the immortal cannot be consumed recklessly. An elder admonished. The other villagers lowered their heads in compliance. Nay, this food is rightfully given to us by the immortal. Therefore, it is ours to share, the elder declared, gritting his teeth before beginning to indulge in the divine provisions. As he savored the pork, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, invigorating his spirit and rendering him utterly refreshed. After consuming the immortal's offering, the villagers began to feel an unusual warmth enveloping their bodies. Oh dear, I feel quite warm. I feel it too. This is truly wonderful. The villagers cried out, I feel as though I am on the brink of becoming immortal. Ha ha ha, this is simply splendid. They cheered joyfully. Meanwhile, the chief observed the villagers feasting on the immortal's food, his eyes widening in astonishment. Allow me a taste. I, too, wish to partake. The chief hastily approached, seizing a portion of the divine sustenance from one of the villagers, stuffing it into his mouth with fervor. The village chief felt an overwhelming presence of ethereal energy within his mouth, filling it with a delightful sweetness. He sensed a transformation occurring within his body. His skin gradually flushed with a rosy hue, and he brimmed with vitality, as though he had regained several years of youth. Could it be? This divine food possesses such extraordinary effects. The village chief was profoundly astonished. Hardly able to believe his own eyes, village chief, I feel an immense surge of power coursing through my body. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. My physique has become significantly more robust. My strength has seen a remarkable increase. The villagers erupted in cheers, their eyes glinting with sheer elation. Observing this scene, Zhunti nodded in approval, choosing to divert his attention as newcomers had joined the chat group. System notification. Ding! A newcomer has joined. After so many days, the arrival of a new member surprised everyone, who promptly extended their greetings. Welcome new members. Friends joining the group, please wait online. Wow, another newcomer has joined. This group is becoming increasingly lively. Indeed, fresh experiences should certainly be savored. Is this a big shot? What do you think? The group leader, Yi-chun, observed the bustling activity in the chat and a subtle smile graced his face. He understood that the more animated the group became, the greater the likelihood of being able to influence its members. Tio leave a good impression on the newcomer. He personally extended a warm welcome. Welcome to the chat group. Please take a moment to introduce yourself to everyone. Upon hearing Yi Qian's words, the group erupted in excitement, eagerly anticipating the identity of the new arrival. Newcomer, who are you all? Why have you suddenly appeared in my mind? Hearing the newcomer's bewilderment, everyone was unfazed. The moment the newcomer entered the group, what on earth is happening here? Yi Qian. Calm down, newcomer. Everything is indeed real. You have now entered the chat group and can freely connect with each member here. You can view their profiles at your leisure. Newcomer, I will upload the basic details of the chat group for your thorough understanding. Yi Qian promptly shared the fundamental information about the chat group, ensuring the newcomer could familiarize themselves with it. Soon after, a new message appeared in the chat. Newcomer, how did you accomplish this? I clearly did not see you just now, yet you tell me I have joined the chat group. What method did you employ? In the world of Happy Sheep and Grey Wolf marveled at the chat group's description, which detailed its capacity to traverse time and space, connecting different realms. The multitude of functions available captivated him immensely. Creating such a chat group must be a feat beyond imagination. He felt utterly astonished, never expecting such formidable individuals could exist within the chat. This was a task even he could not achieve. He couldn't help but inquire further. Yet, he soon questioned whether this was merely advanced technology inducing illusions, surely the work of that insufferable Happy Sheep. The thought ignited a fiery rage within Grey Wolf. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to find Happy Sheep and give him a thorough thrashing. If he were experiencing hallucinations, would that not imply a decline in his mental faculties? After all, he was a great inventor. If his mind were compromised, it would spell disaster for him. He was resolute in uncovering the truth. With gritted teeth, Grey Wolf's eyes glimmered with murderous intent, as if Happy Sheep were right beside him. His gaze shifted toward the laboratory. He recalled having invented a device capable of conducting a full-body analysis. He could clearly observe his muscles, fur, bones, blood, and skin, each aspect appearing flawlessly perfect. This was a product of his own research, indicating that he was not ensnared in a delusion. It was indeed reality. Grey Wolf exhaled in relief. It seemed that detestable Happy Sheep did not possess such abilities after all. This was splendid news. For otherwise, his intelligence would be at stake. Grey Wolf's mind raced, contemplating how to punish Happy Sheep. Yet, the most pressing matter remained. What on earth was this chat group? He opened the chat group and began poring over its details. Soon, he grasped the chat group's purpose. This was a divine artifact, capable of communicating across myriad worlds, opening pathways to other realms, and even conveying future events. Within this chat group, he discovered a remarkable feature: different worlds inhabited by sheep, which could be traded and sold, unlike his own Happy Sheep, who held a higher status and were not nearly so clever. Did this mean he could finally dine on sheep? Excitement sparkled in Grey Wolf's eyes. He could finally cease the endless scheming with the sheep of Sheep Village and indulge in his long-desired feast. Chapter 72. Grey Wolf. With this thought, a radiant smile spread across Grey Wolf's face. He typed into the chat group, "How can you prove that what you say is true? I, Grey Wolf, am not easily convinced. Zhuge. Do you wish to know your future? If so, simply ask the group leader. He will provide you with the answers. If you doubt the future, he can reveal your past, for he knows all." Upon reading these words, Grey Wolf was momentarily taken aback, pondering if the group leader had developed a time-traveling robot capable of foreseeing the future and knowing his past. The group leader must be a powerful scientist. Otherwise, how could he have created such formidable inventions? A flicker of anticipation ignited within him as he hoped to hear the leader's tale. Yi Qian, witnessing yet another new presence in the chat group, couldn't help but smile. Goodness, it's Grey Wolf, a character from a comedic skit, possessing unmatched strength, unparalleled inventions, and advanced intelligence, replete with various exploits, truly a cheat. After absorbing the content of the chat group, he recognized this as an excellent opportunity. Since Grey Wolf was so eager to know the future, he would lend a helping hand. The benefits for him would be plentiful. After all, Grey Wolf had the capacity to invent a time machine and even a device capable of traversing the realms of reality and animation. An immensely formidable presence, indeed. Moreover, he possessed various obedient beings. Consuming them would ensure anyone would heed his commands. If he could seize control of these, facing each world would become a mere trifle. The combat prowess in his world was exceedingly high, often manifesting as a force of millions of tons. Even when bombarded by countless aircraft and artillery, not a single character met their demise. The reason comedic characters never died was due to their extraordinary vitality. These attributes were truly invincible. If he could deceive Grey Wolf into his grasp, it would be an absolute windfall. Yi Qin's eyes narrowed, revealing a sly and cunning smile. Furthermore, his lifelong desire was to feast upon sheep. If he could enable Grey Wolf to achieve that, surely Grey Wolf would grant him whatever he wished in return. This was a remarkably straightforward endeavor. In his world, the sheep were exceptionally formidable. Yet in his own realm, he could easily acquire as many sheep as he desired. If he could ensnare Grey Wolf, he would even be willing to serve as his steed. Such an enticing proposition. I shall undoubtedly reel him in, Yi Qin mused, a wicked grin curling upon his lips, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. He had already devised his scheme, however. During this time of contemplation, he had failed to respond, leaving others curious about his silence. Has the group leader gone offline? It's been nearly half an hour since he last replied to Grey Wolf, whereas he used to respond within mere minutes. The group was abuzz with speculation, yet received no answers. Has the group leader logged out? Grey Wolf furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Could it be that his suspicions had vexed the group leader? What could he do now? Grey Wolf hesitated in the group, uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, a phrase from earlier echoed in his mind. Do you wish to know your future? If so, simply ask the group leader. He will provide you with the answers. Yes, the group leader might indeed know his future. Grey Wolf's eyes brightened, clarity of purpose igniting within him. Chapter 73. Unprecedented inventive ability, divine physique. Though their relationship had not developed to the point of mutual assistance, such considerations were inconsequential now. He needed to appease the group leader first. The leader was the most powerful. If he could garner his assistance in resolving his predicament, it would pave the way for a brighter future. Group leader, I wish to know my future. Will you tell me? Can I eat sheep? Yes. Will you really tell me? Yes. Long live the group leader. Upon receiving the group leader's affirmative response, Grey Wolf was so elated he nearly leaped for joy. At last, the group leader had responded to him. It seemed the leader was aware of his plight and willing to lend a helping hand. Perhaps one's future truly holds the promise of feasting upon sheep. Yi Qin's response filled it with exhilaration. As Yi Qin gazed upon the reply from Grey Wolf, he couldn't help but imagine the expression on Grey Wolf's face, and a chuckle escaped his lips. Shaking his head with a sigh, Yi Qin spoke into the voice chat. You will not feast upon sheep in your future. Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf was immediately taken aback. How could it possibly be that he would not have the chance to devour sheep? It pondered this question internally, yet found no answers, feeling as though its mind were tangled in chaos. The group leader's response left it utterly bewildered. Why would the leader respond in such a manner? Grey Wolf found itself engulfed in profound confusion. Was it truly destined to never have the opportunity to consume sheep? At that moment, a wild thought surged within Grey Wolf's mind. The group leader could not be deceiving it. After all, the leader was indeed the group leader, and he would not speak falsehoods. Moreover, there was no rationale for him to lie. If this were true, then why? It must surely be the detestable Shi Yangyang's doing. Time and again, Grey Wolf had come close to devouring sheep, only to have its prey snatched away at the last moment by Shi Yangyang. Was it to be doomed to such a fate for eternity? The expression on Grey Wolf's face darkened ominously. How could it allow Shi Yangyang to bully it so? Group leader, do you not believe me? Noticing Grey Wolf's skepticism, the leader promptly shared the story of Grey Wolf and Shi Yangyang. The video was dispatched, and soon everyone in the chat began downloading it. Upon watching Grey Wolf's tale, they were immediately struck with astonishment. Not only were they amazed by Grey Wolf's formidable vitality and remarkable regenerative abilities, recovering from falls, bombardments, and even being crushed or pierced by machinery, it was simply astounding. Such extraordinary resilience seemed almost like a cheat, defying all logic. What was even more terrifying was that Grey Wolf's astonishing inventions, which showcased such remarkable prowess, seemed to come without any cost. This was nothing short of a bug in the system. For instance, the device capable of altering an opponent's character. If this were employed against one's enemies, transforming their murderous intent into love, how effortlessly could one eliminate their adversaries? It was utterly invincible. Yet such inventions were indeed otherworldly. How could they be so easily created? Yet, Grey Wolf had managed to unveil them. Furthermore, there were inventions capable of controlling the weather. These creations were simply unfathomable. The group leader's response left everyone in a state of stupor. They were incredulous. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. Grey Wolf was indeed a being of immense power. Zhuge incredible, Zhu Yuanzhang, marvelous, master you. So powerful that we must look up to them. Silly girl. Grey Wolf, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined you would invent such extraordinary technologies. It is simply unbelievable. Your inventive prowess and intellect leave me in awe. How astonishing it is that within such a short span of time, you conceived so many novel and unexpected creations. Your inventions have truly left me feeling a profound sense of shock and admiration. Grey Wolf's ingenuity had opened their eyes to new horizons, Ingdaxia. Moreover, his incredible vitality and recuperative abilities are nothing short of divine. Grey Wolf was indeed formidable. After all these years, he had never encountered such a powerful wolf, capable of devising such astonishing inventions. It was truly unprecedented, unheard of, and unseen. They had not anticipated that Grey Wolf would genuinely invent such powerful technologies. He could even create devices capable of interfering with souls and minds. This world, seemingly ordinary, was in fact unfathomably profound, as nearly every creature possessed remarkable vitality and regenerative capabilities, truly miraculous. It was terrifying. Indeed, it was utterly terrifying. They could hardly believe that a mere wolf's inventions could reach such heights. This was an existence that transcended imagination. They were genuinely astonished. This technology was beyond description. Perhaps one could say that this world had become too extraordinary for words to capture. In the chat, some began discussing Grey Wolf's new technology. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf sat silently, overwhelmed with thoughts of his inventions. I know I created these things, but are they truly that extraordinary? It's the first time so many people have praised me. Grey Wolf felt an unprecedented happiness surging within him, unable to resist a sense of narcissism. The members of the group seemed to shower him with compliments. His heart brimmed with boundless joy. He felt that this group was filled with warmth and kindness, leaving him in high spirits. Everything felt utterly beautiful. Such words were the greatest accolades he could receive. He must strive to meet the expectations of so many. To not let them down, he had to work hard, aiming for success. He must invent something that would truly allow him to feast upon sheep. You ask the screenwriter? It is simply that the group leader is truly formidable. Possessing the ability to instantly know one's name, past, and even future. This is truly terrifying. Could he truly have mastery over time, even the future? With this thought, an infinite yearning blossomed within Grey Wolf. This magnificent existence left him breathless, feeling as though he were but a speck of dust, wholly unworthy of conversing with such a being. This was a presence that commanded awe, respect, and admiration. This was the group leader. This was truly the group leader. He must strive harder. The divine is indeed omnipresent, infiltrating every corner of existence. The members of the group continued to discuss Grey Wolf, marveling at the extraordinary nature of his inventions. Grey Wolf's technology made them feel utterly unworthy to stand alongside him. Truly, Grey Wolf was an immensely powerful wolf. They whispered this in their hearts. Zhuge Grey Wolf is perpetually thwarted at critical moments, unable to savor sheep, as if there exists a divine will, an invisible hand orchestrating his every move. Zhuge Liang's words rendered many silent. Indeed, while Shi Yangyang's cleverness contributed to many failures, more often than not, it was Grey Wolf's own shortcomings that led to his downfall at crucial moments, preventing him from devouring sheep, which resulted in his current predicament. Although Grey Wolf's inventions were impressive, they had significantly deviated from the goal of consuming sheep, ultimately leaving him unable to indulge in his desires. Yi Chen, that is correct. Indeed, there exists a great hand orchestrating all of this, namely, the way of heaven, a predetermined fate. Shi Yangyang and his companions cannot perish at the hands of Grey Wolf. No matter the method, they nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yi Chen's truth. Yet, they too harbored concerns. Could they truly escape the divine will of their world? If Grey Wolf and his companions could evade fate and achieve success, would that not indicate they had transcended the bonds of destiny, breaking free from the world's grasp? This posed a perilous question. If they could achieve such a feat, would they not have surpassed the very notion of fate? Grey Wolf's expression changed dramatically, his heart racing. His eyes were fixed intently on the screen, where the words displayed sent a jolt through him. Predestined by the way of heaven? What was this way of heaven? Through their explanations, he had come to understand that it was an immensely powerful, intangible force, mysterious, profound, and exceedingly difficult to fathom, surpassing the limits of human imagination. This way of heaven was an invincible presence. How could such an omnipotent entity possibly be watching him? And if it were to observe him, his destiny would remain unalterable, preventing him from truly feasting upon sheep. This was the essence of fate. Could it truly see through him, comprehend him, control him? The mere thought sent chills down his spine, let alone witnessing it firsthand. Unbelievable, it was indeed unfathomable. Not only him, the other members shared a solemn demeanor. They had never encountered such an eerie state before. It is worth noting that Grey Wolf's failures were not few. He had faced countless defeats, each one a setback. Was his fate truly governed by the way of heaven? No wonder he had failed time and again, as if his intelligence had been systematically diminished each time. Grey Wolf's face turned pale. He ceased to contemplate anything further, consumed by the desire to escape. He did not wish to be controlled by the way of heaven. Why am I under the gaze of the way of heaven? Why am I being watched by it? Why am I subject to its control? The group fell into silence. They too were perplexed, uncertain how to respond to Grey Wolf's inquiry. Why was he under the scrutiny of the way of heaven? This question eluded their understanding. They could hardly fathom it. Yi Chen, being observed by the way of heaven is, in fact, a blessing. It signifies that you are a child of this world, a being no one can harm or kill. This is the world the way of heaven desires for you, not one where you are controlled, toyed with, or oppressed. You are a child of the world, destined to receive its protection. Otherwise, how could you have survived so many crises, time and again, even collaborating with another child of the world, Shi Yangyang, to defeat formidable foes? As these words were uttered, the expressions of all present became frozen. They were not foolish, and naturally understood what Yi Chen had articulated. That the reason Grey Wolf repeatedly failed yet continued to thrive was due to the protection of the heavenly path? This rationale was indeed bewildering. Yet, it was a reality. He was under the control of the heavenly path, and that was his fate, Grey Wolf. But why must I be governed by the heavenly path? Is it not unfair to me? Although I am truly indestructible, my greatest desire is to consume mutton. Why, then, does the heavenly path deny me this? What is the intention of the heavenly path? What purpose does it serve? Why am I being manipulated by it? His voice was filled with confusion and uncertainty. Why Yi Chen shook his head. All of this can only be comprehended through your own understanding, he thought to himself. How would I know such matters? You should consult the scriptwriter. Although he wished to voice his frustration, words failed him. Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf fell silent. Indeed, these insights needed to be grasped independently. Others were not his father and need not provide answers to every inquiry. For a considerable duration, Grey Wolf had been subject to the manipulation and influence of the heavenly path, gradually coming to recognize that he was indeed a child of the fate of his world. However, rather than feeling elated, he was instead filled with a sense of unease. Controlled by the heavenly path, his destiny would forever be swayed by its whims, and he would perpetually endure its machinations. Yet, his fate did not belong to him. If he could break free, even if it were but a slim chance, he would strive to escape, even if it meant facing utter annihilation at the hands of the heavenly path. He refused to allow it to govern his fate, for he could not accept it. Grey Wolf silently vowed that when the day of his liberation arrived, he would ensure that the heavenly path experienced true suffering. The heavenly path is unkind. Do not blame me for being unjust, Gray Wolf. Leader, please teach me how I can unravel this predicament and escape this life dominated by fate. I am willing to pay any price. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was suddenly filled with joy at a price. One must understand that Gray Wolf himself had invented many extraordinary contraptions. For instance, a genuine time machine capable of traversing through time. An invention that could dictate a person's character throughout their life, inventions that could manipulate the weather, and even creations that enforced the laws of reality. These were all miraculous innovations. Gray Wolf's prowess far surpassed that of Yi Chen, and he possessed a multitude of formidable skills. If he could master even one of them, traversing the cosmos would be a trivial endeavor. What a terrifying ability it was, however, to make Gray Wolf pay a price. Everything he possessed was no simple task. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. The fate of a protagonist in any world is notoriously difficult to alter, let alone that of a character from a comedic realm. Compelling such a character to pay a price would be akin to asking Gray Wolf to masquerade as a sheep. An insurmountable challenge. Yet, Gray Wolf yearned for liberation so desperately. Could Yi Chen possibly refuse his plea for sacrifice? No, it was impossible. In light of this, Yi Chen regarded Gray Wolf and smiled gently. The world you inhabit is exceedingly intricate, with each timeline giving rise to myriad parallel worlds, all interwoven in complexity. Even within your own parallel universe, the number of worlds is unfathomable. Each timeline intertwines, forming an immense tapestry of realities, with worlds influencing and connecting with one another. The entanglement is vast and convoluted. Extricating oneself from these realms is exceedingly challenging. For even if you desire to change your circumstances, the consciousness of the world may impede your own, causing your intellect to falter unexpectedly. What should have been an opportunity to feast on mutton could instead lead you to let them escape, due to the influence of the world's consciousness. Why Yi Chen analyzed this slowly. Gray Wolf listened intently. Yi Chen's words were indeed laden with truth. Why Yi Chen continued. Therefore, if you wish to escape the confines of your current fate, you must alter the trajectory of the world's destiny. There is but one way to do so. The crowd's curiosity was piqued, their eyes widening as they fixated on Yi Chen, anticipating his next revelation. A method to challenge the heavenly path and alter fate must surely be extraordinary. Gray Wolf. What is the method? He was in urgent need of a solution, relying solely on Yi Chen's guidance, for only Yi Chen could provide him with a glimmer of hope. He gazed at Yi Chen with fervent anticipation. Eager for the answer, Yi Chen smiled slightly, looking at Gray Wolf. It is quite simple. If you wish to escape the control of the heavenly path, you need only disrupt the balance to free yourself from the world's constraints. However, there is a prerequisite for shattering this equilibrium. What prerequisite? You already possess it. Your detachment from the control of the heavenly path. By joining our chat group, you have transcended the jurisdiction of the heavenly path. Thus, this chat group exists beyond its reach, rendering it powerless against us. This is one of our trump cards. Upon hearing this, the crowd was immediately taken aback. Indeed, Yi Chen was correct. The heavenly path in their world could not recognize the existence of the chat group, nor could it hinder their conversations. This was truly an entity beyond the heavenly path's grasp. Moreover, and most importantly, their chat group had already escaped the heavenly path's jurisdiction, meaning it could not exert its influence over them. In other words, if your desire is merely to feast upon mutton, you may indulge in other worlds. Why must you insist on consuming mutton in your own realm? Yi Chen said with a smile. Gray Wolf found himself momentarily speechless, as he had never considered this question before. Indeed, he could venture into other worlds to savor mutton. Why must he restrict himself to his own world? Yearning to break free from his current existence, he could traverse various realms to partake in the delights of mutton. Why confine himself to his own domain? Suddenly, Gray Wolf experienced a profound sense of enlightenment. He recognized that he had long been ensnared within a rigid mental framework. He had always believed he must achieve success within his own world, failing to contemplate the possibility of stepping beyond this boundary to seek opportunities in other realms. This realization filled him with excitement, tinged with a hint of shame. How stubborn he had been, only now grasping this simple and obvious truth. Then how can I join your chat group? Gray Wolf inquired eagerly. Yi Chen smiled knowingly. Having anticipated this question, it is quite simple. You are already a member of our family. Of course, joining us comes with rules. You must adhere to our group's regulations, and no problem. I will abide by your rules. Grey Wolf pledged without hesitation. He understood that joining this group beyond the heavenly path represented true freedom, and no longer would he be bound by its constraints. He could traverse multiple worlds in pursuit of his dreams. Yichen nodded, satisfied with Grey Wolf's commitment. Excellent, then welcome as our new member. We will assist you in breaking free from your original destiny, allowing you to roam freely within the multiverse. Grey Wolf felt as though he had embarked upon a new chapter in his life. At last, he had the opportunity to escape the drudgery governed by the heavenly path and to truly live out his brilliance. He gazed gratefully at Yichun and the other members, who would be his companions on this new journey, guiding him toward his future endeavors. Thank you all. Grey Wolf expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He resolved to seize every opportunity in this new beginning, utilizing his intellect and strength to create a vibrant world of his own. He no longer wished to be a child of fate. He aspired to become a master of destiny. At that moment, the silly girl was the first to invite Grey Wolf. Mr. Grey Wolf, you can come to my world to enjoy mutton. We have a myriad of ways to prepare it: boiled, roasted, stir-fried, stewed, pan-fried, deep-fried, and so on. Sounds great. Upon hearing the silly girl's description, Grey Wolf could not help but swallow hard. The food sounded utterly tantalizing. As an extraordinary inventor, others soon began to invite Grey Wolf to feast on mutton as well. Grey Wolf readily accepted, for he too longed to experience the exquisite flavors of other worlds. His appetite had been whetted, and he could hardly wait to rush into the mutton pen and indulge himself. Before long, everyone was inviting Grey Wolf to their respective worlds. Grey Wolf felt elated. For the first time, he was in such high demand, and the unprecedented satisfaction of his vanity surged within him. He believed he could achieve even greater feats, surpassing the wretched heavenly path. The silly girl. I will open the chat group portal. You may step through. No problem, Grey Wolf answered without hesitation. Then, let us begin. The silly girl promptly opened the portal to the world chat group, and Grey Wolf stepped through. Upon entering, Grey Wolf's eyes instantly brightened. The capital, in Lu Xiaoqian's home. The silly girl awaited Grey Wolf's arrival. Whoosh! A wolf suddenly emerged from the world portal. It possessed gray skin, adorned with a yellow patch hat and a matching yellow scarf. Its navel was oddly shaped, the left ear was missing a piece, and the same could be said for a tooth on that side. The wolf's face bore scars as well. Upon gazing at the comical visage of the Grey Wolf, all the members of the group couldn't help but chuckle. They were utterly astonished that the Grey Wolf appeared in such a ludicrous manner. After all, watching a video was one thing, but encountering it in reality was quite another. Yi-chan too succumbed to laughter. Chapter 1. Little Gray Eats Lamb. Shan Yo also couldn't restrain her laughter. What are you laughing at? Grey Wolf asked, a hint of indignation creeping into his voice. Oh, nothing, she replied, genuinely concerned that the Grey Wolf might be upset, for his appearance was undeniably comedic. Shan Yo covered her mouth, giggling. It was indeed her first encounter with such an absurd figure. All right, you two, cease your antics, Yi-chan interjected, suppressing his smile. From this day forth, Grey Wolf shall become one of us. We must assist and care for one another. Yes, understood, the crowd echoed in unison. Although they were group members, they still showed considerable obedience to the leader's commands. Now then, let us begin. Time to eat. Grey Wolf utilized his invention to transform into a human form and promptly ventured out with Shan Yo to indulge in lamb. They headed directly to a barbecue stall, and Grey Wolf felt as if he were dreaming. The sensation was utterly delightful. At the barbecue stall, Grey Wolf feasted voraciously, embodying the essence of a glutton. His appetite was immense, consuming nearly all the lamb on the table before continuing to eat and incessantly drink beer. This is exquisite. The lamb here surpasses anything I've ever tasted. It is simply divine, Grey Wolf exclaimed, causing the owner to beam with pride. After downing several bottles of beer, Grey Wolf let out a hearty belch. Finally setting down his chopsticks, he packaged several portions to take home for his wife and son. Rising from his seat, he turned to leave. The owner, noticing Grey Wolf's departure, called out urgently, "Hey, you haven't paid yet." Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Shanyo suddenly realized she had forgotten as well, quickly pulling out 200 yuan to hand over. "Thank you. I'll come again." The owner replied, a broad smile illuminating his face. Returning to his own world, Grey Wolf eagerly dumped the lamb onto the table. "What delectable lamb! It is far more fragrant than anything I've ever tasted. I adore this world," he exclaimed, reveling in the moment. "Wife, son, come quickly and feast on the lamb," Grey Wolf shouted excitedly. Hong Tai Lang and his son, Xiao Hui Hui, rushed out of their room upon hearing their father's call. "Wow, darling, look at all this lamb. Where did you procure it?" Hong Tai Lang gasped, her eyes widening as she gazed at the bounty on the table, unable to contain her drool. As she spoke, she eagerly dug in. Akin to a starving ghost, Grey Wolf chuckled, noticing that his son had yet to partake in any meat. "Xiao Hui Hui, this isn't the meat from your little lamb brothers, is it? Daddy is a bad person. You are deceiving me. No, no, no. How could it be their meat?" Grey Wolf hurriedly reassured him. He recalled the conversations in the chat group about his future and the numerous times his son had outsmarted him. Grey Wolf resolved to change himself. This son must learn to eat lamb, as a wolf. Not indulging in lamb felt like a betrayal to all the lambs he had consumed. Thus, Grey Wolf initiated an educational moment with his son. "Son, as a wolf, it is only natural to eat lamb. You must not waste food. Wasting is wrong, isn't it? You agree, right?" Xiao Hui Hui nodded thoughtfully, finding his father's words quite reasonable. Moreover, the aroma of the lamb was irresistible. So he had no intention of refusing. Observing this, Grey Wolf's expression transformed into one of cunning delight. "Son, don't rush. Savor your meal. All of this is for you. Oh, and so, a mountain of lamb was laid before Xiao Hui Hui. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to indulge. "Ha ha ha, this is absolutely delightful." Seeing his son finally willing to eat the lamb, Grey Wolf could not contain his joy. Thank goodness for the chat group. Without it, my foolish son might never have known what lamb was. Grey Wolf's scheme had finally succeeded. He sat down triumphantly and continued to savor the delicious lamb. Since the chat group appreciated his invention so much, Grey Wolf decided to create more for them. Thus, he made a grand announcement. "Everyone, from now on, we shall be friends. Today I am elated. I have eaten lamb, and my family has eaten lamb as well. I am currently quite happy. If anyone desires anything, please do not hesitate to ask." Upon finishing, Grey Wolf noted the silence that enveloped the group. "Hello? Is anyone there? Don't you appreciate my inventions?" he queried. Puzzled, the group remained silent. Their silence did not stem from disinterest but rather from contemplation about what they truly desired. They were already familiar with Grey Wolf's inventions, each of which they cherished. Yet they were momentarily at a loss for what new creation could maximize their benefits. They were deep in thought. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, Grey Wolf observed that the group still remained pensive. Unable to contain himself, he jested, "Is anyone interested?" "I am. Me too. Count me in." Suddenly, the group responded in unison. "Mr. Grey Wolf, just one of your inventions will suffice for me, preferably one that incorporates your core technological knowledge. Once it enters my world, the scientists there will surely develop it into a monumental project. I want to take it for free. I'll offer you 100 points, Shanyo proposed selflessly, hoping for Grey Wolf to create more intriguing inventions for the scientists to explore. Taken aback, Grey Wolf found her suggestion quite reasonable. "All right, Shanyo, I shall provide you with an item that contains core technological knowledge." "Please wait a moment," Shanyo nodded in agreement. Grey Wolf made his way to the invention room, retrieving a box from within. The box was sealed tightly, yet it could not resist Grey Wolf's strength as he opened the lid. As soon as he did, the lights in the invention room illuminated brightly. Inside the box lay a super robot, its surface adorned with numerous indentations, as if crafted from some metallic substance. Its limbs were exceptionally slender and elongated, resembling white bones. The exterior of the box was transparent, yet the robot's body was incredibly sturdy. Grey Wolf placed it on the ground. Suddenly, the robot emitted a series of low hums. This was the jack-of-all-trades robot, aptly named for its proficiency in a multitude of tasks: cooking, laundry, computer repair, and even weapon manufacturing. However, due to its high energy consumption, Grey Wolf had been unable to maintain it, thus storing it away. Now, he intended to gift it, earning points in the process. What's not to love? Grey Wolf activated the live streaming function and stood by with a smile, waiting for Shan Yo's reaction. Meanwhile, Shan Yo gazed at the robot in astonishment. The machine emitted a soft blue glow, showcasing its mechanized state, remarkably lifelike, intricate, and stunning. I want it. I want it, Shan Yo exclaimed excitedly. All right, it's yours, Grey Wolf replied, grinning as he utilized the red envelope feature to send the robot to her. Seeing Grey Wolf agree, Shan Yo was overjoyed and immediately absorbed the robot, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Grey Wolf." She then opened the robot's data. Knows everything. Can do anything? What does this mean? Shan Yo was left dumbfounded after reading the specifications. Can do anything, be proficient in everything. What on earth is this? Knows everything. What an extraordinary phenomenon. This is nothing short of a bug. A bug indeed. Silly girl, hasten to exit the chat group. She is unwilling to acknowledge her lack of intelligence. Yet the truth is apparent. She can only concede that the invention of the formidable Grey Wolf is truly remarkable. The terrifying genius of invention elicits both admiration and envy. In the world of the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang sat in his study, his fingers gently tapping the table. What inventions do I require? Zhuge Liang found himself engulfed in distress. Countless ideas floated through his mind, yet none could fulfill his needs. Deep in contemplation, a sudden epiphany struck him. Our Han dynasty is sparse in population and talent. We are in dire need of capable individuals. A subtle smile crept upon Zhuge Liang's lips, a smile tinged with intrigue. What kind of talent does our Han truly need? Who could assist us in our endeavors? What kind of individuals would accelerate the economic and military advancements of the Han? What talents could contribute to the resurgence of our great dynasty? Zhuge Liang's thoughts whirled rapidly, and soon he identified his target. A remarkable talent indeed. Himself. He possessed an acute understanding of his own wisdom, both political and military. He was undeniably astute, if nurtured. He could catalyze the rapid growth of the Han's economy, military, politics, and culture. I recall that Grey Wolf's invention allows for replication. If I could create 100 copies of myself, then the economic, military, and cultural advancement of the Han would surge. Such a scenario would mark a miraculous turnaround. If I could replicate 100 of myself, I could command 100 minds. What could I accomplish with 100 of me? Everything could be arranged, every task attended to, for I am a polymath in my own right. However, my aspirations extend beyond merely duplicating myself 100 times. I crave dominion over the entire world. With global reach, I could forge a realm surpassing the Han, an empire to be known as the Han Empire. This notion ignited a fervor within Zhuge Liang. He felt an urgent need to instigate change. Thus, he promptly contacted Grey Wolf. Esteemed Mr. Grey Wolf, I wish for your assistance in replicating 100 copies of myself. If 100 is excessive, could you manage to create 10? Zhuge Liang inquired. Of course, I can replicate 100 of you, Grey Wolf assured. Very well, I shall proceed with 100 copies, Zhuge Liang declared. Okay. What expression will Ado wear upon discovering he has gained 100 godfathers? However, Grey Wolf added, there are some flaws in my invention that I must caution you about. Pray, enlighten me, Zhuge Liang urged. Firstly, the primary drawback is that I cannot create an exact one replica of you. My invention can only generate you at various stages of life, with differing ages, Grey Wolf explained. A murmur of discussion arose among the crowd. Does this imply that we might see a youthful Zhuge Liang? An adolescent Zhuge Liang, an elderly Zhuge Liang, or a middle-aged Zhuge Liang? Indeed, precisely so. The assembly buzzed with excitement over Grey Wolf's astonishing creation. Such an invention was truly unfathomable, reaching the limits of imagination. This could hardly be deemed a flaw. Rather, it could be regarded as an advantage. After all, each age of Zhuge Liang would possess unique attributes. For instance, the youthful Zhuge Liang, in a phase of unparalleled learning capacity, would benefit immensely from an experienced elder's guidance, someone who understands him and has achieved great success. far superior to an ordinary teacher, thus dramatically enhancing his learning potential. Zhu Yuanzhang praised, contemplating whether he too should replicate himself to teach his descendants. Yet, this thought quickly unsettled him. He could not guarantee that his replica would heed his counsel. After all, he was not inclined to be governed by anyone, even by himself. What if, in a moment of carelessness, he were to eliminate his own self? Such a notion was ultimately suppressed, remaining unvoiced. Others harbored similar reservations, fearing they might be unable to control their duplicates, leading them to dismiss the invention. Even the valiant Yin Daxia pondered the idea of creating a copy to engage in combat with himself. Yet, as he contemplated, stroking his beard, he realized that such an endeavor lacked meaning. He sought breakthroughs, not mere replication. Thus, he abandoned the thought. The assembly soon echoed similar sentiments, recognizing that while Grey Wolf's invention sounded miraculous, capable of producing versions of oneself at different ages, it also posed potential risks and dilemmas. If the replica possesses the same memories and abilities as I do, will we not be in competition for resources and power? One member expressed concern. Indeed, if the replica shares my ambitions and goals, might we not encounter conflict? Another member echoed. And if the replica harbors different thoughts and choices, how shall we coexist? Yet another questioned. Observing the discourse, Zhuge Liang recognized that while Grey Wolf's invention was potent, it indeed brought forth considerable controversy and apprehension. He resolved to clarify his character to allay their fears. I understand your concerns, Zhuge Liang articulated, but our consciousness and memories are independent. Given my character, I can assure you that those replicas will not vie for resources or share the same ambitions and goals. They may serve as assistants to the original or explore different fields. As for the relationship between the replicas and the original, Zhuge Liang continued, they will not be aware of their own status. They will not disrespect one another. They will be more like brothers than rivals, capable of mutual learning, support, and growth. Zhuge Liang's explanation resonated deeply with all present, especially those who would not be replicated. Grey Wolf was profoundly moved, astonished to discover Zhuge Liang's remarkable understanding and acceptance of others and their duplications. His admiration for the invention grew even stronger. However, Grey Wolf still harbored some doubts. Are you certain you can accept my replication? Affirmative, Zhuge Liang replied resolutely. Then I shall rest easy, Grey Wolf responded with a smile. Please provide a drop of your blood. Grey Wolf produced an exquisite vial from his pocket, presenting it to Zhuge Liang in a ceremonial manner. Without hesitation, Zhuge Liang pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the vial, which he then returned to Grey Wolf. This drop will serve as the replication sample, Grey Wolf elaborated. With it, I can commence the replication process. Allow 3 hours. Zhuge Liang nodded in understanding. 3 hours later, Grey Wolf reappeared. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation regarding the outcome of the replication. What is the result of the replication? Zhuge Liang inquired eagerly. Yes, what is the outcome? Others chimed in. Ha ha ha, Grey Wolf laughed heartily. The results are splendid. Have you succeeded in the replication? Zhuge Liang pressed. Indeed, it has been accomplished, Grey Wolf affirmed. The crowd erupted in praise. You are truly remarkable, of course. I am the strongest inventor in the world. That is irrefutable, Grey Wolf responded with a hint of arrogance. No one doubted him, well aware of Grey Wolf's true identity. Yet, everyone rejoiced at the success of the replication. Success is all that matters. However, Grey Wolf's statement caused a wave of tension. However, there is a minor issue. What issue? The crowd inquired, anxious. Well, my machine encountered a slight malfunction. I inadvertently set the location to the Imperial Palace when I intended to set it to the Prime Minister's residence. Thus, there is that one issue, Grey Wolf confessed sheepishly. Everyone fell silent in shock. Yin Daxia exclaimed, Ah, I find this even more intriguing. I wonder how Lu Shan in the palace will react upon discovering he has gained 100 godfathers. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group. This jest was rather chilling. Ha ha ha. I now harbor some sympathy for him. I am curious about the outcome. I empathize with him as well, for gaining 100 godfathers is no small feat. Amidst the crowd, laughter erupted. Chapter 4. Ado. My lord, I shall not govern. Zhuge Liang was at a loss for words as Ado, subjected to such ridicule, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he defended Ado, saying, "Esteemed guests, His Majesty is a good child. There is no need to jest excessively. Indeed, quite so, a fine child indeed. No need for undue mockery." They all chimed in agreement. Yet Zhuge Liang continued, "However, I believe His Majesty is also very eager." The crowd responded with confusion. "Are you certain?" Zhuge Liang replied, "Esteemed guests, I must take my leave for the moment. I need to arrange matters at the palace so as not to startle His Majesty." "Oh, off you go," they nodded in unison. In the 12th year of Jinxing, Chengdu, the sun blazed high in the sky, casting a sweltering heat upon the bustling streets. Zhuge Liang sat in a carriage, making his way to the imperial palace. Ah, how the sights outside compelled him to reflect. The streets were alive with the bustle of people, a torrent of humanity, and a cacophony of vendors calling out their wares. What a lively scene! Zhuge Liang remarked, recalling the burdens he inherited, having taken over the chaos left by the late emperor after the failed campaign against Wu. With tens of thousands of troops lost, he felt the weight of the late emperor's entrusted legacy upon him. This was a profound failure, transforming the dream of unifying the Han into a distant fantasy, shattering his own aspirations as well. Yet, despite this, he diligently managed the state, overseeing improvements in various aspects. Though it paled in comparison to its former glory, it was nonetheless a step in the right direction. He felt he had honored the late emperor's trust and the gratitude of the 3 visits. This arduous period would forever remain etched in his memory. As he contemplated this chapter of his life, a sigh escaped him, but thoughts of the future brought a satisfied nod. If there are 100 of me in the Han, I refuse to believe it cannot rise again. Zhuge Liang mused quietly to himself as his carriage passed through the streets. Many commoners bowed respectfully, for within it sat the Prime Minister, a figure who had afforded them a relatively better life amidst the turbulence of the age. The common folk called out, "Prime Minister, travel safely." "Farewell, Prime Minister." Zhuge Liang instinctively halted the carriage, smiling as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Farewell, everyone." The carriage resumed its journey until it reached the grand entrance of the palace hall. Zhuge Liang disembarked, and the guards immediately approached, bowing respectfully. "My lord, you have arrived." Zhuge Liang inclined his head slightly, responding, "Indeed, I have urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty." The guards quickly led the way, guiding Zhuge Liang into the palace hall. Inside, though not resplendent, the hall exuded solemnity and dignity as Zhuge Liang walked forward, his mind racing with thoughts. He reminisced about assisting Liu Bei in founding Shu Han and the subsequent northern expeditions, which, despite numerous setbacks, he had never abandoned. He understood the heavy responsibility of reviving the Han dynasty rested upon his shoulders. Despite the arduous path ahead, he must press on bravely. Father-in-law, a plump young boy clad in imperial robes, rushed out from a side hall to greet Zhuge Liang. "I pay my respects to Your Majesty. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. Prime Minister, you need not be overly courteous." Observing the weariness etched on Zhuge Liang's face, Ado felt a surge of guilt. He hurriedly assisted Zhuge Liang to sit, inquiring with concern, "Have you been overworking yourself, my lord?" Zhuge Liang smiled. "Not at all. It is not burdensome in the least." Lu Shan felt apprehensive, fearing that Zhuge Liang's hurried visit might signify some pressing matter. With a hint of worry, he asked, "Father-in-law, what brings you here today?" Zhuge Liang pondered for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, I have something to discuss. I hope it will not startle you." "What is it?" Noticing the expression on Zhuge Liang's face and the joy in his voice, Lu Shan's countenance darkened. He anxiously gazed at Zhuge Liang. "Your Majesty, please do not be alarmed," Zhuge Liang reassured him, smiling at his anxious demeanor. "It is not something earth-shattering." Lu Shan internally scoffed at the notion, yet forced a smile. "Pray, father-in-law, do enlighten me." Lu Shan thought to himself, "Please do not suggest I take on governance." Unlike other emperors who craved power, Ado wished for Zhuge Liang to do as he pleased, completely unrestrained. Military and political power rested solely with Zhuge Liang, allowing Lu Shan to be a carefree ruler. However, should he take on governance, he would lose his freedom and might even be burdened beyond measure. The thought of it filled Lu Shan with dread, as he was unwilling to govern. Zhuge Liang, perceiving his expression, understood his thoughts, and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was gratifying that the emperor trusted him so implicitly, yet disheartening that the emperor was so neglectful. Unable to suppress a smile, Zhuge Liang said, "Your Majesty need not be anxious. I do not intend for you to take on governance. Of course, if you wish to, I shall arrange it immediately. No need." Upon hearing Zhuge Liang's explanation, Lu Shan breathed a sigh of relief, though still gripped by fear. "That is good." Observing Lu Shan's expression, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, "This child is quite peculiar. What is the matter that brings you here, father-in-law?" Lu Shan inquired. Zhuge Liang smiled, "Your Majesty, I have encountered an extraordinary person, perhaps even a celestial being." "A celestial being? Have you taken to believing in such things?" "Father-in-law, for the sake of the Han, do you truly believe in ghosts and deities?" Lu Shan expressed his bewilderment. This was not a trivial matter. Should a prime minister be swayed by superstitions, it could hinder the development of the Han and possibly worsen the state of affairs. However, since Zhuge Liang had broached the subject, Lu Shan felt compelled to comply. He believed that if Zhuge Liang was merely at the initial stages of such beliefs, it might still be possible to dissuade him before it became serious. Resolute, Lu Shan said to Zhuge Liang, "Please, do continue." Zhuge Liang replied, "Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but I have brought forth a remarkable occurrence." Chapter 5. The elderly Zhuge Liang seeks forgiveness, a remarkable occurrence? Lu Shan was even more perplexed, unable to fathom why Zhuge Liang appeared so self-assured, and why he felt the need to share this occurrence with him. Was it merely to entertain him? Did he intend to use this remarkable occurrence to persuade him to govern? Lu Shan's unease deepened. Zhuge Liang regarded Lu Shan with a tranquil smile, then stated, "Your Majesty, this matter is of great significance. I implore you to keep it confidential once understood, as it pertains to the realm." "Confidential? What does that mean?" "This concerns the fate of the Han, the very essence of its existence." Lu Shan felt anxious, yet was hesitant to voice his concerns. He contemplated that, regardless of the circumstances, with Zhuge Liang to support him, he could simply enjoy the comforts of being an emperor. "Very well, I understand. Please proceed, father-in-law," Lu Shan declared. Zhuge Liang, seeing the look on his face, smiled and said, "This matter may seem quite incredible. I comprehend." Lu Shan nodded, urging, "Please, father-in-law, speak." His curiosity was fully piqued. Zhuge Liang, observing Lu Shan's expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "Your Majesty, do not rush." Seeing Zhuge Liang's demeanor, Lu Shan sensed something was amiss and dared not delay. Asking, "Please, father-in-law, do share." Zhuge Liang began, "Your Majesty, do you recall the time I fell gravely ill and subsequently regained my health?" Lu Shan remembered that event vividly, as it had left a profound impact on him. He nodded, saying, "I am aware. Your health is a great comfort to me. Heaven has bestowed its protection, and the Han dynasty cannot thrive without you." Zhuge Liang smiled gently, then, "Please listen closely. It was because I received the power of a celestial being, which granted me my health. Such a claim was utterly unfathomable." Lu Shan was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Father-in-law, how can this be? You cannot possibly believe in such things. I firmly reject any notions of the supernatural." "Ha ha." Zhuge Liang laughed heartily, "Your Majesty, I understand that such absurdity is hard to believe. Nevertheless, I can attest to its truth." With that, Zhuge Liang rose and walked towards the door, closing it behind him. Turning back to Lu Shan, he declared, "Your Majesty, what defies explanation, behold." Suddenly, the air seemed to freeze, a blinding light flashing, leaving Lu Shan utterly astounded. "Your Majesty, observe closely." As Lu Shan gazed upon the scene before him, he was rendered speechless. "Is this real? Am I dreaming?" It felt surreal, for before him stood 100 individuals, of various ages, including children, all strikingly similar in appearance. What on earth is happening? The faces of these individuals bore warm smiles, yet Lu Shan's mind was overwhelmed with confusion. Why are there 100 versions of father-in-law? Different ages, no less. The very foundation of his understanding seemed to shatter. He turned to Zhuge Liang, who remained composed, watching the multitude of figures. Among them, one elder, appearing even older than the current Zhuge Liang, wheeled himself forward, casting a glance at Lu Shan as he propelled his wheelchair. The entire spectacle left Lu Shan in sheer disbelief. Isn't this elder, who appears before me now, the very same one who was gravely ill before? This wheelchair-bound figure, could it truly be my ailing advisor? Such a notion is utterly unfathomable. How could these advisors possibly be in my own home? This is beyond the realm of the mundane. Lu Shan could scarcely believe it. His mind was a blank canvas. He was rendered speechless, staring blankly at the advisors before him. The elder in the wheelchair, while propelling himself forward, gazed at Lu Shan with profound remorse and spoke. "Your Majesty, I have failed you. In our 5 campaigns against the false way, I accomplished naught for the realm, allowing the common folk to suffer. This is my grave sin. What wrong have the advisors committed? I am aware that you have exerted every effort on my behalf. Furthermore, you have pacified the southern tribes and secured 2 more commanderies in the north. How can you claim to have achieved nothing? Although the circumstances remain unclear, one cannot feign emotions. This elder must indeed be the same one from before." Lu Shan hastily sought to reassure him, for he did not wish for these advisors to bear excessive guilt, especially since their endeavors were all for his sake. "I am guilty." The elder in the wheelchair bowed deeply once more, declaring, "I do not seek fame or fortune. I only wish to fulfill my duties to the best of my ability, so as not to disappoint your Majesty's expectations." As he spoke, his visage was marred by shame and anguish. "There is no need for such distress." Lu Shan quickly supported him, preventing any further kneeling. "I know of your unwavering loyalty. However, you have endured much hardship over the years. I do not expect you to achieve grand feats. All I hope for is your safety." Upon hearing Lu Shan's heartfelt words, the elder's regret deepened. "Your Majesty, you must not speak so. I truly feel unworthy of your regard." His face was a mask of shame. The other Zhuge Liangs fell into a solemn silence, glancing at the elder Zhuge Liang, their keen intellect immediately grasping the situation, leaving them with an indescribable sorrow. Go devote oneself utterly until death. This was the epitome of the elder's life, having sacrificed so much for the people of the Han. They also understood that this represented their own future and responsibilities. Some of the Zhuge Liangs, who had never met Liu Bei and were even unaware of his existence, gazed at Lu Shan, questioning whether this was truly the monarch to whom they would pledge their loyalty. Indeed, he appeared to be somewhat lacking the usual domineering presence of a king, instead exuding an air of fragility and timidity. Chapter 6. Ado? Yearning to touch the 8-year-old Zhuge Liang? No, the young advisor. Lu Shan sensed the peculiar gazes of the Zhuge Liangs surrounding him. Yet he chose to disregard them. He was aware that the actions of the advisors had sparked an intense curiosity among them. He surveyed the room and inquired, "Advisors, what exactly is happening here? Why have you all manifested?" Lu Shan felt a twinge of urgency. How could one advisor have transformed into 100? This was utterly implausible. Why had he suddenly become surrounded by 100 advisors? What could possibly be the explanation? Could it be that celestial beings truly exist? "Your Majesty," Zhuge Liang sighed, "this is what we refer to as fate, the very opportunity we require. I have received the aid of celestial beings, enabling me to restore the Han dynasty with 100 versions of myself." The other Zhuge Liangs, sharing this dream since childhood, regardless of their age, chimed in unison. "We shall intertwine our souls with the fate of the realm, never betraying the promises made to heaven and earth, safeguarding this land and the citizens of the Han. We seek neither fame nor fortune. We only wish for your Majesty to allow us to continue protecting the Han dynasty and its people." Lu Shan's heart trembled, and he could not help but ask, "Advisors, what merit do I possess to earn your unwavering loyalty?" He was profoundly moved. While he recognized his father as strength, he also understood his own ordinariness. "Because your Majesty possesses innate talent," Zhuge Liang replied with a smile. Lu Shan's lips twitched. Did he truly possess talent? Was he truly that remarkable? He considered himself merely an ordinary individual, questioning how he could be deemed talented. Lu Shan cast a skeptical glance at the assembly. They all nodded in agreement with smiles. Lu Shan pondered, why does an 8-year-old advisor gaze at him as though he were a child? He beheld the youthful Zhuge Liang, whose cherubic features warmed Lu Shan's heart, prompting him to reach out and gently pat the boy's head. The 8-year-old Zhuge Liang trembled, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at Lu Shan. Utterly bewildered, the other Zhuge Liangs shared his confusion. Lu Shan's fingers lingered atop Zhuge Liang's head for a moment before he awkwardly withdrew his hand. After all, regardless of his age, this was still his advisor. How could he touch the head of someone older? He quickly retracted his hand, clearing his throat awkwardly before asking, "Advisors, who exactly are these celestial beings you speak of?" The 8-year-old Zhuge Liang replied, "Your Majesty, I do not know. I was fleeing from danger when I suddenly found myself here. My memories halt at that moment." He pointed to his head. "It does seem rather peculiar," Lu Shan remarked. "Young advisor, are you implying that you too are unaware?" Several youthful Zhuge Liangs exchanged glances with their older counterparts, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, we too are in the dark." A middle-aged Zhuge Liang, elegantly wielding a feather fan, surveyed the assembly of Zhuge Liangs before finally focusing on the historical Zhuge Liang. "Only this chancellor possesses the answer. Chancellor, what say you?" Zhuge Liang smiled faintly, understanding that he was the historical figure among them. As well as the leader of this collective, he gazed around at the various ages of himself, a wave of indescribable emotion washing over him. "Your Majesty," Zhuge Liang said slowly, "the matter of celestial beings is indeed profound. I must convey to you that the answer is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the celestial beings have bestowed upon us this opportunity, allowing us to unite across different stages of life in our efforts to rejuvenate the Han. Each of us, regardless of age, shares a common memory and objective. Our hearts brim with loyalty to the Han and compassion for its people. We are willing to lend our wisdom and strength to alleviate your burdens and serve our nation." As Lu Shan listened to Zhuge Liang's words, warmth surged within him. Though young, he could sense the trust and expectations the Zhuge Liangs held for him. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. "Advisors," Lu Shan's voice resonated with determination, "though I am youthful, I shall diligently learn and strive to become a competent ruler. I will do everything in my power to support your plans and together realize the revival of the Han." In his heart, he mused that with so many advisors, he could perhaps afford to be a bit lazy. Indeed, this was a tremendous fortune. All the Zhuge Liangs were astute individuals. They discerned the glimmer of indolence in Lu Shan's eyes. They couldn't help but internally lament, "When will His Majesty grow up? Your Majesty, are you not a bit too eager to take the reins?" The 8-year-old Zhuge Liang suddenly interjected. Lu Shan blushed slightly, coughing awkwardly as he replied, "I am not in such a hurry. I am still young, no need to rush." Lu Shan's expression stiffened, and he inwardly cursed. How could an 8-year-old be so forward? Why is it that at 8, he seems to desire to take charge just like the elder Zhuge Liang? No. Lu Shan suddenly realized, this 8-year-old Zhuge Liang bears a striking resemblance. Who does he remind me of? The answer eluded him for a moment. Isn't this Zhuge Zhan? The Chancellor's son, Zhuge Zhan. Chapter 7. I have advisors. Do they? Indeed, it is Zhuge Zhan. He is also 8 years old this year. The Chancellor was a workaholic, often stationed in Hanzhong, while his son, far away in Chengdu, was frequently visited by Lu Shan, fostering a close bond between them. This reminded Lu Shan of how his own father was often absent, with advisors frequently accompanying him. His father, too, was often away from his side. Seeing Lu Shan's pensive expression, the 8-year-old Zhuge Liang expressed a hint of surprise. "Your Majesty, what occupies your thoughts?" Zhuge Liang inquired curiously. "Oh, it is nothing," Lu Shan replied, shaking off his nostalgia. Lu Shan contemplated, "By the way, advisors, what are your plans moving forward?" Zhuge Liang, with a playful glint in his eye, stroked his beard and smiled. "Your Majesty, let us discuss what our next steps should be." Yes, the others chimed in agreement. Lu Shan looked at this assembly of advisors, feeling somewhat exasperated. They were subtly urging him to take charge. He shook his head and said, "Esteemed advisors, it would be best for you to discuss this matter in detail elsewhere. The palace is too crowded and noisy for such significant discussions." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang realized it was wise not to press too hard and opted to relent. "Your Majesty speaks wisely. We shall take our leave." The advisors bowed respectfully as the advisors exited. Lu Shan wore a bittersweet smile, lamenting the burden of having 100 advisors, each encouraging him to take charge, a weighty responsibility he felt ill-equipped to bear. What brings joy is the addition of 100 dependable advisors and a group of ministers who share a profound loyalty to the Han dynasty. He himself acknowledges his mediocrity, forever overshadowed by the likes of Cao Rui of Cao Wei and Sun Quan. Yet he possesses trusted advisors, do they? With this thought, his heart finds contentment. Before the gates, a multitude of chancellors is engaged in mutual flattery. Please, Chancellor, you first? No, you go ahead. You are a chancellor too. I dare not. For I am merely a military strategist at present. 101 Zhuge gradually depart, flanked by dozens of elder Zhuge in wheelchairs, while several younger and middle-aged Zhuge push them forward. The original Zhuge suddenly recalls something and smiles at the group of elder Zhuge, saying, "Esteemed chancellors, being in wheelchairs within the palace draws too much attention. It would be best if you changed first before returning." Furthermore, the younger Zhuge and the 30 or so chancellors should also consider some alterations. The elder Zhuge nod in agreement. And what about us? A few youthful Zhuge gaze anxiously at the original Zhuge. With a slight smile, he replies, "Of course. Given that your attire is already varied, all that needs changing is your faces, which is quite simple. Just keep your heads lowered." Suddenly, an 8-year-old Zhuge leaps into the original Zhuge embrace. "Chancellor, I have thought of an even better plan. I will pretend to be your son, and you will play the part of my father." After saying this, the child gazes up at him with eager anticipation. Zhuge is momentarily taken aback. "Clever, indeed. You are my offspring. Yet, it feels rather strange to play my own son." The other 8 or 9-year-old Zhuge look on with expressions of mild confusion. Realizing their own oversight in the situation, Zhuge nods and says, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Hooray! 100 individuals traverse the palace, their objective undeniably grand. Yet, with Zhuge leading the way and the special favor of Lu Shan, few dare to obstruct their passage. Soon, they arrive at the palace's exit, the Xianxian Gate. This gate serves as the grandest entrance of the palace, utilized by the royal family to welcome visitors. Surrounding the Xianxian Gate are the imperial guards. And the security here is the strictest. Even an assassin would find no opportunity to escape. As they observe the 100 figures before the Xianxian Gate, an unsettling premonition grips the hearts of the guards. These individuals do not seem to belong to the palace. When did they enter? How could I have been unaware? The thought is terrifying. Panic begins to spread among them, particularly within the head guard, who feels both astonished and alarmed. What on earth is happening? How did such a group manage to enter without my knowledge? This is a grave dereliction of duty. Losing my position would be fortunate. I dread to think of the consequences. Cold sweat trickles down as he contemplates this. That moment, the Zhuge entourage arrives at the gate. Flanking the Xianxian Gate stand 2 rows of imperial guards, who, upon seeing Zhuge promptly bow in respect. "We greet the Chancellor." Zhuge waves his hand. No need for such formality. The guards hastily swing open the grand doors, and Zhuge leads the procession of Zhuge through. Suddenly, one elder Zhuge turns back. Chapter 8. 100 chancellors, yet only one wife. The burden falls on Huang Yueing. The other youthful to middle-aged Zhuge silently exclaim, "This does not bode well. What is this elder chancellor up to? What could he want?" From the guard's perspective, it appears that the chancellor has returned, causing a tightness in the hearts of the other Zhuge who worry that this elder chancellor might encounter an unexpected situation. However, the elder chancellor merely smiles at the guards, saying, "I am aging and walk too briskly. I require a moment to rest." The guards, upon witnessing this, promptly assist the elder chancellor, allowing him to sit on the stone steps beside the gate to recuperate. They regard this venerable chancellor with deep respect, not daring to show any hint of negligence. Observing this, the Zhuge also come to a halt, waiting for the elder chancellor to regain his strength. The elder Zhuge finally grasp the elder chancellor's intentions. His gaze shifts to the head of the guards, warm and kindly, as if addressing a junior. The head guard looks back at him, puzzled, uncertain of what the chancellor intends, yet aware that the chancellor never acts without reason. There must be something he wishes to convey. "What is your command, Chancellor?" he inquires, faced with the Chancellor's expansive gaze. The guard's doubts gradually dissipate, replaced by excitement, for the Chancellor's attention is directed at him. His heart swells with elation, for it is rare for the Chancellor to bestow such regard upon anyone but his subordinates. Filling him with pride at being the object of such appreciation, the elder Chancellor nods and beams. "It is nothing. I merely find you commendable." "Your praise overwhelms me, Chancellor," the guard stammers in surprise. Internally, he marvels at the Chancellor's uncharacteristic smile. Historically, the Chancellor has been stern, often appearing burdened by the weight of responsibilities. Now, however, he is complimenting him, leaving the guard astounded. The head guard's heart swells with emotion, reflecting on his fortune to receive such acknowledgement. The improving state of the kingdom surely contributes to the Chancellor's uplifting spirits. If the Chancellor is in good spirits, then the Han may yet thrive. Could it be that something extraordinary has transpired for the Han? The guard's mind races with hope. "Chancellor, with you at the helm, the Han shall endure. Victory is assured." His heart brims with this sentiment, echoed by those around him, whose eyes also shine with hope, anticipating the good news the Chancellor might bring. The elder Chancellor continues, "I recall now. Your surname is Chen, given name Zhoming, hailing from Hanzhong." "Indeed, my family resides in Hanzhong," Chen Zhoming replies. The elder Chancellor smiles warmly, asking, "How old are you this year, and how many family members do you have? What of your wife and children?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhoming is momentarily taken aback before responding, reporting to the Chancellor, "I am 34 years old with 3 children. My parents reside in Hanzhong." "Ah," the elder Chancellor acknowledges, then adds, "Tonight, I originally intended to depart, but I suddenly remembered that your elderly parents, residing far in Hanzhong, are unwell. During my previous visit to Hanzhong, they specifically requested to meet me to convey a message to you, inquiring about your well-being and whether you are faring well." "They are well." The elder Chancellor's words resonate with the warmth and concern of a benevolent elder, filling Chen Zhoming's heart with warmth, evoking tears of gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, Chancellor. Do not mention it." The elder Chancellor shakes his head and continues, "I have delivered the message. I must take my leave." With that, the elder Chancellor rises and departs with his entourage, leaving Chen Zhoming standing in place, momentarily stunned, unable to gather his thoughts. The other commanders alongside him share a similar expression of astonishment. Truly, the Chancellor is selfless and caring towards his subordinates, they reflect internally. Chen Zhoming stands there, emotions swirling within him, excitement, gratitude, and inspiration, his mind buzzing as he remains captivated by the Chancellor's words. They were so warm, so caring. With such concern from the Chancellor, he must devote himself wholeheartedly to his duties. He wipes away the tears from his cheeks, a smile returning to his face, though his expression soon turns serious. "It is my fault for being so meticulous. I must reprimand those careless subordinates." Chen Zhoming snorts, "In the future, conduct your duties with sincerity and diligence." The others nod in agreement, standing even more attentively. On the way, the original Zhuge Liang bows to the elder Chancellor, saying, "Thank you, Chancellor. I have just realized I neglected this matter. Previously, during my time in Hanzhong, I promised the elderly a certain task." The elder Chancellor smiles gently, "You are me, and I am you, Chancellor. It is normal for one to overlook matters. It is equally normal for me to compensate. For we are, after all, one and the same." The elder Zhuge Liangs, possessing the same memories, hear this and smile, feeling a sense of comfort and gratitude for this other self's assistance in fulfilling a promise. The atmosphere was harmonious on that fateful night. As Zhuge Liang approached the Prime Minister's residence with 100 chancellors, a sudden thought struck the youthful Zhuge Liang. "Esteemed colleagues, we are a gathering of over 100 individuals. Yet there looms a pressing question. How shall our wives confront us? How shall we face them?" His words instantly captivated the assembly. Indeed, this was a significant dilemma. Generally, couples share their innermost thoughts, yet here, with over 100 present, the pressure was squarely on Huang Yueying. Chapter 9. Huang Yueying meets the numerous Zhuge Liangs. Although Huang Yueying was the wife of all the chancellors, she remained the wife of Zhuge Liang, and the awkwardness of the situation was palpable. Zhuge Liang found himself perplexed by this predicament. Should he remain silent, or should he speak? Alas, this truly was a formidable issue. In that moment, he was at a loss for words. Just then, an elderly chancellor stepped forward, suggesting, "Why not let the current Zhuge Liang approach his wife and explain the situation? It won't be long before this is resolved. After all, it's better than us addressing it later on." Indeed, that is a commendable idea. We should first inform her of the circumstances to prepare her mentally, thus avoiding any future embarrassment. Upon hearing these suggestions, Zhuge Liang found them reasonable. Yet, why did he feel an incessant sense of being plotted against? Furthermore, why were they not volunteering to go themselves? Especially the elder Zhuge, who was of similar age to him. They could easily accompany him, for they were all one and the same. Nevertheless, he kept these thoughts to himself. At the Prime Minister's residence, the household staff were perplexed by the sudden arrival of Zhuge Liang leading over 100 unfamiliar faces. However, they dared not question it, as it was the Prime Minister himself who had ushered them in. With a wave of his hand, Zhuge Liang signaled for the doors to be opened. The assembly of Zhuge Liangs formed an orderly line as they entered the estate. Within the Prime Minister's abode, in a secluded and tranquil courtyard, Huang Yueying sat at a table, cradling a teacup, bringing a steaming brew to her lips. Her gaze was directed outside, and the slight tremor of the cup in her hands signaled her awareness of the unusual atmosphere within the Prime Minister's residence. The arrival of over 100 strangers astonished her, but what perplexed her further was Zhuge Liang personally leading these individuals into the household. A sense of unease began to rise within her, prompting Huang Yueying to gently set her cup down and rise to her feet. Venturing into the courtyard, she beheld a line of strangers entering in perfect formation, with Zhuge Liang standing at the forefront. His demeanor solemn. "Sir, who are these people, and why this sudden appearance?" Huang Yueying's brow furrowed with confusion, her voice tinged with a hint of caution. Zhuge Liang furrowed his brow slightly. He understood that this unexpected arrangement might distress Huang Yueying. Yet the urgency of the situation compelled him to disclose everything. "Yueying, these individuals are all here at my behest. They have something of great importance to share with you." Zhuge Liang spoke with gravity, hoping for her understanding. Huang Yueying's heart raced slightly, sensing the tension in the air. The presence of these strangers and the serious expression of her husband filled her with an inexplicable pressure. "Please, tell me, what is this matter?" she implored, forcing herself to maintain composure. "Yueying, sir." They spoke in unison, then halted simultaneously. "Sir, please continue." Huang Yueying exhaled softly, reminding herself to remain calm. This man was Zhuge Liang, her husband, her world, her everything. Observing her demeanor, Zhuge Liang sighed inwardly, realizing that he must reveal everything to her today. With that thought, he began to speak, his words shocking Huang Yueying, yet she maintained an exterior of calm. "Now, esteemed chancellors, please raise your heads, so she may behold your true forms." Zhuge Liang addressed the 99 Zhuge Liangs. In an instant, they all lifted their gazes. A wave of astonishment rippled through the Prime Minister's residence. Huang Yueying's heart quaked. The faces before her were all identical, strikingly so. Even their hairstyles were nearly indistinguishable, each one representing Zhuge Liang at different ages. Huang Yueying stood frozen, her eyes wide, afraid to blink lest she misidentify them. What is happening? How can this be?" she murmured to herself, grappling with disbelief at the surreal scene before her. It was as if she were witnessing an illusion. The youthful Zhuge Liangs gazed at Huang Yueying with tenderness. Having known her from their time together to their marriage, they were taken aback to see her now. Aged point one of the young Zhuge Liangs spoke. "Madam, I did not anticipate that you would still appear youthful in my time. Yet now you seem so aged." His tone was filled with emotion, causing Huang Yueying to turn and gaze at him, recognizing the visage of her younger husband, tall and striking, with sharp brows and eyes that sparkled like stars, leaving her momentarily disoriented. This man was her husband, the younger version of him. A swirl of complex emotions flooded Huang Yueying's heart as she instinctively reached up to touch her own face. Is this truly my husband?" Her voice trembled, disbelief flooding her senses. The group of youthful Zhuge Liangs nodded in unison. "Madam, this is indeed me," one young Zhuge Liang stated, his tone calm yet imbued with endless affection. This proclamation struck Huang Yueying like a bolt from the blue, leaving her utterly dazed. These young zhuge are all my husband. How could he have become so youthful? Is it possible they are all the same person? But how could that be? How could that possibly be? Sir, Huang Yueying's lips quivered, struggling to articulate her tumultuous emotions. Future Yueying, do not be alarmed. All of this is genuine, a young zhuge reassured her. Epilogue, Zhunti meets Zhunti. I must put on a show for myself. Zhunti suddenly recalled the existence of characters such as the Buddha and Sun Wukong in the world of the foolish girl. He yearned to meet this world's Buddha. Thus, he traversed through the chat group to arrive in this realm. In the Western blissful world. As Zhunti materialized, he beheld a colossal lotus platform suspended in midair. Resplendent in golden hues and adorned with intricate patterns, seated upon the lotus was a benevolent, portly man clad in robes, meditating in tranquility. This figure was none other than the Buddha. Sensing the arrival of another, the Buddha slowly opened his eyes and regarded Zhunti with reverence. I humbly greet the saint. The Buddha clasped his hands in greeting, pondering why the saint had come to visit and whether there was a matter at hand. He dared not be presumptuous, for this saint was Zhunti, a figure of immense authority in the Buddhist realm, commanding great respect. He had to tread carefully to avoid any missteps. Umitba, Zhunti replied with a smile. He had come to this place to verify the existence of another self in this world. Indeed, even the Buddha could not discern his true nature, believing him to be the Zhunti of this realm. Zhunti marveled inwardly at this revelation. In myriad worlds, there was always a Zhunti, and he himself was that Zhunti. Questions swirled in Zhunti's mind. Who am I? What unique qualities set me apart that even the Buddhist hierarchy cannot see through me? If even the Buddha holds no doubt about my identity, could it be that I am truly Zhunti and not an impostor? From the Buddha's reaction, it was evident there was a connection between him and this world. Yet he remained uncertain of his own origins, filling him with intrigue. Despite the multitude of questions troubling him, Zhunti maintained an air of serenity, his smile radiating compassion. I wish to engage in a discourse with you. Since he had arrived in this world, he could not leave without purpose. He sought to accomplish something, and as the Buddha was the supreme being of this realm, conversing with him would surely yield invaluable insights. The Buddha's eyes sparkled with delight at Zhunti's words. To engage in discussion with a saint was a dream cherished by countless beings, and such an opportunity arose only once in millennia. He could not afford to miss it. What doctrine does the saint wish to discuss? The Buddha asked, fingers delicately plucking a flower. Smiling warmly, Zhunti responded. The path of creation encompasses all possibilities, whether it be Buddha, demons, or even the human race. All may serve as avenues for cultivation, leading to greater strength. The saint's path of creation is something I am eager to learn about. The Buddha replied, I believe that the path of creation should encompass everything, including one's heart, will, intellect, cultivation, and all aspects of oneself. This includes one's emotions. Upon hearing these words, the Tathagata was taken aback, his heart trembling with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the path of creation as elucidated by the sage could be so profoundly intricate. Merely by offering a simple exposition on the way of creation, the sage had unveiled such profound mysteries, leaving one utterly astounded. The path of creation is indeed extraordinary. Were it spoken by another, this humble monk might have remained skeptical. Yet, when articulated by the sage, I am compelled to believe without a shadow of doubt. The Tathagata nodded in admiration, and the humble monk expressed his own understanding of the path of creation. Thus, the Tathagata began to speak eloquently. The sage's path of creation revolves around the essence of Tao, with intention as its adjunct, merging intention and thought to form self. This self does not signify sheer power, but rather the potential for infinite enhancement. As long as the intention is robust, it can grow boundlessly. This is what is referred to as self. Furthermore, this self diverges from the previous notion of intention, which is akin to law. Law is a derivative of Tao, which embodies an inexhaustible, immeasurable force, an energy, while Tao itself represents a spirit, a soul, a thought. This encapsulates the sage's concepts of self and Tao. Moreover, this self serves as the root and extension of Tao. After absorbing the Tathagata's teachings, Zhunti's eyes sparkled with myriad thoughts, excitement, confusion, and reflection. The profundity of the Tathagata's path of creation was not merely shocking. It exuded an enigmatic aura that was truly remarkable. Indeed, the sage is a formidable presence, beyond ordinary measure. Amitabha, the sage speaks truthfully. The sage possesses a profound understanding of self, unlike this humble monk, whose comprehension is superficial, limited to the physical body, incapable of grasping intention, thought, or Tao, relying merely on superficialities to sustain his existence. The Tathagata humbly remarked. Zhunti nodded in agreement, and the two continued their leisurely conversation. Zhunti's path, rather than being merely a Buddhist doctrine, is indeed the sage's path. His teachings resonate with the essence of the Tathagata's Buddhist practices in remarkable harmony. Their dialogue flourished, with the Tathagata persistently seeking insights into the great principles, resulting in a cascade of enlightening exchanges. This marked the inaugural dialogue between the two, deepening the Tathagata's reverence for the sage. Zhunti's path is constructed upon the foundation of self. It embodies the principle of simplicity and greatness. His teachings are devoid of ornate rhetoric or convoluted text. Characterized by directness and clarity, this is the essence of simplicity and greatness, a true manifestation of the Great Way. The Tathagata felt profoundly moved by Zhunti's insights. Although Zhunti articulated his understanding of Tao, he did so without exaggeration. All he conveyed were tangible truths, which left the Tathagata in awe, highlighting the inadequacies within his own path. The sage's ability to establish a Western doctrine and dominate the three realms stemmed not only from his innate talent, but also from his profound comprehension of the great principles. In contrast, the Tathagata's path had never undergone the baptism of the great principles, thus he could only proceed according to his own reasoning, unlike the sage, who had been refined by the great principles. While the Tathagata expounded on the Tao, he was simultaneously observing Zhunti, eager to glean wisdom from him, though Zhunti was also studying him. They engaged in mutual exploration, each possessing a profound understanding of the other's path. The Tathagata marveled at the depth of the sage's path. Zhunti smiled faintly and remarked, "You are not lacking either." While Zhunti elucidated his path, the Tathagata diligently recorded his insights in a blank tome, which instantly transformed, radiating brilliance akin to celestial stars, exuding an invisible pressure. Truly, every word was a gem, each sentence a treasure. Upon reviewing the contents inscribed in the tome, the Tathagata could not help but express his admiration. Zhunti nodded in acknowledgement. The sage's words inscribed within the tome rendered its pages as weighty as Mount Tai. The sage's utterances endowed the tome with the qualities of a postnatal spiritual treasure. A truly astonishing phenomenon. The Tathagata marveled once more. Though the tome appeared ordinary, it was, in fact, a postnatal spiritual treasure, indicative of the extraordinary nature of the sage's words. Such artifacts are typically the hallmark of a Deluo immortal. While the Tathagata recognized the sage's formidable prowess, he was nonetheless astonished that the sage's words, inscribed upon a simple tome, could yield such effects. How extraordinary! The Tathagata mused, realizing that his own path remained far from sufficiently potent, for it required continual refinement. Although his Tao was formidable, it lacked a profound comprehension of rules and principles. In contrast, Zhunti's path was markedly different. His understanding of Tao had reached its zenith, even surpassing that of the Tathagata. Zhunti himself was equally bewildered, astonished that his own words, recorded within the tome, could elevate it to the status of a postnatal spiritual treasure. This was indeed a remarkable feat. The prospect of mass-producing such treasures filled Zhunti's heart with pride. How extraordinary I am! He mused inwardly, exhilarated by the realization that this was indeed his path. The path he had forged. The tome's miraculous nature left Zhunti awestruck, as the tome radiated brilliance. Its words resonated throughout the blissful world, captivating the attention of the Buddha, Bodhi, and Arhats. The profundity of this great path was truly remarkable. The Arhats, Bodhisattvas, and Buddhas felt a shiver of recognition, comprehending the significance of the words inscribed within the tome. They embodied an expression of Tao. Tao represents the pinnacle of the path. Very well, I shall take my leave for today. Zhunti concluded, retracting his path and addressing the Tathagata. I bid farewell to the sage. The Tathagata replied, palms pressed together in reverence. I am the Western bliss. Amidst the 33 heavens, Zhunti sat quietly upon his lotus seat, fully immersed in his understanding of the Tao. In that moment, he perceived his Tao as boundless and infinite, encompassing all things without exception. What is this sensation? The sage sensed a profound presence, his expression shifting as he opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the source of the energy. How is it that I am outside? Yet I am right here, in the Western Pure Land. The Tathagata sat serenely upon his lotus seat, closing his eyes to attune to his surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming force approaching rapidly, an unmatched power that instilled within him a sense of danger. Is this presence that of a sage? Why does he continue to focus on me? The Tathagata's heart tightened, prompting him to rise instinctively, gazing warily at the heavens, feeling as if a colossal mountain was descending upon him. Looking upward, he beheld a figure gently descending. Zhunti had returned. He appeared almost identical to himself, yet was notably portly, radiating boundless compassion. His eyes sparkled with clarity, seemingly able to pierce through all barriers, captivating those who met his gaze, drawing them irresistibly into a depth of immersion. Zhunti addressed the Tathagata, Tathagata Buddha, I seek your counsel on a matter of importance. Meanwhile, Zhunti had assumed a mortal guise, wandering the streets of the capital, acutely aware of a sensation of being followed. He remained vigilant, striving to avoid detection. However, it was not until dusk that this feeling began to wane. With a sigh of relief, he found himself filled with uncertainty, pondering who could have tracked him for so long without being discovered, lurking in the shadows. However, Zhunti was not naive. He understood that anyone daring to follow him must have ulterior motives, and thus he resolved to remain cautious. The one tailing him was none other than himself, the sage Zhunti. Due to celestial decrees, sages were not permitted to traverse the mortal realm directly. He could only manifest a fragment of divine consciousness to investigate. Observing the protagonist, Zhunti perceived that, despite the protagonist's disguise as a mortal, he could discern his true form beneath the guise. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhunti prior to his ascension to sagehood, and the aura surrounding him was strikingly similar. Zhunti's heart quivered slightly. Could it be that this is another version of myself from an alternate realm? As a sage, he possessed an understanding of the concept of myriad worlds and recognized which realm this belonged to. If this individual were indeed a counterpart from another realm, then he was, in essence, Zhunti himself, albeit one with whom he was unfamiliar. If he is I, yet his essence aligns with that of a Deluo golden immortal, indicative of my pre-sage self, then a question arises. How did he traverse realms to arrive in this world? The incarnation of Zhunti was filled with perplexity. Perhaps he had utilized some extraordinary means, such as reincarnation? Or could it be that there exists some clandestine passage capable of traversing time and space, allowing him to arrive in this world? After much contemplation, Zhunti's incarnation finally discerned the answer. This was the sole explanation. Otherwise, it would be utterly incomprehensible how his corporeal form could transcend worlds. Zhunti's incarnation was profoundly shaken, as this was a notion he had never entertained. This revelation also elucidated why his counterpart from another realm had encountered him and why their connection was so profound. It must surely be a matter of fate entwined with himself. However, he could not help but feel that this comrade's combat prowess paled in comparison to his own world's capabilities. He could soar through the clouds, roam the cosmos, and even traverse the fabric of time itself. The energy he could unleash in a brief moment was equivalent to the explosive force of 1,000 suns. Yet, this other self, he could merely flit about on Earth. Such combat strength could hardly be deemed formidable, could it? Regardless, this individual was, after all, himself. Zhunti's incarnation allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Yet, given his lack of prowess, I shall demonstrate to him what it truly means to be a sage. He resolved to present himself grandly before his own reflection, to assert his dominance and instill a sense of awe. He was a sage, and sages rise above all beings. Confidence surged within Zhunti. Yet, how to stage such a grand performance? To this end, he even summoned several of his incarnations to confer. The benevolent corpse remarked, "The other self is indeed astonishing. However, now that he has arrived here, it must be due to our fateful connection. I must engage with him, perhaps even spar. Surely, he must be my equal." The malevolent corpse interjected, "Indeed, you have just awakened and may not grasp the situation fully. This counterpart from another world is currently exceedingly weak, so weak that you could easily vanquish him with a single slap." The malevolent corpse's words caused the benevolent corpse to pause momentarily. Is that truly the case? Should I give him a slap then? The malevolent corpse shook his head. His strength is not sufficient to withstand your blow. Moreover, why do I feel as though I am the benevolent one? The benevolent corpse replied, "I cannot be blamed for this assumption. It is merely a personal quirk of the main entity." The self-corpse commented, "I feel that my own combat strength is only sufficient for minor endeavors." Hearing the discourse of his three corpses, Zhunti's incarnation expressed, "I summoned you to discuss strategies for grandstanding, yet you are debating combat strength." Zhunti proclaimed, "Gentlemen, if we wish to impress, do you have any brilliant strategies?" The self-corpse responded, "Certainly, it involves showcasing your formidable abilities before him." The malevolent corpse concurred, "Yes, our advantage lies not in cultivation, but in other realms." Zhunti inquired, "And what, pray tell, are your advantages?" The self-corpse replied, "Our mystical powers. For instance, one of my abilities is the manipulation of temporal and spatial turbulence. If I so choose, I could even reverse time." Zhunti remarked, "A splendid choice. We shall exhibit an array of divine powers, dazzling him and shattering his worldview." The self-corpse added, "Indeed, we possess a myriad of supernatural abilities, such as the 10,000 light-year soul pursuit sword technique, capable of obliterating a quasi-saint in a single strike. Additionally, my 10,000 light-year soul-piercing stab can pierce through a galaxy-sized star system. Of course, we cannot cause actual destruction, merely a demonstration, a mere touch." Zhunti approved, "An excellent idea." At that moment, Zhunti's incarnation suddenly had another thought. Rather than merely this, he was far more curious about the nature of the world from whence this counterpart hailed. Should I enter his realm, I might even be able to overpower our esteemed teacher, Hong Jun. The three corpses, upon hearing Zhunti's words, displayed expressions of excitement. Indeed, we must venture into his world to see what it is truly like. The self-corpse proclaimed, "Let us show them what a true sage is." The self-corpse continued, "Agreed," Zhunti declared, for he did not merely wish to impress himself, but also to astonish those in the other primordial realm, showcasing his genuine combat prowess. Thus, they resolved to commence. However, we cannot simply flaunt ourselves before him. Such ostentation without a grand narrative arc would merely be a superficial display. Our plan must be, yes, we shall first extol his strength, allowing him to believe he is formidable, and then, at the climactic moment, we shall deliver a shocking blow. I wish to see whether he will be stunned into silence or merely astonished. Ha ha. Indeed, it must not be so straightforward. Thus, we shall first put on a show of grandeur, and then reveal our might. Splendid. Their scheme was both delightful and imaginative. Yet, my heavens! The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise as he realized he had overheard some thoughts intimately connected to himself. Listening to these voices, they intended to impress him, to stun him into disbelief. How amusing! You dare to attempt to outsmart me? Very well, I shall allow you to enact your little scheme, only to turn the tables on you. The protagonist, Zhunti, mused inwardly, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, let us proceed. Zhunti's mind was set upon a course of action. Epilogue. It is done. This is a monumental affair. He is the ultimate source. Yet, why can I hear the thoughts of the sage from this world? Could it be that my divine essence is at play? This is a most peculiar phenomenon. You four rascals, I see you are intent on impressing me. But I shall reluctantly indulge you for a time. A strange smile crept across Zhunti's face. He awaited their arrival, anticipating their approach. The highest caliber of hunter often finds amusement in the pursuit of prey. You four, hasten to present yourselves, lest I be compelled to take action. After all, I am the true master of ostentation. Zhunti prepared to impress before his own reflection, eager to unleash a thorough thrashing upon his opponents. Zhunti's consciousness manifested as two entities, one male and one female. The male incarnation was a dashing youth, exuding an air of nonchalance. The female incarnation was a striking beauty. They silently chanted in unison, "The show has begun." Before Zhunti, they portrayed contrasting roles of virtue and vice. "Wait, where is my husband?" A melodious voice chimed, and the protagonist beheld a stunningly beautiful woman materialize before him. Her figure was perfectly curvaceous, clad in a flowing black gown that accentuated her exquisite silhouette with a graceful neck, elongated legs, and a slender waist. This beauty was none other than Zhunti's female incarnation, who called herself Zhao. Upon her arrival, she eclipsed everything around her. Zhao, upon seeing the man before her, was filled with joy. "At last, I have found you. I feared I would never locate you. Do you know me?" "Of course. We are lovers," Zhao replied sweetly, "and we have been married for quite some time. You must protect me." "Protect? What nonsense! Were it not for my realization that you are a sage, I might have been deceived by your charms." "I am not the husband you seek," Zhunti countered, observing Zhao changing expressions with keen interest. "Oh? You are not?" A flicker of doubt crossed Zhao eyes. "Certainly not," Zhunti firmly denied. That moment. Zhunti's male incarnation, Li Zhuan, descended from the heavens, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! At last, I have found you. Zhao, you cannot escape. From this day forward, you shall belong solely to me, and all the treasures upon you shall be mine." Li Zhuan, brimming with arrogance, pointed at Zhao. "Husband, he is pursuing me," Zhao implored Zhunti, her gaze filled with fear as she looked towards Li Zhuan. "You must stand up for me." A classic hero rescue trope? Zhunti mused inwardly. Truly, she exemplifies the daughter of a sage, executing this ploy flawlessly. Should I intervene to rescue her, she would gaze at me with admiration, elevating me to the status of a great figure. However, once I acknowledge her, she would swiftly alter her demeanor, showcasing her grandiosity, amplifying the impact of my astonishment. Such a scenario shall never come to pass. I will feign compliance, only to retaliate, utterly dismantling her perception of me. In Zhunti's mind, visions of a shockingly surprised sage danced, and the thrill coursed through him. Yet, these were mere musings within his mind. It was imperative to execute the performance flawlessly. Failure would mean losing everything. Li Zhuan regarded Zhunti with indifference, asking, "Who are you? Dare to disturb me? Have you a death wish?" Zhunti feigned a cough, then pretended to be exceedingly incensed. "A mere foundational cultivator dares to speak so brazenly to me." Upon hearing the words, Li Zhuan was immediately filled with fury. "Well, how dare you insult me? Just watch how I will teach you a lesson." With that, he charged directly at Zhunti. "Humph, seeking death." Zhunti's lips curled slightly as he casually remarked, "Your strength is far too lacking to warrant my intervention, so you may as well resign yourself to death." With a disdainful glance at Li Zhuan, Zhunti nonchalantly extended a finger and pointed at Li Zhuan's chest. Instantly, Li Zhuan's body was hurled backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently to the ground. "What terrifying power is this? This strength surpasses mine by several folds." Li Zhuan feigned shock at the display of power. However, a closer look into his eyes revealed not a hint of fear or panic. "His acting skills are truly abysmal," Zhunti scoffed inwardly. "Aren't you going to leave?" Zhunti, the sage, commanded sharply. "Yes." Li Zhuan immediately scrambled away in a frantic retreat. Observing Li Zhuan's departure, a glimmer of calculation flashed in Zhunti's eyes. He then turned to the feminine incarnation of the sage. "Zhao. Zhao, who was that person just now?" Zhunti feigned ignorance, inquiring deliberately. "He is an assassin, specifically hunting me," Zhao replied, her eyes brimming with resentment. "What? An assassin?" A flicker of surprise crossed Zhunti's face, which quickly morphed into a stern demeanor. "Zhao, do you understand the peril posed by assassins? These individuals are capable of unspeakable atrocities and possess a malign heart. You must tread carefully. By the way, what treasure do you possess that he covets?" "It is this axe." Zhao Tier produced a massive axe, its form exuding an imposing aura. Zhunti's gaze fell upon the axe, a flicker of greed illuminating his eyes. The sage truly spares no expense to maintain appearances. Nevertheless, he concealed his desire and continued to inquire. Zhao Tier, what tier of treasure is this axe? Can you enlighten me? Zhao Tier replied, it is a family heirloom, possessing a fragment of the legendary sage's power, known as the world-breaking axe. Its might is boundless, said to be capable of shattering the fabric of space itself and tearing down the barriers of the world. Upon hearing this, the excitement on Zhunti's face was beyond words. It was not an act. He was genuinely exhilarated. He yearned to possess this treasure, yet he understood that it was a tool for the sage's grandiosity. The odds of him wielding it were slim. Is it truly that formidable? Zhunti inquired. Of course. You are aware of my strength. Had it not been for this treasure, I would have long since perished, Zhao Tier proclaimed proudly. May I witness its power? Certainly, Zhao Tier responded, and began to channel the world-breaking axe. Swinging it with great force, boom! The axe unleashed a terrifying beam of light, creating a fissure the size of a football field that materialized out of thin air, rapidly expanding in all directions. The surrounding space instantly collapsed, an endless storm of spatial chaos engulfing everything, as if all existence was annihilated. Even the sunlight could not escape. What incredible might is this? What sheer terror! This single swing of the axe completely surpassed Zhunti's expectations. In the heavens beyond the 33rd layer, the good corpse remarked, such a miraculous spectacle. This high martial immortal has likely been rendered utterly astonished. The evil corpse replied, to create such spatial collapse is something even the saints of their realm cannot achieve. It is sufficient to shatter Zhunti's worldview. The good corpse chuckled, indeed, this Zhunti must be thoroughly frightened. I can already envision the expression on his face. The evil corpse added, I too am curious, replied the good corpse. Zhunti gazed at the world-breaking axe, utterly shocked. Although he was a sage, he was still merely an ordinary human. How could he have encountered something so powerful? This was comparable to a being of the same caliber as the saints of his own world. Zhunti took a deep breath to steady his racing heart, then feigned calmness, stating, Is this all? Your meticulously crafted spectacle of shock. His voice was icy. As Zhunti's words fell upon Li Juan and Zhao Tier, an involuntary tremor coursed through their hearts. Something is amiss. This shouldn't be happening. According to the original script, Zhunti was not supposed to be this composed. He should be panicking, utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why is Zhunti so calm? This does not align with the predetermined narrative. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Impossible. How could such a formidable sage exist in this world? This is inconceivable. Li Juan thought to himself. Yet, he could not believe that such a powerful sage existed. He merely questioned why Zhunti remained so collected. Could it be that there is some deception at play? In the heavens beyond the 33rd layer, the protagonist and his three corpses were equally dumbfounded. What is going on? His expression is so peculiar. Indeed, has he been frightened into silence? No. His calmness is incomprehensible. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. He is merely a lowly high martial Taoist. How can he remain so composed in the face of such a situation? The sages' hearts began to roar in disbelief. Such a shocking blow, and this insignificant Zhunti remains so tranquil. It is utterly bizarre. This is impossible. The sages' minds screamed that Zhunti's power was vastly inferior to theirs. How could he witness such a scene without being astonished? Has his vision been obscured? Does he not comprehend the terror of this axe? How can he remain so composed? How is he achieving this? Have they underestimated this insignificant Zhunti? This cannot be. This is simply impossible. No, there must be something amiss. He must be putting on a facade. It must be so. His reaction is far too composed. After all, in the past, sages have encountered similar situations, yet each time they faced such occurrences, they were always visibly shaken, perhaps even smiling slightly. Yet now, Zhunti remains so composed. This undoubtedly raises suspicions. He is certainly pretending. Zhunti regarded Li Juan and Zhao Tier with eyes full of disdain, as if he were observing a group of fools. His conviction and his suspicions only deepened. Surely, Li Zhuan's calmness was a mere act. Such composure could not last. A sinister smile curled upon Zhunti's lips. Continue your charade. Internally, how delightful it is to feign grandeur. Li Zhuan and Zhao Tier, upon witnessing the expression on Zhunti's face, instinctively retreated a few steps, their hearts brimming with astonishment. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Why do they feel as though their very souls are trembling? It is as if their souls are attempting to escape their bodies, soaring into the heavens. Could this Zhunti truly possess some extraordinary power? Just how potent is his soul? Is he truly just a minor immortal? In this moment, both Li Zhuan and Zhao Tier began to question their very existence. They were on the verge of doubting themselves. Zhunti let out a cold snort and declared, "Your performances are commendable. However, it is regrettable that this trick holds no value against me. If you wish to put on a grand show before me, you have chosen the wrong audience." Upon hearing this, Li Zhuan and Zhao Tier could not help but feel a bitter taste in their mouths. It was true. They could not replicate such a display. This was far too terrifying. This move was utterly elusive. Their divine senses could detect no trace of it. Furthermore, Zhunti's identity rendered them incapable of probing into his true level of power. In this moment, Zhunti was consumed by an overwhelming sense of frustration. He felt as if he were nothing more than a fool. After performing for so long in front of others, he ultimately found himself outsmarted. Why is it so challenging to maintain an air of superiority? He had clearly executed his role perfectly. Why did this other party perceive him so easily? This defies logic. All of your schemes have become futile in my eyes. I am aware of everything you are doing, understanding that you are employing a strategy of feigned vulnerability to astonish me with your prowess, Zhunti coldly stated. Li Zhuan and Zhao Tier were taken aback. Their every scheme was laid bare before this individual, and this realization was utterly disheartening. The sage engaged in a dialogue with himself. From the very beginning, our plan was flawed. We underestimated Zhunti's cultivation level, thus leading to our downfall. This individual stands above us, and we have been exceedingly foolish, indeed, a foolish endeavor. Such actions have only driven us into a corner. Do you not realize? Had he not awakened in time just now, all would have been within the adversary's grasp. That individual possesses methods far beyond our capabilities. We are no match for him, even as sages, we have no means to retaliate. Who exactly is he? Is he the apex of origins, or merely a being of higher rank and greater strength than us? The sage's thoughts were filled with doubt. Li Zhuan and Zhao Tier, upon hearing the sage's musings, fell into a contemplative silence. Zhunti, observing the two, continued, "Do not attempt to conceal your strength. I have long since discerned your capabilities. Before me, do not harbor delusions of concealment." The words of Zhunti Dao Ren caused Li Zhuan and Zhao Tier to involuntarily shudder. His utterances laid bare their every secret. A profound sense of regret filled their hearts. They had indeed underestimated the situation. Consequently, they chose to forego their avatars, merging as one to become a sage. The sage bowed respectfully, addressing, "I pay my respects to Dao Zun." The term Dao Yu is a peer address, while Dao Zun denotes a senior. Zhunti shook his head, replying, "There is no need for such hollow formalities." In an aside, the unparalleled cosmic visage of Zhunti Buddha. Zhunti's gaze was fixated on the sage, as if attempting to pierce through their very soul's eye in this world. No one had ever dared to regard him with such intensity. The sage, feeling the weight of Zhunti Dao Ren's gaze, was deeply shaken yet maintained his composure. His mind was beset with a singular question. Just how formidable was Zhunti's power? Zhunti Dao Ren inquired, "Are you pondering the extent of my strength?" The sage replied, "Indeed. It exceeds my wildest imagination. I am utterly astounded and find it beyond belief. Who are you, and how do you possess such terrifying power? What manner of being are you?" The sage's heart swelled with shock, rendering him unable to fathom the situation. This individual could read his thoughts. What a terrifying notion that he was a sage. A paramount figure within the chaos. One could say that the Hongyuan realm was the pinnacle of existence. Yet, this being was aware of his innermost thoughts. Such a revelation was truly astonishing. Zhunti Dao Ren regarded the sage with an air of apprehension. He was merely posturing, for his cultivation fell short of the sage's. Yet he could perceive the sage's thoughts. What a frightful ability! Why could he hear his innermost voice? This was indeed a perplexing matter. Despite being of a lesser status, he could penetrate the sage's mind. Such a power was truly shocking. This method was too otherworldly. How could it be accomplished? It surpassed all imagination. Zhunti Dao Ren's thoughts flickered incessantly. Filled with an array of doubts, he had never heard of such enigmatic phenomena existing in the world. Your abilities are undoubtedly impressive, but you must understand that there are many things beyond your comprehension in this realm. Do you believe your methods are exceptional? In truth, everything you have done is already known to me. You and your avatars, embodying good and evil, discussing your pretentiousness before me, allow me to inform you. In my presence, you lack even the qualification to posture. Your every action is within my grasp. I can monitor you at any moment. Zhunti Dao Ren articulated each word with deliberation. Upon hearing his words, the sage and the three bodies were struck with a profound realization. It was indeed true that Zhunti was aware of their thoughts, confirming that all their actions were laid bare before him. Did this imply that he could manipulate their thoughts and mental activities at will? Were they, then, mere puppets in his presence? This understanding filled the sage and his companions with shock and a profound sense of despair. This figure was far too mysterious and unfathomable for them to comprehend. At that moment, a smirk curled at the corner of Zhunti's lips, revealing a hint of mischief. Are you curious about the nature of my abilities? The sage nodded, his curiosity piqued regarding the essence of Zhunti's powers. Zhunti Dao Ren smiled slightly, casting a glance at the sage, stating, "My strength is not convenient to demonstrate. Otherwise, the entire world would be reduced to ashes, including you. Thus, it is best that you do not attempt to pry into my essence. Otherwise, your demise shall be most unpleasant." Zhunti Dao Ren's tone was icy and authoritative, evoking a sense of overwhelming oppression. His words, though subtle, carried a potent warning. However, I can allow you to witness my supreme realm, to behold my unparalleled visage. Suddenly, Zhunti's arm raised. In an instant, a torrent of vast information surged into the sage's mind. Leaving him aghast, he discovered that the realm Zhunti commanded was indeed an infinite Buddhist cosmic expanse, where each grain of sand represented a world, boundless and eternal. The realms of desire, form, and formlessness, all suffused with the supreme radiance of the Buddha, teeming with countless Buddhas and Arhats. The supreme world of Buddhism he possessed was the highest realm among these three. To hold dominion over this transcendent world signified his mastery over the cycle of life and death of all beings. Even the power to obliterate any substance within this realm. Furthermore, the sentient beings of the three realms were unencumbered by physical form, existing entirely in spirit, each possessing an unparalleled Bodhi heart, yearning for the ultimate path. Transcending the three realms, achieving enlightenment, and escaping the cycle of existence. The sage was engulfed by an unending deluge of information. His complexion turned ashen, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. What was this method? He was overwhelmed with incredulity, utterly unable to fathom the extent of this supreme Buddhist realm, which was terrifyingly divine, far beyond his reach. The sage was acutely aware that such a power had long since transcended his comprehension. This sacred and unmatched essence, what was it? Have you truly attained such a level of power? The sage trembled as he spoke, his voice laden with awe. Zhunti smiled lightly. If I were not powerful, how could I command the entire supreme Buddhist cosmic expanse and govern your very lives? The sage bowed respectfully. Buddha, allow me to behold your immortal essence, your great might, your unparalleled wisdom, your majesty, and all your authority. Grant me a glimpse of your supreme and exalted visage. The sage prostrated in reverence. Zhunti Dao Ren responded, If you truly wish to see, then I shall permit you a glimpse. A resonant Buddhist sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, an endless golden radiance coalescing in the void, transforming into a colossal Buddha, exuding majesty, sanctity, and nobility, emanating an infinite divine aura. The sage, with hands clasped, humbly knelt. Soon after, an ethereal figure materialized, It was the form of Zhunti Buddha. Radiant with golden light, adorned in a golden robe, he was the thousand-handed Buddha, one hand wielding a precious staff, the other cradling a pure jade vase. All the weapons of the Buddhist realm, the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats, were held in his grasp. Above him, the Buddha light encompassed myriad universes, manifesting countless Dharma forms, with boundless merit bestowed upon him. The will of all sentient beings lay within his dominion, for he was the supreme Buddha, the sovereign of all, the source of myriad realms. His form radiated with golden brilliance, exuding a sacred presence, surrounded by an array of Sanskrit characters and Buddha sounds, perpetually chanting and swirling, resonating throughout the heavens and worlds. Every being's ears were filled with these countless sacred sounds, immersing them in a state of profound enlightenment. Zhunti Buddha, an unparalleled deity. This supreme cosmic visage embodies all truths, all holiness, all liberation, and all eternity. I am the supreme sovereign among countless universes. Zhunti spoke slowly, his gaze surveying all sentient beings, overseeing all existence. Yet simultaneously, I am the ultimate refuge for all dust. Life, time, space, knowledge, and indeed everything surrounds me. I hold dominion over all that exists. I am the sovereign within this supreme universe. The supreme Buddhist cosmic expanse is the utmost pinnacle, the master of all realms, the sovereign of all supremacy. All of this belongs to me. Zhunti's chant seemed to encapsulate the essence of the supreme Tao rhythm, with countless Buddha sounds seemingly resonating in harmony with his recitation, swirling endlessly in the space, lingering without end. I am knowledge, I am truth, I am perfection, I am creation, and I am also destruction. I in heaven and on earth. I stand unrivaled. Among the myriad paths, I embody power. Among sages, I am Hongjun. Among immortals, I am the heavenly emperor. Among mortals, I am the sovereign. The voice of Zhunti resonates as if imbued with a certain magic, reverberating throughout the world and reaching every corner of this universe. Among earth immortals, I am Zenyuanzai. In the great rivers, I am the Yellow River. Among mountains, I am Buzhou. Among stars, I am the sun. Zhunti's voice, laden with infinite charm, continuously spreads outward, each utterance brimming with boundless power, causing countless beings to tremble, to be enchanted, to lose their sanity. Among humanity, I am the three ancestors. Among beasts, I am the true dragon. Among all birds, I am the phoenix. Among all flora, I am the sage. Among illustrious ministers, I am the Duke of Zhou. Among the wise, I am Kongming. Among emperors, I am the ancestor dragon. Among legalists, I am Shangyang. Among beauties, I am Daji. Among poets, I am Li Bai. Among strategists, I am Sun Wu. Countless sacred sounds resonate throughout the world, each tone concealing a profound power, as if recounting some supreme classics and philosophies. With each name he utters, the true visage of that person materializes. Each individual appears distinct, yet bears a hint of similarity. Behold, my Buddha light illuminates all realms, my sacred sound purifies the world. All that I am is of the utmost exaltation. Zhunti Taoist proclaimed with pride. This is the supreme, the unparalleled. The sage fell into profound silence, his heart filled with boundless emotion, inexhaustible awe, and profound reverence, coupled with deep-seated fear. He finally comprehended that in the presence of Zhunti Taoist, he possessed no capacity for resistance. The chasm between them was insurmountably vast. The sage remarked, "O great being, I behold your myriad forms, ever-changing. You encompass the faces, mouths, limbs, bodies, voices, and hair of all sentient beings, an infinite essence. Boundless divine might and limitless fortune, sacred, wise, embodying both good and evil and everything in between. You are the beginning, you are the process, you are the outcome, you are the cycle of reincarnation." The sage could not restrain his myriad praises and acts of worship. The beings of the three realms, even the spiritual life, pale in comparison to the radiance of your smallest fragment. Every word and action of yours stirs the emotions of all beings, driving them to madness. You are the unrivaled supreme. The sage, filled with profound reverence, declared, I wish to submit to you, to become your most sincere follower, even if you command me to undertake any task, even if it means fracturing my body into countless parts scattered across different worlds. I shall do so without hesitation, Zhunti Buddha responded with serene amusement. You and I are of one essence. You are me, and I am you. Why draw distinctions between master and servant? However, I shall take a fraction of your power. Do not take offense. As his words fell, Zhunti Buddha reached out, and instantly, a colossal force of attraction pulled forth a part of the sage's essence from within him. Subsequently, a fragment of his power directly entered Zhunti Buddha's being. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhunti Daoist's eyes. Such potent sacred energy, he mused inwardly. If I can fully refine this fragment of sacred power, I might even condense the three corpses, achieving the sanctity of the three corpses, becoming the ultimate Buddha of my world, the true supreme Buddha, the ultimate sage, rather than merely a saint of merit. Zhunti Daoist harbored boundless ambition, yet he also recognized that he was far from the supreme realm. The so-called sanctity was more a desire than a reality. Nevertheless, he yearned to become the true supreme Buddha, for this signified endless glory and boundless authority. The deities of the foolish girl world were rendered speechless by Zhunti's unparalleled form. This was their highest sovereign. How could this be? One by one, the deities exclaimed, both gods and demons alike, bewildered. Zhunti's supreme form was a manifestation derived from his own merits, a transcendent method capable of simulating all information within the cosmos, encompassing all knowledge. Yet, its essence was merely the true supreme form of a sage. It was not his, only a projection calculated through his supreme essence. Even so, this was already terrifying enough. This time, a multitude of faith's power was partially consumed by Zhunti, causing his strength to surge tremendously. The chaotic azure lotus within him gained further substance, and this process appeared increasingly seamless. However, a significant portion of the faith's power eluded him, seemingly snatched away by others. Yet, despite this, the remaining faith power was still immense. Zhunti Daoist surveyed the unfolding scene, feeling his strength magnifying once more, sensing that he could effortlessly crush all Deluo. The laws of faith were too vast, boundless and infinite. This was a path to the supreme, yet it required time for comprehension. Thus, I need an endless supply of faith power to facilitate my breakthroughs, Zhunti Daoist murmured, his expression turning grave. The supreme path necessitates an infinite reservoir of faith. Otherwise, ascension to the supreme realm is impossible. I require more faith power, more faith power. Therefore, I seek countless devoted followers, not merely from one world, but from myriad worlds. From many worlds, I need a multitude of worlds. A plethora of believers, Zhunti Daoist murmured, his gaze sweeping across the expanse, his eyes shimmering with divine light, resolute and unwavering. I in the 13th chapter of the side story, Yichan bestowed upon me the management authority of the chat group. Upon witnessing his cosmic form, the members of the group were struck by his invincible aura, shocked at the sheer power of his world. They were further astounded that Zhunti Daoist could generate such a peerless cosmic manifestation. Truly formidable and enigmatic, evoking profound envy within them. Though I was aware of the sage's strength, I had not anticipated it could reach such divine heights. This was beyond mortal capability, truly unparalleled. I have heard that within the endless worlds exists a being of utmost supremacy, the true pinnacle of the Tao. Indeed, the sage is not merely a legend, but a living existence, and the sage's power transcends the ultimate limits of the Tao. It is the true Tao. Indeed, the laws and principles wielded by the sage are a multitude of wondrous phenomena. I have heard that the sage can manifest an entire universe, weaving countless truths and principles, even the supreme sacred laws. The crowd buzzed with lively discussion. Just how powerful is the sage? We cannot fathom. Yet we know that the sage is undeniably a formidable existence. Yes, the sage is undoubtedly a magnificent being, while we are utterly insignificant. The sage's power transcends all sentient beings, Yin Qixia remarked. Why does the sage claim to embody the path of power among the 3,000 ways? Stating he is the ancestor among sages and even identifying as Zhuge Liang. What is the meaning behind this? Master Yu interjected. Moreover, did you not notice? He represents the strongest symbolic existence among all living beings. Laws, and even natural features like mountains and rivers. For instance, among the wise, the most renowned is the Chancellor. Thus he is the Chancellor. Among the 3,000 paths, the mightiest is the path of power. Hence he embodies that path. Why does the sage symbolize so many entities? Marshal Yu inquired. Zhuge Liang responded. If you closely observe the sage's cosmic form, you will realize he is not merely a sage. He embodies all sentient beings of the world. He is a planet, a star domain, meaning that countless worlds, countless star domains, and innumerable universes are his manifestations. Even the universe itself is his incarnation, let alone the beings within it. Theoretically, we are all his avatars. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with realization. Are we not also a part of the sage? They felt a tinge of pride, for they too were part of the sage, albeit their realms were vastly inferior. Yet, they were also manifestations of the sage, possessing their unique positions. Why Yichun spoke. Your thoughts are indeed audacious, yet they hold a kernel of truth. Those who attain the sage's exalted realm leave traces across all worlds. Every being in those worlds is a reflection of him. Those who reach such a sage-like state radiate across the myriad realms. This is but a triviality. We are all mere projections of his myriad forms. This is the sage's supreme method, truly powerful to an extreme, transcending the cosmos, mastering the ultimate laws, infinitely powerful, the infinitely potent Tao. The sage is undoubtedly the sovereign of the countless worlds, a true supreme power. Yichun let out a sigh. He had once yearned for such a realm. Although it was merely a dream, dreams, after all, still hold their value. Why Yichun remarked. The sage, while he has not yet attained the sanctity, dares to flaunt before the primordial essence of the Hong Huang. Such an audacious act may well be a grave taboo. Thus, the cosmic resonance instinctively awakens, allowing this version of myself to perceive its own essence. Who is the true pinnacle? Who is the authentic sovereign? The Hong Huang world stands as the zenith among all realms, the ultimate sanctuary, the very source of all eminent beings. Within the myriad realms, every powerful figure bases their foundation upon the primordial essence of Hong Huang, which encapsulates boundless truths of the great Tao. However, a projection from another world showing disrespect to the primordial essence is also an act of taboo, inherently contravening the great Tao and the principles governing all realms. Therefore, I believe that the eminent beings of Hong Huang should not permit such occurrences. This time, the sage has demonstrated considerable leniency. Had it been another, they would have likely eradicated the projection from the other world long ago. After all, such individuals are a desecration, a blasphemy against the supreme existence of the myriad realms. The weight of this transgression is not light, rendering the figures of Hong Huang to regard the eminent beings from another world as tainted, as a defilement, a sacrilege against the truths of all existence. Hence, they must be punished, even if this individual is but a part of oneself, a mere projection. In fact, the world from which this projection hails could very well be reduced to nothingness, erasing all its inhabitants. Regardless of the closeness between the two, ultimately, his actions constitute a desecration of the supreme existence of the myriad realms, a blasphemy against the great Tao and all eminent beings. Thus, he must be subdued, forever vanishing from the tapestry of existence. Yichun's words resonated with an air of dominance and gravitas, rendering any dissent impossible, leaving listeners in a state of trepidation. Heidi felt as though, in an instant, the entire chat group was enveloped in a profound silence, an overwhelming oppression that rendered one breathless. This was the weight of the Supreme Being's authority. Little did they expect the sage to be so approachable. Yet his methods were as thunderous as they were decisive. Fortunately, the sage indeed remained so cordial, refraining from any acts of harm against anyone. Yin Qixia remarked, regardless of the circumstances, we have finally witnessed the sage's grandeur and prowess. Whether it pertains to the sage's cosmic resonance or the connections among the myriad realms, it is enough to drive one to madness. As Zhunti observed the messages within the group, he felt that the group leader truly was a formidable assistant. Without uttering a word, he had already concocted some remarkably meticulous deductions. These inferences were nothing short of brilliant. At present, Zhunti had yet to comprehend how this group leader possessed such an unparalleled intellect. Truly impressive. No wonder so many preferred to work behind the scenes. It turns out being in the limelight is far too taxing on the mind. With such a helper, it was indeed a relief. Zhunti felt elated, continually lauding Yiqian. The others gazed at Yiqian with expressions of admiration. Why, Yiqian continued, in recent matters, I have noticed that everyone still seems to misunderstand the hierarchy of the powerful across the myriad realms. In truth, the levels of power within the myriad realms are not overly complex. I can categorize the strengths of the myriad realms using a 1 to 9 tier system. The first to third tiers represent the highest realm attainable by ordinary mortals. The fourth tier corresponds to lesser deities. The fifth tier denotes celestial beings. The sixth tier refers to profound immortals. The seventh tier to Tai golden immortals. The eighth tier to Tai Luo golden immortals. The ninth tier to sub-saints, also known as Hunyuan Tai golden immortals. Beyond the ninth tier lies the supreme realm of Hunyuan Wuji de Luo saints, the legendary saints. Upon reaching this level, it becomes impossible to categorize by tier. As there is no longer any distinction of strength, only the concept of a supreme realm, wherein individuals of this tier stand atop the heavens. As the group leader elaborated, each statement from Yiqian elicited shock and awe among the listeners. Yiqian continued, this is why I previously stated that it is my honor, as well as the honor of the entire chat group, to have the sage join us. Even if he is not yet a sage, he is destined to become one. How could I, as the leader, allow the sage to merely be a member of my group? Thus, I have decided to grant a portion of the management rights of the group to the sage. With a decisive proclamation, this revelation sent shockwaves throughout the chat. It was evident that the chat group was not created solely by the group leader. To bestow a portion of benefits upon the sage must have entailed considerable inner conflict. After all, anyone joining the chat group must adhere to the leader's regulations, let alone the numerous privileges the leader himself enjoyed, benefits coveted by all within the group. Yet now, he intended to offer them to the sage? The members were astounded. Could the leader truly be willing to relinquish a portion of management authority to the sage? It seemed implausible. How could the leader willingly cede such power unless there was something amiss with his intellect? Even if his intellect were intact, it would be unreasonable to relinquish management authority over the chat group, as such authority is fundamental to its existence. Was he simply caught up in the moment? Or did he genuinely wish to embrace a life of leisure? Regardless, this news was undoubtedly staggering, prompting exclamations of disbelief. Leader, are you truly suggesting that you will grant a portion of management rights to the sage? Inquiries flooded in from all corners of the group. Wei Chun smiled and replied, isn't this something we have been discussing? Everyone's opinions seem quite unified. I believe there is no need for me to reiterate. The leader's decision was not made impulsively. Rather, it arose from witnessing Zhunti's mythic status and the myriad manifestations of the cosmic resonance. In that moment, he realized that he remained within a rather weak era. If he wished to become a great deity, he must strive for cultivation. Only through diligent effort could he hope to ascend to greatness. However, no amount of effort could compare to securing the favor of a powerful ally. And now, that ally stood before him. Without embracing this opportunity, what future awaited him? Hence, he chose to bestow management rights of the chat group to the sage. This strategic move was executed with remarkable finesse, striking at the very hearts of the group members, leading them to once again recognize Yiqian's authority, as well as the leader's acumen and wisdom. Yet simultaneously, they were also filled with trepidation. Previously, the various formidable depictions of saints existed solely in their imaginations, yet now they manifested before them, sending shivers down their spines. The sage was indeed the true powerhouse within the group. It was prudent to acknowledge this and grant a portion of management rights to him. Otherwise, one might find themselves in dire straits, for this eminent being was not to be trifled with. With this thought, the leader promptly sent the aforementioned message. However, he also resolved to create a new persona within the group. Crafting a new identity would likely go unnoticed by the sage. Rather than risk exposure, it would be better to offer the sage some advantages, dissuading him from revealing the truth. Why concoct a new persona? Because he felt that the all-encompassing master persona was far too grand for him. He decided to establish a fresh identity within his group, one of a minor character destined for great achievements. At the same time, his rapid ascension had drawn the attention of a nefarious sect. He needed to grow stronger swiftly, for uncertainty loomed large. The quickest path to advancement was to curry favor with the sage. Seeking even the slightest boon to enhance his cultivation, of course, having the sage directly resolve matters would be ideal. The only asset he possessed that could garner everyone's esteem was this chat group. Yet he could not surrender it entirely to the sage. Only a portion of the management rights could be granted. After dispatching his message, the leader awaited responses from the group. However, after a considerable time, there was not a single reply. Yi-chun stared at the messages in the group, momentarily taken aback. What on earth was the sage doing? Why had there been no response? This was uncharacteristic of the sage, who should have at least acknowledged the connection, perhaps with words about fate. The silence was perplexing. Could it be that he found the management position unworthy? The leader, unwilling to accept this, immediately sent another message. Adopting an even more humble and deferential tone, Yi-chun, greetings, sage. What are your thoughts on my recent suggestion? Yet still, there was no reply. The leader pressed on, sage, why do you remain silent? Are you dissatisfied with my proposal? After sending this message, the leader felt a growing sense of unease. Could it be that the sage had truly rejected him? If the sage looked down upon this management position, would all his efforts be in vain? Upon reflecting on this matter, the leader of the group felt an ever-increasing weight of pressure in his heart. This simply would not do. He must devise a means to salvage the situation. With this thought in mind, he quickly responded, sage, should you have any dissatisfaction, please feel free to enlighten me. What are your thoughts on this chat group? However, the decision left the sage, tooting, in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was this leader attempting? Suddenly wishing to transfer management rights to himself was utterly perplexing. Was it possible that the protagonist had also traversed realms? Moreover, he appeared to be a Buddhist. Which begged the question, why would he make such a sudden decision? The management rights were not merely a title. They encompassed numerous privileges and powers. Nonetheless, Tooting quickly set aside his momentary confusion and regained his composure. After all, this was indeed his management right. Since the leader had resolved to grant it to him, he could not refuse. He could only accept. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why this individual would choose to bestow such authority upon him. He certainly did not consider himself to possess such charm. This inquiry would have to wait until he could personally clarify it with the leader. Meanwhile, the leader's heart was in complete disarray. The sage's temper was rather formidable, and after such a long time, he had yet to receive a response. Moreover, there was not even the slightest indication from him. The leader felt a pang of anxiety and promptly replied, sage, the management rights are yours. As soon as you give your consent, I can transfer them to you immediately. Regrettably, after sending his response, he received no reply. Others were also awaiting the leader's next command, eagerly anticipating the sage's response. The leader continued to wait anxiously, but after a lengthy period, there was still no answer from the sage. Chapter 14. The official takeover of the chat group at this moment. In Earth, within the metropolis of Mo-do, technological and cultural advancements were progressing at an astonishing pace. This was a confluence of technology and civilization, and the opulence of Mo-do was a place long yearned for by countless individuals. In the Yi family, a sense of urgency filled the air. Ancestor Yi, the disciples of the Taiping sect are tightening their encirclement around our family residence. What should we do? How shall we navigate this crisis? In the grand hall of the Yi family, several young members gathered, anxiously gazing at their elder. Yi Feng sat at the head of the table, his expression somber. He was somewhat aware of the situation regarding the Taiping sect. Initially, their target was his descendant, Yi Chun, who was an unremarkable cultivator with little talent. However, he had suddenly risen to prominence, much to the surprise of the Taiping sect. They had not anticipated that a mere human cultivator could possess such immense potential. Although his grandson, Yi Chun, had achieved the early stage of the Golden Core realm, this was still within Mo-do, not in the outside world. The Taiping sect was indeed formidable. While they had only one supreme elder, his strength was on par with that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, perhaps even surpassing many of the latter's peak stage experts. Their chances of victory were slim. We must first stabilize the Taiping sect. Yi Feng muttered under his breath, a surge of anger coursing through him. Wei Yichen's sudden rise led them to believe he possessed some powerful treasure capable of transforming his constitution and enhancing his cultivation. In pursuit of this treasure, they were willing to besiege the Yi family. Although the Yi family was not a top-tier clan, they were still considered a first-rate family. This situation had tarnished their reputation and caused them great humiliation. Hatred for the Tai Peng sect burned within their hearts. I will ensure they pay for this affront in the future. They had threatened that if the treasure was not handed over today, the entire Yi family would be wiped from existence. How outrageous! They are nothing but bullies. The members of the Yi family gritted their teeth in anger. Such a trivial matter, and they sought to annihilate them? What kind of sect was this? It was nothing short of a den of bandits. Yichen looked at his anxious kin and felt a deep sense of guilt. His actions had led the Yi family into this calamity. He sighed heavily and spoke, "Family members, this situation is my fault. These people are far too arrogant." Wei Yichen. As his words fell, Yifeng approached him. He regarded Yichen with admiration, yet he was not a rigid individual. He preferred to trust in reality. He could not believe his great-grandson had acquired some treasure that altered his body. It must be that Yichen possessed an extraordinary constitution that had only now awakened. After a moment of silence, Yifeng stated, "This matter indeed does not concern you. Those scoundrels are exceedingly overbearing. The Yi family has never provoked them, yet we have suffered this humiliation. Great-grandfather, I shall seek justice from them. Their audacity shall not go unpunished." Yichen clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. This group of scoundrels had gone far too far. As a prominent member of the Yi family, how could he endure such treatment? Upon hearing Yichen's declaration, Yifeng's brow furrowed. He looked at Yichen and sighed. "Yichen, I understand your anger, but you must remain rational. The Tai Peng sect is immensely powerful, and we have only one nascent soul peak cultivator on our side. We cannot contend with them. Moreover, the sect's leader is also a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. The Yi family stands no chance against them. I, Yichen, shall eradicate the Tai Peng sect to its roots." Yichen gritted his teeth, his eyes shimmering with a chilling light, exuding a palpable aura of vengeance. "Everyone, I will find a way to protect our Yi family," he said after a moment of contemplation. "What plan do you have?" Upon hearing Yifeng's inquiry, the others became animated. The Yi family had languished for many years under the oppression of the Tai Peng sect. But now, it was finally time for them to strike back. "I know of a powerful figure. If he intervenes, he can definitely eliminate the Tai Peng sect," Yichen stated coolly. "Find a powerful figure?" Upon hearing Yichen's words, the expressions of the others froze. Their modest family had no connections to any extraordinary beings. How could they possibly summon someone of that caliber to assist them in vanquishing the Tai Peng sect? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Doubts filled their minds. However, Yichen, noticing their bewildered expressions, chuckled and continued, "There exists a hidden, formidable powerhouse. Did they not claim that the supreme elder of the Tai Peng sect is a mid-stage soul formation cultivator? I am rather timid and do not wish to provoke such individuals. However, this powerful figure is someone I can approach, and he is quite likely to agree to lend his assistance." Upon hearing Yichen's words, the eyes of the others lit up once more. The individual Yichen spoke of could very well be the legendary hidden expert. Their small clan could never hope to enlist such a figure. Yet Yichen seemed to possess a means to call upon his help. This was indeed encouraging news. "Yichen, is that true? Please contact him at once," an elder from the Yi family urged excitedly. Yichen nodded. "I will reach out immediately." "Yichen, the fate of our Yi family rests entirely upon your shoulders." The gathered members turned their gazes upon Yichen. They were in dire need of formidable combat strength. Although Yichen's talent was remarkable, it paled in comparison to that of the powerful figure. Whether the Yi family could weather this storm depended on this extraordinary individual. "Wei Yichen, I shall accompany you," Yifeng declared as he rose. Wei Yichen shook his head. "Great-grandfather, it would be best for you to remain here and await news from the powerful figure. If he declines to intervene, that would be disastrous. After all, the figure I seek is a sage, and how can one find him in another realm?" Yichen concluded that he must go personally. "Indeed, Yichen, I entrust this matter to you," Yifeng said solemnly. Yichen nodded. "Rest assured, I will bring him to our Yi family." Thus unfolded the events that transpired above. The sage had surprisingly declined the management rights that he offered, a privilege that could have been the only benefit he could provide. If he could not secure the sage's assistance, the chat group would be of no use to him, as he would inevitably be annihilated by the other members of the Taipong sect. Should he perish, the chat group would be meaningless, for it lacked the defensive capabilities to protect him from harm that it was tedious and a waste of time. However, at this juncture, he had no choice but to proceed according to his plan. Not only did he intend to dissolve this crisis, but he also aimed to ensure that the entire realm of cultivation would recognize his existence, that they would be aware of the powerful figure shielding him. Once they realized this, they would hesitate to act against him, fearing the repercussions. Even if other sects possessed mid-stage soul formation cultivators, they would think twice before attacking him. After all, he was connected to a formidable ally. One must consider the master even when striking a doji. Yi-Chun took a deep breath, his anticipation mounting as he yearned to witness the terror-stricken expressions of those ruffians. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips. However, all of this hinged upon the intervention of the sage. Without his direct involvement, Yi-Chen's plans would remain unfulfilled. At that moment, the conversation in the chat group was interrupted by the agreement of Zhunti. I shall grant your request. In an instant, the members of Yi-Chen's chat group erupted in excitement. Sage, it is our honor to be under your guidance, Jing Tian exclaimed. Indeed. But what exactly does this portion of management entail? Asked Zhou Wang. Yi-Chen replied. The authority to expel members, mute, and ban. His sacrifice was considerable, all in the hopes of clinging to the sage Zhunti's support, as long as he secured the sage's favor. The Yi family would be safe and sound. His path of cultivation would only grow more expansive. Upon uttering these words, the chat group instantly buzzed with fervor. They had not anticipated such a significant sacrifice from Yi-Chen. It was truly astounding, and moreover, he was doing this willingly. In that moment, a blazing fire ignited in their hearts. They felt as though the world had gone mad. Yi-Chen began to manipulate the chat group system, transferring a portion of his management rights to Zhunti. Ding. Do you wish to confer a portion of your management authority to member Zhunti? Please choose wisely. The system prompted Yi-Chen, who, as the group leader, possessed substantial authority to make such choices. Yi-Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. Why did the system urge caution despite his position as group leader? Was it concerned that the sage might overreach and turn the chat group into his personal domain? That seemed utterly absurd. He was a sage. Would he truly act in such a manner? Ding. Do you wish to confirm your choice? Yes or no? The system prompted Yi-Chen once more. Confirm. Yi-Chen nodded. Affirming his decision, in that instant, he felt a lightness in his body, and a massive web page materialized before him, filled with over 1,000 words cautioning him against carelessness in transferring management rights to another. Upon seeing this, Yi-Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. The system was excessively verbose. It was merely a matter of management rights, yet it was treated as if it were an elementary school exam. How ludicrous. Nevertheless, witnessing this scene ignited a desire to laugh within Yi-Chen. My decision has been made and will not waver. There is no need for further discussion. I urgently require your assistance. Only with your help can I resolve the crisis before me. Yi-Chen declared. Since he was appealing to the sage, he understood that a corresponding price must be paid. Ding. Do you wish to confirm? The system inquired again. Confirm. Yi-Chen nodded. On Zhunti's end, he received a notification from the chat group. Ding. The group leader has transferred a portion of management rights to you. Do you accept? Accept. Zhunti immediately chose to accept. The title of the 10,000 Realms chat group was not mere boast. As a sage, he naturally required substantial authority to uphold his lofty persona. Yi-Chen's management rights represented a significant fortune. Furthermore, as the group leader, he had the freedom to allocate resources within the chat group, along with special privileges to select certain resources, which could only be utilized personally without incurring penalties. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired partial leadership rights. The system announced. At that moment, he realized he was no longer just a member but had become the vice leader. The system appended the title of vice leader next to his name in the chat group, filling him with a sense of satisfaction, as it indicated a greater influence within the group. Excellent. This move was indeed wise. All my efforts to cultivate an image of an esteemed sage have not been in vain. I never anticipated that someone would willingly grant me management rights. Zhunti thought to himself, a smile creeping onto his face. Yi Chen, your decision was astute. In the future, should you require assistance, I will surely lend my support. Zhunti murmured. He was not ungrateful, nor did he resemble certain characters from other tales who would simply betray the group leader. Rather, he would endeavor to assist Yi Chen, resolving any challenges he faced. This exemplified a clear distinction between gratitude and enmity. I believe our collaboration will be fruitful, Zhunti said with a slight smile. Addressing the heir, just as he finished speaking, a private message from group leader Yi Chen arrived. Sage, it is truly an honor to receive your management authority. I have a small matter I need your assistance with. I hope you can help me. Yi Chen sent this message. Zhunti's heart stirred slightly. This fellow genuinely had a task for him. It seemed that the transfer of management rights was not given lightly. It required action on his part. Clearly, there were no free lunches in this world. What could it be? Zhunti pondered for a moment before ultimately responding to Yi Chen. What I can assist you with may be beyond your imagination. Feel free to elaborate. At that moment, he found himself increasingly eager to discover Yi Chen's intentions. Yi Chen wasted no time, succinctly recounting the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhunti furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Yi Chen would possess such audacity. Moreover, Yi Chen's boldness was rather remarkable. To flaunt his newfound strength and even present himself as a minor antagonist. What if he did not offer assistance? Would Yi Chen truly face ruin? Sage, may I count on your assistance? Seeing Zhunti's silence, Yi Chen hastily sent another message. Chapter 15. A startling entrance. The first time he dressed as a monk, he feared that this sage might simply reject him without uttering a word. After all, his management rights were indeed considerable, and he had no desire to lose them without reaping any benefit. If that happened, Yi Chen would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Zhunti sighed softly. He was left with no choice. After all, Yi Chen was his client, and given the current circumstances, declining would undoubtedly raise suspicion among others. This would pose a significant obstacle to his future endeavors. He did not wish to appear diminished in the eyes of others. However, this matter was known only to the two of them, which meant that even if he refused, there was no risk of it being leaked. After all, doing so would jeopardize his own persona. Wouldn't it? I shall comply. Ultimately, Zhunti acquiesced. A peculiar glint flickered in his gaze. Yet, having already consented, he could not renege. He had devised a plan that would enable him to exert greater control over the individuals within the group. When shall I make my move? Zhunti inquired via message. Upon reading this, Yi Chen's heart filled with elation. In 3 minutes, very well, Zhunti replied. Inside his room, Yi Chen's heartbeat quickened, yet, he managed to suppress his surging excitement. He understood that this was pivotal for his future advancement, and he must ensure that this endeavor was an unqualified success. Why not immediately but rather in 3 minutes? Because he needed that time to build up the anticipation for the sage's appearance. And every second was precious. Thus, he opted for 3 minutes. 3 minutes was sufficient for preparation. Outside the Yi residence, the Tianpeng sect's forces besieged Yi Chen's family. At that moment, Yi Chen stood at the threshold, quietly awaiting developments. From the distance, a warship approached, exuding an overwhelming aura. A terrifying power descended in an instant. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. The pressure emanating from the spacecraft was formidable. Yi Chen felt a shudder of fear within him. In this era, technology and cultivation had advanced in tandem. Humanity had long since explored the interstellar universe and constructed numerous flying vessels, with space warships standing as the pinnacle, wielding immense power. Once they entered the cosmos, they could traverse the star realms. Though he had heard tales of such colossal ships, he had never seen one until today, and it was aimed directly at him. He found himself both astonished and terrified. Such grand displays of force. The siege surrounded him from both the ground and the sky. At this moment, the warship hovered above the entrance to the Yi family estate, and soldiers clad in military uniforms filled its deck, emanating a powerful aura that instilled fear in all who beheld them. Yi Chen recognized that the assailants were from the Tianpeng sect, the 6th most formidable power in the capital. Their strength ranked among the top 500 nationally. The Tianping sect managed a population exceeding 1 million globally, boasting numerous disciples whose strength rivaled that of ordinary foundation cultivators. The fact that they dispatched such a considerable force to attack him underscored their seriousness. Humph! As Yi Chen contemplated this, the warship descended above the Yi family's courtyard. "Are you Yi Chen?" A chilling voice emerged from the warship, unmistakably unfriendly. Yi Chen slightly lifted his head and gazed at the man aboard the vessel. "It is indeed me," the young master. "Do you have any objections?" Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. "Ha, no objections at all. Just surrender the treasure that can enhance your physique, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, I will annihilate your entire family." Yi Chen's heart sneered at the audacity of such a person. How brazen to speak so defiantly. Though this individual was arrogant, Yi Chen felt no fear, and his expression gradually turned icy. "What if I refuse?" Yi Chen shot him a glance before apathetically responding. "If you refuse, your family shall face utter destruction." The disciple of the Taiping sect retorted coldly, "My family? You certainly possess an abundance of arrogance. Do you even comprehend whom you are addressing? Let me enlighten you. You have no idea who stands behind me. Your Taiping sect is nothing more than an insignificant ant in his eyes. How dare you besiege my family? You are courting death." Yi Chen's fury soared, incensed that such trash would dare to provoke him. "Ha, splendid." The disciples of the Taiping sect erupted into mocking laughter. What formidable expert could possibly be backing the insignificant Yi family? Even if your ally were to appear, how could they possibly contend with our sect? Kid, how audacious you are. You worthless fools, silence yourselves. Otherwise, I will ensure you never rise again." Yi Chen bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. "You possess great gall. You are seeking death." The disciples of the Taiping sect were incensed by his arrogance. They were disciples of the Taiping sect, not accustomed to such humiliation. Yi Chen's attitude thoroughly enraged them, igniting a desire to tear him apart. Enough with the idle chatter. Today, I, Yi Chen, will leave you all crippled, even at the cost of my own demise. Yi Chen's expression darkened. The insolence of these Taiping sect disciples was beyond belief. Did they think themselves powerful? No, they had no right to flaunt their might before him. Zhunti observed Yi Chen's display of bravado, a smile creeping upon his lips. Although he admired Yi Chen, the latter's strength was far too meager. Such arrogance was prone to backfire, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. "Kid, it seems you are refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead. If that is the case, I shall grant your wish. Your family is destined for obliteration today." The leading disciple of the Taiping sect wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated Yi Chen's impertinence, daring to speak to them in such a manner. They were disciples of the Taiping sect. They were the elite, the exalted beings, the geniuses among geniuses. No one in this world dared to address them with such insolence. Thus, Yi Chen's words incited his ire. "Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to kill, then do so. Why waste breath?" The Yi family was taken aback. Was the young master truly this reckless? Was he not courting his own demise? The cultivator aboard the warship also changed countenance, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Seeking death, in the next instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Yi Chen. "Humph, you ignorant fool! I shall send you to your demise beneath my sword." Yi Chen sneered, his aura surging, as if he had transformed into a sharp blade, thrusting toward the Taiping sect cultivator. This cultivator was a master at the late Golden Core stage, while Yi Chen was merely at the early stage of the Golden Core. It was unrealistic for him to defeat his opponent solely with physical strength. Thus, he had to resort to sword techniques. Two beams of sword light erupted from Yi Chen, flowing like water, hurtling towards the mid-Golden Core cultivator. Trivial skills. The mid-Golden Core cultivator snorted, unleashing two beams of sword energy in response. The two beams, one left and one right, surged forth like ferocious dragons, clawing their way toward Yi Chen. Upon collision, a violent shockwave erupted, rippling outward in concentric circles. As the wave spread, Yi Chen's body trembled. It felt as though a colossal stone had struck his chest, causing a sweet taste of blood to rise in his throat. as he spat out a mouthful of crimson, with a splutter. After expelling a mouthful of vital blood, Yi Qin's body swayed unsteadily, retreating several steps. "Saint, save me!" Yi Qin's heart sank in terror as he urgently cried out, hoping to summon a saint's intervention. "Ha ha!" The disciples of the Taipang sect erupted into unrestrained laughter at Yi Qin's disheveled state. But suddenly, an incredibly sharp and overwhelming aura surged forth, as if it aimed to pierce through the heavens, exuding a terrifying presence. Bang! A figure descended from the sky. An aura of unfathomable dread enveloped the area, compelling all the Taipang sect members to kneel. The figure gradually dissipated, yet his eyes, filled with a chilling gleam, caused everyone present to tremble. They had never experienced such profound terror. This presence is simply terrifying, plunging one into despair. "Saint, Saint!" The disciples of the Taipang sect quivered in fear, as they beheld the figure. They saw a young monk clad in simple robes, with thick eyebrows, slender eyes, slightly rounded cheeks, a straight nose and rosy lips, exuding an air of striking handsomeness. Moreover, most crucially, this monk emanated a terrifying aura, causing the Taipang sect disciples to avert their gaze from his eyes. His mere appearance suppressed everyone present, halting even the worship in its tracks. All gazed in stunned silence at the sudden arrival of this monk. The leading disciple, taken aback by the monk's emergence, had not anticipated such a formidable presence to be concealed here. The monk's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to an invincible mountain, rendering him breathless. Instinctively, everyone prostrated themselves upon the ground. It was an oppression, an invisible oppression. The strength of this eminent monk surpassed them by leaps and bounds. Zhunti's arrival commanded the submission of all. Amidst this, the young one remains oblivious to the extent of his folly. It truly evokes deep contemplation. The monk spoke with a face full of compassion. Yet his words sent shivers down the spines of all present. As Zhunti spoke, he set his sights on the warship, contemplating how splendid it would be to single-handedly lift such a vessel. The thought of both flaunting his prowess and seizing the warship was exhilarating. His target was none other than the Taipang sect ship. This warship measured 3,000 meters in length and 550 meters in width. Its exterior sleek, yet within, it had long been transformed into a combat-ready artifact. The vessel was fully equipped with various functionalities. If he could seize it, he would possess a super warship. With that thought, a glimmer of greed sparkled in Zhunti's eyes. What fueled his confidence to dare target a warship? It was the immense strength he now wielded, amplified 1,000-fold upon entering this realm. He felt capable of shattering the heavens and controlling the universe. The sensation was simply magnificent. Who are you?" The Taipang sect disciples were left dumbfounded upon seeing the monk. They could scarcely fathom the appearance of such a terrifying being.